Chapter 1 The Capture Upon Launch. In September of the 27th year of Republic, in Shanghai. Within our Western-style house in Hongkou district, Li Changfeng stood up, adjusting his attire. Miss Guitarder, it was dire would prefer that Mr. Take it our remains you nor of our dealings. At Li Changfeng's suggestion, Guitarder Nako offer read a faint smile, rising gone to as to place our fragrant kiss upon his cheek. Rest assured, Changfeng Nako will keep it a secret. When Mr. Take Day is absent, Isha Hanger drib on with you and Dao. Do call me often, Changfeng. Ding. Congratulations, host, on making a sacrifice and developing the informant Guitarder Nako, the most powerful intelligence system is awakened. Newbie gift pack being distributed. Rewards mastery of Japanese, 1 death note, and $500. Item or word shave being stored in the system spacey please collect him promptly. Friendly reminder limited traitors and opt-in intelligence to rewards. Rewards include money, lifespan, items, and special skills. Li Changfeng paused for a moment, an electronic voice echoing in his mind. A torrent of information flooded his consciousness, accompanied by the emergence of a grey, hazy space, filled with several new items. A black notebook and a bundle of silver dollars wrapped in red plastic. In his previous life, Li Changfeng was a model out of the 21st century, occasionally indulging in spy dramas. Unexpectedly, during a latter night binge of such shows, Hemet with an untimely deed hand found himself transported to Shanghai 3 months ago. In addition to serving as the Deputy Chief of 76th General Affairs Section, he is also an undercover agent for the military commission, codenamed Poison Sting. He hard had that his new life would continue in obscurity until on a day his identity was exposed, leading to his sacrifice in an unmarked battlefield. However, this chance encounter with Guitarder Nako heard awaken her day system within him, rewarding him with a plethora of valuable items. Mastery of Japanese and a death note. The set words filled Li Changfeng with exhilaration. Previously, Japanese had been a secondary skill for him, but with these systems enhancement, he grasped it instantaneously. As fourth death note, it was a reaper of silent assassination. By Merlion scribe and gun of his name and manner of death within its pages, that individual would perish without a end. He hailed Eric Shore, returning from Hongkou district to the 76th agent headquarters in Jisafei Road. Chief Li, you have letter. It appears to before my our hometown. As she approached the entrance, Mr. Huff from the mailroom handed him a letter for Chu and Dao, smiling broadly as she did so. Li Changfeng glanced at the letter and felt a twinge of headache. It was from hometown in Shaanxi, signet Basomian named Huang Suizui. This Huang Quick was no other than the wife of the body he now inhabited. The original owner shared the same name and being killed 3 months prior while transporting supplies for a task force, ambushed along the way. All 6 of his fellow agents had perished, and himself had sustained a gunshot wound. Upon returning, he succumbed to his injuries, allowing Li Changfeng to take his place in this world. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Li Changfeng expressed his gratitude, then opened the envelope at its contents as made his way to the General Affairs Office on the 1st floor. The letter detailed the circumstances of them, with food supply shaven granite for a payment. Huang Quick intended to commit to Shanghai to seek refuge with Li Changfeng. The original owner had been taken away by a warlord on their wedding night, later making his way to Shanghai to join the Lixing Society. He had almost forgotten he had a newlywed wife until he received the last letter from home. Reading the contents of the letter, Li Changfeng felt a sense of dread. He could not refuse her, he couldn't lie take things in a step at a time. He took it letter away and entered the office of General Affairs Section. Pouring himself occupied, he sank into his chair. Just as she was about to familiarize himself with the tasks, a sudden screech of brakes pierced the air outside. Followed by flurry of footsteps. He heard Simeon shout. Quick, bring the prisoner in for interrogation. Seal the information you must know. Peering through the window, Li Changfeng saw that the speaker was no other than Wang Manchuan, the head of the 76th Intelligence Section. A dozen agents were escorting a prisoner wearing a black hood as he disembarked from a large truck. Creak. Just as Li Changfeng was about to scrutinize further, the office door swung open abruptly. Their operations section chief, Liang Zhongchuan, entered, leaning Ganakani Anglan Singha the senior side with Asnir. Deputy Chief Li, Hebigan. I heard that Director Wang has to condemn a military commission contact point Chisatain lyriking up the achievements. This woman truly has an act for being a traitor. Liang Zhongchun made himself comforter blindly Changfeng's office, speaking with a raw familiarity. After the assassination of General Affairs Chief by Danyan by Hurricane Squad, this man had grown quite close to Li Changfeng. Now, much of the work within the General Affairs section fell to Li Changfeng, which provided Liang Zhongchun with considerable convenience. Of course, Li Changfeng's motives were twofold: to gather intelligence and to uphold the interests of the original owner, who was a loyal subordinate of Liang Zhongchun. Director Liang seems well informed, Li Changfeng replied, momentarily caught off guard. However, capturing criminals is the responsibility of operations section. Director Wang's unilateral actions do seem rather unscrupulous. Li Changfeng regained his composure, closed the door behind him, and poured occupofti of Liang Zhongchun, smiling as she spoke. Every only at 76 knew the strained relationship between Liang Zhongchun and Wang Machin. They were real most like oil and water. Li Mo Kun heard tasted lie allowed the internal strife within the 76th, find in jiter certain maintain control to tway. Li Changfeng's words struck a chord with Liang Zhongchun. HMPH, I've heard these wretched women has developed a Dane informant. Shizim Star thinks she can disregard her operations section thanks to a connections with Chief Nandian. I'll make Surisha pays for it. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's remarks, Liang Zhongchun lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before speaking venomously. The Menschnofen informant made Li Changfeng Guni as it was clear Thater traitor aid infiltrated the Shanghai intelligence station. His current situation appeared precarious, and he needed to find a way to learn more about the captured individual. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Li Changfeng's mind raced, a knock echoed at the office door. Opening the door, he was greeted by a grinning agent from the intelligence section. Deputy Chief Li, here your operational funds Scaldia Ples process their reimbursement. Their agent, named Liu Aisin, was a squad leader under Wang Manchuan. Liu Aisin was also Li Changfeng's informant within the intelligence section, frequently providing him with crucial information. There is some for the reliance waste that Li Changfeng Gadonsi assisted Liu Aisin when his mother was Gravlyle. The original owner had really done Liu Aisin's intelligence to infiltrateth 76th. Oh, it's you. Aisin dotted squid and wise I downstairs I how the intelligence section has struck gold again? Li Changfeng approached his descant accepted their seat from Liu Aisin, teasing him lightly. Liu Aisin smiled shyly, and noticing Liang Zhongchun's presence he was refrained from further conversation. Liang Zhongchun, a seasoned veteran, observed Liu Aisin's Silandal tutor cold snort per forest stormengout, slamming Thedo ober hindem. Liu Aisin leaned against the door, listening for a moment, and then lies eyed in relief on the footsteps further away. Deputy Chief Li, Tobonist, Director Wangel Dusterdy's Mantly a military commission contact parent. We captured 3 and killed 2. However, there is a big fish among them who his name is Qin Han, an agent from the intelligence station. Director Wang is currently interrogating him. Li Changfeng shirtsen upon hearing Liu Aisin's words. This Qin Han was no neother than his direct superior, codenamed Polar Bear. Chapter 2 Their sudden demi-soft prisoner. If Qin Han had indeed betrayed them, then he too will be exposed. Very well, I understand. Donut breathe there were do fisto annuals. After cautioning Liu Aisin, Li Changfeng's mind began to formulate a plan. He meticulous like the minette seats in his hand, selecting a fu while furrowing his brow. Aisin, have you included the expenses for drinking and visiting brothels in the operational funds? I can't justify that, Director Li. Thegans of Section 76 often indulged in extravagant feasts, counting expenses or operational costs. Li Changfeng her typically turny day blind ear to such matters. However, he felt the need to butoner show and extract some benefits. Ahem, Deputy Chief Li, with Director Sabusi, how could he concern himself with such frivolities? Rest assured, as per usual practice, you'll receive 5% off their Ember seed funds. Liu Asen cut lightly, extending a spar Marsha spoke. 5% was nos mol sump these pensies offenter taleds ever roll $100. Har, well said. All right, I will revisit things, and shortly I will have Director Wangzignov. Thank you, Deputy Chief Li. The two exchanged banter as Li Changfeng gathered to receipts. Hethan proceeded to read the accounts. Half an hour later, Li Changfeng gross, clutching a folder, andmered his way out the interrogation room. Director, the prisoner has confessed. Is he the named Qin Han? Yes, Captain Liu has already entered to take his statement. Excellent. Inside the interrogation room, the surfer man and woman court were heard. Thiman was a junior agent from the interrogation section, and the woman was Nonio Thirthan, the head of the intelligence department, Wang Manchuan. Li Changfeng stared at the door, clenching his fists. Heck knew that Qin Han could not be low to live. Please inform Director Wang that the port for the operational funds requires your signature. I've lifted document Sri Shekin collect him later. With an impassive expression, Li Changfeng placed he document suntheter bleat the door of the interrogation room and turned to the guarding agent. Understood, Deputy Chief Li. With that, Li Changfeng returned to his office and opened the death note. He began to write. Qin Han, cardiac arrest, sudden demise. Death by failed resuscitation. Upon finishing, the death note emitted a radiant glow, and the shadow wolf death drifted after him. Minutes later, in the interrogation room. Qin Han, have you hate you Phil? Write down everything you know and seen it. Wang Manchun observed Qin Han, how is greedily devouring half a roast chicken, her face light with delight. If this big fish confessed, should give a significant accomplishment. Qin Han was an important liaison, reportedly sent by Boss Day from the mountainous to carry out her covered mission. Asha spoke, Wang Machin placed seed paper and pen before Qin Han. But in the next moment, Qin Han suddenly convulsed, blood pouring from my surfaces. Before he colds warloth a morsel of chicken in his mouth, hackalopset to the floor, lifeless. An Erbujan trushed forward Toshik, his face turning palely white shock. Director, that persona has no pulse. Wang Machun was momentarily stunned, slapping the agent across the face. This cannot be. Quick, summoner doctor, initiate immediate suscitation. Asher fell, a doctor from section 76 entered with a first aid kit. He checked for vital signs, shook his head in dismay. There is no saving him, has completely gone. The prisoner suffered a cardiac arrest and suddenly expired. Preparetto collect hepati. With that, the masked doctor, clad in a white coat, grabbed disket and hurried exited. Wang Manchun stood frozen, her expression only of disbelief, while the agents responsible for the interrogation appeared equally dazed. The prisoner had inexplicably and her impending achievement had vanished. Immediately conduct an autopsy to ascertain the cause of death. Wang Machin commanded her subordinates, her fist darkening. Shad Town covered the true horizon behind Qin Han's demise. Hours later, the coroner delivered her autopsy report, which stated cause of death unknown. Wang Manchin's vision blurred, and she collapsed to the ground in despair. Meanwhile, when Li Changfeng went to retrieve the documents, Helened of Qin Han should and that hand felt a wavy of relief wash over him. The next day, in the office, Nandi and Yoko slapped Wang Manchin across the face. You fool, you incompetent. The Wasno can talked, and out important prisoner suddenly dies. Wang Manchuan, do you think Nandi and Yoko, can be so deceived? The intelligence director, Wang Manchuan, felt the sting on her face and immediately lowered her head. It was my oversight. The prisoner was on the verge of confessing, and I let my guard down. Nandi and Yoko regarded Wang Manchun with a cold smile. Their empire has truly nurtured a bunco feeds. Investigator Thiz Martyr Thorali, there must be an explanation. Arrest everyone involved in the interrogation. Nandi Nyoko did not believe their prisoner Cortiso inexplicably. There had to be a problem within Section 76. Wang Manchuan, in her foolishness, had failed to detect it. He will take care of fittance. With that, Wang Manchuan covered her face and exited Nandi Nyoko's office. Upon returning to Section 76, she encountered Liang Zhongchuan, the head of the intelligence department, emerging with a cane. He heard also about the prisoner's demise, but the cane with a sense of amusement. Director Wang, what did Section Chief Nandian say? From that low conny face, it seems I have been struck. Wang Manchuan shot an irritated glance at the cunning old man and stormed upstairs in a huff. HMPH, Sir Vegerite. Liang Zhongchuan spat disdainful ire at Wang Manchuan's retreating figure before heading to his office. Minutes later, Wang Manchuan personally apprehended several agents from the interrogation section. The 2 agents responsible for the interrogation were brutally beaten to death without revealing any substantial information. They insisted that our prisoner should end death had nothing to do with team. Speak aside from Liu Aisin, Wolsa had contact with Jin Han. Wang Manchuan glared at the junior agents involved in the operation, slamming her pistol on the table. Director Wang, aside from you and Captain Liu, Neil entered the interrogation room. However, Captain Liu did a Jotosi Deputy Chief Lai before the interrogation. It seemed Shuan to report the operational expenses. The junior agent at the door correlated and spoke hesitantly. Did Deputy Chief Lai have any contact with the prisoner? Wang Manchuan's gaze turned at Ashai's have fixed us in the intelligence agent before her. Nate told him la delivered airport for Yoto sign. He didn't even enter the room. The guardian agent lowered his sheet, his expression earnest. Director Wang, with Jin Han deceased, there is no evidence to investigate. Perhaps we should simply state that the agents responsible for the interrogation beat her prisoner to death. After all, the Japanese in carry about assaults, not the process. Liu Aisin, the intelligence setum leader, stepped forward cautiously. That seems to be the only Corcio faction. Liu, you personally draft a report you will deliver it to Section Chief Nandian. Handle the body in the cell and Dave them seen off in it. Ensharith Japaner cedar not detect any flaws. Wang Manchuan pondered for a moment, deciding against complicating her situation. With Twergan's already deed, she still her backup and was not afraid of missing opportunities for it. Chapter 3, Killing the Traitor on the second floor of Headquarters 76, in Liang Zhongchuan's office, Li Changfeng presented a box of tea to Liang, subtly probing for information. Deputy Section Chief Li, have you heard the news? I heard that the prisoner suddenly died without any warning. That fool Wang Manchuan actually beat his 2 subordinates to death during the interrogation. In my opinion, this incident was definitely orchestrated by the military intelligence spies lurking within R-76. As he sipped his tea, the director of operations, Liang Zhongchuan, gossiped away. Li Changfeng was taken aback by this revelation. This old fellow had quickly deduced the situation. However, without evidence, Wang Manchuan would undoubtedly fail to trace it back to him. Brothers who fought side by side have died like this, what a pity. I'll write a report to allocate a death benefit for them. Li Changfeng feigned calmness, indignation simmering beneath the surface. The original owner of this identity had been a kind-hearted individual in 76, and he intended to maintain that fate, yet he felt no sympathy for those within 76. Brother Changfeng is right. They are merely pawns serving the Japanese. That woman is ruthless. She must have been scolded by Chief Nanshans, with nowhere to vent her frustration. Liang Zhongchuan remarked as he poured another cup of tea for Li Changfeng. Apart from his greed and lust, Li Changfeng appeared quite loyal. Ding, congratulations to the host for eliminating the traitor Jin Han, lifespan increased by 50 years, new skill disguise acquired, reward of $500 received. The cooldown period for the death note has ended. The host can exchange lifespan for kills, each kill consumes 1 year of lifespan. Disguise, you may assume any role, concealing your true identity. 50 years and I've been granted a skill in disguise, along with $500, how practical. This system is truly powerful. Killing can actually extend one's life. Checking the system panel, Li Changfeng found his current lifespan to be 119 years. This meant his original lifespan was 70 years, and killing Qin Han had reduced it by 1 year. 2 days later, the death note was available for use again, but at the cost of 1 year of lifespan. Feeling a surge of immense energy coursing through him, Li Changfeng felt rejuvenated, as if he had shed decades. Who should he write down next? Li Changfeng had already confirmed that there was a traitor within the Shanghai intelligence station, yet he did not know the individual's name. Brother Changfeng, why are you lost in thought? I heard there's a new appointment for the chief of the General Affairs Department. Just as Li Changfeng pondered, Liang Zhongquan gently nudged him. He leaned in closer and whispered, Who? Chen Maogong. Liang Zhongquan smiled slightly as he revealed the name. Isn't he that the logistics chief of the 92nd Army? Li Changfeng was startled. He had reviewed this person's dossier. Just a few days prior, Chen Maogong had defected to the Japanese through Li Morchuan and was already marked as a traitor by military intelligence, to be dealt with swiftly. Har. This fellow intercepted supplies meant for the anti-Japanese front and sold them all to the Japanese. Military intelligence is set to execute their own justice, and this scoundrel has aligned himself with Director Li. The position of Chief of the General Affairs Department has been prepared just for him. Director Li and Mr. Fujita are hosting a welcome banquet for him tonight at the Huamao Hotel. You'll get to see him then. Liang Zhongquan said with a grin. Discussing Chen Maogong's affairs, the position of General Affairs Chief was a lucrative one, and naturally, Liang Zhongquan hoped it would be Li Changfeng who ascended. However, this was the arrangement of the Japanese, and he could only give a heads-up in advance. Damn it, I've been busy for nothing these past few days. Li Changfeng slammed the table in frustration and stormed out of Liang Zhongquan's office. He had not anticipated that an unforeseen complication would arise regarding his agreement with Takeda Narco. Li Changfeng resolved to visit Takeda Ichiro's residence to inquire further. Leaving work early, Li Changfeng hailed a rickshaw and headed straight for Hunko District. Spotting a red ribbon hanging in the window, he strode in confidently. As he knocked on the door, Takeda Narco rushed to pull him inside. I'm sorry, Zhangfeng-kun. I've already informed Takeda-kun to speak with Mr. Fujita about your situation. However, it seems Mr. Fujita has found a new candidate. But Takeda has agreed to seek a translator position for you in the gendarmerie. Takeda Narco exclaimed, throwing herself into Li Changfeng's arms, her face filled with remorse. Li Changfeng instinctively wrapped his arms around her. A translator for the gendarmerie headquarters. Li Changfeng was taken aback. He had not expected such a pleasant surprise. Compared to the Chief of General Affairs, this position would grant him access to many influential figures. More importantly, it would earn him the trust of Takeda Ichiro. He had come to know Takeda because he had saved him during a previous operation, thus leveraging that connection to enter 76. Of course, all of this was orchestrated by Boss Dai. The gendarmerie is establishing an investigation unit, and the original translator has fallen ill. Takeda-kun is willing to let you give it a try, Takeda Narco said earnestly, tilting her head. Then I must thank you. Miss Narco. Li Changfeng nodded and immediately lifted Takeda Narco into his embrace. Half an hour later, Li Changfeng removed the red ribbon from the window and glanced outside. Has Takeda-kun not been home these past few days? He looked at the languid Takeda Narco and inquired. The gendarmerie is in a meeting. It seems there is something important. Takeda-kun is very tired and has no energy to take care of Narco, Takeda Narco replied, disappointment etched on her face. Then, looking at Li Changfeng, her eyes brightened. Zhangfeng-kun can come more often. Next time, I'll make sushi for you. Li Changfeng immediately shook his head. This woman was truly audacious. Were it not for the position of Chief of General Affairs, he would not be willing to take such risks. My wife is coming to Shanghai, so I want he be able to visit often. Li Changfeng hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying. He then turned and left Takeda Narco's bedroom, heading outside. Passing by the station's notice board, he spotted a missing persons notice. Li Changfeng took out a half-piece of jade pendant and proceeded to the emergency contact station. At pawn shop number 5, Intelligence Director Li Shan was in a state of anxious turmoil. The entirety of the second intelligence group had been wiped out, and he was still unaware of what had transpired. He could only activate the emergency contact method to awaken another undercover agent within 76, known as a mole. Mole, Jin Han has been captured. I want to know what has happened within 76. Half an hour later, Li Shan faced a scruffy man dressed in black, his face obscured by a scarf, and inquired. According to the news I just received, Jin Han suddenly died in the interrogation room at 76. He died just before he was about to confess, and the cause of death is unknown. Intelligence Director Wang Manchun killed the interrogating agents, yet no results were found. Mo pondered for a moment and replied in a hushed tone. He was a pawn meticulously placed by Intelligence Director Li Shan to monitor Wang Manchun. So, are you saying that after Jin Han's betrayal, he was eliminated by someone? Hearing Mo's words, Li Shan felt a surge of joy. However, Mo merely shook his head and remained silent. All right, I understand the situation now. Here is your stipend for this month, remember to keep it confidential. Li Shan placed a stack of legal currency on the table and then stood up to leave. Mole accepted the money and swiftly vanished into the night. Chapter 4, Framing an Entrapment. A few hours later, at the intelligence station in Shanghai, Station Chief Chen Gongzhu extinguished the cigar in his hand as he listened to Li Shan's account. So, it appears that Jin Han is dead. He was personally dispatched by Boss Dai to undertake a covert mission. He was apprehended immediately upon arrival in Shanghai. There must be a traitor among us, Chen Gongzhu declared without hesitation. Without a precise time and location, it was inconceivable for Jin Han to have been captured. It has been confirmed, Jin Han's body has already been retrieved, replied Li Shan, the director of intelligence. The infiltration plan by the Japanese has left our Shanghai intelligence station in tatters. In recent months, we have suffered continual setbacks, which is why Boss Dai sent someone personally. Who would have anticipated such a calamity? Immediately initiate an investigation. We must identify the mole, Chen Gongzhu exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table, visibly enraged. He was at a loss as to how he would explain this incident to Boss Dai. Understood. I will have the intelligence department conduct a self-examination to swiftly unearth the traitor, Li Shan replied, bowing slightly, his expression impassive. The betrayal within the intelligence department was a source of great shame for him as well. Chen Gongzhu nodded and promptly instructed someone to send a telegram to Boss Dai, reporting the situation. The following day, in a residential house in Shancheng, Boss Dai was interrogating a newly captured female spy when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Secretary Xie Zhonglin entered and whispered something in his ear. Continue the interrogation, I shall return shortly. With that, he wiped the blood from his hands and made his way to the telegraph room. Upon seeing the telegram he had just received, his expression darkened, and he erupted in fury. Incompetent fools! Have Zhang Hai summoned, do not let him come into contact with the Shanghai intelligence station. Personally deploy the poison dart and execute the assassination mission. Upon hearing Boss Dai's orders, Xie Zhonglin immediately lowered his head and bowed. Yes, I will attend to it at once. Zhang Hai was an operative in the intelligence department, specially trained for such tasks. Boss Dai was clearly prepared to employ a lethal strategy this time. Days later, Li Changfeng stood at the entrance of Fuxing Park, clutching a half-broken jade pendant. He had not anticipated that following Jin Han's demise, Boss Dai would directly send someone to awaken him. Upon seeing the missing person notice in the morning paper, he knew someone had arrived from Shancheng. The agreed meeting place was still in the park, leaving Li Changfeng somewhat perplexed. After half an hour of waiting without a sign of anyone, just as he was about to leave, a young newspaper boy ran over and handed him a paper. Uncle, your newspaper. Li Changfeng instinctively accepted the paper and handed the boy 2 copper coins, only to see the 7 or 8-year-old shake his head. Uncle, someone has already paid. With that, the young boy waved goodbye and disappeared into the crowd. Li Changfeng was taken aback for a moment before glancing at the newspaper in his hand. "Be cautious of fire" was a coded message, indicating that the paper concealed some intrigue. After pondering for a moment, he returned to his rented room with the newspaper. Following his usual procedure, he applied a chemical solution to the corner of the third page and then heated it over an oil lamp. Soon, 2 lines of small text emerged. 6 p.m., Huamao Hotel, assassinate the traitor Chen Maogong. The red ink indicated Li Changfeng's new mission. Assigning an operative to carry out an assassination task suggested that Boss Dai was indeed desperate. It appeared that Qin Han's visit to Shanghai a few days prior was also related to this matter. If it had been in the past, Li Changfeng would have been doomed. Regardless of whether the assassination succeeded, his identity would inevitably be exposed. However, now armed with a death note, everything was different. Yet, considering the suspicious Liang Zhongquan, Li Changfeng resolved to undertake a grand endeavor this time. He found an article in the newspaper, a statement recently issued by the Japanese to commend Chen Maogong. The front page featured a black and white photograph of Chen Maogong. Li Changfeng cut out the photograph and the note printed in red ink and tucked them into his pocket. He then destroyed the newspaper, changed into a different outfit, and left, purchasing a few side dishes and a bottle of wine as he made his way to number 76. Upon returning to number 76, several young agents were chatting at the entrance. "Hey, have you heard? A big shot is coming to our number 76. That would be Chen Maogong. He's currently a favored individual of the Japanese. The position of Chief of the General Affairs Department is surely his. Hey, what does he have to be proud of? He has harmed so many frontline soldiers, the military's assassins will not spare him. I reckon this kid is 10 parts doomed, his head will roll in a few days." These individuals were indeed agents from the intelligence department, indulging in gossip. "Are you all out of work? Watch out for Director Wang. She might just put an end to you." Li Changfeng strode into the courtyard, his expression turning cold as he reprimanded them. "Deputy Chief Li." The young agents exchanged glances, understanding that Li Changfeng meant well, and promptly fell silent as they ascended the stairs. Li Changfeng proceeded to the second floor and knocked on Liang Zhongquan's door with the items in hand. "Director Liang, I've brought some wine and food, let us share a drink." Having just returned from a meeting and still sorting through documents, Liang Zhongquan had not had a chance to eat. Upon seeing the fine wine and delicacies Li Changfeng brought, he immediately expressed his gratitude with a fist salute. "Har har, Longfeng, you are indeed considerate. After working all day, I have nothing in my stomach. Then I shall not be polite." With that, Liang Zhongquan picked up his chopsticks, and Li Changfeng promptly poured him a glass of wine. "Director Liang, you are favored individual before the chief. Surely, you cannot lack for food. This is merely my way of thanking you for your reminder. With the position of Chief of the General Affairs Department now lost, I have made my plans." Li Changfeng poured himself a glass of wine and clinked glasses with Liang Zhongquan. In number 76, Liang Zhongquan, aside from his greed and lust, adored flattery. A few words from Li Changfeng instantly lifted his spirits. "You are too polite, Longfeng. We are brothers and ought to support each other. I, Liang Zhongquan, cannot abide those who betray their brothers." As Liang Zhongquan took a sip of his wine, a smile crept across his face as he turned his eye towards Director Wang Manchun. Wang Manchun, relying on Nandian Yang's favor, had not been shy about spilling blood before. Recently, she had killed 2 of their brothers in the interrogation office due to an unexpected incident, which left Liang Zhongquan feeling aggrieved. "Director Liang, are you implying something? Best not to let Director Wang hear this. She might take offense," Li Changfeng cautioned while eating. Liang Zhongquan and Wang Manchun were like oil and water, and he was all too happy to stoke the flames. HMPH, that vile woman, relying on Nandian's trust, hardly regards me. One day, I shall have her head. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhongquan slammed his chopsticks on the table, gritting his teeth. Li Changfeng waved his hand, then continued to flatter, "Director Liang, do not be angered, Wang Manchun is on a one-way street and will not last long. At that point, number 76 will still be under your command." As these words left his mouth, Liang Zhongquan's anger transformed into joy, fully agreeing with Li Changfeng's sentiment. "Then let us toast to your auspicious words." Cheers! The two clinked glasses, and before long, they had consumed most of a bottle of white liquor. Not long after, Liang Zhengchuan across the table had already drunk too much, collapsing into his chair. Li Changfeng chuckled coldly, stuffing the photograph and note into Liang Zhengchuan's jacket pocket. He then closed the door and exited the office. Chapter 5. The capture of Liang Zhengchuan. That evening, at the Huamao Grand Hotel, the agents of the 76th Bureau surrounded the establishment, with several department heads and section chiefs in attendance. As a few black sedans pulled up to the entrance, Li Morchuan, the director of the 76th Bureau's headquarters, emerged from one of the vehicles. "Good evening, Director. Thank you all for your hard work." The crowd bowed in deference, and Li Morchuan waved his hand slightly. He then turned, and the doors of the two cars behind him swung open. The advisor from the puppet government, Fujita Yoshimasu, and the chief of the Special High Command, Nantian Yangzi, stepped out. A bespectacled portly man, flanked by two agents for protection, also exited the vehicle. Liang Changfeng, standing among the crowd, immediately recognized him as Chen Maogong. "Welcome, Mr. Fujita, Chief Nantian Yangzi. And our new associate, Mr. Chen Maogong." Li Morchuan greeted them with a courteous bow, a smile gracing his features. Fujita Yoshimasu scanned Li Morchuan and the agent stationed at the hotel entrance. "Well done, Li-san. I have come today with Chief Nan to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Chen Maogong. Mr. Chen shall henceforth be a member of the 76th Bureau. I trust you will work together with utmost sincerity. Let us contribute to the prosperity of Greater East Asia," Fujita Yoshimasu proclaimed with enthusiasm, before proceeding into the hotel, shielded by a cadre of agents. Liang Zhengchuan, the operations chief, and Wang Manchun, the intelligence chief, exchanged glances and silently followed suit. Seeing this unfold, Liang Changfeng swiftly turned and made his way towards the restroom. Finding an unoccupied stall, he retrieved his death note and began to write. Smiley Chen Maogong falls victim to an assassination, accidentally killed by Liang Zhengchuan, succumbing to gunfire. Upon finishing, a dark aura emanated from the notebook, and the spectre of death drifted out of the restroom. In the private room on the second floor, Fujita Yoshimasu and Li Morchuan had just taken their seats. Chen Maogong appeared particularly jubilant, his complexion flushed with excitement. "Mr. Fujita, now that everyone is present, shall we begin the meal?" Li Morchuan inquired with a respectful bow towards Fujita Yoshimasu. "Yes, we may commence." Fujita Yoshimasu nodded slightly. Li Morchuan clapped his hands, prompting the agents outside to open the door to the private room. Several waitstaff entered, pushing in carts laden with delectable dishes, placing them upon the table. "Sir, this is French red wine. Let us place it before Mr. Chen." A female server set down the wine, then swiftly retrieved a miniature handgun from beneath the cart. Turning, she aimed it at Chen Maogong's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! In a split second, Li Morchuan lunged forward to pull Chen Maogong aside, narrowly averting the bullet. Another male server, witnessing the failure of his accomplice, seized a knife from the table and lunged at Chen Maogong. The man raised the knife, poised to pierce Chen Maogong's throat. Liang Zhengchuan and Wang Manchun raised their firearms simultaneously. Bang bang! Wang Manchun's bullet struck the male server's head, causing him to collapse into a pool of blood. However, Liang Zhengchuan's uncontrolled hand trembled, and his bullet struck Chen Maogong in the heart. Thud! Chen Maogong shuddered violently, expelling a mouthful of blood, his life extinguished in an instant. "You treacherous dog, I shall take you down with me." The female server, upon witnessing Chen Maogong's demise, screamed, aiming her weapon at Li Morchuan, intent on taking him down with her before her own end. Yet, with a swift motion, Li Morchuan gestured, and several agents shielded him, simultaneously aiming their guns at the female server. Bang 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 bang! Amidst the chaotic gunfire, the female server met her untimely end. The room fell silent in short order. Li Morchuan gazed upon the fallen Chen Maogong, his expression darkening. "Someone, arrest Liang Zhengchuan." Nantian Yangzi crouched down to inspect Chen Maogong's body, then shook her head. "Mr. Fujita, Chen Maogong is deceased." As her words fell, Fujita Yoshimasu stepped forward. "Li-san, this is your doing." With that, he delivered a sharp slap to Li Morchuan's face, causing him to stagger back, clutching his cheek. The surrounding agents remained silent, their heads bowed in shame. Downstairs, agents rushed up upon hearing the gunfire. Liang Changfeng drained his glass of red wine in one gulp and followed suit. Upon entering the private room and witnessing the three lifeless bodies, he quickly grasped the situation. The military intelligence assassination mission could not have been executed by a single individual. Boss Dai had undoubtedly issued a parallel directive to the Shanghai intelligence station. Was he afraid of my failure? Half an hour later, Chief Nanchen Yangzi was leading a team to investigate the scene. Wang Manchun, having stepped out for a few moments, swiftly re-entered the private room. Mr. Fujita, we have made a new discovery. We have just intercepted a coded telegram sent from Shancheng. The message instructs the military intelligence operations team to collaborate with the poison dart to assassinate Mr. Chen Maogong. I suspect that Liang Zhengchuan is indeed the poison dart. Wang Manchun asserted, handing a telegram to Fujita Yoshimasa with conviction. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhengchuan, who had been apprehended by two agents, grew frantic. Nonsense! How could I possibly be a military intelligence mole? Wang Manchun, however, merely scoffed, stepping closer to Liang Zhengchuan. A quick search shall reveal the truth. If Chief Liang is truly a military intelligence mole, he must possess crucial evidence. You just shot Mr. Chen Maogong, that much is indisputable. At Wang Manchuan's words, Li Morchuan nodded slightly. The agents of the 76th Bureau promptly began to search Liang Zhengchuan. Chief, we have found something. Moments later, an agent produced two slips of paper from Liang Zhengchuan's pocket. Nanchen Yangzi opened one, revealing a blank note alongside a photograph of Chen Maogong, seemingly cut from a newspaper. The blank slip emitted a faint scent of chemicals. Revealing solution. Nanchen Yangzi exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. An agent promptly produced a small vial. Nanchen Yangzi opened it, and the agent handed her a cotton swab. She applied the revealing solution to the paper, and two lines of red text emerged. Assassinate Chen Maogong, Chief Liang, it appears you have concealed your intentions quite effectively. Nanchen Yangzi waved the paper and photograph before Liang Zhengchuan, a mocking smile upon her face. Liang Zhengchuan stood there, utterly dumbfounded. This is impossible. The sight of these items sent his mind reeling. He wished to explain, yet found himself speechless. The thought of the Japanese methods for dealing with traitors made him tremble uncontrollably. I never imagined Chief Liang was indeed a mole for military intelligence. Chief Nan, I entrust this matter to you. Take him back for interrogation. A significant reward awaits for uncovering the military intelligence contact points. Fujita Yoshimasa surveyed the captured Liang Zhengchuan, his expression impassive. Har. Upon hearing their exchange, Liang Zhengchuan's legs trembled, and an acrid odor filled the air, for he had soiled himself. Mr. Fujita, this is not true. I am being wrongfully accused, please believe me, Liang Zhengchuan cried out in despair, realizing that once in the hands of the Japanese, his life would surely be forfeit. Barker, stop your wailing. Take him away, Nanchen Yangzi sneered, donning white gloves. An agent stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap, shoving a foul sock into Liang Zhengchuan's mouth, silencing him abruptly. Liang Zhengchuan was whisked away by agents of the Special High Command, directly confined to the military police headquarters for immediate interrogation. Chapter 6, Li Changfeng's confidence at the intelligence station in Shanghai. Chen Gongju scrutinized the recently received information. The assassination team has failed. Liang Zhengchuan shot and killed Chen Maogong. So, he is merely a pawn placed by Boss Dai at number 76. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Chen Gongju raised his glass, expressing his admiration. Liang Zhengchuan had defected to the Japanese over a year ago, and alongside Li Morchuan, had eliminated numerous anti-Japanese figures. It was astonishing to discover that he was a pawn hidden within number 76 by Boss Dai. I cannot comprehend it either, yet that is the reality. According to the intelligence returned by the mole, a photograph of Chen Maogong was found on Liang Zhengchuan. There was also information regarding the assassination mission. Having personally killed Chen Maogong, why would he leave behind evidence? It is akin to embellishing a snake with feet. The director of the intelligence department, Li Shan, furrowed his brow, appearing perplexed. Chen Gongju waved his finger in front of him. Perhaps Liang Zhongquan understood that assassinating Chen Maogong was a fatal mission, which prompted his actions. In the presence of the Japanese and Li Morchuan, he killed Chen Maogong. This was perhaps his way of intimidating the Japanese and the traitors at number 76 before his demise. However, this matter requires verification. If he truly is one of ours, we must ensure the safety of his family. Chen Gongju pondered for a moment before stating resolutely. The two members of the assassination team have been lying in wait at Huamao Hotel for over a year. What a pity. If he aimed to kill Chen, Liang Zhongquan should have acted more discreetly. Director Li Shan shook his head, visibly regretful for the two fallen operatives. They are the unsung heroes of the intelligence front. Their sacrifices will not be forgotten. Liang Zhongquan's actions may have been orchestrated by Boss Dai. Do not dwell on it too much, arrange for them to receive double the death benefits. Chen Gongju raised his hand, interrupting Li Shan. He then produced two forms and signed them. I understand. Director Li Shan took the forms and walked towards the exit. Chen Gongju immediately penned the details of the events and handed them to his secretary, Wen Yuchan. Deliver this personally to Boss Dai to confirm Liang Zhongquan's identity. Wen Yuchan, in her high heels, accepted the confidential telegram and proceeded towards the telecommunication department. The following day, at the Shancheng residence, Boss Dai had just completed a set of Tai Chi exercises, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. With Jinling having just fallen, the intelligence operations in Shanghai were in disarray. He felt a sense of anxiety regarding the success of the operation to assassinate Chen Maogong. Boss, Chen Gongju has sent a telegram. Just as he was lost in thought, his secretary, Xie Zhonglin, entered the courtyard, his face beaming with delight. Quickly, hand it to me. Boss Dai immediately set aside the towel in his hand and approached Xie Zhonglin. Upon receiving the telegram and glancing at its contents, he was taken aback. Liang Zhongquan. How did the Viper manage this? Immediately contact Zhonghai and have him meet with the Viper. I need to know the full details of the situation. Boss Dai's expression brightened, yet he was baffled as to why Liang Zhongquan would be the one to assassinate the traitor Chen Maogong. Xie Zhonglin nodded, observing Boss Dai destroy the telegram. He was extremely curious about the identity of this Viper, who had garnered such importance from Boss Dai. Understood, boss. Xie Zhonglin did not press further and was about to turn to leave when Boss Dai called out to him. Wait. Concerning the Viper, I do not wish for anyone besides you to be aware. Ensure that the personnel in the telegraph room keep this confidential. His identity is classified information. Boss Dai stated with a stoic expression. Xie Zhonglin nodded, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. As you command. That afternoon, Li Changfeng donned a disguise and made his way to the Zhebei dock. This was the second time he had received a rendezvous signal. Recently, he had gleaned some insights into the identity of the original owner, though he remained uncertain. He had traversed into this world after a drunken episode, with only scant remnants of information lingering in his mind. All he knew was that the original owner was a brother to Jing Yaoxian and a classmate of Yu Zicheng and Li Zhongyai. As Boss Dai's prized protg, he seemed to have experienced numerous events, most of which he had forgotten. Moments later, a middle-aged man sporting a small mustache approached with a package in hand. You must be old Li. These are some local specialties I brought from my hometown. Someone entrusted me to deliver them to you. As the man spoke, Li Changfeng recognized him as his new contact. Do you have a token? Li Changfeng scanned the surroundings, his expression impassive. His current guise was that of a scruffy middle-aged man, hunched over. After employing his disguise skill, he resembled a dock worker. I do. The mustachioed man replied, producing half a jade pendant from his pocket. Li Changfeng accepted it, fitting it seamlessly with the piece he possessed, then nodded in acknowledgement. I am your new contact, codename Viper. You have performed well, but the King of Hell has some inquiries. What is your relationship with Liang Zhongquan? Zhonghai regarded Li Changfeng with utmost seriousness. The King of Hell was, in fact, Boss Dai's nickname. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng realized that the Shanghai intelligence station must have assumed Liang Zhongchuan was one of their own and had inquired with Boss Dai. I have no relation. He is merely a scapegoat. Li Changfeng replied candidly. This revelation momentarily stunned Zhang Hai. If he is not one of us, why kill Chen Maogong? Have you turned him to your side? This was the crux of Zhang Hai's curiosity. The situation was rather perplexing. You may interpret it as such. In this world, if I wish someone dead, not even Jesus could save them. Li Changfeng spoke with unwavering confidence, clutching the death note. He was assured he could accomplish this task. As long as he had sufficient lifespan, even cleansing number 76 would not pose a challenge. Viper, you are exceedingly confident. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's declaration, Zhang Hai could barely contain himself. He had taken a considerable risk to meet and was met with nothing but vague explanations. Return and inform the King of Hell that I am willing to kill for him. But do remember to provide compensation. I am currently quite short on funds, as I need to support a woman. Li Changfeng was disinclined to engage in further banter with this individual, dismissively waving his hand. Huang Zuizui was coming to Shanghai, and he genuinely needed the money. Moreover, after more than a year undercover, it was time for him to receive his salary. Fine, I shall assume you have turned Liang Zhongchuan to your side. From now on, I will contact you through the dead letter box on Baoshan Road. Your words will be relayed to the King of Hell. Zhang Hai, feeling somewhat speechless, wondered if this person had anything in his mind besides money. He then considered Li Changfeng's less than favorable circumstances at number 76 and nodded, placing the package on the ground before vanishing from the dock. Li Changfeng opened the package to find, alongside some fruits and tea, 2,000 silver dollars. This was likely the reward for this mission. Exiting the dock, he changed into a different set of clothes, stowing the items in his system space. Li Changfeng took a few turns, making his way towards his rented accommodation. Chapter 07, The Reward of the Scanning Eye. Beep. Congratulations to the host for eliminating the traitor Chen Maogong. You have been rewarded with an additional 30 years of life, $5,000, and the skill. Scanning Eye. Scanning Eye, capable of identifying individuals and retrieving critical information. Just as Li Changfeng was nearing his home, the system's rewards arrived. The space was crammed with a plethora of supplies, and $5,000 was no trivial sum. Li Changfeng felt a shiver coursing through his body as the fragment of life energy that had been extracted yesterday was replenished, extending his lifespan by another 30 years. The system had granted him a scanning eye, a tool that could unveil a person's identity and yield invaluable information. What an extraordinary boon! He promptly activated the scanning eye, and a whole new world unfolded before him. Names and details appeared above the heads of the surrounding vendors and passers-by. Liu Ajiu, chaos stall owner, commoner. Li Sai, rickshaw puller, disciple of the Qin Gang's loyalty hall. Ma Lianshan, theater owner, military traitor. Among the crowd, an elderly man seated in a rickshaw immediately captured Li Changfeng's attention. Could fortune be so generous? With a mere glance, he had stumbled upon a traitor from the Shanghai intelligence station. Li Changfeng swiftly donned a disguise and followed him. The rickshaw sped along, soon arriving at the entrance of the Six Nations restaurant. The man named Ma Lianshan paid $1 and proceeded into the establishment. This restaurant was owned by a British national, frequented by the affluent, and Li Changfeng seldom visited. Ma Lianshan, Director Wang has been waiting for you for quite some time. Here. Please, follow me. Upon entering the restaurant's lobby, a dark-clad agent approached Ma Lianshan immediately. Li Changfeng trailed behind, using a newspaper to shield his face, and settled into a corner sofa. The agent, Han Xiaoming from the 76th Intelligence Office, was recognized by Li Changfeng without the need for the scanning eye. It appeared that Ma Lianshan was indeed a traitor within the military's ranks. In an upstairs room, Wang Manchun sipped her coffee, having waited for half an hour. As a sound of footsteps approached, the door swung open. Director Wang, what is the situation? The military special envoy is quite valuable, isn't he? As soon as Ma Lianshan sat down, he eagerly inquired. Wang Manchun's gaze turned icy as she set her cup down on the coffee table. Marlian Shan, there has been a change in circumstances. That Qin Han suddenly died during interrogation, and we acquired no leads whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Marlian Shan was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. Nonsense, someone caught by you folks from the 76th would find it hard to die. You wouldn't be trying to renege on your promise and keep my sister, would you? 3 days prior, Marlian Shan's sister had been captured by the 76th. Fearing for her safety, Marlian Shan had reluctantly allied himself with Wang Manchun. You arranged for your sister to work as a maid in my household, stealing confidential documents. Were it not for your usefulness, I would have executed her long ago. Rest assured, I shall not lay a hand on her. But you must assist me in return. Wang Manchun lit a cigarette, a cold smile curling on her lips. Marlian Shan's expression darkened immediately. Wang Manchun, you promised that if I performed well, my sister would be released. I am merely a low-level intelligence officer, responsible for gathering peripheral information. I know nothing beyond that. If it weren't for Qin Han's drunken slip, I would never have had the chance. What more can I do for you? Marlian Shan's agitation was palpable. He yearned to strike Wang Manchun down and rescue his sister, however, a glance at the 2 agents stationed at the door dissuaded him from such thoughts. There is much you can do. Follow me, and you shall enjoy untold riches and honor. The Shanghai intelligence station will soon be ensnared, and your contributions will not go unnoticed. Wang Manchun spoke with a charming smile, her red lips parting as she exhaled a cloud of smoke. She observed Marlian Shan's every move, knowing him to be avaricious and timid, unable to resist the allure of wealth. Extinguishing her cigarette, Wang Manchun produced 5 gold bars from her pocket and placed them on the table. This is your reward for the previous intelligence. To my knowledge, the one who assassinated Chen Maogong is affiliated with your Shanghai intelligence station. I've heard that there is an undercover operative named Mo within the 76th. As long as you can unearth him, I shall release your sister. Wang Manchun gazed intently at Marlian Shan, her seriousness evident. Marlian Shan looked at the gold bars on the table and clenched his teeth. He pocketed the 5 gold bars and rose to his feet. Director Wang, I am now at your service. However, I truly have no knowledge regarding the mole. After the capture of Qin Han and others, the Shanghai intelligence station has begun internal investigations, and I am somewhat concerned. Wang Manchun shook her head, signaling him to stand. Do not worry. We have already subverted 2 captured agents, and I will ensure they cooperate with you. From now on, pledge your loyalty to the 76th and remain in the shadows. In the future, you, Marlian Shan, will receive 2 stipends. As her words fell, Wang Manchun produced a black case, opening it to reveal a record player with a recording function. She stood, smiling brightly. Marlian Shan realized there was no turning back for him. He slowly addressed the record player. I am Marlian Shan, a native of Jianbei, and from today onward, I joined the 76th. A few minutes later, Marlian Shan, clutching the gold bars, exited the Six Nations restaurant. Li Changfeng closely followed, confirming Marlian Shan's rendezvous with the 76th's agents. He then took out his death note and began to write. He intended for this traitor to meet a particularly gruesome end. Marlian Shan, driven to madness, fatally wounds himself with a kitchen knife. As the shadow of death drifted from the notebook, Li Changfeng exhaled in relief. He continued to trail Marlian Shan, eager to witness the manner of his demise. He observed as Marlian Shan entered a theatre and summoned 2 singers to the 2nd floor. Approximately an hour later, a chilling scream echoed from above. Help! A murder has occurred. At this, the patrons of the theatre were startled, and the performers fell silent. Everyone rushed upstairs in a frenzy. Li Changfeng blended into the crowd, witnessing a scene that sent shivers down his spine. Marlian Shan lay sprawled, his body riddled with wounds, his visage grotesquely altered. Who could have done this? An officer from the police station inquired, surveying the scene. Sir, this theatre is haunted. Bosmar was perfectly fine just moments ago before he suddenly began to stab himself with a knife. The final blow was to his own neck. He clearly cannot survive. Several sobbing actresses trembled as they recounted the events. Li Changfeng, amidst the throng, felt a chill creep over him. Alien Shan was a bloody mess, his carotid artery severed, lying lifeless on the floor, his eyes were wide open, devoid of consciousness, a sight of utter horror. The method of murder via the death note was truly unfathomable. Forcing Marlian Shan to take his own life served as a grim warning to Wang Manchun and the agents of the 76th Beep. Congratulations to the host for eliminating the traitor Marlian Shan. You have been rewarded with 20 additional years of life, the skill Chaotic Wind Blade Technique, and 5 gold bars. Just as Li Changfeng exited the theater, having lost a year of his own lifespan, the system's notification chimed. Marlian Shan was a 50-year-old man, with little time left to live, yet he had only secured an additional 20 years. However, the reward of 5 gold bars brought a sense of unexpected delight to Li Changfeng. The Chaotic Wind Blade Technique, it seemed to be a method of wielding a kitchen knife for combat. Li Changfeng paid it little heed, turning instead towards his rented accommodation. Chapter 08, The Assassination of the Japanese Expert. The incident was swiftly reported to number 76. Wang Manchun trembled with rage, casting a suspicious glance at her subordinates. Marlian Shan has just defected and now he is dead. Could it be that you traitors betrayed him? The little agents exchanged fearful glances, shaking with trepidation. Director Wang, we are all your trusted confidants. How could we commit such an act? Moreover, it was Marlian Shan who took his own life with a kitchen knife. It has nothing to do with us. Upon hearing their words, a chill swept over Wang Manchun as she recalled the moment of Qin Han's demise. It seemed as though a sinister force lurked within number 76, punishing anyone associated with her. Enough, this matter must not be spoken of outside. We have just placed 2 insiders, we cannot afford any further complications. Wang Manchun forced herself to regain her composure and gestured to her subordinates. The group of agents dispersed, hastily vacating the intelligence office. The following day, at the military intelligence station in Shanghai, Director Li Shan entered Chen Gongshi's office. Taking a deep breath, he began, "Chief, it has been confirmed. The traitor is Marlian Shan, but he met a mysterious death last night. In a private room at the theater, he went mad and severed his own neck with a knife." The investigation into the internal traitor had taken several days, and finally, there were results. Director Li Shan stepped forward, delivering his report directly. He killed himself. This is utterly absurd. Send out word that it was our top agent from military intelligence who did it. Let us intimidate these treacherous agents. Chen Gongshi paused for a moment, then, with a shrewd glint in his eye, spoke to Director Li Shan. Li Shan smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. That is an excellent idea, I will take immediate action. However, his expression darkened as he recalled the destruction of the contact point. 1 contact point, 4 intelligence officers captured, and we lost a radio transmitter. Marlian Shan was merely an outer member. How did he acquire this information? And how did he manage to contact number 76? Have you clarified this? Chen Gongshi questioned Director Li Shan intently. Through the response from Boss Dai, he understood that Qin Han was eliminated by a traitor. Yet, the one who sold out Qin Han and the 4 intelligence officers deserved condemnation. Chief, I have investigated this matter. The intelligence group that Qin Han was in contact with had long been targeted by number 76. Marlian Shan provided peripheral intelligence to this group. During one of the meetings, he overheard information about the special envoy. Then he got Qin Han drunk. As for his reasons for defecting, we are still uncertain. Director Li Shan stepped closer, lowering his voice. Upon hearing this, Chen Gongshi furrowed his brow. Horror carelessness indeed. I instructed you to send an intelligence team to meet with Qin Han, and that team was then targeted by number 76. As luck would have it, an outer member of the team was turned. Your intelligence department is already compromised. With these words, Director Li Shan shuddered. He realized that Chen Gongshi had deduced the precarious situation of the intelligence department. I understand, we still have insiders within number 76. The 2 individuals who escaped from number 76 the day before yesterday have been isolated. We will exercise caution in future missions. Upon hearing this, Chen Gongshi waved his hand dismissively. The great traitor Chen Maogong is dead. The liaison officer sent by Boss Dai has not made contact with our Shanghai intelligence station. This indicates that he no longer trusts us. If we do not achieve results soon, our heads will be on the line. With this declaration, Director Li Shan immediately bowed his head, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. Chief, I will do my utmost. In the Huangshan villa in the mountain city, Boss Dai, holding a freshly received telegram, couldn't he help but chuckle with irritation. This poison spike dares to demand a woman for himself. Eliminating Chen Maogong is no small feat. I can grant him that. Nearby, Xie Zhonglin couldn't he help but smirk at his words. It was a first for an operative from the Lixing Society to speak so boldly to the boss. Additionally, the teacher has spoken. He will receive special commendation. Bestow upon him the third-class Yunhui medal, in addition to the previous reward, grant him an extra 2,000 silver dollars. Boss Dai's tone was exceedingly gentle as he spoke, then he abruptly stood, his expression turning cold. I want Poison Spike to strike fear into the heart of the enemy, just as his code name suggests. Hearing Boss Dai's unwavering confidence in Poison Spike, Xie Zhonglin nodded vigorously. Yes, boss, I will send the telegram right away. As he spoke, Xie Zhonglin turned to leave, and his capable assistant, Wang Qianmu, entered with a grim countenance. Bowing slightly to Boss Dai, he reported, Boss, the assassination attempt on the Japanese expert Ishida has failed. He is holed up in the White Mansion, heavily guarded. Our two top agents were captured, and the Hurricane team suffered severe losses. Wang Qianmu did not dare to conceal the truth, delivering his report candidly. Upon hearing this, Boss Dai slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Useless. Was there no meticulous plan in place? How could things have turned out this way? Witnessing Boss Dai's fury, Wang Qianmu instinctively took a few steps back, his body trembling slightly. This operation had been his brainchild, and the outcome was disastrous. I had contacted the Shanghai intelligence station in advance. They were responsible for the extraction. However, the extraction team arrived late, and complications arose. Wang Qianmu gritted his teeth and continued, now shifting the blame to Chen Gongxi. HMPH, the Shanghai intelligence station has become unreliable. It has been riddled with infiltration from the Japanese and number 76. Even Qin Han was captured. You need not concern yourself with this matter, head to Beiping instead. There is a situation there that requires the reconstruction of an intelligence team. You will be in charge. Boss Dai snorted coldly and issued his command. These words effectively exiled Wang Qianmu to Beiping, where he would assume the role of an intelligence team leader. Understood. Wang Qianmu steadied himself, exhaling in relief. He had feared that Boss Dai might summarily execute him. As he watched Wang Qianmu depart, Boss Dai paced the courtyard for several minutes, then suddenly recalled Poison Spike's earlier words from the telegram, and a plan took shape in his mind. He hastened to the secure communications room. Just as Xie Zhonglin finished sending a confidential telegram to Zhonghai, he was called by Boss Dai. In 2 hours, send another directive to Viper. Instruct Poison Spike to assassinate the Japanese expert Ishida at the White Mansion. This is of utmost urgency. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng was at the docks waiting for someone. Before him stood a woman, thin and haggard, yet her figure remained striking. After comparing her to a photograph, he recognized her as the original owner's wife, Huang Cuizui. Cuizui, you've lost weight. Li Changfeng adjusted his demeanor, stepping forward to remove his coat and draping it over Huang Cuizui. He took her package and placed it on the rickshaw, then wrapped his arm around her slender waist, resembling a couple reunited after a long separation. He understood that he had to act this way. Otherwise, he would risk exposing his identity. Only by gaining Huang Cuizui's trust could he avoid suspicion from number 76. Changfeng, Wu, our hometown has been occupied by the Japanese. My parents were killed by the enemy's planes. Before they passed, they instructed me to come to Shanghai to find you. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. As she looked at Li Changfeng, Huang Cuizui was overcome with emotion, tightly embracing him. While wiping her tears, she recounted her misfortunes, completely unaware that the man before her had a different soul. This was the power of disguise. Li Changfeng had fully immersed himself in the role of her husband. Chapter 09, The Identity of Huang Cuizui. Do not weep. If there are matters to discuss, let us speak at home. Li Changfeng's heart trembled, yet he interrupted Huang Cuizui's words. The area was rife with the eyes of Japanese spies, and her words could easily become a weapon against her. In years past, the original host had followed his friend Xing Yaoxian into military service on the night of their wedding. After enduring numerous battles, he had joined the Lixing Society. Now he held the position of Deputy Director of the General Affairs Section No. 76. Huang Cuizui, however, remained oblivious to these details. Just before the original host's demise, he had sent a letter and a sum of money back to his hometown, thus leaving an address that allowed Huang Cuizui to find him. Driver, to Baoshan Road, Huimin Alley, Li Changfeng called as he took Huang Cuizui's hand and boarded the rickshaw. The two departed the dock, making their way to Li Changfeng's residence. He resided in a modest one-bedroom rental in Huimin Alley, a choice made after arriving in Shanghai. Behind the building lay a bustling vegetable market, while the front faced the busy streets of the public concession. As the saying goes, great concealment lies within the city. This locale, with its diverse crowd, was ideal for remaining hidden. Xiao Li, is your wife visiting from your hometown? Should you need anything, do not hesitate to inform Auntie. Director Li, how about making a chapao for your wife? Director Li, do bring your wife by for a hedu sometime. The landlady greeted Li Changfeng with immense warmth. The alley housed only a handful of households, along with a few merchants. It was a narrow lane, featuring a barbershop, a bookstore, and a ready-made clothing store. Upon hearing of Li Changfeng's wife's arrival, the shopkeepers warmly extended their greetings. Another day, Mrs. Shu. How kind, everyone, please return, my wife needs to rest. I will visit you all another time, Li Changfeng responded amiably, greeting each acquaintance in turn. Huang Cuizui remained silent, curiously observing the surrounding streetscape. They traversed the alley and ascended to the second floor of a shop, which was Li Changfeng's abode. The room was exceptionally tidy, comprising merely a bedroom and a kitchen. However, the kitchen had long been unused, with a sofa and wooden tea table positioned at the door. Li Changfeng placed Huang Cuizui's belongings on the sofa and poured her a cup of hot water from the thermos. The weather has turned a bit chilly. I have no stove in here. In a few days, I shall procure some charcoal. For now, make do. Drink some warm water to fend off the cold, Li Changfeng said courteously, while Huang Cuizui regarded the man before her. His attire was neat, exuding a sense of composure and maturity, appearing somewhat unfamiliar. He was a far cry from the Li Changfeng who had married her 3 years prior. Changfeng, you have changed. Huang Cuizui remarked instinctively, cradling a large tea mug. The former Li Changfeng had been meek and exceedingly honest, merely following Xing Yaoxian in his endeavors. Now he appeared as a weathered middle-aged man, shaped by experience. After leaving my hometown, I endured the chaos of warlords, ultimately joining Brother Xing in fighting the Japanese. Countless brushes with death have transformed me. I am no longer the Li Changfeng of yore. My identity is not something you should inquire about. I shall treat you well. Li Changfeng contemplated before addressing Huang Cuizui. He could not reveal his true identity to her, so he chose to say this instead. Changfeng, whatever path you tread, I shall follow. However, your parents wished for you to leave a legacy for the Li family before they passed. This is my sole request. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Huang Cuizui nodded. She then rose, speaking earnestly. She instinctively rubbed the hem of her clothing, fearful of Li Changfeng's rejection. Let us discuss this matter later. Li Changfeng waved his hand, beginning to tidy the bedding. He retrieved a quilt from the cabinet, transforming the modest bed. Huang Cuizui commenced organizing her belongings. A few floral garments and a tattered cotton jacket constituted all that she possessed. Best not to wear these clothes. Tomorrow, I shall take you to purchase some new ones. Li Changfeng felt a pang of sadness upon witnessing this scene. This woman had cared for the original host's parents for 3 years yet lived in such destitution. It seemed the original host was not a man of wealth. Even in the general affairs section, he had not amassed much fortune. However, with the advent of the system and the support of Suwana, Li Changfeng had become extraordinarily wealthy overnight. Changfeng, I shall heed your counsel. Huang Zuizui turned, instinctively leaning against Li Changfeng. As the original host's wife, Li Changfeng could not bear to push her away, silently wrapping his arms around her waist. "Come, let us dine. I have work this afternoon, and I wish to familiarize you with the area." Moments later, Li Changfeng led Huang Zuizui downstairs. They went to the Eight Immortals restaurant, ordering an array of fine dishes and a bottle of wine to welcome Huang Zuizui. Huang Zuizui ate cautiously while Li Changfeng drank steadily. Several hours later, at a transportation office in Zhaobei district, Huang Zuizui, her head wrapped in a scarf, met with the contact for the underground transportation network. "Captain Liang, I have settled in. Please assign me any tasks you require." Captain Liang poured Huang Zuizui a cup of tea and then handed her information regarding Li Changfeng. 2 full pages of details were presented to her. "Comrade Huang Zuizui, your husband's true identity is that of the General Affairs section at number 76. He once saved a Japanese individual and has established a good rapport within number 76. You have not been in contact for 3 years. You must exercise utmost caution. If possible, I hope you can win him over." To establish a smooth transportation channel in Shanghai, Captain Liang spoke while sipping his tea, his gaze fixed on Huang Zuizui. The woman was, in truth, an underground liaison for the Red Party. She had been dispatched to Shanghai to gather intelligence after receiving a letter from Li Changfeng. "Rest assured, Captain Liang. I shall fulfill the task." Huang Zuizui rose after reviewing the intelligence, resolutely stating, "I have faith in you. From now on, this transportation office will serve as our point of contact. The drivers outside are all our informants. If I am unavailable, seek out Xiao Sai." Captain Liang gestured toward a young man in his 20s standing nearby. The young man nodded slightly at Huang Zuizui. "Understood, I will keep that in mind." A few minutes later, Huang Zuizui departed the transportation office in a rickshaw. Captain Liang closed the door and summoned several action team members. "We have a new mission. This individual is Nakarni Taro, affiliated with the Anti-War Alliance. He provided us with a strategic deployment for the Third War Zone. However, just a few days ago, he was captured and is currently detained at number 76. Let's have Comrade Ji Ajong elaborate on the specific rescue plan." Captain Liang placed a photograph on the table before the group. As his words fell, a bespectacled young man stepped forward, producing an architectural blueprint of the city. "Observe, number 76 was previously a slaughterhouse, containing numerous drainage passages. Before the Japanese arrived, many secret channels and air raid shelters were constructed here. The air raid shelters have since been converted into underground interrogation rooms, but the channels remain intact. By clearing the drainage system, we could blast a breach in the air raid shelter and rescue Nakarni Taro." The young man, Ji Ajong, spoke eloquently, presenting his plan. He had originally been an architect, volunteering to partake in this rescue operation. "Very well, let us survey the terrain in the coming days. I will contact our internal informant at number 76 to ascertain Nakarni Taro's detention location. Coordinate with Mr. Gu to locate the entrance to the drainage system. Now, let us disperse and act accordingly." With that, Captain Liang assigned tasks to the group, and the informants and action team members of the transportation office immediately set to work. Chapter 10, Assisting Suwaner. In the afternoon, Li Changfeng arrived at office number 76 and witnessed with his own eyes the return of Liang Zhongquan's lifeless body, escorted by the military police. "Oh, dear Liang, you served the Japanese, only to meet your demise at their hands. I cannot believe that you could possibly be an undercover agent for the military intelligence. You must have been wronged. Your death is truly tragic." Liang Zhongquan's wife wept inconsolably, her tears cascading like rain on blossoms. A group of operatives from the action department fell silent, none daring to approach. After all, Liang Zhongquan had been taken away by the Japanese. He had endured 3 days and nights of relentless interrogation, ultimately beaten to death in his cell. The mere act of returning his body was a courtesy extended due to Li Mortuan's influence. Li Changfeng straightened his attire and bowed silently before Liang Fengchuan. This old scoundrel had been led to his doom by his own actions, and now his corpse was in a state of decay. However, Liang Zhongchuan's wife, Suwana, was as radiant as a flower and possessed considerable resources. Sister-in-law, please accept my condolences. I never imagined that Director Liang was an undercover agent for the military intelligence. There is little I can do to assist. Please take this money to manage Director Liang's funeral arrangements. After all, he and I had a good relationship during his lifetime. Li Changfeng produced 200 yuan and pressed it into Suwana's hands, his expression one of sympathy. This money was a red envelope from when Liang Zhongchuan had sent a shipment through him, perfectly suited to comfort this unfortunate woman. Director Li, you truly are a good man. I just went to see Director Li, and he refused to meet with me. In the entirety of Office Number 76, you are the only one who regarded Zhongchuan as a brother. Wana does not know how to express her gratitude. Oh, how I weep, Suwana exclaimed, throwing herself into Li Changfeng's embrace, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, Suwana found herself at the end of her rope. Liang Zhongchuan's death at the hands of the Japanese had repercussions for her family as well. She desperately needed a pillar of support. Li Changfeng appeared to her as a lifeline, offering a glimmer of warmth amidst her despair. Sister-in-law, please do not act this way. Director Wang and the others are watching. Director Liang's remains are still warm. You must take charge of the funeral arrangements. I will handle the subsequent matters. Rest assured, I will ensure that your family is not implicated, but my capabilities are limited, and I can only do my utmost. Li Changfeng gently pushed Suwana away, speaking earnestly. He glanced at the operatives from the action department, his expression fraught with difficulty. Liang Zhongchuan had been brutally murdered, and many coveted his position. Li Morchuan would soon orchestrate a raid, and Li Changfeng felt no sympathy for Suwana. Rather, he sought to acquire Liang Zhongchuan's shares in the black market. Only then would he truly enter the inner circle of Office Number 76. Director Li, I understand. Name your price, I will comply, even if it means that sister-in-law must offer herself. Suwana, recognizing Li Changfeng's predicament, promptly wiped her tears and spoke. Having followed Liang Zhongchuan through thick and thin for several years, she was well versed in the nuances of human relationships. She grasped Li Changfeng's arm and made her intentions clear. Sister-in-law, I have heard that Director Liang holds shares in the black market in Minhang. If these shares were to be surrendered to the Japanese, it might secure a path of retreat for your family. You are aware that Director Li and Wen Manchun are currently eyeing your family with ill intentions. They will not spare the Su family. The wealth that Director Liang accumulated over the years is something they covet. I have some connections with Colonel Takeda of the military police and can facilitate matters for you. Li Changfeng adopted a sycophantic demeanor, his expression one of earnest devotion. That very evening, he was scheduled to meet Takeda Ichiro as per their agreement, offering the shares would serve as his token of allegiance. Very well, I will arrange for Liang's body to be transported back shortly. You must come to my home. The shares in the black market will no longer be secure. Rather than allowing them to fall into the hands of Office Number 76, they would be better entrusted to Director Li. If this matter is resolved, I assure you sister-in-law will bestow a generous reward. Suwana pondered for a moment, then clenched her jaw and declared. Liang Zhongchuan possessed 25% of the shares in the Minhang black market, yielding several thousand taels of silver each month. Besides him, Li Morchuan and several individuals from the Japanese military held shares as well. Even the head of the intelligence department, Wang Manchun, held a 15% stake. Office Number 76, while serving the Japanese, was also amassing wealth at an alarming rate. These individuals were no fools. They were all preparing for a contingency. Li Changfeng aimed to stir the waters, hoping to benefit from the ensuing chaos. Very well, I shall tidy up and meet you shortly. Having received Suwana's affirmation, Li Changfeng nodded and turned to head toward his office. Eliminating Liang Zhongchuan and seizing the majority of his assets had long been part of his plan. Upon arriving at the General Affairs section, he tidied up his belongings. He also took a moment to check the dead letterbox on Baoshan Road, for he had received a message from the Viper once again in today's newspaper. Taking a detour to purchase some necessities for Huang Cuizui, he surveyed the surroundings for several minutes. After scanning nearly everyone, Li Changfeng finally retrieved a letter from the dead letterbox. Within the envelope's compartment, he once again encountered 2 lines of small text. Go to the White Mansion, assassinate the Japanese expert, urgent. Upon reading this message, Li Changfeng felt a sense of bewilderment. The White Mansion was a covert intelligence agency operated by the Japanese, distinct from the Toko, and was overseen by Tohara Tanji. It primarily engaged in sabotage and secret missions, remaining unknown to outsiders. The place was filled with Japanese, not to mention the act of murder. Gaining entry itself posed a significant challenge. The Death Note had one critical flaw: to eliminate an individual, one must first encounter them. Otherwise, writing down a name would yield no trace of the enemy's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai, concealed at the dock, retrieved a telegram that left him utterly astonished. Promoted 1 rank, awarded the 3rd-class Yunhui Medal, along with 2,000 yuan. It seems I shall have the opportunity to meet with Viper once more. He relayed Viper's previous words verbatim to Boss Dai. To his surprise, the boss not only refrained from anger but also rewarded the lad with 2,000 yuan. How infuriating it was to see such disparities. During his current visit to Shanghai, his entire operational budget amounted to merely 1,000 yuan. If this lad successfully completes the new task, I too could be promoted. This Viper appears to be quite impressive, aside from his penchant for boasting and womanizing. Zhang Hai mused excitedly to himself, promptly destroying the telegram. The rewards for Viper would not arrive for several days. When the time came, he would meet with Viper and inquire about the task's progress. If he truly manages to accomplish this task, I shall regard him with newfound respect. Having organized his belongings and changed into a fresh outfit, Zhang Hai shook his head. He knew little about Viper, except that he was reputed to be a formidable individual acquainted with 6th brother. Summoning a rickshaw, Zhang Hai departed the dock, heading straight for the Belpo Casino. Gambling, indulging in women, and gathering intelligence from Shanghai constituted his daily life. Zhang Hai's other task involved monitoring the intelligence station in Shanghai. Nighttime Shanghai, oh, nighttime Shanghai, you sleepless city. As a melodious tune filled the air, Zhang Hai found himself wrapped around a woman named Xiao Chunxiang, lost in song and dance. Unbeknownst to him, several ominous gazes from the shadows had fixed their sights upon him. Chapter 11 Intelligence of Number 8. An hour later, dusk enveloped the surroundings. Li Changfeng, clad in formal attire, entered Liang Zhengchuan's residence through the back door. The 2-story villa appeared rather desolate at this hour. Liang Zhengchuan's remains had been cremated earlier in the afternoon, with the urn now resting in the villa's foyer. Apart from a few members of the Su family, the courtyard was nearly devoid of visitors. Nevertheless, several operatives from the intelligence agency were stationed outside, keeping a watchful eye. Chief Li, you have arrived, exclaimed Su Wanner with a gleam of joy upon seeing him. Will Director Liang's ashes be sent back to his hometown? Li Chang. In truth, she was merely Liang Zhengchuan's mistress in Shanghai, as he had a legitimate wife back home. The Su family's enterprises were all based in Shanghai, and she had just lost her support. Let us not dwell on that. Please hand me the stock agreement. Additionally, gather some more funds. This time, it is a matter of life and death. Pulling Su Wanner into the room, Li Changfeng spoke directly. He was well aware of Liang Zhengchuan's dealings. The man had amassed considerable wealth. If Su Wanner wished to survive, she would need to rely on her own wits. Everything is here, Chief Li, please take a look. Su Wanner, dressed in simple attire, retrieved a box from the bedroom. She opened it and placed it before Li Changfeng. Inside were 2 copies of the stock agreement, along with silver dollars, gold bars, legal tender, and even some gold jewelry. In addition to the shares from the black market, I have also included the shares from the Jabei dock, all for you, Chief Li. These gold ornaments, gold bars, and silver dollars amount to 500,000. It should be sufficient for you to establish connections, she said, a hint of regret in her voice as she eyed the contents of the box. Li Changfeng nodded and closed the box. Just as he was about to rise, he felt a warm presence behind him. Su Wanner had embraced him from behind. Chief Lee, our Zhu family is engaged in dock business and also operates a foreign trading firm. If you can save the Zhu family, I am willing to offer half of my shares. Moreover, I will become your person from now on. The words took Li Changfeng by surprise. The dock and trading business were substantial assets. I assure you that once I commit to a task, I will see it through. However, I have no interest in the mistress of Director Liang. Gritting his teeth, Li Changfeng stood up and rejected her advances. A beauty like Zhuwaner could easily bring misfortune. If he got too close, he might find himself ensnared, left with nothing. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring Liang Zhengquan's assets, skill reward. Photographic memory. As Li Changfeng exited Liang Zhengquan's residence with the box in hand, a notification from the system rang in his ears. The contracts and documents he had just reviewed became vividly clear, every word instantly retrievable from memory. This skill was something Li Changfeng greatly appreciated. It would undoubtedly prove useful for acquiring confidential information in the future. Simultaneously, at the number 76 intelligence agency, in Wang Manchuan's office. Director, Chief Li has gone to Director Liang's residence and left with a box, reported an operative monitoring Liang Zhengquan's residence. Should we follow him? Deploy someone to track him and report back regularly, Wang Manchun commanded with a cold smile. After hanging up, she dialed a dedicated line to Baoshan Road. Have the operatives made their move? A voice responded immediately, Director, they have begun their operation. Number 8 has relayed information that we have an undercover agent within our ranks. The operatives on Baoshan Road reported. In the dimly lit room, 2 listening devices whirred quietly as several operatives from the intelligence agency monitored the car service around the clock. Understood, maintain surveillance, Wang Manchun replied with a smile. She then opened the window to glance outside. Just then, footsteps echoed in the corridor as Nandian Yoko entered, accompanied by several members of the Special High Command. Chief Nandian. Wang Manchun, is the suspect still in custody? Upon entering, several operatives from number 76 retreated. Nandian Yoko looked directly at Wang Manchun and asked. Rest assured, Chief Nandian, the suspect is in cell number 1, under close watch. However, the operations division is currently lacking leadership, and this capture may suffer from insufficient manpower. Wang Manchun lowered her head, her worry evident. Nandian Yoko, however, smiled slightly. Wang Manchun, you need not fret over that. Li Morchuan has just successfully recruited a spy from the Jinling Intelligence Agency, and 2 key figures are set to arrive in Shanghai soon. The operations division will be restructured shortly, and there is still time. Nandian Yoko waved her hand confidently. Wang Manchun immediately bent her head in deference. Har Yi. Nandian Yoko surveyed Wang Manchun's office and then chose a chair to sit down. The death of Chen Maogong has enraged Chief Ingzhou. This time, you must not falter. You must capture those involved in rescuing Zhang Zitaro to redeem yourself. Nandian Yoko warned Wang Manchun. Rest assured, Chief Nandian, I will not fail again. The thought of Chen Maogong's death ignited a burning shame in Wang Manchun. With one operations director from number 76 dead, she had uncovered no leads. The recently successful informant's sudden demise left Wang Manchun eager to prove herself. Oh, there's also this matter. It seems that number 76 is rather murky. Upon hearing this, Nandian Yoko's expression turned cold. Chief Nandian, number 76 is a mix of good and bad, and there must be moles within. However, I will ensure to root them out one by one. Wang Manchun poured a cup of tea for Nandian Yoko, her gaze resolute. Very well, I look forward to your performance. With that, she lifted her teacup and began to sip. Outside number 76, several men in black had already commenced their operations. MR.GU, we have located the secret passages. There are 3 in total, one of which leads to number 76 air raid shelter. However, we cannot yet ascertain the location of the cell. A group of intelligence agents from the transport station emerged from underground, their faces alight with excitement. Surrounding them were several laborists who were recovering the excavated secret passage. Notify team leader Liang to have the inside contact reach Zhang Zitaro. Confirm the exact timing for the operation. Ji Huajorn calmly surveyed the map. Understood. The group promptly began to withdraw, leaving 2 individuals to guard the area around the secret passage. All of this was observed by personnel from number 76. Director Wang, when shall we apprehend them? The squad leader Liu Asen inquired. Patience, we shall wait to catch the big fish. Once their contacts arrive, we will strike in one fell swoop. As the words fell, Wang Manchun raised her binoculars to scan the night-shrouded number 76. A storm of bloodshed was brewing. Chapter 12, the Chancellor is captured. Meanwhile, the newly appointed director of the Operations Department, Bai Zhongliang, had just assumed his position. Accompanied by Wu Sibao and others, he apprehended a contact of an underground transportation station, a man named Liu San. After a grueling day and night of interrogation, they successfully breached the man's psychological defenses. It was confirmed that a woman codenamed Chancellor would meet with communist agents at the MGM dance hall. MGM was one of the most renowned entertainment venues in Shanghai. At that moment, a handsome playboy was embracing 2 beautiful women, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. Boss Chen, are you staying upstairs tonight? Stay. Nonsense, I'm merely a dandy, not a flower thief. Har har, are you afraid that your fierce lady will eat you alive? The 2 women teased as they wrapped their arms around the man's neck. Just then, a hand suddenly grabbed the man's ear. Chenshin, you've gotten bold. The moment I'm not around, you're flirting with other women. Come home with me. With that, the woman yanked the man and headed toward the exit of MGM. The man was none other than Chenshin, Bai Zhongliang's subordinate and a squad leader in the 76 Operations Department. The woman pulling him was his nominal girlfriend, Li Xianan, and their relationship was somewhat complicated. Hey, can you be gentler? I consider you a brother, yet you wish to be my husband. Isn't that a bit excessive? As they reached the entrance of MGM, Li Xianan released her grip, and Chenshin promptly complained. Hee, you will eventually be mine. Don't even think about flirting with other women. Come on, let's go eat. Li Xianan smiled slightly, wrapping her arms around Chenshin's neck. Their familiarity made them appear like a young couple. Xianan, I have something to attend to today, let's postpone it. Chenshin pushed Li Xianan away and glanced around before turning to enter MGM. Fool, I'm here to save you. Watching Chenshin's retreating figure, Li Xianan bit her lip and hurriedly followed. As soon as Chenshin stepped inside, he spotted a familiar figure, his sister-in-law, Shin Qiuxia. He swiftly pulled her aside and headed toward the storage room at the back of the dance hall. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Chenshin, your elder brother has sacrificed himself. I shall be your new contact from now on. Your new code name is Sparrow, Shin Qiuxia said, hesitating slightly as she looked at Chenshin. Upon hearing this, Chenshin paused for a few seconds before nodding. What is your true identity? He inquired, puzzled about when his sister-in-law had become an ally. I am the Chancellor, Shin Qiuxia replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this code name, Chenshin immediately understood. It turned out that the second-in-command of the underground transportation station in Shanghai was none other than his sister-in-law. How is Pai Pai? He is at. Learning of his sister-in-law's identity, Chenshin wanted to inquire about his little nephew, who was born deaf and mute and had always been cared for by Shin Qiuxia, the person he held most dear. Rest assured, Pai Pai is well, residing at the orphanage in the suburbs. If anything happens to me, please take care of him, Shin Qiuxia said softly, observing Chenshin's expression. As Chenshin was her subordinate, he was also her family, making this a solemn entrustment. Don't worry, Chenshin nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to say more, suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Don't move. Everyone, hands on your heads and squat down. Seal the front and back doors, no one is to escape. The shouts of agents echoed, causing the crowd to stir before settling back into silence. Through the bathroom window, Chenshin spotted the newly appointed director of the Operations Department, Bai Zhongliang, storming in with a group of agents from the 76th. Chenshin, I must leave. To shield Chenshin, Shin Qiuxia grabbed his hand. She realized she had been exposed. There must be a traitor within the underground transportation station who had informed the 76th about her presence at MGM. Sister-in-law, Chenshin leaned against the storage room door, his eyes misting with emotion. Tap tap tap. Shin Qiuxia confidently approached the door, only to be intercepted by an agent. Stop. We're talking about you, officer. Is there something you need? I said stop, did you not hear? An agent brandished his gun at Shin Qiuxia. The leading agent pulled out a photograph and began identifying individuals one by one. Shin Qiuxia knew that the person in the photo was her. Without hesitation, she turned and bolted toward the staircase. Bang! The agent shot without mercy, hitting Shin Qiuxia in the calf, causing her to collapse. No shooting. We need her alive. The operations director Bai Zhongliang shouted upon hearing the gunfire. Shin Qiuxia gritted her teeth. Standing up and pulling out a palm-sized pistol, she immediately began retaliating against the pursuing agents. Bang bang bang, after firing 3 shots, the agents, fearful of their own safety, dropped to the ground. Shin Qiuxia swiftly dashed up to the 2nd floor and leaped out of the window. The agents surrounding MGM quickly closed in, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Bang bang, 2 shots struck her abdomen, causing her body to jerk as she lost her ability to move. Bai Zhongliang, who had just burst through the door, was beside himself with rage. I told you to capture her alive. Are your ears stuffed with dog excrement? If you shoot her dead, how will we report to Director Li? He glared at the forlorn Shin Qiuxia, his eyes icy. What are you waiting for? Hurry, get her to the hospital. Spare no effort in saving her. The agents nodded and swiftly lifted the severely injured Shin Qiuxia into a vehicle, racing toward the hospital. This scene was witnessed clearly by Chenshin from the crowd. He understood that his elder brother was no longer the same person as before. The news of Shin Qiuxia's contact with him must have been leaked by the 76th's agent, Li Morchuan, to ensure that Bai Zhongliang would owe him a favor. Brother, she is not dead. Why are you so furious? Chenshin stepped forward and patted Bai Zhongliang's shoulder. He then lowered his head to pick up the pistol that had fallen from Shin Qiuxia's grasp. A fine piece, a German-made palm pistol. It seems this woman is not to be underestimated. Observing Chenshin's demeanor, Bai Zhongliang couldn't help but scoff. Chenshin, what were you doing just now? I was just asking Director Li to advocate for you to be appointed as the team leader, and you bail on me. If the target escapes, how will we explain ourselves? Bai Zhongliang looked at Chenshin, exasperated. This guy had saved his life, and if it had been anyone else, they would have been arrested for dereliction of duty long ago. Hee, brother. I was simply bored and stepped out for a drink. MGM has the most beautiful women. Chenshin smiled faintly, gazing at Bai Zhongliang. Just then, a woman emerged from behind, directly embracing Chenshin. Hee, so this is where you are. I took off my clothes, and you ran away. Are you playing with me? Li Xiaonan appeared just in time to extricate Chenshin from the awkward situation. However, upon glancing around and noticing the blood on the ground, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. This, brother, she faints at the sight of blood. Chenshin caught the unconscious Li Xiaonan, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Bai Zhongliang nodded helplessly. Quickly take her home, I need to go to the hospital to check on the prisoners. With that, Bai Zhongliang got into the car and bid farewell to Chenshin. As he watched Bai Zhongliang's vehicle depart, a profound sense of crisis enveloped Chenshin. With agents appearing at the transportation station, the upcoming rescue mission was bound to encounter complications. He quickly booked a room on the 2nd floor of MGM, laid Li Xiaonan down, and rushed toward the 76th. Chapter 13. Remarkably accurate at this moment, Li Changfeng remained oblivious to the events concerning number 76. He hailed a rickshaw and had just arrived at the residence of Kitator Neko in Hongkou District. After knocking on the door and not seeing the red ribbon at the window, he confirmed that Tokater Ichiro was indeed at home. Li Changfeng settled at the doorstep, waiting quietly, inside the house. After a brief pause of several seconds, Tokater Ichiro rose from the floor, clearly dissatisfied with his own performance. Neko, go open the door. We have a guest. Kitator Neko tidied her attire and promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Hi. After donning her wooden clogs, she hurriedly dashed to open the gate. Chanfeng-kun, you have arrived. Upon having received monetary gifts from him twice in succession, she surmised that he must have something to ask for. A friend has entrusted me with the hope that Miss Neko would offer her assistance. Li Chanfeng nodded slightly. Rest assured, I will ensure Takeda-kun. They entered with ease, only to find the young Japanese man seated by the tea table, savoring his tea. Takeda Ichiro extended his hand and nodded toward Li Chanfeng. Chanfeng-kun, please take a seat. This is our first meeting since I introduced you to number 76. Takeda Ichiro remarked casually, Neko has mentioned that you often bring gifts. How thoughtful of you. He poured a cup of tea for Li Chanfeng, speaking in a subdued tone. Li Chanfeng smiled faintly and took a sip from the cup. Takeda-kun, you are too kind. It is merely the expected courtesy. Upon hearing these words, Takeda Ichiro nodded slightly, his impression of Li Chanfeng improving. I am aware that you aspire to compete for the position of General Affairs Director at number 76. However, this matter cannot be rushed. If you find yourself in financial distress, I can arrange a position for you as a translator within the military police. What do you think? Takeda Ichiro continued with a faint smile, his tone exceedingly polite, likely influenced by the many commendations Takeda Neko had whispered in his ear. Thank you, Takeda-kun. Li Chanfeng replied, I have another matter to discuss. This is a delivery from Liang Zhongchuan's wife. As he spoke, Li Chanfeng opened the box, revealing gold bars, silver dollars, and 2 share transfer agreements. However, having just departed from Liang Zhongchuan's residence, he had discreetly retained half of the funds within the confines of the system space, hence his late arrival. He picked up the agreements and presented them to Takeda Ichiro. She places great trust in me, hoping I can help the Su family safeguard their assets and find a new patron. He continued, in addition to the gold bars and silver dollars worth 200,000, there are also 2 share transfer agreements. One pertains to the black market in Minhang, while the other concerns a 20% stake in the Jiabei docks. Altogether, they amount to $500,000. Li Chanfeng spoke with confidence, while across from him, Takeda Ichiro's breaths grew more rapid. Since assuming the role of military police captain, he had never encountered such a substantial sum of money. He had heard that the black market in Minhang generated hundreds of thousands of dollars monthly, yet it remained under the control of economic advisor Fujita Yoshimasa, with collusion from various military and number 76 personnel complicating matters. Takeda Ichiro found it exceedingly difficult to seize a share for himself. However, he never anticipated that Li Chanfeng would present this opportunity directly before him. Chanfeng-kun, how considerate of you. If you were to present this sum to Director Li or Fujita-kun, I believe they would be inclined to assist you. Why have you chosen me? Takeda Ichiro inquired, glancing at the 2 contracts before him, suppressing his excitement as he sought to gauge Li Chanfeng's intentions. Takeda-kun, there is an ancient Chinese adage, a drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. I was introduced to number 76 through your recommendation. You have also facilitated my acquiring a translator's position, making you a benefactor to me. Li Chanfeng. As for Director Li and Fujita-kun, they do not trust me. In number 76, individuals like myself merely exist to languish, never to be truly valued. Upon saying this, Li Chanfeng adopted a pitiful expression, gazing at Takeda Ichiro. His earnest words resonated deeply, leaving Takeda Ichiro unable to discern any flaw in his demeanor. Thus he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Chanfeng-kun is truly my good friend. You may inform Liang Zhongchuan's wife that I will ensure matters concerning the Su family are handled properly. Should you have any future needs, do not hesitate to come to me. Takeda Ichiro declared, sweeping his hand to collect the box. Rising, he cleared away the teacup and produced a bottle of sake to continue entertaining Li Chanfeng. Chanfeng-kun, to be candid, my family and Neko's have suffered greatly in our homeland. The empire has requisitioned all essential supplies, turning food into a coveted commodity. They have commenced foraging for wild vegetables. This sum will alleviate some of their burdens and allow them to lead a more comfortable life. Both Neko and I are profoundly grateful to you. Takeda Ichiro stated earnestly, filling a cup with sake and extending it toward Li Changfeng. This evening, we must indulge in several glasses. Changfeng Kun, I toast to you. With that, the two clinked their cups together and began to drink. It was Li Changfeng's first experience with sake, which struck him as akin to drinking plain water, albeit with a peculiar odor reminiscent of horse manure, yet, Takeda Ichiro savored the drink with great enjoyment, even humming a tune. Changfeng Kun, at this time, the cherry blossoms in my homeland are in full bloom. It has been quite some time since I last drank to excess. Takeda Ichiro remarked, opening the window to gaze at the moon outside. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng observed the industrious Takeda Neko in the kitchen, unable to suppress a slight smile. Takeda-kun, should you require my services in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Opportunities for profit like this abound. However, I will need your support. He raised his cup, smiling amiably. This Takeda Ichiro maintained amicable relations with both Fujita Yoshimasa and Kagasawa Yoshiharu. Perhaps he could provide Li Changfeng with valuable information in the future. Changfeng-kun, you shall henceforth be my closest friend. If there are any profitable ventures, relay them directly to me. However, I must caution you that a new administrative director has recently arrived at number 76. He has been personally recommended by Li Morchuan, and they are set to conduct a capture operation in the coming days. You should keep your distance from these individuals. After all, the situation with Liang Zhongchuan may lead them to mistakenly believe you are affiliated with the military intelligence. Takeda Ichiro said, placing an arm around Li Changfeng's shoulder. This revelation momentarily stunned Li Changfeng, sending a jolt through his heart. Takeda Ichiro's insights were indeed remarkably astute. Chapter 14, The Hidden Treasure Room. Gaining the trust of Liang Zhongchuan's young mistress and establishing a connection with Takeda Ichiro indeed provided Li Changfeng with an additional source of support. However, one must remain vigilant of the individuals from the 76th. Nonetheless, it remains unclear whether the apprehension operation mentioned by Takeda Ichiro is directed against the military intelligence or the Red Party. Takeda-kun, what is the name of the new operations director? Why have I never heard of him? Seizing the opportunity while Takeda Ichiro appeared somewhat inebriated, Li Changfeng inquired directly. This was not a matter shrouded in secrecy. Takeda Ichiro rubbed his forehead before responding. It seems his name is Bai Zhongliang, who was seduced over by Li Morchuan from Jinling. He has an aide named Chenshin, who came along with him. You will soon meet these two individuals. Takeda Ichiro poured himself another generous glass of liquor, patting Li Changfeng on the shoulder as he spoke. Li Changfeng's mind was suddenly ablaze with thoughts. Chenshin, was he not the undercover agent of the Red Party within the 76th, known as Sparrow? He had long been aware that he had traversed into a world of espionage, populated by numerous elite operatives. Jin Yaoxian, Yu Zicheng, Ming Lu, and now Sparrow. This world was evidently far from simple. Thus, it seemed that Bai Zhongliang's inaugural capture operation upon assuming his position would target the Chancellor. Contemplating this, Li Changfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was an insider for the military intelligence within the 76th, and had yet to establish any significant connection with Sparrow. If they were to cross paths, he could lend a hand, yet he must never reveal his true identity. Changfeng-kun, let's drink. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Just as Li Changfeng was lost in thought, Takeda Ichiro raised his glass once more. However, no sooner had the liquor been swallowed than the young Japanese man collapsed to the ground. This left Li Changfeng momentarily taken aback. The sake was not particularly potent, certainly not comparable to Nulangshan or Erguatu. Was it truly possible that Takeda Ichiro had such a low tolerance for alcohol? Changfeng-kun, let Takeda-kun sleep for a while. I've laced his drink with a sedative, he will not awaken tonight. Just as Li Changfeng pondered this, Takeda Neko stealthily approached from behind, leaning in close to whisper in his ear. Neko, you drugged him. Your audacity is remarkable. Li Changfeng was taken aback. He then felt a warmth radiating from behind him. As Takeda Neko moved closer, this woman was daring enough to seduce him while Takeda Ichiro lay inebriated. If he were to suddenly awaken, it would spell trouble. At the 76th's intelligence headquarters, in Wang Manchun's office, Nanya Yangzi had already departed. Wang Manchun glanced at the time, which read midnight sharp. Director, the agent following Li Changfeng has returned. Let him in. A voice from outside announced the arrival of a watchful agent, who was promptly ushered into the room. Upon entering, he removed his hat and bowed respectfully to Wang Manchun. Director Wang, Section Chief Li emerged from Liang Zhongchun's residence and proceeded to Takeda Ichiro's abode in Hongkou District. He left only half an hour ago. When he left, the box he was carrying had vanished. The little agent reported earnestly. Upon hearing this, Wang Manchun waved her hand. That will be all, I understand. She picked up the phone and dialed Li Morchuan's number. Director, Vice Section Chief Li visited Takeda Ichiro's residence tonight. It appears he has an affair with Liang Zhongchun's young mistress and has gone to meet the Japanese with money in hand. Should we continue our surveillance? On the other end of the line, Li Morchuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No need to follow him anymore. This fellow was recommended to the intelligence headquarters by Takeda Ichiro. It seems he has his sights set on the Su family's wealth and aims to firmly attach himself to Takeda Ichiro. Everyone in the 76th has their own little secrets. However, we must keep a closer watch on him. I've heard he maintains a good relationship with Liang Zhongchuan. We cannot rule out any suspicion. Li Morchuan donned his glasses and spoke with a sly smile. He was a cunning old fox, never placing his trust in any member of the intelligence headquarters. Yet, he was still courteous to those with favorable relations with the Japanese. I understand. Additionally, the Fukuyuan Carriage Company has already begun its operations. I estimate that within 2 days, they will rescue Nakagawa Taro. We've leaked the news of his confinement at the 76th. Indeed, the 8th has proven effective. We are ready to close the net at any moment. Wang Manchun nodded, scanning her surroundings as she continued. Li Morchuan lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before breaking into a slight smile. Director Wang, do not rush. We have already caught a big fish at MGM today. They will surely be on guard. You should have the 8th continue to infiltrate and identify the undercover agents at the underground transport station. I will make a note of your accomplishment. Hearing Li Morchuan's words, Wang Manchun felt a surge of joy. She was now favored by the Japanese and had the protection of Li Morchuan. Advancing further to become the deputy director of the 76th was merely a matter of time. Thank you, Director. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Manchun hung up the phone and made her way downstairs. Just as she descended, several jeep vehicles rolled in. The leading man exited the vehicle and locked eyes with Wang Manchun. Greetings, the newly appointed operations director of the 76th, Bai Zhongliang. You must be Director Wang from the intelligence division, correct? Truly a striking beauty. I have heard that both Director Li and Director Ming from the City Hall hold you in high regard. Bai Zhongliang observed Wang Manchun and stepped forward, extending his hand. It was evident that he had thoroughly acquainted himself with the circumstances of the 76th in advance, even conducting a background check on this new partner from the intelligence division. Director Bai, a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your cooperation in the work of the intelligence division. Wang Manchun pursed her lips and shook hands with Bai Zhongliang. Both exchanged wary glances. Liang Zhongchuan had previously set numerous traps for Wang Manchun, and this Bai Zhongliang appeared to be no less formidable. Pleasure is mine. Bai Zhongliang retracted his hand, smiling amiably. Following him were a dozen or so agents from the operations division who had recently defected. Leading them was Liang Zhongchuan's deputy, Wu Sibao. Upon witnessing the handshake, this fellow approached with a grin. Director Wang, you've worked hard, still on duty at this late hour. He then turned to Bai Zhongliang and bowed respectfully. Director Bai, allow me to escort you to the office. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Manchun scoffed and walked out of the courtyard with her team. Bai Zhongliang cast a glance at the second-floor office before personally ascending to take a look. I do not favor Liang Zhongchuan's office. Have someone renovate it anew. Bai Zhongliang surveyed the dimly lit office and shook his head. Very well, I shall notify the General Affairs Department first thing tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Wu Sibao promptly nodded and headed downstairs. Once Bai Zhongliang observed Wu Sibao's departure, he noticed a hidden button behind the bookshelf. Pressing it, he heard a mechanical sound. Click. A secret room slowly opened, filled with antique paintings and calligraphy. Bai Zhongliang's excitement surged at this sight. He instantly abandoned the notion of renovating the office. Chapter 15. Journey to the White Mansion. Within the rented abode, Huang Cuizui had just completed her morning ablutions when she heard the distinct sound of footsteps ascending from downstairs. Li Changfeng, somewhat inebriated, staggered up the stairs. He was not truly intoxicated, merely feeling a bit lightheaded. Beiqian Nazi had been excessively harsh, tormenting him for over an hour, leaving him unsteady on his feet. Huang Cuizui opened the door and quickly steadied him, sniffing the air. Changfeng, returning home at such a late hour, and in a drunken stupor. Is it possible that you have found someone else? Li Changfeng paused momentarily at Huang Cuizui's words. She was the wife of the original owner of this body he now inhabited, and he felt a lingering sense of indebtedness towards her. Upon uttering those words, he felt a flicker of shame within. To conceal his identity and satisfy the system's requirements, he had been playing both sides, seemingly forgetting that there was a devoted partner waiting at home. Cuizui, I merely attended a social gathering, where I met a Japanese gentleman, without wealth or power. Why would such a woman take an interest in me? As he spoke, Li Changfeng raised his hand and placed the items he carried upon the sofa, some snacks, fruits, and several exquisite pieces of fabric. I brought you some food, along with fine cloth. Tomorrow, do visit the tailor downstairs and have a few new garments made. I shall retire now. With that, Li Changfeng collapsed onto the bed, swiftly drifting into a deep slumber. He was at a loss as to how to navigate his relationship with Huang Cuizui, opting instead to escape into sleep under the guise of intoxication. Are you attempting to use these gifts to silence my inquiries into your affairs? After so many years apart, it seems our bond has grown distant. Huang Cuizui closed the door, casting a glance at the items Li Changfeng had brought. She then looked back at the slumbering figure of Li Changfeng, her small fists clenched in determination. However, upon surveying the bed in the bedroom, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. I shall not concern myself with your actions outside. I am your rightful wife. I will take good care of you. With her mission in mind, Huang Cuizui gritted her teeth and slipped beneath the covers. Li Changfeng slept soundly, the sound of his snoring extinguishing the flicker of passion she had just ignited. The following morning, a jeep came to a halt outside Li Changfeng's residence. Captain Takeda Ichiro, accompanied by 2 Japanese soldiers, ascended the stairs. Having just completed his morning routine and shared breakfast with Huang Cuizui, Li Changfeng noticed the vehicle below. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock, Li Changfeng went to answer the door. Upon seeing Takeda Ichiro standing outside, he immediately lowered his head and bowed. Changfeng-kun, I called 76 and managed to ascertain your address. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you do not take offense. Takeda Ichiro bowed deeply, performing a 90-degree bow. Li Changfeng promptly stepped aside. Colonel Takeda, there is no need for such formality. You must have important matters to discuss. Please, come in. Takeda Ichiro wasted no time, stepping inside as the 2 soldiers remained outside. Inside, Huang Cuizui was tidying up the dishes. Upon seeing Takeda Ichiro enter, she momentarily froze. Takeda-kun, this is my wife from the countryside, who has just arrived in Shanghai. She is unaccustomed to the ways of the world. Please do not hold it against her. Noticing Huang Cuizui's demeanor, Li Changfeng quickly pulled her aside for introductions. Colonel Takeda. Huang Cuizui lowered her head in greeting before heading toward the bedroom. Takeda Ichiro smiled slightly, retrieving a document from his briefcase. Changfeng-kun, this is your employment contract. I have reported to the command, securing a position for you as a translator. Please fill in your personal information, and you can commence your duties immediately. Li Changfeng took the contract and glanced at it. It was entirely in Japanese, however. The general premise was clear. The military police command was hiring him as a translation officer in the investigation department. The term of employment was 2 years, with a monthly stipend of 200 yen. Additionally, there was a confidentiality agreement and an attachment for personal information. Excellent, I shall fill it out presently. Li Changfeng retrieved a pen from the drawer and began to fill it out. entering his information from the General Affairs Department along with Huang Zuetsue's details. Takeda Ichiro reviewed the document and appeared quite satisfied. Very well, I shall file this document. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Li Changfeng immediately nodded and bowed. I am at your service, Colonel Takeda. Takeda Ichiro rose, placing the contract into his briefcase, then patted Li Changfeng on the shoulder. Changfeng-kun, there is no need for such formality. You are my friend. Coincidentally, I have a meeting this morning. You will accompany me. Li Changfeng nodded, donning his coat and following Takeda Ichiro downstairs. Huang Zueitsue closed the door, contemplatively watching Li Changfeng's departing figure. Once Li Changfeng entered the vehicle, the jeep started but did not head towards the military police command in Hongkou district. Instead, it proceeded to a location known as the White Mansion, which was indeed Li Changfeng's designated task site. Colonel Takeda, the chairman has been awaiting you for some time. At the entrance of the mansion, a Japanese man in a kimono approached Takeda Ichiro immediately upon seeing him. The two samurai at the door bowed respectfully. The two Japanese soldiers accompanying Takeda Ichiro remained in the vehicle, not following behind. As Li Changfeng was about to enter, he was halted by the two samurai. Identification. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Takeda Ichiro swiftly turned around. Changfeng-kun is my translator, having just commenced employment today. With that, the two samurai stepped back, allowing passage. Li Changfeng inwardly cursed the Japanese dogs but proceeded through the entrance. Within the courtyard of the White Mansion, numerous Japanese individuals clad in black suits were unloading supplies from several trucks. Li Changfeng surveyed the scene briefly without inquiry, following Takeda Ichiro toward a 3-story building. Takeda-kun, everyone is present and awaiting your arrival. Upon reaching the base of the building, a Japanese woman in military attire emerged and bowed. Please lead the way, Miss Chen. The woman promptly turned and guided them to the second-floor conference room. Inside, a long table was surrounded by a dozen or so Japanese individuals in kimonos kneeling. At the center of the group sat a disheveled middle-aged man in a black suit, exuding an aura of authority. In addition to the Japanese, several Chinese individuals clad in long robes stood in the corners of the room. Li-san, you should stand in the corner behind me, just like them. Takeda Ichiro glanced at Li Changfeng, offering a gentle reminder. Li Changfeng immediately turned around, observing Takeda Ichiro take his seat at the long table, positioning himself in the corner behind. He nodded toward the individuals in robes, but they offered him no acknowledgement. Now that Colonel Takeda has arrived, I declare the meeting to commence. The disheveled middle-aged man surveyed the room, noting Takeda Ichiro's presence before speaking. My gratitude to you, Chiefing-zar. The assembly of Japanese individuals bowed their heads in unison, acknowledging his words. Li Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, his entire being trembling. The disheveled middle-aged man before him was none other than the head of the Japanese intelligence agency in Shanghai, Ing Zhao. It was evident that this meeting held significant importance. In the room, aside from himself and the few individuals in long robes, the Japanese seated at the long table appeared to hold considerable stature. Chapter 16, The Death of Deputy Minister Ishida. Before the meeting commenced, Kagasawa Yoshikazu produced a document and distributed it among a dozen or so Japanese officers for their perusal. The officers then engaged in a rapid exchange in Japanese for several minutes, the gist of which seemed to indicate a need for a few individuals to undertake the translation of certain materials, subsequently to be submitted to a Japanese man named Deputy Minister Ishida. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by the furtive glances exchanged among a few officers, who surveyed Li Changfeng and several Chinese individuals clad in long robes. I have heard that you are proficient in both Japanese and English, one officer remarked. From this day forth, you shall reside at the White Mansion and assist with some translation tasks. Rest assured, it won't take too long. Before long, a Japanese woman named Jitandra Eiko approached the group and addressed them. Takeda Ichiro glanced at Li Changfeng and nodded slightly, to which Li Changfeng made no objection. It appeared that the Japanese had little trust in them and had taken them away even before the meeting began. Gentlemen, please follow me, she instructed, leading them downstairs to an office. The office was in disarray, cluttered with an abundance of documents and books. At a long table, several Japanese soldiers were busy organizing the materials. A bespectacled Japanese man in a suit, seemingly the leader, nodded slightly to Jitandra Eiko. Thank you for your efforts, Miss Chitandar. Chitandar Eiko bowed respectfully to the man before her, exuding a demeanour of utmost reverence. Deputy Minister Ishidar is too kind. This is all arranged by Chief Kagasawa. They are reliable individuals sourced from various departments of the empire. Upon hearing the title the Deputy Minister Ishidar, Li Changfeng's mind sparked with realization. Activating his scanning vision, he discerned a name and information hovering above the man's head. Deputy Minister Ishidar, Japanese biochemical expert, dangerous individual. With this revelation, Li Changfeng concluded that this was indeed the individual he was meant to eliminate. There is no need for alarm. I'm Deputy Minister Ishidar, engaged in disease prevention work, the man declared. Our research has reached an impasse, requiring a substantial amount of data. Your sole responsibility will be translation. As he ushered the group into the room, Deputy Minister Ishidar gestured towards the materials laid out on the long table. Li Changfeng inwardly cursed. Disease prevention was merely a euphemism for biochemical research, was it not? Please take a seat. What you are to translate includes these, and these. Ishidar indicated several tomes scattered throughout the room. The group exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Li Changfeng took his place at the table and began to examine the books and documents. Translate these Chinese and English texts into Japanese. Upon completion of your task, you will be free to leave. As the group commenced their work, Ishidar offered them a reassuring word. The others were visibly excited, immediately diving into their translations. However, Li Changfeng furrowed his brow. These Japanese were undoubtedly researching some form of virus. The materials predominantly consisted of biochemical research documents. As he opened one English tome, he was taken aback to find it detailed the plague bacillus. Just as Li Changfeng began his work, a cadre of Japanese agents in suits entered the warehouse. They brandished pistols and swiftly sealed the door behind them. The room was left with only the translators and Li Changfeng. Deputy Minister Ishidar adjusted his glasses and departed with several soldiers, indicating that they were now effectively under house arrest. They would not be permitted to leave until their task was completed. The room, illuminated only by a few desk lamps, was shrouded in darkness. Li Changfeng's expression hardened. Seizing the moment while the others were distracted, he retrieved his death note and began to write. Deputy Minister Ishidar, infected with plague bacillus, dies in a state of decay. Moments after leaving the warehouse, Deputy Minister Ishidar, accompanied by his assistant, prepared to board a vehicle. He clutched the latest research materials, intending to conduct experiments at the Gendarmerie headquarters. Suddenly, he felt a tightening sensation throughout his body, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, rendering him breathless. In the next instant, he grasped his throat and collapsed beside the car, lifeless. Ishida-san, Ishida-san, two Japanese soldiers rushed forward, calling out. Stay back. It seems Ishida-san has contracted the virus. Immediately isolate the body. Ishida's aide, Kimura Shoter, positioned himself between the two soldiers and the corpse, speaking urgently. The Japanese officers who had just descended the stairs were left dumbstruck by the scene before them. What has transpired? Ishida-kun was perfectly well just moments ago. How could he suddenly perish? The Japanese Major General, Inoue Kagasawa, stepped forward, demanding he succumbed abruptly. Upon hearing this, the officers recoiled, pinching their noses in revulsion. Kagasawa immediately turned, his expression darkening. Quickly dispose of the body. No one is to come into contact with it. Have the number 1 warehouse at the docks inspected. The virus samples must be dispatched to the northeast. Anyone who has entered warehouse number 1 must undergo isolation and observation. We cannot allow such an incident to occur again. With that, Kimura Shoter nodded in agreement. Understood. A group of soldiers promptly removed Ishida's corpse for cremation. The entire White Mansion was cordoned off, and anyone who had interacted with Ishida Zero was placed under quarantine. Barely half an hour after completing the entry in his death note, Li Changfeng received a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated the Japanese expert Deputy Minister Ishida. Reward, 50 years of lifespan, 100 doses of antiviral serum, and 10 gas bombs. Is this it? Antiviral serum and gas bombs. The reward left Li Changfeng momentarily stunned before he broke into a wry smile and shook his head. These items were of little use to him at the moment, but could serve as a means to report back to his employer. Die. Click. Takeda Ichiro personally led several Japanese soldiers to release Li Changfeng and the others. The Japanese bore no suspicion of any connection between Ishida's death and them, given that Ishida's research involved experiments with the plague bacillus, which had been secretly conducted in Shanghai for 3 months, with preliminary virus samples already prepared. The data he required was merely to be sent to the northeast for further live testing. Li Changfeng and his companions were escorted to a Japanese hospital for blood tests, followed by a 72-hour quarantine before being sent home. Meanwhile, at the Jirbei docks, Zhonghai had just contacted the toxin unit but received no response. As he contemplated reaching out to the Shanghai intelligence station for assistance from Chen Gongju, a phone call came through. Hello, what did you say? Deputy Minister Ishida is dead. Zhonghai resided in a small villa adjacent to the docks. His ostensible identity was the proprietor of Cargo Warehouse No. 2, conducting business in Shanghai. This phone call was known only to a select few insiders. It's absolutely true, our contacts at the gendarmerie headquarters have confirmed it. Ishida-san died suddenly after contracting the plague virus yesterday. It appears to be an accident. The voice on the other end of the line lowered in urgency, each word carefully enunciated. Upon hearing this, Zhonghai's body trembled. An accident, his mind raced, grappling with disbelief. He needed to quickly contact the toxin unit to ascertain the details surrounding this event. Chapter 17, The Discovery of the Japanese Ronin. The two engaged in a question-and-answer exchange. Upon hearing this response, Zhonghai's face lit up with elation. However, he cleared his throat and continued to inquire, by what means? I injected him with plague bacteria, causing him to bleed from his mouth and nose, his body dissolving into decay. Li Changfeng had long contemplated how to articulate his explanation, knowing that matters concerning the death note and the system must remain undisclosed. His expression was grave as he responded earnestly. Did the Japanese harbor any suspicions? None. I told him it was an antiviral serum, while the genuine antiviral serum is in my possession. Zhonghai pressed further, and Li Changfeng produced a vial of antiviral serum, elucidating its significance. The system had rewarded him with 100 doses, and retrieving one was crucial for establishing trust. Observing the nameless potion in Li Changfeng's hand, Zhonghai felt a twinge of incredulity. You not only dispatched Ishida, but also acquired the antiviral serum. This deed will surely earn you the King of Hell's favor. Li Changfeng handed the serum to Zhonghai, and the two swiftly boarded a cargo ship. Gazing at the antiviral serum in his hand, Zhonghai resumed, I initially intended for you to pilfer Ishida's viral samples, but it appears that is no longer necessary. With this, I can fulfill my obligations to the boss. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng inwardly cursed the old fox. Did he truly believe himself to be invincible? This item was a reward from the system, once submitted. If the medical experts in Yamashiro could replicate it, countless lives could be saved. By the way, regarding the previous incident, the boss has rewarded you. Congratulations, you are now a colonel. Additionally, you have been granted a third-class Cloud Banner medal. Due to your unique status, the award ceremony will be conducted after our victory. Once aboard, Zhonghai presented Li Changfeng with the rewards bestowed by their superior, a medal and an appointment letter, delivering them with utmost solemnity. I am indifferent to these tokens. What about the monetary reward? Upon seeing these items, Li Changfeng merely scoffed. The future was uncertain, and such trinkets would only hasten his demise. You truly care for money. 2,000 francs, all right here. Witnessing Li Changfeng's expression, Zhonghai fell silent. Reluctantly, he produced an envelope and placed it before him. Initially, Zhonghai had contemplated withholding a portion, but the thought dissipated as he recalled Li Changfeng's unpredictable nature. He had even managed to eliminate Ishida. Well, a decent haul. From now on, aside from delivering money, let us meet less frequently. It seems you have drawn attention. As Li Changfeng stored the items away, he regarded Zhonghai with concern. Moments earlier, he had spotted several shadowy figures lurking outside the dock. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were 2 Japanese Ronin from the Black Dragon Society. This cannot be, how did I miss them? Zhang Hai was taken aback by Li Changfeng's words. If their identities were compromised, both would be in peril. Do you not believe me? Look outside. Do those 2 appear to be dock workers? With that, Li Changfeng stepped out of the cabin, gesturing for Zhang Hai to observe the 2 well-dressed little men among the laborers. These were indeed the individuals who had been tailing Zhang Hai. Blast it, I was careless, you go ahead, I will provide cover. Zhang Hai immediately recognized the 2 as Japanese and was filled with regret. He swiftly drew his firearm, urging Li Changfeng to leave while he sought an opportunity to resolve the predicament. Take care. Li Changfeng, not one to be polite, patted Zhang Hai on the shoulder and strode toward the exit. Just as he left the dock, the 2 Japanese Ronin followed closely behind, casually stowing away the items Zhang Hai had given him into the system space. Li Changfeng quickened his pace, concealing himself behind a cargo truck. He retrieved the antiviral serum and administered a dose to himself before drawing his sidearm. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, strategizing his next moves. Should he be captured, he would resort to using a gas bomb. The system's reward had become Li Changfeng's trump card. The Japanese had likely followed Zhang Hai to the dock, anticipating his rendezvous. Halt, raise your hands. As Li Changfeng prepared for action, 2 Japanese Ronin appeared behind him, guns drawn. Simultaneously, 3 agents emerged across from him, slowly advancing. 5 individuals, their fates hanging by a thread. Li Changfeng abandoned the thought of engaging in a direct confrontation. Even with Zhang Hai's support, it would be challenging for the 2 of them to eliminate 5 armed Ronin. In the next heartbeat, Li Changfeng raised his hands and gradually tossed his Browning pistol aside. Yoshi, bring your comrades out. Otherwise, we will open fire. One of the Japanese Ronin, seeing Li Changfeng discard his weapon, felt a rush of elation. He kicked the discarded gun away and stepped forward, sneering. You little brat, I'll. At that moment, Zhang Hai, who had been trailing behind, shouted as he prepared to pull the trigger. However, a bearded Japanese man ambushed him from behind, striking him unconscious with the butt of his gun. Get them in the car. As the words left his mouth, the bearded Japanese man nodded slightly, instructing several Ronin to usher the 2 into a jeep. The agents placed hoods over Zhang Hai's head and bound his hands and feet, tossing him into the trunk. Li Changfeng, too, was similarly hooded and restrained before being placed in the back seat of the jeep. The vehicle slowly set off, heading down the main road towards the dock's outskirts. Li Changfeng's anxiety escalated as he discreetly used a razor blade to cut through the ropes binding his wrists. Without the antiviral serum and gas bomb, he would have undoubtedly fought to the death with the Japanese spies. However, that was no longer necessary. With a soft snip, as the ropes fell away, Li Changfeng seized a gas bomb, disengaging the safety. A hissing sound filled the air as thick smoke rapidly engulfed the jeep. Cough, 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 what is this? Gas, quick, stop the vehicle. The bearded agent sensed something amiss and urgently commanded the driver to halt, scrambling for the door. But it was too late. The spies had inhaled copious amounts of the toxic gas. Though Li Changfeng wore a hood, he felt only slight discomfort in his throat. Within minutes, the Ronin began collapsing one by one. The bearded man managed to open the door but only stumbled 3 meters before falling silent. Li Changfeng swiftly approached the trunk and freed Zhang Hai. The latter had just regained consciousness, enveloped in darkness. When Li Changfeng removed his hood, he was astonished to find the vehicle littered with the corpses of the agents. They are all dead. You used a gas bomb. Cough, cough, cough. Though both had worn masks, they had still inhaled a small amount of the toxic gas. Li Changfeng had preemptively injected himself with the antiviral serum, leaving him largely unaffected, while Zhang Hai was in a dire state, his face flushed and struggling to breathe. Quick, find a place to inject the antiviral serum. Without a moment to lose, Li Changfeng pulled Zhang Hai behind a small hill and administered a dose of the serum. After several minutes, Zhang Hai finally began to recover. He gazed at Li Changfeng in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Poisoned dart, I thought we were doomed. How much antiviral serum do you have hidden on you? How can you still have cough, cough? Chapter 18 Invitation from Bai Zhongliang. Li Changfeng smiled faintly as he regarded Zhang Hai, who lay prostrate on the ground. Well, apart from the one I gave you, I still have 4 more here. Having just utilized 1, and with the one I provided you, that leaves 3. Li Changfeng flipped his palm and produced 3 vials of antiviral serum. You little rascal, you hide things well. Zhang Hai was momentarily speechless, swiftly rolling over to seize the 3 vials from Li Changfeng's grasp. However, Li Changfeng withdrew his hand, regarding him with disdain. These 3 are destined for the front lines, to aid those valiant soldiers resisting the Japanese. Don't even think about it, Zhang Hai sighed, trembling as he stood up and glanced at the several corpses beside the vehicle. He then turned and walked in another direction. Li Changfeng confiscated the weapons and documents from several spies, hastily following after him. Half an hour later, Nantianshan Yangzi arrived with personnel from the Special High Command. Accompanying her was the Japanese spy from the Black Dragon Society, Harada Aki. Upon witnessing the countless bodies strewn about, Nantianshan Yangzi furrowed her brow. Miss Aki, what transpired here? Harada Aki had just informed her of the capture of 2 significant figures. To her astonishment, after waiting an hour outside the dock, she found no one. Just as she was about to investigate the dock, she encountered this grim scene. Chief Nantianshan, they are all dead. Several Japanese spies from the Special High Command approached to examine the vehicle and the bodies, reporting back. There are no signs of struggle, nor any bullet wounds. However, there is a foul odor of dead rats emanating from the vehicle. I suspect it was a gas attack. Harada Aki surveyed the scene and spoke up. The 6 Japanese spies from the Black Dragon Society were all her subordinates, and this was quite the embarrassment. They couldn't have gone far. Seal off the dock and commence a search. Nantianshan Yangzi surveyed the surroundings, noting only 1 main road and 2 smaller paths. The main road led out of the dock, while the 2 smaller paths led to the workers' quarters and the storage area. She immediately commanded her team to initiate a search. It is unlikely the enemy would take the main road. They may still be hiding at the dock. The trekkers reported that one of the 2 resides in the villa adjacent to the dock. The other seems to appear only once every fortnight. Harada Aki pondered for a moment before continuing. Hearing her words, Nantianshan Yangzi felt a deep admiration. Were it not for Harada Aki's affiliation with the Black Dragon Society, she would have considered appointing her to the Special High Command. Notify the garrison. Secure the dock and the port. No vessel is to be allowed to depart. Instruct the police and the personnel from Unit 76 to conduct thorough checks and locate the individuals. Nantianshan Yangzi turned sharply, addressing the Japanese spies beside her. Several spies from the Special High Command nodded in unison. Yes, At the moment Nantianshan Yangzi was securing the dock, Li Changfeng had donned the attire of a Japanese ronin. He swaggered aboard a rickshaw, making his way out of the dock. His identification documents, naturally, had been procured from the spies found in the jeep, and he had executed a disguise that bore an 80% resemblance to the original. As for Zhang Hai's chances of escaping, that depended on his own abilities. Upon returning to Unit 76, he observed the operatives assembling. Director Bai, their SA mission at hand. Li Changfeng, puffing on a cigar, emerged from the administrative office, grinning as he inquired. Bai Zhongliang nodded in acknowledgement. The Special High Command called. They require our men for an external operation. Head to the Xiaobei dock to apprehend 2 vital figures. Does Deputy Chief Li have any pressing matters? Bai Zhongliang regarded Li Changfeng with utmost courtesy. These matters were hardly secrets. External missions were typically just a means of survival. I am here merely to inform Director Bai. This month, Director Li has not allocated any funds to your operations. You will need to devise a way to manage your allowances. Li Changfeng smiled slightly as he addressed Bai Zhongliang. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhongliang's expression immediately soured. Deputy Chief Li, it hardly seems fair for our men to labor tirelessly to capture anti-Japanese elements without receiving their allowances. How are we to survive on a mere $2 monthly? Are you unaware of the skyrocketing food prices outside? The notion of working without compensation was enough to incite ire. Moreover, Bai Zhongliang had recently recruited numerous personnel, expanding the operations. The allowances each month were no trifling sum. Director Bai, you may not be aware. Unit 76 has always been self-sufficient. The intelligence department's allowances stem from the Wang family's stock business. As for your operations, under Director Liang, it relied on the Su family. The seized goods and contraband from Unit 76 are quite valuable, Li Changfeng regarded Bai Zhongliang with a knowing smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhongliang felt like cursing. Were it not for Li Changfeng's interference in monopolizing the Su family's enterprises and bribing Liang Zhongquan's assets to the Japanese, he would not be short on funds now. However, given the current circumstances, Bai Zhongliang could not afford to fall out with Li Changfeng over this matter. This fellow was now a translator for the garrison, closely associated with the Japanese. Even Director Li kept a respectful distance. Har har, it seems I misjudged Deputy Chief Li. However, I am new here and have yet to grasp the means of generating revenue. How about we make arrangements for this month's salary, Deputy Chief Li? Bai Zhongliang pondered for a moment before donning a smile, wrapping an arm around Li Changfeng's shoulder. Director Bai, please have Wu Sibao bring me some longevity ointment. It would be better to sell it on the black market for some cash for the brothers. I heard your operations just uncovered a smuggling route. Moreover, you have yet to take over the casino and dock previously run by Director Liang. Li Changfeng noticed Bai Zhongliang's demeanor had significantly improved and promptly reminded him. Those docks and casinos had originally belonged to the Su family, however, without protection, they were prone to trouble. He resolved to share in the spoils with Bai Zhongliang. Deputy Chief Li, you truly are my benefactor. No wonder the brothers from Unit 76 have such a good rapport with you. Come, let us retire to my office for a drink. Having said this, Bai Zhongliang was all too aware of Li Changfeng's intentions. He directly pulled Li Changfeng toward his office. Don't you have a mission, Director Bai? Li Changfeng hesitated, eager to decline. These are mere trifles. I can have Wu Sibao and Chen Shun lead the team. Bai Zhongliang was not one to let him off the hook, dragging him upstairs without hesitation. Deputy Chief Li, I happen to have some Mao Tai sent by Director Li. My subordinates are rather uncouth. Allow me to toast you a glass. Upon reaching the office, Bai Zhongliang produced a plate of peanuts and 2 snacks. Then, he retrieved a bottle of liquor from the cabinet, looking at Li Changfeng as he did so. He intended to intoxicate Li Changfeng today to foster closeness. However, Li Changfeng inadvertently caught sight of the door behind Bai Zhongliang's office. It concealed a secret chamber, housing numerous important items. After Liang Zhongquan's demise, Bai Zhongliang had appropriated them for himself. If his instincts were correct, the crucial return to zero plan was hidden within this chamber. This plan detailed the Japanese's comprehensive operational strategy against the intelligence departments in Shanghai. Li Mochuan had entrusted it to Bai Zhongliang for safekeeping, aiming to expose the undercover agents within Shanghai's underground transport stations. Li Changfeng intended to obtain this plan to secure a contingency for himself. Come, let us drink. We shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. If Director Bai can manage to get me tipsy, I shall advance the allowances for your operations this month. Chapter 19. The theft of the reset plan. Li Changfeng had made up his mind and looked at the wine bottle in Bai Zhongliang's hand, exclaiming with a hearty smile, a month's salary from the operations department amounts to several $1,000s. However, earning Bai Zhongliang's trust is worth it. Indeed, Deputy Section Chief Li is quite generous. In honor of the brothers in the operations department, I shall drink to this. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Bai Zhongliang immediately retrieved 2 cups and filled them. He downed his drink in one gulp. Li Changfeng smiled faintly and followed suit, consuming 2 liang of liquor in a single swig. Seizing the opportunity while Bai Zhongliang was distracted, Li Changfeng discreetly slipped 2 sleeping pills into the wine bottle and shook it gently while pouring. Glug! After half a bottle of wine, Bai Zhongliang collapsed onto the table. Li Changfeng scanned the surroundings and promptly shut the office door. He moved behind the bookshelf and activated a hidden mechanism. Click, with a sound, the bookshelf slid apart along a hidden track, revealing a door to a secret chamber. Li Changfeng frowned at the lock on the secret door. It was a combination lock. He recalled that Liang Zhengquan's previous door lock was a simple one. What could the password be? Bai Zhongliang had a deceased daughter whom he had kept buried in his heart. This password was likely her birthday. As he meticulously recalled Bai Zhongliang's dossier, a flash of inspiration struck Li Changfeng. Since acquiring the photographic memory ability, he had memorized the entire dossier of the 76th Special Unit, reviewing it every 3 days. With this method, errors were nearly impossible. 193752, let's give it a try. Li Changfeng silently recited the number in his mind before pressing the 6 digits and twisting the doorknob. Click. A crisp sound echoed as the secret door swung open. Inside, among various collectibles, there was a safe, also locked with a code, double protection. Li Changfeng chose not to inspect the safe, fearing that others might infiltrate the secret chamber. The cunning Bai Zhongliang had hidden the reset plan inside the belly of a doll, which happened to be his daughter's favorite toy during her lifetime. Approaching the doll, Li Changfeng unfastened the buttons on its clothing and casually retrieved a folded document. It was indeed the reset plan. To facilitate storage, Bai Zhongliang had not even placed it in a file. It was merely wrapped in a few sheets of paper with craft paper. Li Changfeng began to scrutinize the contents, memorizing the details one by one. After reviewing the reset plan, he carefully returned the document. To his astonishment, the reset plan was not merely a specific deployment of the Japanese against the Red Party and the military command, but contained the most crucial item, a list of infiltrators. Uncertain of the authenticity of the list, Li Changfeng decided to memorize it. He locked the door, pushed the bookshelf back into place, just as footsteps echoed from outside the office. Li Changfeng immediately lay down on the table opposite Bai Zhongliang and closed his eyes. Director Li is on the phone looking for you. The secretary from the cipher section, Liu Maynor, pushed the door open and called out. Upon seeing that both Bai Zhongliang and Li Changfeng were intoxicated, she glanced at the empty wine bottle and the remnants of food on the table, immediately frowning. Quickly, summon a doctor and prepare hangover soup for Director Bai and Section Chief Li. The director has urgent matters. How can they be so inebriated during the day? Be careful, or there will be consequences. Liu Maynor promptly turned and shouted to the agent stationed in the hallway. Yes, Miss Liu. As her words fell, a junior agent entered with a male doctor. They administered an injection to both Li Changfeng and Bai Zhongliang to sober them up. After the injection, both men began to show signs of response. Li Changfeng was feigning, yet he had no choice but to endure the injection and continued to pretend to be asleep. However, the so-called hangover cure was merely glucose and a stimulant, causing no significant harm. Bai Zhongliang, on the other hand, clutched his head, feeling as though he had been drugged. What has happened to me? My head hurts terribly. After regaining consciousness, Bai Zhongliang appeared dazed. He looked at the others, rubbing his temples as he inquired. Director Bai, both you and Deputy Section Chief Li have overindulged. Director Li just called. He has returned from Jinling. He wishes to see you in person. Liu Maynor stepped forward and recounted the situation. Observing Li Changfeng sprawled on the table like a dead pig, Bai Zhongliang shook his head. Didn't we already administer the hangover cure? Why is Deputy Section Chief Li still not awake? Seeing Li Changfeng still resting on the table, snoring loudly, Liu Maynor turned to the doctor and asked. It's likely he drank too much. I will administer another injection shortly. The doctor scratched his head, awkwardly responding. Hearing that another injection was coming, Li Changfeng shuddered, nearly toppling off his chair. The previous injection had been quite painful. The needles of that era were significantly larger than those of the future, and they were sterilized with boiling water, leading him to fear potential infection. Enough, take him to the General Affairs office to continue resting. Clean this place up and prepare to welcome Director Li. Bai Zhongliang waved his hand, not wishing to waste time, and directly instructed the agents at the door. Another agent shot him a fierce glare. Liu Maynor was a beauty within the 76th unit, beloved by all. How dare he suggest letting his goddess escort a drunken man? I shall accompany Miss Maynor. Deputy Section Chief Lee is still unconscious. It may be troublesome for Miss Maynor to handle alone. Bai Zhongliang waved his hand, signaling the two to hurry. The agent who spoke lifted Li Changfeng onto his back, while Liu Maynor carefully supported him from behind as they descended the stairs together. Seeing the three of them exit, Bai Zhongliang's expression turned cold. Enough, don't clean up, stand guard outside. The agents, who were tidying up, paused momentarily before quickly stepping outside. Bai Zhongliang locked the door and input the password to unlock the secret chamber door. Upon confirming that the reset plan remained intact without any signs of disturbance, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The reset plan was the top secret of the 76th unit. If it were to be stolen, Bai Zhongliang would find it impossible to account for. Creak, at that moment, a black custom-made Jeep parked downstairs. This bulletproof vehicle cost over $300,000 to manufacture and had been specially ordered from abroad by Li Morchuan, representing his exclusive transport. Director Li has arrived. The agents downstairs quickly bowed and greeted him. Bai Zhongliang opened the door and stepped outside. Just as Li Morchuan walked in, Li Changfeng was unceremoniously tossed into the office by the junior agents and Liu Maynor, who then exited. Li Changfeng rubbed his eyes, noticing that several accountants from the General Affairs Office had left. He then shifted into a very comfortable position, preparing to continue pretending to sleep. Ding, the weapons you throw and the bullets you fire will receive a system enhancement, ensuring a hit rate of 100%. The familiar electronic voice resonated. As $3,000 were added to Li Changfeng's space. He also acquired a practical skill. With perfect accuracy, he would find it effortless to handle firearms or hidden weapons in the future. As the saying goes, a gun is fastest at 10 meters, and both fast and accurate within 10 meters. Yet, during his time at Whampoa, his shooting skills had been the worst. However, he excelled in camouflage reconnaissance and terrain scouting, which allowed him to graduate successfully. Had it not been for saving the fourth brother, Xu Baichuan, during a mission, he would not have become a top agent for the military command. Chapter 20, Sacrificing Oneself for the Nation. As Li Morchuan conducted his inspection of number 76, the relentless manhunt by the Taco continued unabated. A substantial contingent of soldiers surrounded the Jiabei Wharf, while police personnel, armed and vigilant, commenced a meticulous door-to-door search. More significantly, Harada Akiko produced several photographs captured by the Black Dragon Society's operatives. Among these images, only one bore a clue pertaining to the contact person, an indistinct figure, hunched and obscured. A few individuals were convening within a residential dwelling, seeking to ascertain pertinent information. Director Nandian, these photographs were taken by my subordinate while monitoring Ma Wenjiao, Akiko stated. This individual extravagantly splurges at the Palais and the Shili Yangchang, and he maintains a bevy of mistresses. On the surface, he merely appears as a minor proprietor at Jiabei Wharf, yet it is implausible for him to possess such wealth. Thus, we dispatched agents to establish contact with him, which yielded crucial intelligence. His true identity is that of an intelligence officer dispatched from Shancheng to Shanghai. His mission involves activating a top-tier undercover agent embedded within our ranks. As Akiko laid the photographs upon the table, she divulged the knowledge she possessed. Her revelations immediately captured the attention of Nandian Yoko and the garrison commander, Takeda Ichiro, gaze fixed upon the photographs. Nandian Yoko spoke slowly, so, it follows that his name and identity are fabrications. He is not Ma Wenjiao, nor is he merely a small-time freight businessman. Could his superior potentially be the second-in-command from Shancheng? The photo of the contact is exceedingly vague and provides no tangible leads. As the head of the Taco, Takeda was quick to deduce much of the scenario. However, it seemed that these clues alone could not pinpoint the contact. Only by capturing the individual concealed at the wharf could they extract further intelligence. Director Nandian, we cannot dismiss the matter so lightly. By apprehending this individual at the wharf, we can unearth the ace operative lurking within our organization. The deployment of our manpower and resources is entirely justified. Upon hearing their discourse, Takeda Ichiro shook his head. He had initially presumed that the Toko's collaboration with the garrison was merely to apprehend a handful of anti-Japanese elements, yet this new development was far more significant. Nevertheless, a question lingered in his mind: given the meticulousness of your arrangements, why did you experience a setback previously? At Takeda's inquiry, Akiko's cheeks flushed. Our intention was to capture this individual and present him for your interrogation, Director Nandian, before personally delivering him to General Kajaser. Regrettably, unforeseen complications arose during the apprehension. The contact acted unpredictably, deploying a gas grenade that claimed the lives of 5 of my subordinates. Furrowing her brow, Akiko continued her explanation. The mention of the gas grenade caused Takeda's expression to shift dramatically. This is inconceivable. How could the military intelligence possess gas grenades? Such devices were recently developed by Mr. Ishida, with fewer than 100 in existence. Moreover, the majority have already been dispatched to northeast China. Could this ace operative indeed be affiliated with the Bimansion, or perhaps an aide to Minister Ishida? Takeda's astonishment was palpable, and after Ishida's demise, Kimura Shoter was responsible for concluding the viral experiments in Shanghai. If this were indeed the case, the implications would be dire. If Colonel Takeda's suspicions hold true, then Kimura Shoter is affiliated with the anti-war alliance. This individual is not merely an ace operative of military intelligence, but also an undercover agent for the Soviet forces, Akiko asserted with conviction as she stepped forward. The trio exchanged glances, their eyes alight with realization. The situation was unfolding in increasingly intriguing ways. Report: the communications department has identified a series of radio signals, announced a Toko telegraph operator, entering the room just as the 3 were engaged in discussion. He approached Nandian Yoko and delivered his report. The operator glanced momentarily at Harada Akiko and Takeda Ichiro, then hesitated to continue. No need for concern, these 2 are high-ranking officers of the Empire. Proceed with your findings. Indeed. Our communications vehicle detected unidentified radio waves near the second warehouse at the wharf. Upon comparison, they belong to unfamiliar signals. The location is approximately here. As the operator spoke, he indicated a spot on the topographical map spread across the table. Mark it. Nandian Yoko ordered. The operator promptly took a pen and circled the designated area. The second warehouse, our target must be located here. Notify the personnel at number 76 to mobilize with the garrison for the apprehension. We must secure both the radio equipment and the cipher book. Nandian Yoko commanded after studying the map. Indeed. The action team leader, Takagi, nodded and promptly made a call. Meanwhile, within the cargo warehouse at Jabe Wharf, Zhonghai had just dispatched a series of telegrams, placing the cipher book atop the radio. He retrieved a grenade from beneath the table, pulled the pin, and with a resounding boom, the radio was obliterated, and the cipher book was shredded by the explosive shockwave. Zhonghai was hurled by the blast, landing heavily on the ground. He realized his escape was futile. Fortunately, the poison dart had already eluded capture and would continue to pierce the hearts of the enemy. One day, the 40 million compatriots would drive the Japanese from the land of China. Zhonghai, in his self-sacrifice for the nation, deemed it worthwhile. Oh no, the radio has been destroyed. Wu Zibao and the personnel from number 76 arrived just in time to hear the explosion. Upon rushing into the room, they discovered the radio in ruins, with only Zhonghai lying expressionless on the floor, glaring at the intruding operatives with clenched teeth. Quick, apprehend him. It's potassium cyanide. In his final moments, he shattered his dental prosthetics. Spit it out. You must spit it out. Several operatives lunged at him, grasping his throat in an attempt to induce vomiting. It's futile. Potassium cyanide is a chemical poison. A mere 50 milligrams can be fatal within 3 minutes. It could easily slay a fully grown elephant. Another team leader from the operations department, Chen Shen, entered, observing Zhonghai convulsing and foaming at the mouth, shaking his head in dismay. Wu Zibao instinctively glanced at his watch. From the moment the explosion was heard to their entrance into the warehouse, 3 minutes had elapsed. In the next instant, Zhonghai's gaze grew vacant as he drew his last breath. Damn it, the prize we had is now lost. When we return, the intelligence department will surely mock us. Upon witnessing Zhang Hai's demise and the absence of any useful intel, Wu Zibao erupted in frustration, kicking the warehouse door with vigor. Why fret over a mere door? This operation was a joint endeavor between the Taco and the Black Dragon Society. We were merely assisting. Chen Shen remarked with a grin, as though the incident bore no weight upon him, yet internally, he felt a heaviness. The man they sought was evidently no ordinary individual, having opted to end his life at the first opportunity. There was a high likelihood he was a significant figure. With his death, yet another force opposing the Japanese had been extinguished. He draped an arm around Wu Zibao's shoulders, gesturing to the others. The bureau chief hasn't even arrived. Why the rush? Let us return and celebrate with drinks. I shall treat. As he spoke, the group carried Zhang Hai's lifeless body out, their expression somber as they departed the damp and shadowy warehouse. Chapter 21, The Arrival of Rihanir Glutinoser. What? The prisoner is dead. The radio and codebook have also been destroyed. Barker, upon hearing Wu Zibao's report, Nandian Yangzi slapped him directly across the face. The lead had been cut off, and her eyes burned with fury. Smack, 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 the force of the blows left Wu Zibao seeing stars, tears and snot streaming down his face. Clutching his face, he stumbled back several steps. The action team led by Chen Shen was merely stationed outside to provide support, thus escaping the brunt of her wrath. Please, Tai-jun, stop hitting me. It was my fault. I was careless and didn't send anyone in immediately. If you kill me, you will be at the forefront next time. Noticing that Nandian Yangzi was still seething, Harada Akiko drew her pistol. Instantly, Wu Zibao's legs turned to jelly, and he knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. The agents of Unit 76 lowered their heads, unwilling to witness the scene. They had betrayed their country, their lives hanging by a thread at the whim of the Japanese. A failed capture meant someone had to take the fall. Just as Nandian Yangzi was about to give the order to fire, Chen Shen stepped forward and grasped Harada Akiko's hand. Captain Nandian, please calm down. The prisoner ingested potassium cyanide beforehand. Even if we apprehend him, he won't last long. The priority now is to investigate the leads and quickly locate his accomplices. As Chen Shen's words hung in the air, Nandian Yangzi cast him a glance. She discerned that this fair-skinned man seemed quite articulate. However, she despised anyone attempting to intercede on another's behalf. In a swift motion, Nandian Yangzi seized the Browning pistol from Harada Akiko's hand, disengaged the safety, and aimed it squarely at Chen Shen's head. Are you pleading for him? And what are you, exactly? Hearing this, Chen Shen's expression turned icy, only to soften almost immediately. He offered a gentle smile, tapping his forehead with a finger. I am, like him, merely a dog under the Imperial Army. Our lives rest solely in Captain Nandian's hands. At this declaration, Harada Akiko stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Pfft! This is the first time I've heard someone compare themselves to a dog. The atmosphere around them relaxed slightly at her remark. Takeda Ichiro observed the scene and waved his hand. Captain Nandian, this gentleman Chen is correct. Their worthless lives are of little consequence, yet we still require their assistance. I propose we transport the prisoner's body to the military police and interrogate Kimura Shoter. Upon hearing Takeda Ichiro's suggestion, Nandian Yangzi lowered her weapon and nodded. His words were sincere, yet Chen Shen knew that Wu Zibao was a dog that could never change his ways. Sooner or later, he would meet his demise at the hands of the Japanese. Nevertheless, he patted Wu Zibao's shoulder and said, All right, we are all brothers here, there's no need for such talk. Wu Zibao was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude. Brother Chen, from now on, the brothers will heed your every word. Whatever you need, just say the word, and I will ensure it gets done. You are the brother of Director Bai. Please look after us more. At this declaration, the members of the second unit gazed at Chen Shen with newfound respect. Even Wu Zibao could be easily swayed. He was no ordinary individual. Meanwhile, within a residential building in Yamaguchi, Secretary Xie Zhonglin, drenched in sweat, approached Boss Dai. Boss, we have just received an urgent telegram. It's from Viper's last transmission. At this revelation, Boss Dai, engrossed in a newspaper, was taken aback and immediately rose to his feet. Had Viper encountered trouble, did that mean Poison Fang was also compromised? He trembled as he took the telegram, beginning to peruse its contents. The assassination of Minister Ishida was successful, and we have obtained an antiviral serum. Poison Fang has once again proven its worth. As he read the initial lines, Boss Dai's spirit soared, his mood brightening significantly. However, as he continued, his expression turned grave. This fool has exposed himself. Fortunately, Poison Fang is unharmed. Boss Dai recalled Zhonghai's penchant for debauchery during his time in Yamaguchi. It was no surprise that he had drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives. Without delay, he rolled up the telegram and tossed it into the fire pit. Do not contact Poison Fang for now. Send a message to Chen Gongju to investigate Zhonghai's whereabouts. I refuse to believe he simply perished. Although Zhonghai mentioned in the telegram that he would die for his country after sending it, the truth still needed verification. Yes, I will handle it immediately. Xie Zhonglin, not daring to delay, turned and hurried towards the telecommunication room. Boss Dai gazed out the window at the sky, letting out a sigh. Winter had arrived, and Yamaguchi was graced with its first snowfall. The situation in Shanghai was unlikely to be any better. Just as a cloud of gloom settled over Boss Dai's heart, the secretary of the confidential department, Guan Yongshan, cautiously entered the room. Lowering his head slightly, he presented a crucial piece of intelligence. Boss, we received word from an insider in the Soviet region. It appears the Japanese have devised a plan to root out all infiltrators in Shanghai, dubbed the Zeroing Plan. Included is a list of agents that have infiltrated our ranks. This information was purchased at a high price from a Japanese individual at the consulate in Shanghai. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Boss Dai immediately stood up. If this list were authentic, it was imperative to obtain the Zeroing Plan. Is the information credible? Has it been verified? Boss Dai fixed a penetrating gaze on Guan Yongshan, inquiring, how does one verify such information? However, after a moment's internal struggle, Guan Yongshan spoke up. Our insider has conducted an investigation, and this intelligence is undoubtedly accurate. If the information is false, I am willing to pay with my own life. Guan Yongshan declared through gritted teeth. He had fronted the money to acquire this intelligence. Should Boss Dai doubt him, he would suffer a significant loss. Very well, I recall that Li Morchuan has a niece named Xu Biqing. Have Tang Shanhai from the intelligence department accompany her to seek refuge with Unit 76. We must secure this zeroing plan. Recognizing Guan Yongshan's anxiety, Boss Dai offered a slight smile. Regardless of its authenticity, he needed to find a way to test the waters. Will Li Morchuan trust Tang Shanhai? He is the most trusted individual of Sixth Brother. Guan Yongshan furrowed his brow, questioning. Not long ago, a few intelligence agents from Jinling defected, did they not? I heard they went to Shanghai, intending to align themselves with Bai Zhongliang. Notify Chen Gongju to locate these individuals and present them as gifts to Li Morchuan. Boss Dai contemplated for a moment before addressing Guan Yongshan. Understood, I will arrange it immediately. Guan Yongshan turned and exhaled in relief. A few days later, a man and a woman boarded a boat bound for Shanghai, seeking refuge with Li Morchuan. Their code name was Rihania Glutinoser. Chapter 22, Exchange of Intelligence at Headquarters Number 76. Li Morchuan and Bai Zhongliang engaged in a clandestine discussion for an entire hour before taking their leave. All the agents had been assembled and were stationed downstairs. Li Changfeng feigned sleep in his office, ultimately succumbing to slumber. Beep, congratulations, host, for successfully stealing the reset plan and acquiring the skill of eavesdropping. Reward, $5,000. Eavesdropping, your hearing is exceptionally acute, surpassing that of an average person, enabling you to perceive sounds within a 100-meter radius. As the system's notification echoed in his ears, Li Changfeng was jolted awake. Almost immediately, a cacophony of noises flooded his senses, culminating in the thunderous roar of vehicles. The sounds seemed to reverberate right beside him, instantly banishing any remnants of sleep. Peering out the window, he spotted a group of agents from the operations department, returning in dejection. Liu Aisin and his colleagues from the intelligence department had already received the news and were casually munching on sunflower seeds at the entrance. With yet another stroke of fortune and the acquisition of an eavesdropping skill, Li Changfeng found himself increasingly pleased with the system. From now on, he could not only eliminate enemies but also effortlessly gather intelligence pertaining to headquarters number 76. Within 100 meters, even from the confines of his office, he could eavesdrop on the entire commotion at number 76. No sound would escape his keen ears. Upon observing Wu Sibao enter with a battered visage, Liu Aisin and the others immediately began to mock him. "Oh dear, I hear Captain Wu took quite a beating from the Japanese. If it weren't for Captain Chen pleading on his behalf, he'd be facing the King of Hell by now. Returned with a corpse after an entire afternoon out. Not to mention, they didn't even bring back a body. Rumor has it he was taken to the gendarmerie by the Japanese. What a disgrace." As they tossed the shells of their sunflower seeds onto the ground, they continued to taunt Wu Sibao. This barrage of words infuriated Wu Sibao. "What did you say? Say it again if you dare." He promptly drew his gun, pressing it against the forehead of an agent from the intelligence department. Chen Shen swiftly stepped forward, his expression icy as he snatched the firearm from Wu Sibao's grasp. "We're all brothers here, no need for guns. If you had the capability, bring back a live one next time. Then they wouldn't be laughing at us." Hearing these words only fueled Wu Sibao's anger further. However, noticing Chen Shen's grim demeanor, he wisely took a step back. Liu Aisin and the others, witnessing Wu Sibao's sudden retreat, regarded Chen Shen with newfound respect. "Captain Chen is right. It's my brother who spoke out of turn. Captain Wu, don't take it to heart." As the words fell, Wang Manchun descended from the upper floor, casting a glance at Chen Shen before delivering a swift kick to Liu Aisin. "Assemble, prepare for action." The moment her command was issued, the personnel from the intelligence department immediately rallied together. Under Wang Manchun's leadership, they made their way toward the entrance of number 76. Li Changfeng observed this scene and approached Chen Shen directly. "Captain Chen, you must be tired. Come to my office for a cup of tea." Chen Shen, noticing Li Changfeng leisurely puffing on a cigar, nodded in agreement. Let us go. I must tell you, Deputy Section Chief Li. The dancers at the Palais de Danse can't compare to the beauties at MGM. I'll introduce you to a few later." Upon hearing of Li Changfeng's reputed lechery, Chen Shen immediately embraced the role. "Forget it. My wife just arrived in Shanghai, and I don't have the courage for that." Li Changfeng smiled slightly, offering Chen Shen a cigar. The two linked arms and strolled toward the General Affairs Section's office. "Captain Chen, do you know where Director Wang is headed?" Once the office door was closed, Li Changfeng, still savoring his cigar, posed the question to Chen Shen. This man was an undercover agent of the Red Party, and Li intended to divulge some information to him, especially since Liu Aisin from the intelligence department served as his informant. Li Changfeng was fully aware of Wang Manchun's intentions to arrest individuals. "Oh, is Deputy Section Chief Li planning to sell me some intelligence?" Chen Shen was momentarily taken aback by Li Changfeng's words. They had only known each other for less than half a month, and there was little familiarity between them. However, based on the information he had gathered, this individual was greedy and lecherous, likely a clandestine intelligence dealer hidden within number 76. Leveraging his connections with the Japanese, even Director Li treated him with considerable favor. The position of General Affairs Section Chief would likely fall into his hands. Consider it so. As far as I know, Captain Chen also has a penchant for collecting intelligence. You frequent MGM, and it's not merely for the women, is it? Li Changfeng said with an air of mystery. Both of Bai Zhongliang's captains were formidable. Chen Shen was responsible for gathering intelligence, while Wu Sibao was in charge of elimination. If they proved to be of no use, Bai Zhongliang would not have brought them to number 76. Har, Deputy Section Chief Li knows too much. However, everyone siding with the Japanese does so for financial gain. If the intelligence provided by he had initially feared that Li Changfeng had uncovered his true identity, it turned out to be a false alarm. No. 76 was not a safe haven, agents constantly monitored one another. One could unwittingly reveal their identity with a mere slip of the tongue in the dead of night. To be frank, Captain Chen, I have informants within the intelligence department. Director Wang has a porn at the underground transit station, and it has been monitored for half a month. They plan to make arrests tonight. There are individuals attempting to rescue a Japanese national detained at number 76, and tonight is the time to strike. Li Changfeng leaned closer to Chen Shen, lowering his voice. He knew that at this moment, there were no outsiders within 10 meters of the General Affairs section. On the second floor, Bai Zhongliang was in a fit of rage, reprimanding Wu Sibao and the others. The intelligence department was eerily quiet, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Is the information credible? Absolutely. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Chen Shen's demeanor shifted, and he gazed intently into his eyes. Li Changfeng nodded. In that instant, Chen Shen's mind was in disarray. His sister-in-law had been captured by Bai Zhongliang while attempting to rendezvous with him. She was currently imprisoned in number 76, undergoing interrogation, with her fate uncertain. Moreover, Xin Xiuxier had given him his first task, to cooperate with the underground transit station in rescuing Nakagawa Taro. Captain Chen, how much do you think this intelligence is worth? Observing Chen Shen's reaction, Li Changfeng smiled slightly and inquired. He recognized the significance of this information to Chen Shen. Despite the differences from the cinematic portrayals, Li Changfeng had surmised Chen Shen's plan. The underground transit station's operation tonight relied on Chen Shen's cooperation to facilitate the rescue. Moreover, Chen Shen had his own motives, hoping to extricate both his sister-in-law and Nakagawa Taro from number 76. He was even willing to risk exposure. Deputy Section Chief Li, prior to participating in the defense of Jinling, I was merely a barber. I possess nothing of value. However, as a token of gratitude, I can exchange intelligence with you. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's inquiry, Chen Shen inhaled deeply and slowly articulated his response. Realizing his objective had been achieved, Li Changfeng understood that Chen Shen's forthcoming information was likely related to the Operations Department's afternoon raid in the Jiabei district to capture Zhang Hai. Oh. What significant intelligence do you have? Do share. Li Changfeng maintained a composed demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. Zhang Hai had sacrificed himself for the nation, becoming a kite with severed strings. He was eager to discern whether the Japanese harbored any suspicions about him. Chapter 23 The Shadow of Death. This afternoon, we are to capture an intelligence officer from the mountain city. I have heard that his mission is to activate a top agent from the military intelligence. Before dying, this intelligence officer destroyed the radio station and the codebook, then ingested a lethal dose of potassium cyanide. The Japanese took the body and focused their suspicions on an individual named Kimura Shoter. That is all I know. Chen Shen slowly began to recount the information he possessed. Li Changfeng stroked his chin, a slight frown creasing his brow. Kimura Shoter appears to be a Japanese virus expert, an assistant to Minister Ishida. Why would the Japanese suspect him of being a Li Changfeng's expression shifted to one of understanding. Very well, may our cooperation be fruitful. This intelligence is indeed valuable. He regarded Chen Shen with in their initial collaboration, an unspoken understanding passed between them. Deputy Section Chief Li, you are too gracious. Let us keep in touch moving forward. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Chen Shen stood up eagerly, pushing open the door and stepping outside into the world beyond room 76. Take care, Captain Chen. Li Changfeng waved his hand, promptly locking the office door behind him. He knew that Chen Shen was likely heading to contact the underground transit station, abandoning the rescue operation. Meanwhile, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate Kimura Shoter, severing the Japanese lead entirely. Opening his death note, Li Changfeng began to write Satsumile Kimura Shoter, mentally deranged, suddenly perishes during interrogation. As Li Changfeng penned these words, a spark of life was extracted from the death note, and the shadow of death drifted out from room 76. Gendarmerie, underground interrogation room. Kimura Shoter had just sent his samples off on a train when he was apprehended by Nantian Yoko and her men, brought to this location. After an hour of interrogation, there was no progress whatsoever. Harada Aki and Takeda Ichiro were stationed outside the cell, vigilantly monitoring the case's developments. Kimura-kun, will you speak or not? Inside the interrogation room, Nantian Yoko held a blazing iron, directing it toward Kimura Shota's chest. Despite the direct questioning, she had yet to breach Kimura Shota's psychological defenses. She had already commenced the use of torture. At that moment, Kimura Shota's body bore the marks of the whip, skin torn and bleeding. He had even been gnawed upon by rats, yet still, he remained resolute. Nantian Yoko, this is coercive torture. I demand to see Mr. Araki. I wish to meet General Dohara. I will accuse you. Witnessing Nantian Yoko's actions, Kimura Shota spat out blood, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could not comprehend why this executioner would suspect him. Mr. Araki has already sanctioned your interrogation. Moreover, we have scrutinized your accounts. We discovered several transactions of dubious origin. Are you withholding information for the sake of some misguided belief? Nantian Yoko sneered dismissively as she pressed the heated iron against Kimura Shota's chest. Barker Yuru, this is all a fabrication. My fate lies with His Majesty the Emperor, not with the anti-war alliance. My finances are entirely innocent. Kimura Shota howled in desperation, attempting to justify himself. Indeed, Kimura-kun's faith is quite formidable. I have heard that you are well acquainted with Mr. Ryota from the embassy. Someone from the mountain city once attempted to assassinate Mr. Ishida. You leaked that information, did you not? Nantian Yoko smiled slightly, continuing her line of questioning. Upon hearing this, Kimura Shota's body went cold. For the sake of money, he had divulged details of his biochemical research to Ryota. This matter seemed increasingly difficult to clarify. Speak, are you not an undercover agent embedded within our ranks? Is this person your superior? As she observed the gradual change in Kimura Shota's expression, Nantian Yoko pressed her advantage, producing a photograph of Zhang Hai. No. Not at all. I do not know him. Kimura Shota panicked, shaking his head vehemently. Deputy Section Chief Nantian, our Black Dragon Society possesses a psychotropic drug capable of compelling a confession. Kimura-kun's psychological defenses have been breached. We can give it a try. Just then, Harada Aki smiled slightly, leaning closer to the interrogation room door. Takeda Ichiro nodded in agreement. Deputy Section Chief Nantian, I believe Miss Aki is correct. Your methods of torture may very well lead to his death. That is certainly not what General Inoue desires. Upon hearing their remarks, Nantian Yoko's eyes brightened. Immediately summon a doctor. Miss Aki, have someone bring the medication. Harada Aki smiled faintly, beckoning to a nearby Japanese Arnin. The Arnin approached the interrogation room door, carrying a box. Deputy Section Chief Nantian, I have brought the drugs. This was prepared precisely for situations such as this. As she spoke, she opened the box to reveal a set of syringes and 2 vials of medication. The labels on the boxes were in Japanese, yet the contents were clearly marked. Psychotropic drugs with hallucinogenic effects. Nantian Yoko glanced over, nodding slightly. Miss Aki, your considerations are truly thorough. As their conversation concluded, a Japanese gendarme arrived with a doctor at the door of the interrogation room. Nantian Yoko opened the door, handing the medication to the doctor. The 3 of them entered the interrogation room together, awaiting the outcome of the interrogation. Administer an injection. Hi. The gendarme doctor nodded, then began his procedure. In the midst of Kimura Shota's terrified gaze, a syringe filled with hallucinogen was injected into his body. You are all demons. Kimura Shota shouted in rage at the figures at the door of the interrogation room. In the next moment, his consciousness began to blur, and he was beset by hallucinations. Mother, I want to go home. Keiko, I have come to marry you. So cold, Kimura is so cold. Kimura Shota began to babble incoherently, his mind unraveling. Deputy Section Chief Nantian, if you have any questions, please ask quickly. The effects of the drug last only half an hour. Once administered, the subject will either go mad or die within that time frame. Observing Kimura Shota's reaction, Harada Aki reminded them. Nantien Yoko nodded, stepping forward. Kimura-kun, tell me, what is your true identity? Whom do you serve? As her words fell, Kimura Shota's eyes brightened, as though he truly beheld his mother. Kimura Shota, on the brink of collapse, was about to speak when he seemed to perceive something terrifying. You are not my mother, you are a demon. With that, his body began to convulse, his eyes glazing over. Breathing grew increasingly difficult. Who would have thought Kimura-kun's willpower to be so robust that he remains unswayed by their hallucinogen? Witnessing this scene, the gendarmerie captain Takeda Ichiro lamented. No, he is beginning to confess. Yet, there seems to be a shadow lurking in his gaze. That is, the shadow of death. Nantien Yoko, however, took a step back, murmuring to herself. Deputy Section Chief Nantien is clearly in distress. Doctor, hurry and save the prisoner. Harada Aki pushed past the somewhat dazed Nantien Yoko, shouting at the gendarme doctor. The gendarme doctor immediately retrieved his medical kit, preparing to administer aid to Kimura Shota. Chapter 24, Advanced Hallucinogen. Several minutes later, the Japanese doctor stood up with a face full of shame. Director Nandien, the suspect injected a substantial quantity of drugs and has succumbed to mental derangement. Additionally, under the duress of torture, he has lost all vital signs. This is the death certificate. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Nandien Yoko was immediately taken aback. Barker, are you implying that the suspect is dead? It hasn't even been half an hour. How is that possible? Nandien Yoko shouted in fury, then approached the Japanese doctor and slapped him twice. Slap, slap. The Japanese doctor immediately lowered his head and stood at attention. Hi. Meanwhile, Harada Akiko examined the corpse and swiftly intervened to block Nandien Yoko. She recognized that this woman was on the brink of explosive rage and was contemplating further violence. Director Nandien, the suspect is indeed deceased. However, based on the clues we have gathered, it is highly likely that Kimura Shota was affiliated with the anti-war alliance. If we can apprehend Ryota Katsuichi from the embassy, we could substantiate this matter. Harada Akiko stepped forward to elucidate. The gendarmerie captain, Takeda Ichiro, nodded in agreement. Miss Akiko is correct, Ryota Katsuichi must know something. However, the investigation by the MI agency into him is quite limited. We require General Ingasawa's consent to take action. Takeda Ichiro's statement was accurate. Ryota Katsuichi's status was markedly different from that of Kimura Shota. Kimura Shota was merely the assistant to Deputy Minister Ishida, holding a lowly position. The White Pavilion had not extended any protection to him. Yet, Ryota Katsuichi was the secretary to Mr. Noda of the consulate. This necessitated a personal negotiation by the head of the Ingasawa agency with the Shanghai embassy. Miss Akiko, please draft a statement for me. I need to report to Mr. Tiden and request an audience with General Ingasawa. This matter has escalated to a diplomatic level. Sufficient evidence is required. Hearing Takeda Ichiro's words, Nandien Yoko turned to Harada Akiko. Before his death, Kimura Shota had not confessed. Only Harada Akiko could complete the evidential chain to enable the MI agency to investigate this matter. This woman's thought process was remarkably meticulous and composed, far more thorough than her own. Hi. I am at your service, Director Nandien. With that, Harada Akiko promptly penned a statement. Then she approached the corpse, took Kimura Shota's blooded right hand, and pressed it down for a fingerprint. After reviewing the statement, Nandien Yoko nodded in satisfaction. Ding, congratulations to the host for eliminating the biochemical researcher Kimura Shota. The crisis has been averted. You have gained 30 years of lifespan, the Skillmaster of Deception, and the item Advanced Hallucinogen. Reward, 1,000 taels of silver as encouragement. At the very moment of Kimura Shota's demise, a system notification echoed in Li Changfeng's ear. Within the system space, there appeared an additional 1,000 taels and a box containing the advanced hallucinogen. Upon inspecting the description said Smiley advanced hallucinogen, upon injection, it will not cause the suspect's death. You will become their beloved mother. What on earth? Li Changfeng discarded the hallucinogen into the system space and continued to review the new skill. Master of Deception, your eloquence will be enhanced, allowing you to lie without exhibiting any emotional fluctuations. This skill was indeed quite suitable for Li Changfeng. After all, during his time in the number 76 infiltration, he had to confront various individuals daily. Sometimes, deceit was necessary. Task accomplished. Li Changfeng glanced at his watch. It was already time to clock out. He tidied his belongings and, with his bag in hand, exited the office. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he decided to visit Kitadernako to see if there was any new information. He hailed a rickshaw and bought a few small gifts along the way. Li Changfeng headed straight for Hunko district. Changfeng-kun, you've arrived. Nako has been waiting for you for quite some time. Upon seeing the red ribbon hanging from the window, Li Changfeng confidently knocked on the door. Kitadernako, having spotted his figure from the second-floor window, greeted him with a beaming face. Is Takeda-kun not here? I came looking for him to drink. Li Changfeng stated earnestly upon seeing Kitadernako. Upon hearing this, Kitadernako stifled a light laugh, knowing this was merely an excuse from Li Changfeng. If he truly sought Takeda Ichiro, he would have left upon noticing the red ribbon at the window. Come in. She pulled Li Changfeng inside. Takeda-kun has been busy with official duties and hasn't he returned home for several days. Nako can hardly wait to spar with you, Changfeng-kun. As soon as they entered, Kitadernako tugged at Li Changfeng's collar. He did not resist, placing the small gifts down before approaching her. After a series of customary exchanges, he unveiled the small gifts. Miss Nako, this is the hibiscus cake I bought for you. And there's spicy chicken and steamed mandarin fish. These are all famous delicacies from Shanghai. The gifts Li Changfeng brought were a delightful assortment of food. Upon discovering that the dishes were still warm, Kitadernako was elated. It smells wonderful, far tastier than sushi. I'll go fetch some wine. You should join me for a meal, Changfeng-kun. Kitadernako exclaimed excitedly after tasting a few bites, about to rise to retrieve wine. However, before she could do so, Li Changfeng magically produced a bottle of white liquor from his pocket. No need, I'm not accustomed to your sake. I had prepared this in advance. As he spoke, he poured a glass for Kitadernako and filled a large cup for himself. Cheers! Changfeng-kun, you are... Nako is very pleased. If there's anything you need, feel free to ask. After a few cups of liquor, Kitadernako sincerely stated she understood that Li Changfeng's visit was not solely to please her. Miss Nako, you are aware that I am in dire need of money. Thus, I require certain intelligence in exchange for compensation. Would you be willing to assist me? Li Changfeng gazed at Kitadernako, testing the waters. Only by earning her trust could he extract information from Takeda Ichiro. He had contemplated these words for quite some time. Should this woman refuse to cooperate, Li Changfeng would resort to the death note to ensure her demise before Takeda Ichiro. Hi. Changfeng-kun, you are my favorite man. Nako will certainly help you. With that, Kitadernako entered the room and retrieved a box. Upon opening it, it revealed a treasure trove of gold bars, a full 50 of them. Changfeng-kun, these are the funds that Takeda-kun entrusted Nako to safeguard. The Imperial Army reached Jinling and brought back many antiques and jade artifacts. They were all converted into gold bars and taels, and Takeda-kun received these. If you need them, please take them all. Kitadernako bowed respectfully, pushing the box toward Li Changfeng. This woman had been utterly swept away by love, becoming so candid. Li Changfeng nodded but promptly pushed the box back. Miss Nako, if I were to take this money, Takeda-kun would undoubtedly not spare you. I do not wish to see you come to harm. All you need to do is, the next time I drink with Takeda-kun, slip this hallucinogen into his tea. That would be a tremendous help. As he spoke, Li Changfeng placed a vial of hallucinogen on the table. Kitadernako glanced at the unrecognizable substance and nodded vigorously. Hi. Changfeng-kun's instructions will be carried out without fail. With that, she downed a large cup of white liquor, her complexion becoming even rosier. Li Changfeng observed the slightly intoxicated Kitader Neko and gently carried her into the bedroom. It was not until 2 hours later that he left, taking the food box with him. Chapter 25, The Messenger. On the other side, Chen Shen emerged from number 76 and was about to head to the Fu Yuan Carriage Company when he noticed Li Xianan standing eagerly at the entrance, immediately wrapping her arms around his. Chen Shen, I've come to pick you up after work. Shall we go to Juxianlu for dinner? The director has issued pay today. It's my treat. Li Xianan blinked her large, innocent eyes. Unbeknownst to Chen Shen, this woman was, in fact, his new contact. Her acting was so convincing that she had played the role of his devoted admirer flawlessly. No, I have important matters to attend to. You can go by yourself. Chen Shen felt a surge of urgency within him. He needed to deliver the intelligence promptly. He extricated his arm from her grasp and spoke with a calm demeanor. He then hurried a few steps forward, intending to flag down a rickshaw. Chen Shen, are you Chen Shen momentarily froze upon hearing her words, recalling Li Changfeng's warning. The intelligence office had been monitoring number 76 for half a month. It was likely that the Fu Yuan Carriage Company had already been compromised. If he were to send a warning now, it would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. Are you truly willing to do anything for me? He pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to face Li Xianan. Indeed. Through fire and water, I shall not hesitate. Li Xianan raised her small fist, declaring earnestly. She appeared genuinely thrilled, as though assisting Chen Shen was an exceptionally fortunate endeavor. All right, please deliver a message to the Fu Yuan Carriage Company. Just say that due to the strong winds today, there's no need to fetch Madame Bai. Chen Shen hesitated for a moment before nodding. He then leaned closer to Li Xianan's ear and whispered his instructions. Upon hearing his words, Li Xianan nodded vigorously. Rickshaw, please escort this young lady. Seeing Li Xianan agree, Chen Shen immediately flagged down a rickshaw. He then turned and made his way toward Bai Zhongliang's residence, aiming to create an alibi to prevent Wang Manchun and Bai Zhongliang from suspecting him. Meanwhile, Wang Manchun had already surrounded a tea house across from number 76 with her men. The agents from the intelligence office pretended to sip tea, their guns unholstered and ready, awaiting the command to apprehend their targets. The tea house owner and several of his staff. Just a week prior, the underground transportation station had acquired this tea house, beginning the excavation of a tunnel from the kitchen on the first floor. Merely a street away, it would connect to the hidden sewer beneath number 76. Earlier that afternoon, the intelligence office's undercover agent had reported that the tunnel had been completed. Their rescue operation was set to commence that very night. Wang Manchun sat by the window, glancing at her wristwatch. Captain Liu, has there been any activity from the Fu Yuan Carriage Company? Team leader Liu Aisin had just returned from outside and shook his head. Not yet. It's only just past 5. Their operation is likely to commence after dark. The personnel from the interrogation department will change shifts at 7:30, and the underground transportation station will seize this opportunity. We will exploit the moment when the guards at number 76 relax to demolish the prison and rescue our people. Liu Aisin shook his head and spoke in a hushed tone. Wang Manchun nodded, finding his thoughts aligned with her own. Maintain strict surveillance, we cannot overlook any clues. There are undercover agents at number 76, we must prevent anyone from alerting them. With that, she picked up a newspaper to obscure her face. Liu Aisin subtly nodded and exited the tea house once more. The Fu Yuan Carriage Company, Captain Liang had just gathered his men in the backyard, preparing to respond to Ji Yuezhuang and others from the tea house when he heard footsteps approaching outside. Is Boss Liang in? As soon as the words fell, the steward outside nodded and led Li Xianan into the backyard of the carriage company. Captain Liang promptly directed his men into the inner room, blocking the two individuals. Are you looking for me? Let us speak here. Upon seeing Captain Liang, Li Xianan smiled slightly and produced a scarf. This is Xin Qiuxia's belonging. You are the doctor. Captain Liang paused, taking the scarf into his hands to inspect it, quickly deducing the identity of the woman before him. Li Xianan, codename Doctor, the superior of the Sparrow. I have urgent information to report. Moments later, Li Xianan departed in a rickshaw through the back door. Captain Liang dispersed the guerrilla fighters, exiting through the front entrance alone, only to be followed immediately by 2 agents from number 76. Half an hour later, Captain Liang entered the tea house across from number 76. Upon seeing him, Wang Manchun felt a surge of excitement. Action, prepare for the capture. She rose, signaling to the surrounding agents from the intelligence office. The agents surged forward, rushing toward the kitchen of the tea house. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the leading agent was struck down. Immediately, gunfire erupted like popping beans. The patrons of the tea house screamed in terror, scattering towards the exit. Catch them, let not a single one escape. Wang Manchun raised her gun, shooting several fleeing patrons dead. Liu Aisin led a substantial force, surrounding the tea house until not a drop of water could pass through. Gunfire exchanged between both sides, resulting in the deaths of 2 guerrilla fighters. Just as the agents were about to storm in, a guerrilla fighter disguised as a chef charged out of the kitchen, clutching a bundle of explosives. Boom! The fighter ignited the fuse and hurled himself toward the group of agents. With a deafening explosion, several agents were sent flying, while a few others were injured. The entire tea house fell silent in an instant. Wang Section Chief, they've escaped. Liu Aisin, noticing the dissipating smoke from the explosion, rushed inside, only to find the kitchen empty, save for a concealed pit covered with straw. Fools, useless. The underground transportation station must have received the intelligence. That person just now was the messenger. Wang Manchun stepped into the kitchen, surveying the 2 corpses and the deep pit, her voice rising in anger. Given these developments, it was evident that the chef had sacrificed himself to facilitate the escape of a significant figure. Liu Aisin, take your men and investigate. Where does this pit lead? They cannot have gone far. Everyone else searched thoroughly, observing the remaining agents from the intelligence office trembling. Wang Manchun suppressed her rage and barked at team leader Liu Aisin. Yes, Liu Aisin called out, immediately leading a few agile agents into the tunnel. Wang Manchun, meanwhile, searched the tea house but found no useful clues. By the time Liu Aisin emerged from the tunnel, a full hour had elapsed. Why did you take so long? Upon seeing Liu Aisin and his men emerge, covered in dirt, Wang Manchun asked, exasperated. Section Chief Wang, there are 3 underground channels. Aside from one leading to number 76, the other 2 connect directly to the air raid shelters on Baoshan Road and Xiaohui Road. The space below is too narrow. We feared encountering enemies, thus we proceeded cautiously. Consequently, it took some time. Liu Aisin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, speaking cautiously. As his words fell, several more agents emerged from the tunnel, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Chapter 26, The Betrayal of a Lover. The following day, in the office of the Special High Commissioner. What? The man has escaped, and over a dozen of our intelligence operatives have perished. Wang Manchun, what on earth were you doing? I warned you long ago that number 76 was compromised. Did you think my words were mere trifles? Wang Manchun glared at Nan Qianyang, who had come to report the situation, her anger boiling over with that. She raised her hand and struck Wang Manchun across the face several times. Slap! Slap, slap. The blows forced Wang Manchun to stagger back, one side of her face swelling painfully. Director Nan, the enemy is far too cunning. They concealed explosives in the tea house and had already prepared an escape route. My subordinates were utterly unprepared. Wang Manchun cradled her face, tears streaming down her cheeks, too fearful to wipe them away. She understood Nan Qianyang's temperament. It was a stroke of luck that she had not been killed. Barker, do you still dare to argue? It is your incompetence as the head of the intelligence office that has led us to this point, while your mind is preoccupied with matters of the heart. You are consumed with jealousy over the young master of the Ming family. Your thoughts are entirely misplaced when it comes to capturing anti-Japanese elements. I truly wish to put a bullet through you. Seeing Wang Manchun's pitiful demeanor only infuriated Nan Qianyang further. She drew her gun and pressed it against Wang Manchun's forehead. Director Nan, I am willing to bear the blame and redeem myself. Please grant me another opportunity. Wang Manchun trembled, immediately lowering her head. At this moment, not bowing would surely lead to her demise at the hands of this Japanese woman. Very well, considering your successful apprehension of military intelligence agent Qin Han, and that you have developed agent number 8, I shall grant you one chance. However, remember this. It is the last. If you fail to uncover the mole hidden within number 76, you shall take your own life in atonement. Nan Qianyang took a deep breath and slowly lowered her Nambu Type A pistol. She then gazed at Wang Manchun, speaking with utmost seriousness. Hi. Thank you, Director Nan. I shall exert every effort to root out the traitor who has infiltrated our ranks in number 76. Should I fail, you need not lift a finger. I shall end my own life. Upon hearing Nan Qianyang's words, Wang Manchun gritted her teeth and vowed resolutely. She then turned and left the office of the Special High Commissioner, her expression grim. Just as Wang Manchun departed, Harada Akiko entered the Special High Commissioner building accompanied by several Japanese ruffians. Upon seeing Nan Qianyang's icy demeanor as she polished her saidam, Harada Akiko smiled slightly and walked in without hesitation. Director Nan, why the fury? Who has managed to provoke you this time? Harada Akiko, holding a folder, unceremoniously took a seat on the office sofa. Seeing this woman improved Nan Qianyang's mood considerably. Miss Akiko, has there been any progress? The application to apprehend the consulate's Long Qianher had been submitted, yet days had passed without a response. Nan Qianyang had sent Harada Akiko to communicate with General Tohei Yen, hoping for further developments. Noticing the woman's good spirits, she eagerly inquired. I informed Advisor Toyama Man personally, and he sought an audience with General Tohei. His Excellency the General personally signed a document to authorize a joint investigation by the Black Dragon Society and the Special High Commissioner, secretly apprehending Long Qianher. The consulate remains unaware, so we must. As she finished speaking, Nan Qianyang glanced at the document's contents, her excitement palpable. Excellent. The consulate operates within the French concession. Miss Akiko, please ensure your team follows Long Qianher. I will arrange for Captain Takagi to assist you in infiltrating the concession to make the arrest. At that point, we will transfer him directly to the garrison for secret detention. Nan Qianyang approached Harada Akiko and shook her hand, expressing her utmost respect. It was evident that Harada Akiko's capabilities within the Black Dragon Society surpassed what she had anticipated, instilling a deep sense of admiration in Nan Qianyang. Director Nan, may our collaboration be fruitful. With those words exchanged, the two women parted ways. Within a few days, the Japanese ruffians in the concession located Long Qianher's residence. Following the incident involving Kimura Shoter, Long Qianher had liquidated his assets and prepared to return to his homeland. However, he had a romantic interest at the Matsuda Japanese restaurant named Suzuki Chider, whom he wished to take with him when leaving Shanghai. At the Matsuda Japanese restaurant, Long Qianher gazed at the Japanese woman across from him, his eyes filled with affection. Miss Chider, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered. I wish for you to accompany me back to our homeland, where we shall hold a grand wedding. I have submitted my application to the consul. Upon returning, I will work for the Ministry of Internal Affairs. We shall have many children in the future. Suzuki Chider, a middle-aged woman, was remarkably well preserved. Though not tall, she exuded a captivating charm. At over 50 years of age, it was a dream come true for Long Qianher to marry such a woman. Mr. Long, do you truly wish to take me back with you? I am merely a courtesan. I am utterly inept at household chores. Can I truly become the wife of the Minister of Internal Affairs? Suzuki Chider lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had initially thought him to be merely toying with her, yet today he professed his feelings. Had she stumbled upon her fabled Prince Charming? Absolutely. I, Long Qianher, swear by the Emperor that I shall treat you well. Trust me, Miss Chider. Long Qianher, noticing the shift in Suzuki Chider's expression, realized that her heart had been swayed. He then grasped her hands fervently. Mr. Long, I am willing. Suzuki Chider lifted her head, trembling as she spoke. Crack. However, in the next moment, Captain Takagi Ichiro of the garrison, accompanied by several intelligence agents from the Special High Commissioner, burst into the private room unceremoniously. As Long Qianhe reveled in his excitement, Suzuki Chider abruptly pushed him away. From within her garments, she drew a handgun. "Mr. Long, you are under arrest. My true identity is that of an intelligence officer within the Black Dragon Society. Codename Black Camellia." Suzuki Chider aimed the gun at Long Qianhe's head, her smile devoid of warmth, replaced by a glimmer of disdain. "To betray Imperial intelligence, I refuse to associate with someone like you. Prepare to meet your fate." With that, Takagi Ichiro nodded at Suzuki Chider. "Take him away." Long Qianhe could hardly believe the unfolding events. As he gazed at Suzuki Chider, his eyes brimmed with hatred. "You wretched creature, you shameless harlot. You deserve to be a plaything of Imperial soldiers, perishing under the wheels of war. I will ensure you live to regret this." Several agents, witnessing his outburst, hastily stuffed a foul sock into his mouth. With a wave of his hand, Takagi Ichiro ordered Long Qianhe to be placed in a jeep. Driving away from the French concession, Suzuki Chider watched the vehicle's retreating silhouette, her gun lowered as tears welled in her eyes. Had she not taken such action, her family back home would face annihilation. Under the iron heel of war, what value does love hold? Chapter 27, Director Nanqian's invitation. At the Special High Commission, Nanqian Yoko answered the phone. "What is it?" "The person has been apprehended." "I shall arrive immediately." Upon hearing that Long Qianhe had been captured and was about to be taken to the military police, a wave of joy washed over Nanqian Yoko. She cast a glance at Harada Akiko, who awaited news in the office. "Miss Akiko, the matter has been resolved. Let us depart for the military police at once." Harada Akiko nodded and promptly stood up. The military police station was merely separated by a wall from the Special High Commission, and the two hastened directly there. The military police chief, Takeda Ichiro, had just finished his shift and stepped out of the office when he spotted the two women. He nodded slightly in greeting. "Director Nanqian, Miss Akiko." "Colonel Takeda, please wait." Nanqian Yoko intercepted him, her tone notably grave. She handed over the documents sent by Harada Akiko. "Are you suggesting a covert interrogation?" Upon reviewing the documents, Takeda Ichiro comprehended their intentions. This matter involved the consulate and military headquarters and needed to remain undisclosed. Tohira Ien had merely signed a document privately without a seal, the implications of which were clear. If the results revealed culpability, both the Special High Commission and the Black Dragon Society would be deemed successful. Should complications arise, someone would inevitably bear the blame. Indeed, this is General Tohira's directive. "Colonel Takeda, I must trouble you with the interrogation." Harada Akiko stepped forward to elucidate. At her words, Takeda Ichiro felt a chill. These two women intended to make him the scapegoat. "Miss Akiko, I can allow you to detain the individual at the military police, completely unaware of the situation. However, I cannot afford to offend those in the military headquarters. The interrogation should be entrusted to Director Nanqian." Takeda Ichiro spoke earnestly to the two. Although he was merely a colonel in the military police, he was far from a fool. Without the orders from Chief Inger and General Matsumoto, this operation would be deemed a violation of protocol. The Special High Commission and the Black Dragon Society secretly apprehending individuals and expecting him to take the fall was a fanciful notion. Takeda-kun, let us not prolong this discussion. Once the consulate learns of Long Qianhe's capture, they will promptly seek accountability. Kimura Shoter is already deceased. Relying solely on a fabricated confession will not hold for long. We must conclude the interrogation within 24 hours to obtain evidence of Long Qianhe betraying the Empire. Otherwise, this matter will be exceedingly difficult to resolve. Seeing Takeda Ichiro repeatedly decline, Harada Akiko stepped forward, her expression solemn. Nanqian Yoko nodded in agreement. With the backing of the Special High Commission and the Black Dragon Society, Takeda-kun need not worry. We will vouch for you, asserting that this matter was personally sanctioned by General Tohira. Upon hearing the words of Nanchen Yoko and Harada Akiko, Takeda Ichiro realized offending these two women would make his future endeavors quite challenging. However, a thought struck him, and he instantly recalled someone. Very well, but this matter is of great significance. I am not an expert in interrogation. I do have a suitable candidate in mind. What do you think? Takeda Ichiro smiled slightly and then turned to the two. Upon hearing that Takeda Ichiro intended to recommend someone for the interrogation, the two exchanged glances. Takeda-kun, is this person from your military police? I would prefer that this matter not be known by too many. If something were to happen to the suspect, it would be difficult for everyone to explain. Harada Akiko inquired seriously, looking at Takeda Ichiro. Introducing an outsider seemed somewhat inappropriate, yet currently, there was no better alternative. Still, it was necessary to verify the individual's identity. Sort of. He is our military police's interpreter, named Lee Changfeng. He also serves as the Deputy Director of the General Affairs Section at Unit 76, making him subordinate to Director Nanchen. I believe he is quite suitable for this case. Takeda Ichiro opened the office door and retrieved Lee Changfeng's profile, presenting it before the two. Nanchen Yoko accepted it, scrutinizing it carefully before furrowing her brow. As far as I know, the General Affairs Section of Unit 76 primarily manages logistical operations. A deputy director may not even be proficient in handling a firearm. Isn't this a bit of an exaggeration? However, Takeda Ichiro merely smiled faintly, pointing to Lee Changfeng's file. This individual has participated in warlord conflicts and has saved my life. He personally wielded a firearm and eliminated 2 assassins sent to kill me. Moreover, he is fluent in multiple languages and exhibits unwavering loyalty to the Empire. I am willing to vouch for him. Takeda Ichiro spoke earnestly, his expression darkening. If these two women continued to insist, he would refuse to allow Long Qianhe to remain in the military police's custody. Very well, I agree. With Takeda-kun's guarantee, I have no objection. He then pointed to the office telephone. Director Nanchen, please contact Unit 76 and have Lee come here. Nanchen Yoko nodded and promptly picked up the phone, dialing the intelligence office of Unit 76. Wang Manchun, bring your team and escort Deputy Director Lee Changfeng here. Bring him directly to the military police. Do not let anyone else know. On the other end of the line, upon hearing Lee Changfeng's name, Wang Manchun paused momentarily. Nevertheless, she quickly nodded. Understood. With that, she summoned her squad leader, Liu Asen. Asen, take a few reliable individuals and come with me to the General Affairs Office. Liu Asen felt a jolt of apprehension, then beckoned a few operatives waiting outside. Follow me. As the words left his mouth, several hurriedly followed Nanchen Yoko downstairs, making their way to the General Affairs section on the first floor. At that moment, Lee Changfeng had just finished his lunch and was utilizing his eavesdropping skills to observe the activities within Unit 76. Suddenly, hearing his name, he felt a surge of anxiety. Looking for me? What has happened? Lee Changfeng meticulously recalled the events of the past few days, feeling an ominous sense of worry. Could it be that the Japanese had uncovered some clues regarding Zhang Hai? Was his identity exposed, and should he flee immediately? No, something seemed amiss. If his identity were compromised, it would undoubtedly be the Japanese who came to apprehend him. Wang Manchun's presence clearly indicated something else was afoot. What could it possibly be? Unable to decipher the situation, Lee Changfeng decided to close his eyes and began to ponder. As time passed, his anxiety steadily escalated. Deputy Director Lee, please come with me. Just as he was deep in thought, Wang Manchun entered with her team. Several operatives stood guard outside, ushering the accountants from the General Affairs section out. What is going on? Lee Changfeng opened his eyes, deciding to relinquish his contemplation. He stood up and inquired directly. Director Nanchen is requesting your presence. You will understand once you arrive. Liu Asen and the others seized Lee Changfeng, escorting him out and into a waiting vehicle. The car started and sped towards the Japanese military police station in Hunko District. Chapter 28. He is a devil. Half an hour later. Chief, The person has been brought in. As Wang Manchuan's vehicle came to a halt, she observed Nandi and Yoko waiting at the entrance of the gendarmerie. She stepped out of the car and bowed respectfully. Take him inside. Nandi and Yoko cast a glance at Li Changfeng in the vehicle and addressed the two Japanese gendarmes at the door. Hi. The two Japanese soldiers promptly opened the car door and placed a cloth bag over Li Changfeng's head. They seized him and proceeded into the gendarmerie. Upon reopening his eyes, Li Changfeng beheld a pitch-black cell. A familiar voice resonated in his ears. Li-san, I sincerely apologize. It was I who requested Chief Nandian to summon you. Now, there is a secret mission I wish to entrust to you. Takeda Ichiro stepped forward and slightly bowed to Li Changfeng. He then recounted the situation. Upon hearing that Takeda Ichiro wanted him to interrogate a Japanese individual, Li Changfeng's expression turned to one of astonishment. Colonel Takeda, you wish for me to interrogate a Japanese? This Li Changfeng appeared conflicted. Takeda Ichiro must have encountered some dilemma. To assign him someone whom even the gendarmerie and the Toko dared not interrogate. There must be some ulterior motive at play. Is there a problem? Noticing Li Changfeng's expression, Takeda Ichiro's demeanor instantly turned cold. There is no problem. It's just that I am somewhat timid and have never participated in an interrogation. This matter would be better suited for someone else, Li Changfeng said, bowing his head cautiously. He understood that if he agreed outright, the Japanese would certainly become suspicious. It would be wiser to decline initially. Perhaps he could extract some advantage from the situation. Indeed, in the next moment, Takeda Ichiro stepped closer, draping an arm around Li Changfeng's neck, speaking in a most gentle tone. Changfeng-kun, you are my most trusted ally. If you can accomplish this task, I shall propose to Chief Nandian that you be appointed as the head of the General Affairs Department of Unit 76. Neko has already mentioned this matter to me, but your contributions have been insufficient. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Were it not for my endorsement, this chance would not have been afforded to you. Do you understand? Takeda Ichiro spoke coaxingly, with great patience, even offering his own assurance. Li Changfeng realized that the moment was ripe. He immediately bowed deeply, lowering his head. Hi, I am willing to serve Colonel Takeda. I shall demonstrate my loyalty to the Empire. As his words fell, Nandian Yoko and Harada Arkiho, who had just entered the cell, exchanged glances and nodded towards Takeda Ichiro. Very well, bring the prisoner into the interrogation room. We may commence. With a wave of her hand, several Toko agents brought in an elderly Japanese man clad in a suit. This individual was none other than Ryota Koichi, who had just been apprehended. Takeda Ichiro, Nandian Yoko, and Harada Arkiho entered the interrogation room, proceeding to stand behind a glass enclosure. Li Changfeng was escorted into the interrogation room by two Japanese gendarmes. Clatter, the mask covering Ryota Koichi's head was removed and tied to a pillar. Various blooded instruments of torture were laid out on a large table, beneath which were placed listening devices. Before Li Changfeng stood a roaring furnace, within which lay a glowing branding iron. This is the prisoner's dossier. Li-san, simply follow the protocol, said Takagi Ichiro, the captain of the Toko action team, nodding as he laid a document on the table. It included a sheet detailing the interrogation process and the questions to be posed. After glancing over the dossier, Li Changfeng grasped the background. This man was the Japanese individual who had been trading intelligence with Kimura Shatter. The Toko and the gendarmerie had captured him to obtain evidence of his espionage, while simultaneously uncovering Kimura Shouter's true identity. After reviewing the documentation, a sense of crisis enveloped Li Changfeng. If he could not prove that Kimura Shouter was an anti-war ally, he would be in peril. Li Changfeng immediately rose, scrutinizing the despondent Ryota Koichi. You are Ryota Koichi, correct? Reveal your true identity. Li Changfeng's gaze, fixed upon the glowing branding iron, turned icy as he interrogated the Japanese man before him. Upon realizing that his interrogator was Chinese, Ryuta Koichi smirked disdainfully, his eyes glinting with mockery. "Barker, damned chink, what right do you have to interrogate me? Bring Nandi and Yoko, I wish to speak with her." Ryuta Koichi struggled against his bindings and spat towards Li Changfeng. He then contemptuously exclaimed, "I detest having my clothes sullied." Upon noticing the thick spit on his collar, Li Changfeng's expression shifted dramatically, and the term chink ignited a fire of rage within him. Thud! The branding iron came crashing down mercilessly upon Ryuta Koichi's face. "Barker, you lowly scum, how dare you!" A plume of smoke erupted as Ryuta Koichi's visage was seared and deformed. Witnessing this scene, Takeda Ichiro and the others in the glass enclosure turned pale. "Colonel Takeda, Lee-san is being excessively harsh. If this continues, it may lead to death." Harada Arkiho couldn't help but cover her face, her voice tinged with reluctance. However, Nandi and Yoko raised her hand. "Yoshi, this is a clever fellow. By destroying Ryuta Koichi's face, no one will recognize him. Even if the embassy demands him back, we can deny any knowledge." Upon hearing this, Takeda Ichiro's admiration for Li Changfeng's actions deepened. Changfeng-kun, truly a ruthless individual. Such an interrogation method is well suited for the obstinate. During their conversation, Li Changfeng had already set the branding iron aside, now gazing at the disfigured Ryuta Koichi. "Reveal your true identity. Otherwise, I shall make your existence a living hell." As he spoke, Li Changfeng picked up a dagger from the table, aiming it at Ryuta Koichi's chest. He then instructed the two Japanese gendarmes to hoist Ryuta Koichi and ensnare him in a fishing net. "Colonel Takeda, what is Lee-san planning to do? It seems he has devised a new trick." Harada Arkiho observed Li Changfeng's actions with confusion. On the other hand, Nandi and Yoko stroked her chin, her expression contemplative. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she spoke. "Miss Arkiho, have you heard of an ancient Chinese punishment? It involves slicing the flesh from the prisoner's body piece by piece until they die from the agony. I have only encountered this in a historical text. Lee-san may be intending to employ such a method." As her words fell, Harada Arkiho shuddered and turned away, unable to bear the sight. "Colonel Takeda, the individual you have found is truly a devil. Even the Empire's most formidable agents would not withstand such an interrogation." Meanwhile, Takeda Ichiro poured hot tea for the three of them, his eyes fixed intently on the scene unfolding within the cell. "Enjoy the performance. It is a form of art." With Takeda Ichiro's words, a piece of flesh was severed from Ryuta Koichi's body, his psychological defenses crumbled, and he trembled as if he had fallen into boiling water. "Stop, you devil. I will tell you everything, woo-woo." Ryuta Koichi's voice became hoarse as he began to weep desolately within the cell. Chapter 29, Mental Control. Beep. The host torments the little days, gaining the trust of Ichiro Takeda. Reward skill. Mental control. Mental control, temporarily control the enemy's thoughts, rendering them a puppet, effective for 3 minutes. Just as Ryuta Kuniichi was on the verge of mental collapse and about to confess, a prompt from the system echoed in Li Changfeng's ears, and a surge of powerful mental energy flooded his mind. It seemed that with a mere thought, this mental force could be wielded. He immediately attempted to inject this mental energy into Ryuta Kuniichi's brain. Suddenly, Ryuta's gaze became vacant, and he appeared to drift into a daze. "Reveal your true identity. The consulate, Mr. Noda's secretary. And what else? The contact person for the anti-war alliance in Shanghai. Who is your superior?" Sheta Kimura, Li Changfeng inquired, and Ryuta Kuniichi readily complied with his responses. The moment the mental energy was injected, Li Changfeng accessed the information within Ryuta's mind, transforming him into a mere puppet. Yoko Nandater promptly picked up a pen and began recording the interrogation details. "Well done, Lee-san, you truly are a genius at interrogation." Ichiro Takeda exclaimed with delight, his eyes gleaming. "Takeda-kun, this fellow is a devil. Yet, he is undeniably a genius." Akiko Harada remarked after a moment of silence upon hearing Ryuta's confession. "Sheta Kimura is indeed affiliated with the anti-war alliance. Thus, the criminal killed by number 76 must be his accomplice. I suspect that it was Ryuta Kuniichi who used gas bombs to eliminate members of the Black Dragon Society. As Nandater continued to record, she analyzed the case. The interrogation persisted, yet Ichiro Takeda had lost interest. With a breakthrough in the case, it was time to prepare for the next steps. Miss Akiko, please meet with General Tafuya. Chief Nandater, you will continue to assist Lee-san with the interrogation here. I will personally request an audience with General Matsumoto. Ichiro Takeda stated, brimming with excitement. With the case advancing and having captured an undercover agent betraying Imperial intelligence, it was time to claim the credit. Indeed, I believe Mr. Fujita will also be quite surprised. As his words trailed off, Ichiro Takeda and Akiko Harada swiftly departed the interrogation room. Li Changfeng's mental energy was swiftly exhausted within mere minutes, and he was abruptly engulfed in darkness, nearly collapsing to the ground, only to be caught by Ichiro Takeda who stood behind him. Such was the after effect of utilizing mental control. Lee-san, are you all right? Upon witnessing Li Changfeng almost fall during the interrogation, Ichiro Takeda immediately inquired, concern evident in his gaze. Having just witnessed Li Changfeng's interrogation prowess firsthand, Ichiro Takeda was left astonished, filled with admiration for the young man before him, his eyes reflecting utmost respect. I'm fine, Captain Takeda. Please continue the questioning. I need to rest for a moment. Perhaps I've been overworking and not eating properly. Ichiro Takeda often accompanied Yoko Nandater for supervision at number 76, and Li Changfeng was quite familiar with him. He pressed his palm against his forehead, speaking somewhat feebly. Someone, take Lee-san to rest. I will take over the interrogation. Ichiro Takeda waved his hand to two Japanese military police officers. Upon receiving the order, the two soldiers promptly assisted Li Changfeng out of the interrogation room. Ichiro Takeda knew that this was his moment to shine. The special high police would undoubtedly not reward Li Changfeng, as he was merely a puppet. However, his own name might be seen by General Tafuya and General Matsumoto, and that was the greatest honor. Ryuta Kuniichi, what intelligence have you divulged? Speak one by one, this is your final opportunity. Ichiro Takeda gazed at the sweating and disheveled Ryuta Kuniichi, dousing him with a bucket of cold water to jolt him back to attention, continuing his inquiries. Having just undergone mental control, Ryuta's mind was blank, and upon hearing Ichiro Takeda's words, he resolutely shook his head. I can't remember. I know nothing. As his consciousness returned, Ryuta Kuniichi immediately became obstinate, sensing warmth from Ichiro Takeda, who appeared far more approachable compared to that terrifying Chinese man. Barker, do you know what you are saying? Do you wish to experience the previous torture once more? Upon hearing Ryuta Kuniichi's resistance, Ichiro Takeda became incensed, seizing the dagger that Li Changfeng had discarded on the table, declaring vehemently, Fool, I truly cannot remember. Even if you kill me, it will be of no use, Ryuta Kuniichi, utterly exhausted, stammered. Nandater, who had been recording from behind, paused momentarily, perplexed. Just after Li Changfeng's departure, this man had become utterly unyielding. Barker, then I'll just kill you. Ichiro Takeda, provoked by Ryuta Kuniichi's words, was instantly filled with rage and plunged the dagger into Ryuta's chest. Thud! The dagger pierced his heart, and Ryuta's body immediately slumped. Captain Takeda, the prisoner is dead. A military police officer approached to check for signs of life, announcing that Ryuta had ceased breathing. This is impossible. Ichiro Takeda was bewildered. He had just lost control for a moment and stabbed Ryuta Kuniichi's heart. It was only now that he realized the gravity of the situation, and it seemed too late. Takeda, what are you doing? Yoko Nandater, witnessing her subordinate's recklessness, stepped forward to scold him. Quick, call a doctor. Spare no effort to save Ryuta Kuniichi. If he dies, we will be in deep trouble. Nandater instructed the military police at the door, her heart racing with anxiety. Ryuta Kuniichi's death would mean a lack of evidence, and the hard-won credit would be nothing but coerced confession. In the relaxation room, Li Changfeng slowly closed the death diary. Immediately, a prompt from the system resonated in his ears. Congratulations, host, for killing the Japanese Ryuta Kuniichi. Reward, 30 years of life. Skill acquired. Danger perception, reward of $5,000. Danger perception, you can foresee impending dangers in advance, with no cooldown on the skill. Li Changfeng's spirits lifted, a surge of vitality coursing through his body as his lifespan increased by 30 years. The system space now contained an additional $5,000, bringing the total close to $20,000. Coupled with the $2,000 Zhonghai had given him last time, and the dividends from the Su family last month, it amounted to a significant sum. Danger perception. Upon activating the skill, Li Changfeng immediately sensed unfamiliar presences surrounding him. He recognized these as the Japanese military police and the special high police. However, he did not perceive any immediate threat, only a chilling aura. The relaxation room was situated just outside the prison cell, equipped with a large stove burning hot water, providing a comfortable refuge from the frigid weather outside. Li Changfeng chose to close his eyes, reflecting on the recent events. Killing Ryuta Kuniichi was a last resort, yet he had no choice. The moment this individual broke free from mental control, his consciousness would swiftly return. Li Changfeng had to strike decisively during Ryuta Kuniichi's moment of mental emptiness, ensuring that the special high police and military police's operation would yield no success and ultimately backfire. Chapter 30, Unexpected Developments. Meanwhile, at the Japanese consulate in Shanghai. Barker, does the Taco and the Black Dragon Society intend to rebel? What right do they have to arrest Ryuta Kazuichi? The Consul General, Noda Inoue, cast a frosty glance, slamming his palm onto the table. Beside him, the consular advisor, Ishida Taikai, trembled in fear. Mr. Noda, I have only just learned of this matter. The information was relayed by a spy from the Black Dragon Society, Suzuki Cheater. She is Ryuta Koen's woman and witnessed the Taco apprehending Ryuta Kazuichi. Ishida Taikai bowed slightly, speaking with utmost respect, his face already slick with cold sweat. Ryuta Kazuichi was the secretary of Noda Inoue, privy to many secrets. Noda Inoue was on the verge of arranging for his departure from Shanghai when this incident occurred, pushing him to the brink of fury. Barker. This is utterly lawless. Immediately notify the Marine Corps and have them retrieve Ryuta Kazuichi. Even if he has erred, he is still one of our consulate's own. It is not for outsiders to judge him. Noda Inoue suppressed his rage, addressing Ishida Taikai before donning his coat and calling for a vehicle. We must be swift. We cannot allow Ryuta Kazuichi to speak recklessly. I shall meet with General Matsumoto and demand an explanation. Noda Inoue stated, striding out of the office. I will attend to it immediately. Ishida Taikai, recognizing the urgency, bowed deeply before hastening outside. Tap, tap, Li Changfeng was resting when suddenly awakened by a cacophony of footsteps. Peering out of the lounge window, his countenance shifted dramatically. A large contingent of Japanese soldiers had besieged the gendarmerie. Clad in dun-colored uniforms, wearing blue caps and polished boots, they were unmistakably the elite of the Marine Corps. Leading them was a sharply dressed Japanese man, his eyes smoldering with indignation. It was none other than the consular advisor, Ishida Taikai. Barker. I demand Colonel Takeda to come forth and meet me. Ishida Taikai strode into the courtyard, addressing the gendarmerie squad leader who had just exited. The squad leader, Yoshimoto Taro, attempted to inquire further but was silenced by a piercing glare. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Ishida. Colonel Takeda has just stepped out and has yet to return. Nitter Yoko, accompanied by Takagi Ichiro, stepped forward and bowed slightly to Ishida Taikai. Upon hearing this, Ishida Taikai turned on his heel. He gestured to the marine officers behind him. The officers promptly advanced, drawing their bayonets. Barker, indeed, your Taco operatives are here. Hand over Ryuta Kazuichi at once. Otherwise, I will flatten this place. The officer's voice was cold as he spat his threat, his shoulder adorned with 3 stars, yet he regarded Nitter Yoko with utter disdain. Following the fall of Shanghai, the Japanese military's influence had surged. They pillaged and burned, committing unspeakable atrocities, gradually cultivating an air of arrogance. I am afraid this matter must await Colonel Tokader's return for resolution. Our Tako has no authority to release him. Knitter Yoko, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, fixing her gaze upon the Japanese captain. At her words, the officer's expression shifted dramatically. He took several steps back, signaling to his soldiers behind him. Search the premises. As his command echoed, hundreds of elite Marines rushed into the gendarmerie, guns drawn. Squad leader Yoshimoto Taro attempted to intervene, but was restrained by Knitter Yoko. The man is already dead, Captain Yoshimoto. Do not act impulsively, let them search. With that, she led to Kagiichiro and a dozen gendarmes to follow suit. Minutes passed, and results soon emerged. Mr. Ishida, there are no Japanese in the dungeon. We have discovered a corpse in the interrogation room. Their face has been disfigured, please confirm. A Japanese officer quickly emerged from the dungeon, bowing respectfully toward Ishida Taikai while presenting a covered stretcher. Upon hearing this, Ishida Taichi's expression darkened as he rushed forward to examine the body. The soldiers had unveiled the corpse's face, revealing a visage rendered unrecognizable, yet, in his careful scrutiny, Ishida soon identified the familiar scar on the neck. He confirmed that the body before him was indeed Ryuta Kazuichi, the secretary of the consulate. Ishida Taichi's complexion paled, and he collapsed onto the ground in shock. Mr. Ishida, Ryuta Kazuichi has confessed. He betrayed Imperial intelligence. His true identity is a member of the anti-war alliance. Colonel Tokader has gone to meet General Matsumoto. Please accept my condolences. Knitter Yoko, observing Ishida Taichi's reaction, hastily clarified, fearing that these individuals might cause further chaos within the gendarmerie. Did you torture him? Who was in charge of the interrogation? Step forward. Gazing upon Ryuta Kazuichi's disfigured face, blooded body, and the knife wound in his chest, Ishida Taikai was at a loss for how to explain this to Noda Inoue. However, the thought of the interrogator ignited a surge of fury within him. The one who interrogated him was a Chinese man. However, this individual has already departed the gendarmerie. Mr. Ishida need not pursue the matter. Knitter Yoko's eyes flickered as she spun a faucet. She did not wish for Li Changfeng to become the scapegoat for Ishida Taichi's wrath. Keeping him alive might serve a greater purpose. Knitter Yoko, do you take me for a fool? What right does a Chinese man have to interrogate Ryuta Kazuichi? The true torturers were your Tako operatives, were they not? Ishida Taikai regarded Knitter Yoko with a hint of derision. He then raised his hand, revealing a Nambu Type A pistol. Just as Knitter Yoko lowered her gaze, Ishida Taikai aimed directly at Kagiichiro behind her. Bang! The bullet pierced through to Kagiichiro's forehead, the unsuspecting Tako action team leader collapsing slowly to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief in his final moments. A dozen soldiers from the gendarmerie raised their weapons, aiming at Ishida Taikai. Clatter, clatter. Hundreds of elite Marines converged, even bringing forth 2 heavy machine guns from the crowd. Barker, a mere gendarmerie dares to oppose the elite of the Empire's Marines. It seems you are courting death. The Japanese officer behind Ishida Taikai raised his hand dismissively. The 2 Type 92 heavy machine guns were more than sufficient to sweep away all before them. Li Changfeng quietly observed the scene, a sense of exhilaration swelling within him. The Japanese, all for the sake of Ryuta Kazuichi, had commenced a brutal bout of infighting. This was a development he had never anticipated. Chapter 31, The Demise of Taikai Ishida. However, these newcomers seemed to be searching for themselves. Should Yoko Nandater capitulate and surrender, the consequences would be dire. Ding! Detecting that the host is about to face a death crisis, please respond swiftly. Just as Li Changfeng's thoughts raced, the system's alert chimed in. The only way to escape was to let the Japanese turn against each other, escalating the situation. The most effective solution was to eliminate the consulate advisor, Taikai Ishida. With this thought in mind, Li Changfeng swiftly stepped away from the window and opened the death note. Taikai Ishida, killed by Yoko Nandater in a moment of recklessness, resuscitation efforts failed. As their words inscribed themselves, the death note emitted a radiant glow. Li Changfeng's lifespan was reduced by 1 year. In the next moment, the shadow of the Shinigami drifted out from the lounge. In the courtyard of the gendarmerie, tensions flared between both parties. Yoko Nandater gritted her teeth, preparing to retrieve the recording from the interrogation room that would prove Lee Changfeng as the one who interrogated Ryuta Katsuichi. Yet, she felt a shiver run through her body, involuntarily grasping her gun and aiming it at the consulate advisor, Taikai Ishida. "Yoko Nandater, what are you doing? Do you wish to die?" A Japanese officer standing behind Ishida shouted in alarm. Ishida himself merely smirked, utterly unconvinced that Nandater would dare to fire upon him in such a precarious situation. "Oh no, Koen, no need to panic. I cannot believe that a mere section chief would dare to shoot at a consulate official. Unless she is prepared to throw away her life." However, in the next instant, without hesitation, Yoko Nandater pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck Ishida in the chest, a splash of crimson erupting from the center of his heart. His firearm clattered to the ground as he clutched his chest in disbelief, collapsing to the floor. "Yoko Nandater, you have lost your mind. Shooting a consulate official, no one can protect you now." The Japanese officer named Ono froze momentarily, inspecting Ishida's lifeless body. His expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon Yoko Nandater. "Taikai Ishida deserved to die, he killed Takagi Koen." Yoko Nandater uttered, almost as if compelled by an unseen force, then, her body. "Who am I, what am I doing?" In that fleeting moment, she had been overtaken by a mysterious power that compelled her to shoot Ishida, and afterward, she had uttered those fateful words. The situation seemed irreparable. "Arrest her and take her to Mr. Noder to apologize." The officer named Ono, unfazed, noticed Yoko Nandater sitting on the ground in a daze. Her body trembled slightly, as if she were gripped by fear after committing murder. He waved his hand, commanding his soldiers. A dozen Japanese Marines immediately surrounded Yoko Nandater. Creak! Just then, several trucks charged in from outside. Upon seeing the insignia on the vehicles, the Japanese soldiers. Upon disembarking, Fujita immediately noticed the circle of soldiers surrounding Yoko Nandater and bellowed, "Stop! Who gave you the audacity to cause a disturbance at the gendarmerie? You intend to apprehend Section Chief Nandater." The Marines froze at the sight of the two, bowing deeply in deference. "General, Colonel. We are here under orders from the consulate to retrieve personnel. Yet one of our own has been killed at the gendarmerie. Section Chief Nandater has even shot a consulate advisor. We request your guidance, General." After bowing, Ono did not look at Fujita but stepped forward to address the general behind him. This general was none other than Tsuchihara, the head of the bamboo mechanism. Upon hearing Ono's words, Tsuchihara surveyed the scene, his gaze landing upon Ishida's corpse, and he frowned slightly. "Mr. Fujita, this situation has become rather troublesome. Your personnel have killed a consulate advisor, and the perpetrator is also deceased. It will be difficult for me to vouch for you." Tsuchihara turned to Fujita and spoke. The moment these words escaped his lips, Fujita's expression shifted, eager to explain. "General, I believe this is a misunderstanding." He began to speak but was interrupted by Ono. "Colonel, this is no misunderstanding. Yoko Nandater shot Mr. Ishida, and many witnessed the event. We must take her away and provide an account to Mr. Noder." Saying this, Ono signaled, and several Marines seized Yoko Nandater. Just then, the door to the lounge opposite the dungeon swung open. Lee Changfeng emerged, holding a recording tape, and approached Fujita and the others. "Mr. Fujita, General, the situation is not as you believe. We have obtained evidence of Ryuta Katsuichi's espionage against the Empire. This recording serves as proof. Mr. Ishida fired first, killing Captain Takagi of the Special Higher Police. I can also testify to this." Lee Changfeng slightly bowed, standing before Tsuchihara and Fujita as he spoke. He then handed the recording to Fujita, nodding slightly. "Who are you?" Fujita's heart surged with joy upon hearing Lee Changfeng's words. If Ishida had fired first, killing a special higher police officer, there might be a glimmer of hope for resolution. However, this young man was unfamiliar to him. "Mr. Fujita, I am the Deputy Chief of the General Affairs Section, number 76. It was Colonel Takeda who sent me to assist Section Chief Nandater in the interrogation. The interrogation was conducted by Takagi Ichiro, the action team leader of the Special Higher Police, but he is now deceased. Li Changfeng offered a slight smile, casually shifting the blame to the late Takagi Ichiro. Well done, you are an exceptional agent. It is an honor for Takeda to recognize your talents. Fujita's gaze toward Li Changfeng now brimmed with gratitude as he stepped forward, patting his shoulder in commendation. Then he turned to Tsuchihara and bowed slightly. Given the circumstances, I kindly request General to advocate for Section Chief Nandater. I believe she did not intend to kill, she was merely responding to a threat to her life. Hearing their conversation, General Tsuchihara furrowed his brow. If that were the case, then the consulate bore some responsibility. These naval fools truly knew how to create trouble for themselves. I can attest that Mr. Ishida was pointing his gun at Captain Yoshimoto. He even threatened to kill everyone present. Just as Tsuchihara pondered, a lieutenant from the gendarmerie stepped forward. The moment those words were spoken, Tsuchihara nodded in agreement. Mr. Fujita, I leave this matter in your hands. My security detail will cooperate with you. I shall now meet with General Matsumoto to explain the situation here. With that, Tsuchihara waved at Akiko Harada behind him. Hundreds of fully armed members of the Black Dragon Society disembarked, surrounding the Marines. Ono-kun, instruct your men to lower their weapons. Otherwise, they shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Fujita and Akiko exchanged glances before addressing the officer Ono. Meanwhile, Tsuchihara boarded a jeep and departed the scene. Chapter 32, Promotion to Chief of General Affairs. It was abundantly clear that even if all these individuals were to be eradicated, Tofu Yuan would simply turn a blind eye. Put down your weapons. However, I request an audience with Mr. Noder. The Japanese officer, Ono, waved his hand dismissively and then turned to Fujita Yoshimasa and Harada Akiko, saying, you will have that opportunity. Fujita Yoshimasa nodded and promptly led his men to rescue Nanchen Yangzi, who had just been bound and gagged. Initially believing her fate was sealed, she now exhaled a sigh of relief, her body drenched in cold sweat. Chief Nanchen, I owe a debt of gratitude to Mr.Li. Otherwise, I would have been unable to save you. Fujita Yoshimasa remarked solemnly as he observed the dazed Nanchen Yangzi. She cast a glance at Li Changfeng and nodded slightly. Thank you, Mr.Li. Your life-saving grace will not be forgotten, Yangzi. Li Changfeng waved his hand modestly. Chief Nanchen, there is no need for such formality. The 76th Division and the Special High Police are in a subordinate relationship. We are essentially allies, so gratitude is unwarranted. His words were both reasonable and persuasive, earning him the respect of several Japanese officials. Excellent, Mr. Li is indeed a friend of the Empire. Your words were impeccably crafted, absolving yourself of any blame. This time, you have achieved merit. Nanchen Yangzi rose and expressed her satisfaction towards Li Changfeng before bowing to Fujita Yoshimasa. I request that Mr. Li be appointed as the head of the General Affairs Department of the 76th Division. This was an agreement she had reached with Takeda Ichiro. Initially, it had been a mere suggestion, but now she was making the request directly in front of Li Changfeng. Very well, I have no objections. Please inform Li Mortuan to bolster Mr. Li's confidence. Nanchen Yangzi was a student of Fujita Yoshimasa, and their relationship was close, which made her request one that he could not refuse. Thank you, Mr. Fujita. Their car slowly started and drove towards the military police station. Changfeng-kun, your presence is no longer required, you may return. Noticing Li Changfeng still standing in place, Harada Akiko smiled gently and addressed him. Harada Akiko was exceptionally beautiful, her demeanor approachable. Li Changfeng slightly bowed. Miss Akiko, until we meet again. Taking a deep breath, he turned and left the military police station, having narrowly escaped death. The sky was beginning to lighten, and snowflakes began to fall. He tightened his coat and exhaled a puff of warm air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Ishida Taiki, gaining 50 years of life, and receiving a satellite radio and $5,000. Satellite radio. Equipped with a satellite launch device, capable of intercepting and shielding signals, allowing for more discreet communication. The familiar electronic voice echoed in his ears, and a surge of vitality filled Li Changfeng's body, instantly warming him. He glanced at the system space, noting the addition of a high-powered satellite radio and $5,000. This visit to the military police station had proven to be quite fruitful. I smile with glee, Li Changfeng felt a wave of joy, humming a tune as he made his way to his rental on Baishan Road. At the 76th Division headquarters, early in the morning, Li Mochuan's bulletproof car pulled up. Inside sat a young man and woman. The man was handsome, while the woman was tall and strikingly beautiful. Several department heads and section chiefs hurried downstairs to greet them. "Hello, Director Li. Welcome, Director Li, for your inspection." Li Mochuan nodded slightly, then surveyed the crowd. "Let us proceed to the conference room upstairs. I have matters to discuss." The operations chief, Bai Zhongliang, and the intelligence chief, Wang Manchun, exchanged glances. "Yes, I will prepare immediately." Bai Zhongliang led several intelligence officers to set up the conference room. "I'll arrange some fruit and snacks to welcome our two guests." Wang Manchun smiled slightly as he looked at the young couple behind Li Mochuan. These two were none other than Bai Zhongliang's niece, Xu Biqing, and her husband, Tang Shanhai. "There's no need for formality, we are all on the same side now." Li Mochuan smiled slightly as he addressed them. Before long, everyone entered the conference room and took their seats. Li Mochuan began, "Allow me to introduce, this is my niece, Xu Biqing, and beside her is her husband, Tang Shanhai. They have just arrived with a top-secret intelligence report from Shancheng. I will leave this matter to Chief Bai to arrange." Upon hearing that these were Li Mochuan's relatives, Bai Zhongliang and several leaders of the 76th Division nodded in understanding. "So it is the director's relatives. I will certainly take care of them. With Miss Xu and Mr. Tang in the 76th Division, we will navigate our affairs even more smoothly. What a pleasure. Thank you for your support." After a few minutes of pleasantries, Li Mochuan's expression suddenly grew serious. A hush fell over the conference room. "I am now announcing an appointment. Deputy Chief of General Affairs, Li Changfeng, has accomplished a significant feat in executing a secret mission. Effective immediately, he is promoted to Chief of General Affairs. This is a directive from Mr. Fujita and Chief Nantian. Congratulations to Chief Li. Has he arrived today?" Li Mochuan said earnestly, only to find no one standing. He immediately inquired, and the other deputy chief, Chen Ming, promptly stood. "Director Li, Deputy Chief Li is on leave today. He mentioned that he had been on a mission last night and had not rested." Upon hearing Chen Ming's words, Li Mochuan smiled slightly. "Oh, I see. It's only fitting that Chief Li takes a break after serving the Japanese. Have him come to see me personally. I would like to treat him to a meal." At this statement, the entire conference room was taken aback. The 76th Division had been established for over 6 months, yet no one had seen Li Mochuan invite a chief to dinner individually. It seems Chief Li has truly risen to prominence. Even Director Li wishes to treat him to a meal. Wang Manchun and Bai Zhongliang exchanged glances, pondering this in their hearts. The squad leaders from the operations and intelligence divisions were envious. Only Chen Shen remained composed, harboring a hint of curiosity regarding Li Changfeng's secret mission. "All right, let us move on. Recently, the anti-war alliance and military intelligence personnel have been rampant, leading to the leak of the Japanese's #1 plan. 2 individuals were killed at the Japanese consulate in Shanghai last night. A squad leader from the Special High Police was murdered. You must remain vigilant." Noticing the reactions of the crowd, Li Mochuan waved his hand and continued. Bai Zhongliang and Wang Manchuan's expressions changed, seemingly realizing something. According to the intercepted coded messages, the military intelligence's Poison Dagger and the Red Party's Sparrows are hiding within our 76th Division. Wang Manchun, Bai Zhongliang. You must investigate this thoroughly. Root out these 2 infiltrators hiding among us. Li Mochuan stood up, speaking with utmost seriousness. Wang Manchun and Bai Zhongliang immediately stood, nodding earnestly. "Yes, Director Li. We will do our utmost. We will uncover the infiltrators hiding within our ranks." Chapter 33, The activation of the Oriole. Li Changfeng awoke in the afternoon, finally emerging from his bedroom. His wife, Huang Cuizui, had already prepared a delectable meal, and a subtle aroma wafted through the air, enticing his senses. "Get up and wash up, it's time to eat," called out Hu Cuizui, bustling about in the living room. Upon seeing Li Changfeng awake, she promptly brought a basin of warm water and set it on the table. After more than half a month of familiarity, they had grown accustomed to one another, and their rented abode had begun to feel like home. "Thank you." Li Changfeng expressed his gratitude, glancing at the alluring figure of the woman before him. Just a few days prior, he had inadvertently scanned Huang Cuizui and discovered an additional identity she bore, that of a liaison for the Red Party. Consequently, in recent days, he had been distancing himself from her. Even in sleep, they now lay apart. "We're family, why be so formal? I recently found a job at a tailor's shop. I'll be earning $2 a month, we've set up a stove at home, so we'll be dining in. I'll cook for you," Huang Cuizui, blushing at his thanks, replied as she served him a bowl of steaming white rice. Yet, Li Changfeng felt a sense of mystery surrounding his husband, detecting a waning fervor in her demeanor. Living under the same roof, they felt more like strangers. "Our household lacks for nothing. You needn't tire yourself so. I'll have Mrs.you send over some more coal, you should rest at home. Just prepare a meal and wash the clothes for me after work," Li Changfeng said while washing his face and eating. This woman clearly lacked experience in conflict. Her position at the tailor's shop was likely a FA aid for her identity. Li Changfeng was determined to keep her out of the spotlight to avoid suspicion. After all, he held the title of Deputy Section Chief, receiving a monthly allowance of $15, not to mention the additional income from the system and sundry bonuses from the General Affairs Department. And that was without considering the monthly profits from the Su family's stock and trading firm. He then retrieved a wooden box containing some of his savings. "Here are $50, use this for now." Upon hearing this, Huang Cuizui examined the money in the box. She quickly took it, counted the bills, and exclaimed, "Changfeng, you have so much private savings. I'll manage it for you, there will be many expenses ahead." As she spoke, Huang Cuizui wrapped the money in a cloth and carefully tucked it behind a green brick in the corner. This is the safest place." Watching her hide the money, Li Changfeng couldn't help but smile. If only she knew he had tens of thousands of dollars stashed away, she would surely be overjoyed. At the underground transit station, Captain Liang and his team had just arrived at a new contact point when an informant delivered a message. "Captain Liang, the higher-ups have dispatched a special envoy to meet with our liaison. They mention a batch of medical supplies that needs to be transported from dock number 6 to the base. Please make the necessary arrangements." The informant handed over a telegram. The meeting location and code are detailed here. Captain Liang read the message attentively, committing each word to memory before tossing the telegram into the fire before him. He then exited through the back door and quickly summoned several liaisons from the transit station. "Comrades, we have a new mission. A special envoy is coming to oversee the transport of a batch of medical supplies. However, we face a dilemma. Our previous rescue operation encountered problems, and I suspect there may be a traitor among us. Therefore, I want to assign the Oriole to this operation." Captain Liang regarded the group gravely. The Oriole was Huang Cuizui's code name, and as she maintained a direct line of communication with him, she was ideally suited for this rendezvous. "I have no objections, but the Oriole lacks combat experience. If she's captured, it could spell trouble. Station Chief Su is correct, perhaps we should consider someone else." "Yes, any of us could handle this task, there's no need to involve a woman." The group exchanged glances, voicing their concerns. Hearing this, Captain Liang stood, slamming his hand on the table. "It has been confirmed that the Chancellor's capture was orchestrated by Li San. All of you have encountered this individual. If recognized, the consequences could be dire. The Oriole is an unknown face, and I trust her more." One of the liaisons adjusted his glasses and scoffed. "Captain Liang, hasn't he mentioned one crucial point?" During the last operation at the tea house, we were surrounded by Unit 76, and the rescue failed. The mole is among us. Regardless of who goes to the rendezvous, the special envoy will be in danger. At this revelation, the group exchanged glances before raising their hands in agreement. I concur. I have no objections. I too have no reservations. Seeing the group's response, Captain Liang nodded. He stepped outside and beckoned, prompting a dozen guerrilla fighters to rush in. Keep a close watch on everyone in this room. If anyone attempts to communicate with the outside or signals, apprehend them immediately. He intentionally leaked information to flush out the mole. Otherwise, future operations would become increasingly perilous. Rest assured, Captain, we will uncover the traitor who betrayed Sister Shin. The lead guerrilla nodded before instructing the others to disperse and surround the area. After finishing his meal, Li Changfeng hailed a vehicle and headed straight for number 76. Upon arriving at the General Affairs Department, he found his office surrounded by a throng of people. Congratulations, Section Chief Li. Deputy Section Chief Chen Mingzhan greeted him at the office door with a slight nod and clasped fists. Several accountants and field personnel in the General Affairs Department rose to acknowledge him. Hello, Section Chief Li. Congratulations, Section Chief Li. Noticing the commotion, Li Changfeng furrowed his brow. Had he been absent for merely half a day to find himself promoted? Section Chief Li, you are now the head of the General Affairs Department. Director Li announced it personally in the meeting. Please extend your guidance moving forward, Deputy Section Chief Chen Ming remarked with a hint of envy, though he wore a smile. Li Changfeng nodded, then waved to the crowd. Thank you for your hard work. Tonight, I will treat everyone to a meal at Huamao Restaurant. At this declaration, the employees of the General Affairs Department erupted in cheers. However, Deputy Section Chief Chen Ming raised his hand. Oh, Section Chief Li, it might not be possible tonight. Director Li is hosting a welcoming dinner for the newly arrived Captain Tang and his niece at Huamao Restaurant, room number 8. Heads of several departments, including Director Wang and Director Bai, will be attending, and the others will be drinking downstairs. Chen Ming remarked with a smug smile. A dinner party? Not if I can help it. Then let us make it tomorrow night. I'll treat everyone to Western cuisine. Li Changfeng retorted with a cold chuckle, prompting another round of cheers from the crowd. He then exited to inspect his new office. Previously, Section Chief Bai Damian's office was on the second floor, directly across from Action Team Leader Chen Shen. He needed to reorganize the space. Is this all it takes to become a section chief? Sucking up to the Japanese, and has become addicted. Observing Li Changfeng's retreating figure, Deputy Section Chief Chen Ming muttered a few disparaging remarks before turning back to his own desk. However, Li Changfeng heard every word clearly. It seemed Chen Ming harbored some resentment towards him. Chapter 34, Be My Inside Man. In the Special Operations Department, Bai Zhongliang gazed at the injured Shen Qiuxie. Still unwilling to speak, he inquired. If you tell me who your contact is, I shall release you. I might even allow you to join number 76 and serve Mr. Li. He regarded the woman before him with a smirk. However, Shen Qiuxie merely scoffed, spitting defiantly. Par, you are truly shameless. With no beliefs, you serve the Japanese like a dog. You really think too highly of yourself. Shen Qiuxie looked at Bai Zhongliang with scorn, dismissing him. She had already resigned herself to death, rejecting Chen Shen's rescue attempt. How could she possibly ally with number 76? Such obstinacy, your so-called beliefs are indeed admirable. However, I am a person of little patience. Bai Zhongliang furrowed his brow, speaking with a hint of indifference. He then waved to Wu Sibao behind him. Wu Sibao, accompanied by two agents from the Special Operations Department, swiftly restrained Shen Qiuxie in the electric chair. This was a new device recently delivered by the TACO. Once powered, high-voltage electricity would surge through the chair, coursing through the prisoner's body. There were 3 switches to regulate the voltage. Click. Wu Sibao activated the power, pressing the switch. ZZZZT, with a loud crackle, sparks erupted from the electric chair. Shen Qiuxie's body was instantly engulfed by the high voltage, eliciting a wretched scream. Arrow! Her skin seared, and excruciating pain radiated throughout her being. It felt as if she would be torn apart by the overwhelming current at Wu Sibao's expression darkened, and he casually pressed the next switch, a cold smile gracing his lips. He despised being called a dog traitor. Meanwhile, Bai Zhongliang, sipping coffee, observed the scene before him with an impassive demeanor. ZZZZT, the electric shocks raged on, and Shen Qiuxia was rendered unconscious from the onslaught. Wu Sibao fetched a basin of cold water and splashed it onto her body. Shen Qiuxia was jolted back from the brink of death, her body going limp. If you do not speak, I shall press the final button. I heard that 2 prisoners in the garrison were cooked alive, turning into mummies. Do you wish to experience that? Wu Sibao looked at Shen Qiuxia, speaking with conviction. A flicker of fear crossed her eyes, yet she gritted her teeth and closed them tightly. I do not believe your beliefs will lead you to sacrifice your life. Wu Sibao lowered his head, poised to press the final button. Suddenly, the lights in the interrogation room flickered several times, plunging the room into darkness, forcing the interrogation to a halt. A few moments earlier, a figure dashed up the stairs and shut off the power supply. They then damaged the wiring and left a few mouse droppings nearby. Immediately, they ascended the stairs towards the office of the General Affairs Department. Captain Chen, what brings you here? Li Changfeng exclaimed, rising from his chair upon seeing the intruder. He set down the newspaper he had been reading. Li Section Chief, congratulations. I need you to do me a favor. Chen sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it in one go. He looked at Li Changfeng with utmost seriousness. You want me to provide proof that you were just here? That you did not tamper with the power supply in the corridor, correct? Li Changfeng smiled slightly, lowering his voice as he stepped closer to Chen. At this statement, Chen was momentarily taken aback. Before he could finish his thought, this man seemed to know exactly what he had just done. Captain Chen, no need to be alarmed. I merely saw someone lingering in the stairwell, so I deduced it was you. Li Changfeng patted Chen's shoulder in explanation. All of this was a ruse on Li Changfeng's part. The entire underground interrogation room and number 76 were under his surveillance. Moreover, he was well aware of the unfolding events, knowing that Chen's actions were to rescue Shen Qiuxia. Har, I truly cannot discern if you are human or ghost. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Chen took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on him. He had seen no one in the stairwell moments ago, and he suspected this man was attempting to deceive him. Chen even began to doubt whether Li Changfeng was an undercover agent for the military. Otherwise, why would he show such concern about the events in Jiaobei? Enough, I will vouch for you. However, this tea must be replaced with liquor. Observing Chen's anxious demeanor, Li Changfeng produced a bottle of baijiu and placed it on the table. He also retrieved some peanuts he had prepared earlier. He had long wished to have a proper discussion with Chen, for this individual was not to be underestimated. He was acutely aware of the movements within the Special Operations Department. Section Chief Li, are you hoping to extract some intelligence from me again? If old Bai finds out, I will be in serious trouble. Chen grinned at Li Changfeng's remark, lifting his glass. Li Changfeng filled their cups, extending his hand toward Chen. Our previous collaboration was quite pleasant, and I made a substantial profit. However, this time, I am here for the zeroing plan. The two raised their glasses and downed a toast, with Li Changfeng speaking in a hushed tone. Before Chen's arrival, he had been eavesdropping on the entire number 76. He knew that Liu Maynard from the archives was absent, and Wang Manchun had also gone on a mission. On the second floor, only 2 agents sent by Wu Sibao remained, checking the power supply at the stairwell. What is the zeroing plan? Chen was momentarily taken aback, as he had not yet inquired about this plan. Li Changfeng's mention of it piqued his curiosity. It is a Japanese initiative to eliminate all infiltrators in Shanghai. They have secretly trained a group of operatives, embedding them in the underground transport stations and military intelligence contact points. Even in the mountain city and your base, there are Japanese spies. I possess the list of infiltrators. Li Changfeng began to speak, each word sending a tremor through Chen Shen's heart. This very plan was the final task assigned to him by superiors, yet he never expected Li Changfeng to have acquired it. What do you think? Is Captain Chen interested in this list? Li Changfeng's expression remained inscrutable as he gazed at Chen Shen. Chen Shen's countenance shifted slightly as he quickly locked the door, rummaging through Li Changfeng's room. Only after confirming there were no listening devices did he slowly turn around. Section Chief Li, give me the list. I will comply with whatever you ask, no matter the cost. Chen Shen looked at Li Changfeng earnestly, urgency creeping into his tone. If he could obtain that list, he would not hesitate to sacrifice himself. Captain Chen, I do not seek money. I only require you to agree to one thing. This list will be yours. Observing Chen Shen's reaction, Li Changfeng shook his head. He was not revealing this matter for monetary gain, rather, he sought to identify an informant within the Special Operations Department. Chen Shen was the ideal candidate. Furthermore, Li Changfeng had divided the list into two parts. One containing members infiltrated within the Red Party, and the other related to military intelligence. As long as the specific details of the zeroing plan remained undisclosed, no one would know the actual missions of these infiltrators. Section Chief Li, feel free to state your request. As long as it does not require me to betray my own people, I will comply. Chen Shen pondered for a moment, then replied. His greatest fear was that Li Changfeng had already deduced his identity and would demand information about the underground contact points. In such a case, the risks would outweigh the rewards. Rest assured, I know Captain Chen is a good person. As long as you agree to be my inside man and inform me of the Special Operations Department's intelligence. This list will be yours. This matter will remain between us, without anyone else knowing. Li Changfeng smiled slightly, articulating his terms. His goal was to recruit Chen Shen, forging a partnership to upheave the entire number 76. Chapter 35, Danger Alert. Upon hearing this condition, Chen Shen's lips twitched slightly. He was an esteemed agent of the Red Party, the sole insider infiltrating Station 76 from the Shanghai Transportation Network. To make himself his inside man, Director Li, the authenticity of the intelligence remains uncertain. Allow me to become your insider. What if the Japanese discover it? That could lead to execution. Chen Shen pondered for a moment before raising his glass, wishing to test Li Changfeng's sincerity. You could inquire with Bai Zhongliang, that would clarify whether the plan is true or false. However, obtaining the plan from him will prove difficult. Moreover, Wu Sibao's men will be arriving shortly. Li Changfeng, sensing his thoughts, smiled faintly and stood up, gesturing dismissively. In the next moment, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon opening the door, they found Wu Sibao accompanied by several agents from the Operations Department. Director Li, Captain Chen is here as well. Director Bai requests your presence downstairs. He wishes to ask a few questions. Wu Sibao's expression was jovial, yet his tone was frosty. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen immediately turned to Li Changfeng and nodded. Let us go and see what Director Bai wants from us. Li Changfeng smiled slightly and led the way outside. Chen Shen furrowed his brows and followed suit, ultimately relenting at the last moment. Wu Sibao, are you certain the wire was gnawed through by a rat? Indeed, Director Bai. Then why did you bring Director Li and Captain Chen down here? I suspect foul play. You suspect someone is attempting to rescue Shen Xiuxie. At the entrance of the interrogation room, Bai Zhongliang regarded Wu Sibao, who had brought the two back, and they engaged in a back and forth. Director, as Director Li once said, even if a rat dies in a neighbor's home, one must investigate the cause. Wu Sibao bowed his head cautiously. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhongliang nodded thoughtfully. Conduct the questioning yourself. I shall check on An Liusan, encourage that woman to cooperate. Truly a troublesome affair with that. Bai Zhongliang made his way towards a lounge at Station 76. Wu Sibao nodded and promptly began his routine questioning of the two. Meanwhile, outside, the sky was overcast, and snowflakes danced in the air. Wang Manchun glanced at the time. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Every Thursday at 2 o'clock was her designated meeting time with the undercover agent known as Number 8. Yet, as of now, the agent had yet to arrive. Just as she was about to rise and leave, a man wearing a straw hat entered the bookstore. Wang Manchun immediately stood up, nodded at the man, and walked outside with her umbrella. The man followed closely behind, leading them towards a narrow alley adjacent to the bookstore. No. 8. Why are you late today, Director Wang? They have begun to suspect there are traitors within, and we have been placed under house arrest. How did you manage to escape? I feigned a stomach ache to use the restroom, knocked out the guerrilla guard, and had someone assist me, the two whispered furtively, the newcomer's expression darkening. Realizing his identity was likely compromised, Wang Manchun felt a surge of anger. However, she quickly suppressed her ire and addressed the man before her. Dong Xingzhou, you risked exposure to meet me. Is there crucial information to share? If he had only escaped out of fear, there would be no reason for him to remain alive. Only the dead can keep secrets, Director Wang. It is monumental news. A significant catch has surfaced at the Shanghai transportation station. The base has dispatched a special agent to transport a batch of medicines to dock number 6. A woman codenamed Oriel is to make contact. The rendezvous is set for tomorrow afternoon. Dong Xingzhou stepped forward, his expression animated. This information could secure his commendation. Is the information reliable? Wang Manchun, elated, furrowed her brow in inquiry. This man had already aroused suspicion. If the information he provided turned out to be false, he would have fallen into a trap. Absolutely certain, all our liaison agents at the transportation stations have been detained. The mission was personally assigned by Captain Liang. It is likely they are attempting to compel me into action, yet they would never dream I could escape. Dong Xingzhou wiped the cold sweat from his brow and continued. Just moments ago, he sensed the lethal intent in Wang Manchun's eyes. Had he not possessed crucial information, he would likely meet his end here. Excellent, you have done well. Have you encountered the woman codenamed Oriel? Upon hearing Dong Xingzhou's words, Wang Manchun's anxiety eased. She promptly retrieved a cigarette and tossed one to Dong Xingzhou, inquiring with a smile. I met her once, approximately half a month ago. I cannot recall her exact appearance, only that she seemed to be a rustic woman. When Captain Liang met her, I overheard a few snippets. Her husband works in the General Affairs Department of Station 76. Captain Liang instructed Oriel to seduce him. Since then, there has been no further news. Dong Xingzhou lit the cigarette, inhaling deeply before continuing. He was shivering from the cold, yet his gaze burned with intensity. Wang Manchun nodded slightly. Rummaging in her pocket, she produced 2 gold bars and handed them to Dong Xingzhou before writing down an address. This is your reward. Go hide at this location for now. I will send someone to find you shortly. Once we apprehend the target, you shall become the head of the second team at Station 76 Intelligence Division. Do you understand? Wang Manchun regarded the man before her with utmost seriousness. Dong Xingzhou nodded. He had no path of retreat. Since being captured during a covert mission, his wife and child had been seized by Station 76. He had betrayed his beliefs, and it was only a matter of time before he met his demise. Very well, I shall rely on you, Director Wang. Dong Xingzhou bowed respectfully, displaying profound deference. Wang Manchun nodded, withdrawing her other hand from her pocket, relinquishing her earlier intent to eliminate him. She then exited the alley and entered a jeep. San, inform the brothers to work overtime tonight, screen everyone from the General Affairs Department, see whose family has recently arrived from the countryside. Bring them all to Station 76. Wang Manchun placed the umbrella against the inner side of the car door and settled into the back seat. With a firm slam of the door, she spoke with a serious expression. The driver, Liu San, promptly nodded. Understood. Director Wang, drive back to Station 76. As the vehicle slowly started, heading towards Station 76, at that very moment, an electronic sound reached Li Changfeng's ears as he exited the interrogation room. Beep, identity exposure imminent. Facing a life-threatening crisis, please respond promptly. Upon hearing the system's alert, Li Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, Wu Sibao had what could possibly be amiss? Last time, Nanjing Chenyang had prepared to produce evidence to cast him into peril. Could it be that once again, someone posed a threat to his life? At the Shanghai intelligence station, no one was aware of his identity. Only Station 76 knew. Bi Zhongliang was currently interrogating Shen Qiuxie. The sole point of suspicion was Wang Manchuan's intelligence division. That woman had gone out shortly after lunch. Had she captured someone who knew of his identity, whose warning had triggered this danger alert? Li Changfeng's mind raced, contemplating all possible scenarios. Chapter 36. Someone betrayed you. He strode into the office and plopped down onto the sofa, slowly closing his eyes. Thoughts of all those around him swirled in his mind, including Huang Cuizui, who was at home cooking. Suddenly, Li Changfeng's body jolted as the realization struck him. A traitor had surfaced at the underground transit station, and the Chancellor had been apprehended. Wang Manchuan's last mission had involved luring Chen Shen and others using a Japanese prisoner in the jail, indicating that the intelligence network of the Red Party had encountered a significant issue. If an urgent task were to arise at this moment, they would activate their backup infiltrators. What was Huang Cuizui's role, lingering so close to him? Could she be the one chosen for this emergency assignment? What if she were compromised during a clandestine meeting with a key figure, betrayed by the traitor hiding at the transit station? Bring the car, I need to return home, Li Changfeng commanded, unable to dwell on the unsettling thoughts any longer. Yes, Section Chief Li. Old Zhang from the logistics department immediately responded. Just before departing, an idea struck Li Changfeng. He dialed Takeda Ichiro's number, requesting to send some documents to the military police. Should anyone inquire, it would provide him with a plausible cover. Having just been promoted to Chief of General Affairs, the vehicle previously assigned to Bai Danian was now his. Old Zhang quickly made a call to ensure the driver was ready downstairs. Virum, as Li Changfeng descended the stairs and settled into the car, a jeep carrying Liu Aisin and Wang Manchun from the intelligence department drove into the courtyard. Make haste. Delay this matter, and I will shoot you on the spot. Li Changfeng's heart raced, and his expression shifted as he glared at the new driver, barking orders. The driver, startled by Li Changfeng's words, shuddered and promptly accelerated toward Gate 76. The speeding vehicle kicked up the accumulated snow, splattering mud along its path. Driving so recklessly, is your wife about to give birth? Old Hu at the entrance exclaimed, his coat splattered with mud. Whose car was that? Wang Manchun inquired, observing the departing vehicle. Hehe, Director Wang. This car belonged to Bai Danian from General Affairs. Now, it seems, I heard it has been assigned to the newly appointed Section Chief Li. This Section Chief Li has recently become close with the Japanese. Truly, Old Hu grinned, venting his frustrations as he rambled on. Wang Manchun furrowed her brow, disinterested in the old man's prattling. She waved her hand dismissively at Liu Aisin and the others. Immediately seal off the courtyard. Not a single person from General Affairs is to be allowed to leave. Understood, Director Wang. Liu Aisin turned and led the intelligence agents in cordoning off the area, bringing several individuals from General Affairs into custody. The Deputy Chief of General Affairs, Chen Ming, appeared utterly bewildered, with so few personnel in his department, now under the logistics division headed by Huang Yuliang. Chen, having failed to secure the chief position, found himself under scrutiny, confronting Wang Manchun and her entourage with indignation. Director Wang, what is the meaning of this? Are you planning to massacre our General Affairs Department? Director Huang is on official business in Jinling. Are you not concerned he will report you to Director Li upon his return? At these words, Wang Manchun's expression gradually turned icy. Liu Aisin, her sycophant, stepped forward and delivered several slaps to Chen Ming's face. Deputy Chief Chen, mind your manners. Our Director Wang is conducting business. It is not your place to interfere. Even Director Huang must yield a degree of respect. Chen, clutching his face, stumbled backward. Just as he contemplated retaliating, he found Liu Aisin brandishing a gun, pressing it against his forehead. We suspect that there are communist elements within your General Affairs Department. Immediately contact your families. If they are not here within an hour, you will be executed without hesitation. Wang Manchun's voice was chilling as she addressed the crowd. Hundreds of intelligence agents raised their weapons, encircling the group. A cadre of accountants and logistics personnel from General Affairs trembled, unable to lift their heads in defiance. Now, I will call out the names of those to report to the building for phone calls. Chen Ming, Huang Yusheng, Li Dakui. As she spoke, Liu Aisin pulled out the list from General Affairs, systematically calling out names. In a rental unit on Baishan Road, Weimin Ali, Huang Cuizui had just met with Xiao Sai, a rickshaw puller, who escorted her to a foreign firm. The guerrilla leader, Old Liang, personally assigned her a crucial task: to establish contact with an important figure and relay information for the transit station. She felt exhilarated. This was her first assignment since arriving in Shanghai. Determined to head to the rendezvous location that very night, she retrieved a shotgun from beneath the stove, carefully wiping it down before loading the magazine with bullets and placing it on the table. Still feeling somewhat uneasy, she opened her package to reveal 2 pull-string grenades, conveniently crafted for field use. Creak, just as Huang Cuizui completed her preparations, intending to find an excuse to leave, a flurry of urgent brakes echoed from downstairs. Li Changfeng hurriedly exited the vehicle and ascended to the 2nd floor. He burst through the door to find Huang Cuizui anxiously bent over the table, pretending to polish a kettle. "You need to leave at once. Trouble has arisen." Li Changfeng regarded Huang Cuizui, inhaling deeply as he spoke urgently. He was unaware of Wang Manchuan's next moves, but it was highly likely they involved Huang Cuizui. She had to vacate the premises immediately, otherwise, both their lives were forfeit at 76. "Changfeng, what on earth is happening? Why do you want me to leave?" Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Huang Cuizui paused momentarily, then quickly turned to inquire. Could it be that something had occurred at 76? Was this man urging her to flee for her life? "There's no time, you must go now. Also, abandon your mission, do not harbor any false hopes. This is my advice to you." Seeing the confusion on Huang Cuizui's face as she continued to feign innocence, Li Changfeng decided to lay everything bare, pulling her arm and insisting, "You are the liaison for the transit station, aren't you? I have known for some time. You have been betrayed. Those at 76 are conducting an investigation and hunt. If you do not leave now, you may never have the chance." Li Changfeng shook his head at the naive woman, exasperated that she needed him to reveal her identity before she would depart. Huang Cuizui attempted to protest but was cut off by Li Changfeng's firm voice. "Do not concern yourself with how I know. You must exit through the back window immediately. There is a ladder beneath the window leading directly to Madame Chu's backyard. Ensure that no one in the alley sees you, or you will not survive." With those words, Li Changfeng turned and descended the stairs. As he left, he clutched a briefcase containing interrogation records from the military police, specifically regarding Long Chinher. Seizing the opportunity while Nantian Yoko was absent from the interrogation room, he had discreetly taken the recording along with the documents the previous day. Chapter 37, A Handshake and Reconciliation. As Li Changfeng exited the door, Huang Cuizui hurriedly descended the stairs. Her countenance paled instantly, and she collapsed to the ground, her body turning weak. The excitement and joy she had just felt evaporated in a heartbeat. After a few moments of composure, she resolved to follow Li Changfeng's advice. First, she would gather her belongings and leave this place to address the immediate crisis. However, before departing, she needed to inform Captain Liang of the crucial information Li Changfeng had just shared with her. Otherwise, the individual who was supposed to rendezvous with her would undoubtedly be in peril. Huang Cuizui swiftly packed her essentials, including a firearm and grenades, concealing them within a bag. She then opened the window and stealthily descended through a ladder into the backyard of Mrs. Yu's residence. Scaling the wall from the backyard, she entered an alleyway. This escape route had been left for her by Li Changfeng, and it now served to save Huang Cuizui. Half an hour later, Huang Cuizui located Xiao Sai. Upon hearing that there was a situation with Huang Cuizui, Xiao Sai, who was having dinner at home, immediately took her to find Captain Liang. Upon arriving at Captain Liang's residence, they saw him hurrying back with an anxious expression. When he spotted the two of them in that location, his face changed subtly. "Xiao Sai, why have you brought her here?" Captain Liang glared fiercely at Xiao Sai, who instinctively shrank back and lowered his head. "Captain Liang, please don't blame Xiao Sai. I have important information to report," Huang Cuizui interjected urgently, stepping forward. Hearing her words, Captain Liang ushered them inside, glancing around cautiously before signaling Huang Cuizui to continue. "My husband just returned home and advised me to hide," she explained. He mentioned that there is a traitor among us, and the people from number 76 are currently searching for me. Is that true? Huang Zuizui inquired tentatively as she stepped further into the room, regarding Captain Liang with caution. If the news were false, she would lose his trust. Alas, it was my oversight, Captain Liang sighed. I had intended to find Xiao Sai to inform you to evacuate promptly. Indeed, we have experienced a betrayal within. The sudden defection of Dong Xingzhou had caught him off guard. Despite all his calculations, he had never anticipated that a mere individual could elude a dozen guerrilla fighters. How could this happen? With Captain Liang's confirmation, Huang Zuizui felt a wave of despondency wash over her. She had only been in Shanghai for half a month, and her identity had already been compromised. She hadn't even completed a single significant mission. Given the circumstances, you should seek refuge at Xiao Sai's home for the time being, Captain Liang advised. After all, you are not truly his wife. From now on, your new identity will be Xiao Sai's cousin. Forget about that individual, Captain Liang concluded, contemplating Huang Zuizui's situation before giving Xiao Sai further instructions. The three of them then parted ways. At the headquarters of Agent Number 76, Wang Manchun and others summoned the family members of the administrative department one by one for verification and photographs. After completing these tasks, over an hour had elapsed. Director Wang, we have screened everyone, reported Liu Aisen, placing a stack of documents on Wang Manchun's desk. There are 16 individuals in the administrative department. An hour earlier, Li Changfeng had delivered the deliberately taken interrogation documents to the garrison. This action had been a part of his meticulous plan. In the office, Takeuchi Ichiro's face brightened immediately. However, Takeuchi Ichiro waved his hand dismissively. You arrived just in time, he responded. General Tofu Yuan personally negotiated with General Matsumoto and has managed to suppress this matter. Ryota Heiki's defection is a disgrace to the empire, thus it cannot be made public. Upon hearing that the Japanese had reached a tentative agreement, Li Changfeng felt a twinge of disappointment. He had initially believed this could be the opportunity to bring down a significant figure within the Japanese consulate, only to see it slip away. Colonel, is this how the matter? He realized that he was the primary beneficiary of this incident, having gained the trust of the Japanese. Furthermore, he would need to rely on Takeuchi Ichiro in the future, so he bowed respectfully again. Takeuchi-kun, I understand. I hope to count on your support going forward. As he finished speaking, Takeuchi Ichiro smiled, patting Li Changfeng on the shoulder, looking at him with admiration. Li-san, you are the most intelligent person I have ever met. Misaki and Captain Nandian both hold you in high regard. I believe you will undoubtedly become a pillar of the empire. Upon hearing these words, Li Changfeng expressed his gratitude once more. Takeuchi Ichiro, however, waved his hand. Li-san, there is no need for formality, come to my home for drinks tonight. Naito has been frequently mentioning you, suggesting you visit her. As the name Nakoto Neko crossed his mind, Li Changfeng recalled that this woman possessed a potent hallucinogen. A smile crept onto his face as he followed Takeuchi Ichiro out of the garrison courtyard and into a jeep. Chapter 38, The Traitor Dong Xingzhou. The following day, as Li Changfeng commenced his duties, he was summoned to the office by Wang Manchun. Director Li, where were you yesterday afternoon? Director Wang, I took leave from Director Li to deliver some documents to the garrison. Upon hearing this response, Wang Manchun furrowed her brow and promptly produced a document. It was the file concerning Li Changfeng at number 76. Your records indicate that you have a newlywed wife back in your hometown in Shaanxi, by the name of Huang Zuizui. According to our intelligence, Huang Zuizui arrived in Shanghai earlier this month to seek you out. We visited your residence yesterday, yet found no trace of her. Can you elucidate this matter? Wang Manchun fixed her gaze on Li Changfeng, directly presenting her inquiry. If Li Changfeng could not account for Huang Zuizui's whereabouts, his suspicions would escalate significantly. Although Li Changfeng was unaware of Dong Xingzhou's situation, the possibility of him being an undercover agent for the Red Party could not be dismissed. Director Wang, my wife returned to her hometown the day before yesterday. She even left me a letter. I happened to have it with me. As Li Changfeng spoke, he retrieved a letter and placed it on the desk. This letter was one he had preemptively written the previous night in a manner mimicking Huang Zuizui's handwriting. Upon returning home last night, he had encountered Liu Aisin in the alley and learned of the events at number 76. Anticipating that Wang Manchun would question him, he had prepared accordingly. Wang Manchun opened the letter, glanced at its contents, and immediately exhaled in relief. So that is the case. Your wife's letter states that there was an urgent matter at home, and she left the afternoon before yesterday. At that time, Director Li should have been at the garrison. It appears she is not the person we are seeking. After finishing the letter, Wang Manchun returned it to Li Changfeng with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, Wang Manchun's next statement caused him to tense up again. Director Li, it is said that the Northwest has fallen. However, we still have an intelligence station there. I will arrange for someone to verify your wife's situation. You may return for now. I will call for you if necessary. Upon hearing Wang Manchun's words, Li Changfeng nodded slightly and promptly exited her office. As soon as Li Changfeng stepped out, Wang Manchun checked the time and summoned Liu Aisin into her office. Captain Liu, have those rural women been identified by Dong Xingzhou? Liu Aisin nodded. Director Wang, I have taken him through each one. However, he seems somewhat lacking in intellect and cannot be certain. Liu Aisin said with utmost seriousness. Wang Manchun's expression turned icy, and she waved her hand dismissively. What a fool! Notify the men to depart immediately for Shinshan Caf. Only by capturing that communist liaison can we ascertain his contacts. Although Dong Xingzhou was unaware of the code for the rendezvous, he had clarified the time and place. The informant who delivered the message to Captain Liang was none other than his cousin, Chen Xiao. Understood. Upon receiving Wang Manchun's command, Liu Aisin promptly turned and made his way downstairs. The agents from the intelligence office had already assembled below, with 2 large trucks parked nearby. All units, target is Shinshan Caf. Move out, Liu Aisin shouted to the throng of agents. They all clambered aboard the vehicles, with Liu Aisin taking the passenger seat in the first truck. Virum, the vehicle roared to life and sped towards the entrance of number 76. Just as Liu Aisin and his team set off, Wang Manchun hastily boarded a car, intending to pick up Dong Xingzhou and confirm the meeting location and method. Back at the General Affairs Office, Li Changfeng had been eavesdropping on Wang Manchun's room since his return. He meticulously noted every word exchanged between her and Liu Aisin. Observing Wang Manchun drive away, he swiftly concocted an excuse and followed her on his bicycle. Once outside, he employed a disguise to prevent her from recognizing him. Minutes later, Wang Manchun's vehicle halted in front of a hotel. Li Changfeng noticed a scruffy man, his face obscured by a hat, enter Wang Manchun's car. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed that this individual was indeed Dong Xingzhou. He must have betrayed Huang Zuizui and the underground transport station. He could not be allowed to live any longer. Li Changfeng sneered coldly, promptly cycling back to number 76. Upon returning to his room, he opened his death notebook and began to write. Outside Shinshan Caf, Nantianshan Yangzi had just arrived with Dong Xingzhou. Liu Aisin immediately approached. Director Wang, everything has been arranged. Our sniper is positioned on the 2nd floor. It is the optimal observation point. We have set up surveillance inside the caf and at the surrounding intersections. Once the target arrives, there will be no escape. Hearing Liu Aisin's report, Wang Manchun nodded in satisfaction. She then led Dong Xingzhou across the street to the trading firm. Inside a room on the 2nd floor of the trading firm, the sniper was already in place. Wang Manchun took out her binoculars to survey the caf's location, which was quite conspicuous. Dong Xingzhou, what is the usual method of contact employed by your transport station? Drawing the curtains, Wang Manchun inquired of Dong Xingzhou. Aside from the customary code words, signals are often relayed through books and newspapers. However, I have heard that Captain Liang uses hats to convey messages during contacts. If that woman does not arrive, it is certain that Liang Yongchao will come. You must pay attention to their hats. Dong Xingzhou reflected momentarily before responding to Wang Manchun's question. Wang Manchun nodded, immediately instructing Liu Aisin to relay this information to the agents embedded within the caf. As time ticked away, the agents stationed outside began to shiver from the cold, incessantly rubbing their hands at the nearby stalls. After finishing a pack of cigarettes, Wang Manchun dozed off. Upon seeing Liu Asen rush in to warm himself, she raised her hand to check the time once more. Asen, nearly 2 hours have passed. Have no suspicious individuals been spotted? Liu Asen shook his head. Director Wang, the brothers have been vigilant. In this frigid weather, there are hardly any patrons at the cafe. There are simply no suspicious figures. Only 2 foreign individuals from the concession were seen sitting in the cafe for a brief moment. Not a single communist shadow has been sighted. Liu Asen warmed his hands by the stove, then poured himself a cup of hot water. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Wang Manchun as she glanced at Dong Xingzhou, who lay snoring on the sofa. She strode over and kicked him off the couch. Stop sleeping. The person won't be coming. I suspect this is a trap set by the transport station. The aim is to unearth the traitor hidden within their ranks. We have been duped. Hearing this, Dong Xingzhou, who had just regained consciousness after falling to the ground, paused for a moment. Just as he was about to rise and explain, he suddenly trembled uncontrollably, his mind overtaken by a dark shadow, his eyes glazed over, and he scrambled to his feet. Madman, all madmen. I want to go home, home. Don't kill me, Dong Xingzhou muttered to himself, his face etched with terror, before abruptly turning and dashing out the door, colliding with an agent at the entrance. He then tumbled down the stairs and sprinted towards the street across from the trading firm, seemingly in a state of mental disarray. Chapter 39, Tracking Techniques and Maps. Quickly, pursue him, block his way. Upon witnessing Dong Xingzhou's sudden frenzy, Wang Manchun's expression shifted dramatically as she called out to several agents in the room. Liu Asen, disregarding his thirst, immediately led a few agents in pursuit. By the time they reached the ground floor, they beheld a large truck barreling towards them from across the street. Bang! Dong Xingzhou collided. His skull was shattered, leaving a gruesome scatter of red and white across the ground. All that remained was a headless corpse at Liu Asen and the others' feet. A few agents could not suppress their nausea, retching at the entrance of the trading firm. Stand still, you think you can feign death and escape. Stop them. As Liu Asen observed the vehicle speeding towards the corner road without a hint of slowing down, he shouted urgently. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding slap landed across his face. Turning around, he saw the intelligence officer Wang Manchun standing behind him, her face pale with fury. Get back here. That's a military police vehicle. Do you wish to court death? Upon hearing Wang Manchun's admonition, the pursuing agents quickly glanced at the truck. Aside from the military police headquarters insignia, the doors bore red adhesive flags, prompting them to retract their necks and retreat hastily. Director, Dong Xingzhou is dead. Shall we continue the pursuit? Liu Asen, covering his face, felt a wave of dread and turned to Wang Manchun for guidance. Pursue what? This is the communists' trap. Fall back. Wang Manchun scoffed, her irritation palpable as she waved her hand dismissively at the agents of the intelligence department. Captain, what shall we do with Dong Xingzhou's body? As agents piled into their vehicles, a few remained at the trading firm's entrance, casting glances at the headless corpse. One agent, looking quite troubled, approached Liu Asen. Damn it, the man is dead, what need have we for a corpse? You lot find a vehicle and take it to the outskirts to dispose of it in a mass grave. Don't stir up trouble with the police department. Liu Asen kicked one agent in the rear, cursing as he spoke. The order and safety in Shanghai were still maintained by the police department and local precincts. Given the strained relationship with the 76th, Liu Asen was keen to avoid complications and opted for this course of action. Beep, congratulations to the host for eliminating the Red Party traitor Dong Xingzhou. The crisis has been averted. Received 30 years of lifespan, awarded the skill of tracking, 1 Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle, and 200 rounds of ammunition. Tracking skill, the host can monitor the movements of the targeted individual for a duration of 24 hours. At the moment of Dong Xingzhou's demise, a notification resonated in Li Changfeng's mind. It appeared he had made a fortunate wager. This individual was the very source of his exposed identity. The system had been rather generous this time, granting a practical skill along with a sniper rifle and a substantial supply of ammunition. Henceforth, Li Changfeng possessed a long-range weapon, while he held the Death Note, an item that may not necessarily prove useful. It was certainly better than having none, however. It was the newly acquired tracking skill that piqued Li Changfeng's interest the most. Locking onto a target, who should he choose? Wang Manchun and Bai Zhongliang were both pivotal figures within the 76th. Their movements were essential to monitor, yet, at present, Bai Zhongliang had yet to take notice of him, while intelligence officer Wang Manchun seemed increasingly suspicious of Li Changfeng. Contemplating this, Li Changfeng promptly made his decision, silently whispering Wang Manchun's name within his mind. Skill activated, tracking intelligence officer Wang Manchun, the host may check the tracking progress at any time. In the next moment, a vast city map materialized within Li Changfeng's consciousness. A glowing red dot slowly traversed the map, indicating Wang Manchun's location. Upon reviewing the route, Li Changfeng's awareness was instantly drawn into the map, allowing him to discern the surrounding scenery. Wang Manchun sat within a vehicle, driven by Yu Asen himself. Director Wang, where are we headed? To find Director Li, I have a report to make. Also, have him contact the intelligence department in Shaanxi to verify matters regarding Li Changfeng. If Dong Xingzhou was not lying, then our intelligence has been compromised. South Qian Yangzi stated impassively. Liu Asen's voice soon followed. Understood, Director. During the tracking process, not only could Li Changfeng observe Wang Manchun's actions, but he could also overhear their conversation. This skill was akin to real-time satellite surveillance. Elated yet anxious, Li Changfeng pondered the implications. If Wang Manchun discovered that Huang Cuizui had not returned home, would that not expose his identity? Although the 76th lacked evidence linking Li Changfeng to the intelligence leak, did they require evidence to apprehend someone? It seems I will need to seek Chen Shen's. However, he was informed by an agent from the intelligence department that Chen Shen had gone to the film company to meet Li Xiaonan. Following the arrest of the Prime Minister, Li Xiaonan had become Chen Shen's liaison. Li Changfeng immediately changed his attire and took a taxi to the film company. At that moment, Li Xiaonan was engaged in a shoot, portraying a maid. After several takes, the director finally called out, "Cut." Hey, Zhu, how was my performance just now? Absolutely fantastic. You overshadowed the leading actress, hee. You were splendid too, thank you for the compliment, Xiaonan. As the crowd dispersed and began to take a break, Li Xiaonan eagerly pulled her close friend Zhu aside to exchange praises. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Chen Shen, who had just entered. I must say, you two extras should refrain from flattering one another, all right. Anyone unaware would think you both are the stars of the show. Chen Shen, hands in his pockets, observed the optimistic young woman with a slight smile, teasing her. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaonan sprang to her feet, pouting. You scoundrel, how dare you mock us? When I become the Queen of Shanghai, I'll take care of you. You'll be washing my socks every day. Noticing Chen Shen's arrival, Zhu nodded and said, you two continue your conversation. I'll go grab some lunch. Once Zhu departed, Li Xiaonan adopted a serious demeanor. Captain Chen, what brings you here today? Is there something you need my help with? She winked at Chen Shen, as if boasting about her previous successful endeavor. Enough of that. I hardly have so many matters at hand. I'm here to thank you for relaying my message last time. I'm treating you to a grand meal, Chen Shen replied with a gentle smile, addressing Li Xiaonan. The previous incident had not raised Wang Manchun's suspicions, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. This young lady had assisted him once, and today, Chen Shen was here to offer a meal in gratitude. A grand meal. Sounds great. I haven't had a lavish meal in ages. Let's invite Zhu along. Upon hearing the prospect of a delicious meal, Li Xiaonan's excitement soared. She had some matters to discuss with Chen Shen and suggested including her close friend Zhu to avoid attracting suspicion. Chapter 40, Persuasion of Captain Chen. Very well, since she is your dear friend, I have no objections. Chen Shen nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Do you mind if I join as well? Just as Li Xiaonan was filled with joy and prepared to call her close friend Zhu, a voice resounded from behind the two. Li Changfeng appeared at the theater entrance, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Li Section Chief, are you also here to scrounge a meal? Chen Shen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Changfeng. He understood that this fellow had come specifically to find him. With a narrowed gaze, he teased, "No, I need your assistance with something." Li Changfeng threw an arm around Chen Shen's shoulder and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Here's the situation." The two then made their way outside the theater, heading to the rooftop terrace of the film company. Observing that the two had matters to discuss, Li Xianan turned to seek out Zhu Zhu. "What, are you saying that Wang Manchun is investigating your wife and wants me to help you resolve it? How did you know that I, Chen Shen, possess such abilities?" Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Chen Shen spoke with a profound tone. If there were issues concerning Li Changfeng's wife, it suggested that this individual's identity was far from simple. "Har har, I certainly know you have this capability. Because her name is Huang Cui, and she is the liaison for the underground transit station." Li Changfeng scoffed with a sneer, laying bare Huang Cui's identity. This revelation left Chen Shen utterly astonished, prompting him to calm himself for a few seconds to assess the veracity of the situation. If this were merely Li Changfeng testing him, he would not easily concede. "When did you discover her identity? Or are you probing me, attempting to use this matter as bait to hand me over to Wang Manchun or Bai Zhongliang? What exactly are you?" Chen Shen looked at Li Changfeng and immediately countered with questions. The rapid-fire inquiries reflected the turmoil within him. After all, for an undercover agent, being unmasked equated to losing value and facing imminent death. Chen Shen's hand instinctively reached for a razor blade. While this fellow was not skilled with firearms, the razor blade was his ace in the hole, capable of effortlessly piercing an enemy's body within 10 meters. "Do you think I am testing you? Do not be anxious. You cannot kill me." Li Changfeng's demeanor turned icy as he observed Chen Shen's reaction, and he drew a dagger from his waist. With a swift motion, the dagger gleamed like lightning as it flew from his palm towards the antenna on the rooftop stone platform. Thud! Bolstered by his impeccable aim, the dagger struck the antenna with remarkable precision from dozens of meters away. This startled Chen Shen, who cautiously took several steps back and drew his pistol from his waist. "Captain Chen, I know you want to shoot, you have a phobia. If I wished to betray you, the intelligence from our last transaction would suffice. There would be no need for such complications. I simply do not want Huang Cui to be implicated. It is as straightforward as that." Li Changfeng gazed at Chen Shen, a smile gracing his features. He revealed his hand, knowing Chen Shen would not betray him. Both held leverage over the other. Moreover, the zeroing plans list in his possession was sufficient to make Chen Shen wary. "All right, I will agree. However, to place my trust in an information dealer, that alone is insufficient." Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Chen Shen's skepticism diminished slightly, though he still did not lower his gun. If this fellow could not prove his identity, he would have no choice but to fight to the death. "I cannot disclose my identity. However, with this list in hand, I am confident you will acquiesce. After all, during the last incident, I assisted you. Otherwise, you should be in room 76 interrogation chamber right now." Li Changfeng looked at Chen Shen with unwavering confidence, yet all of this was part of Li Changfeng's scheme. Chen Shen had no alternative. "Captain Chen, working behind enemy lines is a battle devoid of gunfire. In order to prevent our nation from being annihilated by the Japanese, we have no choice. Wang, you may be next. You should understand what must be done, correct?" Seeing that Chen Shen was nearly convinced, Li Changfeng spoke with utmost sincerity. "If Huang Cui were an enemy, she could inscribe her name on the death note. However, as a comrade in the anti-Japanese United Front, Li Changfeng could not take such action. Despite possessing a powerful system, he had to risk exposing his identity to seek Chen Shen's assistance. "Very well, I will comply. However, in exchange, you must agree to assist me with one matter. Help me rescue the Chancellor." Upon hearing Li Changfeng's request, Chen Shen inhaled deeply and gradually lowered his gun. He then nodded and proposed a condition of his own. Why? Hearing Chen Shen's inquiry, Li Changfeng lit a cigarette, his expression serious. It seemed at this moment, the person before him was unqualified to negotiate terms. Because she is my sister-in-law. She is the only family I have in this world. If you agree, I can trust you unconditionally. No matter your identity. Observing Li Chang, his words were sincere. If Shen Xiuxie were to die, it would be an immense blow to him. The Chancellor is the woman that Bai Zhongliang captured from MGM, correct? Director Bai will not allow her to live. I will handle the rest. Li Changfeng reflected for a moment before addressing Chen Shen. Extracting someone from the dungeon of room 76 might appear impossible to others, however, Li Changfeng had several methods to discreetly facilitate a rescue. The most critical factor was evading the watchful eyes of room 76, ensuring they did not suspect him. All right, I will set to work immediately. However, if you want me to trust you, you should first hand over that list. As his words fell, Chen Shen offered a slight smile and extended his hand towards Li Changfeng. The importance of the list was self-evident, only upon obtaining it would he feel secure. I have had it prepared for you. Li Changfeng nodded, producing a sheet of paper filled with densely packed names, along with portions of the zeroing plan. This section was entirely aimed at infiltrators within the Red Party. So many. How many agents have the little devils cultivated through their infiltration plan? Upon seeing the names on the list, Chen Shen was taken aback and instinctively asked. Just this single sheet contained over 150 names. Moreover, this was not the complete list, as Li Changfeng would not hand over the military intelligence list as well. The core personnel involved in the infiltration plan number a staggering 300. This is just a fraction. These agents were personally trained by Li Morchuan, and in addition, there are several hundred peripheral members whose names do not appear here. Now you understand why it is called the zeroing plan, do you not? Li Changfeng said, holding the cigarette between his lips. When he first received this list, even he was taken aback. Now it was Chen Shen's turn. This is intended to ensnare all comrades in the anti-Japanese United Front. No wonder it is dubbed the zeroing plan. Chen Shen nodded slightly, tucking the list away. He comprehended why Li Changfeng only provided him with a portion of the list. Both were wary of one another, yet, the names on this list comprised Japanese spies embedded within the Red Party, which was already sufficient. His sister-in-law, Shen Xiuxie, was willing to sacrifice herself to enable his infiltration. Was it not for this list? Having settled these matters, the two exchanged knowing smiles and descended the stairs. They happened upon Li Xianan and her friend Juju waiting downstairs. Chen Shen shook his head, contemplating that this meal was now inevitable. Chapter 41, The Oath of Allegiance. Meanwhile, at the Huangshan Villa in the mountain city, Secretary Xie Zhonglin placed a telegram on the table and slightly bowed. Boss, news has arrived from Chen Gongju. The Japanese failed to capture at the Jiabei dock. An intelligence officer Zhang Hai sacrificed himself for the country. Before his death, he destroyed the radio station and the codebook. It is said that several Japanese Ronin were also killed at the dock, allegedly by members of the anti-war alliance. The Japanese suspect internal issues and have traced it back to Ryu Qianhaiki at the Shanghai consulate. Consequently, a conflict erupted between the military police and the Marines, resulting in the death of a consular advisor. At this moment, the situation has calmed under the mediation of Commander Matsumoto Naoki stationed in Shanghai. Xie Zhonglin recounted the events, and upon hearing it, Boss Dai was taken aback. He picked up the telegram from the table, nodding repeatedly. Splendid, splendid, diverting blame and entrapment. The Japanese are truly foolish, being led in circles. There must be elements in this that we are unaware of. Boss Dai clapped his hands in excitement, then pondered further. The Japanese actually believe Zhang Hai has ties to the anti-war alliance and have conducted an internal investigation. This indicates their suspicion that the Shanghai Intelligence Department is corrupt. I sense the hand of the venomous sting in this. Immediately contact the Viper and restore communication with the venomous sting. I must uncover the truth behind this matter. He was determined to clarify the situation. If it were indeed the work of the venomous sting, he would seek credit for it. Surely, his mentor would regard him with newfound respect. Understood, I shall take care of it at once. Secretary Xie Zhonglin was elated and promptly turned to head towards the secure communication room. As Xie Zhonglin departed, the secretary of the confidential department, Guan Yongshan, entered. Boss, Director Li has arrived and is waiting for you upstairs. He asked you to hurry. The next day, as Li Changfeng arrived at the General Affairs office, he spotted Secretary Liu Maynard from the Secretariat approaching him. She slightly lowered her head and spoke, "All right, I will go immediately." Upon hearing that Li Morchuan was looking for him specifically, Li Changfeng placed his briefcase on the table, locked the office door, and ascended the stairs. On the third floor of the 76th Special Agent headquarters was a vast conference room. Adjacent to it was the office of the notorious traitor Li Morchuan. This office featured a lounge and a tea room, was quite spacious, and was lavishly decorated. Despite being a lapdog of the Japanese, this individual certainly knew how to indulge in luxury. Knock, knock, knock. After a gentle rap on the door, a deep voice resonated from within. "Come in." It was Bai Zhongliang, the director of operations, who was enjoying tea in Li Morchuan's office. The two had been behaving mysteriously of late, and Li Changfeng was unsure of their dealings. He pushed the door open and slightly bowed to both men. "Director Li, Director Bai. What brings me here?" Upon seeing Li Changfeng enter, Li Morchuan scrutinized him closely. Bai Zhongliang raised a hand slightly, gesturing towards the sofa nearby. "Director Li, please take a seat. Director Li called you here for a reason. Do not be anxious, have a cup of tea first." He indicated the teapot on the table. Li Changfeng, naturally unreserved, poured himself a cup. "Director Li, you are indeed youthful and accomplished. With so many in the 76th, I had not noticed you before. The Japanese hold you in high esteem," Li Morchuan suddenly interjected, showering Li Changfeng with praise. Before Li Changfeng could respond, Li Morchuan delved into the crux of the matter. "Director Li, to speak frankly, the Japanese are planning to expand the 76th, converting Director Bai's 2 operational teams into battalions. Their communications department will be directly incorporated into the intelligence division, with new equipment added. Old Huang from the logistics department is too aged to manage such a vast undertaking. Mr. Fujita suggests that the General Affairs section be separated out to form a General Affairs office. They will add 50 logistics personnel to manage firearms, accounts, and the black market operations." Li Morchuan placed several documents on the table as he spoke. Bai Zhongliang's expression remained calm, indicating he was already aware of these developments. Li Changfeng, however, was taken aback. He realized that this restructuring signified he would soon become the head of the General Affairs Office. In terms of rank, he would be on par with Wang Manchun, Bai Zhongliang, and Huang Yuliang from the logistics department, yet upon hearing he was to oversee black market operations, he slowly rose. "Director Li, wasn't the black market managed by the investigation team and the police department before? Isn't it irregular for us in the General Affairs Office to take this on?" Li Changfeng questioned. Li Morchuan smiled slightly upon hearing Li Changfeng's words. "Director Li, you are about to be promoted to the position of head. Black market operations are immensely profitable. The police and the investigation team have been too greedy, and some issues have arisen recently. Fujita is somewhat apprehensive, and Section Chief Nantian recommended you to him. You must not refuse this matter. Otherwise, I will find it difficult to explain to the Japanese," Li Morchuan stated earnestly, his expression growing increasingly serious. Upon hearing this decision was made by the Japanese, Li Changfeng nodded in acceptance. His primary objection to this undertaking stemmed from the fact that black market dealings contravened the policies of the Japanese command. Engaging in the trade of goods and smuggling contraband could result in a death sentence if caught. However, after the Japanese occupation of Shanghai, many Japanese officers and military police became involved, leading to widespread complicity. The Japanese turned a blind eye to the situation. "Director Li, regarding your promotion, there is another matter. You were recommended to the 76th by Colonel Takeda of the military police. Your family and parents are not in Shanghai, and the Japanese expect you to provide a form of allegiance. Having concluded the formalities, Li Mochuan regarded Li Changfeng with a serious expression. The oath of allegiance naturally referred to establishing some merits and distancing oneself from the anti-Japanese elements. Only in this way could one gain significant favor within the 76th. After all, the General Affairs Office would become the financial backbone of the 76th. Thus, it could not be taken lightly. What sort of oath of allegiance does Director Li require of me? Upon hearing Li Mochuan's words, Li Changfeng felt a tightening in his chest but feigned nonchalance in his inquiry. Beside him, Bai Zhongliang smiled faintly and rose to his feet. Director Li, this matter has been discussed between me and Director Li. A few days ago, our operations department captured a communist element, but we have gleaned no further information from her. Therefore, Director Li's intent. Chapter 42, Deputy Station Master. Upon hearing Bai Zhongliang's words, Li Changfeng immediately furrowed his brow. He surmised that the woman whom Li Mochuan had ordered him to execute was most likely the Chancellor, namely Chen Shen's sister-in-law. He had only just promised Chen Shen that he would rescue this woman from number 76. Little did he expect that these two individuals would spring such a trap on him. However, Li Changfeng quickly conceived a method that could potentially save Shen Qiuxia from certain death. Within the military intelligence, there exists a type of anesthetic that can induce a temporary state resembling death. As long as he did not shoot to injure her vital organs, Shen Qiuxia could survive. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that this anesthetic was exceedingly rare. How could he procure it? Nevertheless, observing the grim expressions on the faces of the two men, Li Changfeng nodded resolutely. Very well, since this is the arrangement of the Japanese, I shall take charge of this matter. I kindly ask Director Bai to arrange the time and place for the execution. With a slight bow, Li Changfeng spoke respectfully to the two men. Har har har, then I shall preemptively congratulate Section Chief Li. Once I have made the arrangements, I will send someone to inform you. Upon receiving Li Changfeng's agreement, Bai Zhongliang immediately displayed a broad smile, and Li Mochuan beside him also nodded in satisfaction. All right, Section Chief Li, you may return to your duties. Please summon Director Wang to join us. We still have matters to discuss. Once the task was completed, Li Mochuan promptly issued an order for Li Changfeng to leave. Understood, Director. Farewell, Director Bai. Li Changfeng nodded to the two men before turning to exit Li Mochuan's office. As he stepped outside, he noticed Wang Manchun waiting at the door, likely informed by Liu Maynor just moments ago. Director Wang, Director Li requests your presence. Li Changfeng inclined his body slightly as he spoke to Wang Manchun. The two then brushed past one another, descending the stairs and closing the office door behind him. Li Changfeng activated his eavesdropping skills. Soon, he could hear the distinct voices from upstairs. Director Wang, your suspicion that Li Changfeng is a traitor seems unfounded. When I suggested that he personally execute Shen Qiuxia, he did not exhibit any signs of unusual behavior. Could it be that you are mistaken? Bai Zhongliang's voice resonated, laced with a hint of doubt. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly. These old foxes were indeed testing him. Director Bai, I trust my instincts. After Liang Zhongquan's demise, Li Changfeng took the initiative to approach his family, which raises suspicions. Although he transferred a portion of Liang Zhongquan's assets to the Japanese, this does not absolve him of guilt. Moreover, our intelligence department has encountered issues during two separate capture operations. I suspect he is a subordinate of Liang Zhongquan and that there is an undercover agent within our intelligence department. Wang Manchuan's voice came through, serious and resolute. This woman suspected Li Changfeng solely because of Liang Zhongquan, yet, the individuals within number 76 were not fools. Most were aware of the ambiguities surrounding Liang Zhongquan's case. This reasoning seemed rather tenuous. Indeed, the next moment, Bai Zhongliang's voice echoed again. Director Wang, I have heard about Liang Zhongquan's case. He killed the incoming head of the General Affairs Department, Chen Maogong, at the Huamao Hotel. The Japanese even found evidence on him. However, this does not prove that Liang Zhongchuan was a mole for military intelligence. Everything is too conspicuous. Who would carry the target's photograph and communication notes on their person? Even if one were to undertake such a task for the first time, they would not be that foolish. Moreover, Liang Zhongchuan is an old fox. It is evident that he was set up. Bai Zhongliang spoke with conviction, laying out his analysis. Li Morchuan seemed to concur with his assessment. I believe Director Bai's analysis holds merit. Section Chief Li is merely a greedy and lascivious individual. I have long heard of his close relationship with Liang Zhongchuan's wife. There are even rumors that he is involved with the wife of Captain Takeda Ichiro of the Gendarmerie, who does not covet wealth and beauty. With Liang's demise, it is only natural for Section Chief Li to assist his unfortunate young widow. As Li Morchuan spoke, he appeared to pour himself another cup of tea. The room fell silent for a few moments. If Li Changfeng were indeed a member of military intelligence, having you order him to execute the Chancellor is inherently unreasonable. The Chancellor and he are not even of the same faction. Wang Manchun reiterated her point, seemingly presenting a compelling argument. Director Li's actions undoubtedly carry profound implications. We're currently in a united front against the Japanese, and their targets are number 76 and the Japanese. Additionally, this could sow discord, leading to mutual annihilation. Within our ranks, there are both communist spies and military intelligence moles. Vigilance is imperative. Bai Zhongliang asserted once more, causing Wang Manchun to fall silent. Li Morchuan's voice broke through the silence. Very well, let us proceed as planned. The Japanese only desire a letter of intent from us, we are merely using this opportunity to probe. If Li Changfeng is indeed a hidden pest within number 76, he will inevitably reveal a flaw. Director Wang, you must continue monitoring closely. Li Morchuan spoke impatiently. The trio then began discussing the expansion of number 76, and Li Changfeng lost interest in eavesdropping. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly noon. He intended to seek out Chen Shen for a solution. At the Shanghai Intelligence Station, Station Master Chen Gongju wore a troubled expression, with Ma Lianshan's betrayal, Qin Hai's capture, and the failure of the Hurricane Squad's mission. Even Zhang Hai, the intelligence officer personally dispatched by Boss Dai from the mountain city, had sacrificed himself for the country. In the past month, Boss Dai had grown increasingly disappointed with Chen Gongju, preparing to send a deputy station master to assist him, who had already departed from the mountain city 3 days prior. Old Li, when is the deputy station master arriving? Chen Gongju stood in his office, gazing at the falling snow outside, his mood dismal as he inquired. Station master, according to the schedule, he should have arrived this morning. I just called the dock, and our personnel have yet to receive him. Li Shan, the intelligence director, frowned and stood to respond. Upon hearing this, Chen Gongju's heart sank, and his expression changed dramatically. What are we waiting for? Send all your intelligence personnel out, we must locate him. Additionally, inform the mole to closely monitor number 76. Chen Gongju slammed his hand on the table, speaking with an imposing demeanor. Li Shan was taken aback. Station master, do you suspect the deputy station master has encountered trouble or defected to number 76? As this statement left his lips, several department heads rose, their faces ashen. Nonsense. I suspect he has been captured by number 76. Who knows if there are still internal traitors within your intelligence department? Seeing the expressions of those present, Chen Gongju refrained from voicing his inner thoughts. Instead, he delivered a sharp slap to Li Shan's head. Smack! Get moving. Intelligence Director Li Shan staggered back 2 steps, immediately covering his face and nodding. Yes, I will go at once. With that, he hurriedly turned and rushed down the stairs. Useless fools. Gazing at the dreary weather outside, Chen Gongju's anger reached its peak, and he unleashed a torrent of curses at those in the office. His internal suspicions would soon find validation. Chapter 43, Life and Death. Meanwhile, in a sparsely populated tea house on 2nd Avenue, Chen Shen glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and the contact person should be arriving soon. Under the arrangement of Li Xiaonan, he was to meet a person in charge of the transportation station today. Chen Shen placed his cigarette on the table and then took out a newspaper to obscure his face. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man wearing a top hat entered, braving the wind and snow. After surveying the cigarette box on the table, he promptly sat down across from Chen Shen. Mr. Chen, my surname is Liang. Miss Li sent me to retrieve some items. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chen Shen looked up, glanced at the newspaper in his hand, and nodded slightly. I have obtained the list of undercover agents, but I have encountered some difficulties. Chen Shen extracted a cigarette from the box and tossed it to the man opposite him, who was none other than Captain Liang of the underground transportation station. He accepted the cigarette box, took out the last remaining cigarette, and tucked the box into his pocket. The intelligence they exchanged was concealed within the cigarette box, a prearranged method of communication. Speak quickly. I have little time. Captain Liang lit his cigarette and lowered his head. Is there a woman named Huang Cui at your transportation station? Chen Shen asked directly without hesitation. How do you know? Captain Liang was taken aback and just ensure she is sent back to her hometown as soon as possible. The agents from number 76 have already set their sights on her. If she is discovered in Shanghai, it will spell trouble. Chen Shen waved his hand, speaking with utmost seriousness. This was a task entrusted to him by Li Changfeng, and he must do his utmost to accomplish it. Very well, I will comply. I will verify the list promptly. You must exercise caution. Captain Liang pondered for a moment. His meeting with Chen Shen had undergone several layers of scrutiny. Since the initiation of the Japanese and puppet forces infiltration plan, the transportation station had faced relentless sabotage. All communications had transformed into one-way channels, eliminating previous horizontal contacts. I shall take my leave. Take care. Chen Shen inhaled deeply, extinguished the cigarette butt, and promptly exited the tea house. Captain Liang remained seated for a few minutes, and upon noticing that there was no tail following him, he exited through the back door. On the other side, at the Broadway Theatre, Bai Zhongliang was also in the midst of a meeting. Wearing sunglasses, he sat in a private box on the second floor, munching on sunflower seeds, accompanied by Wu Sibao and others. Shortly thereafter, a man with long hair and a cold demeanor entered, carrying a suitcase. Director Bai, has Director Li briefed you on the situation? Upon entering, the man eagerly gulped down several cups of tea, panting as he inquired. Of course, Deputy Station Chief Su. I have waited here for 2 hours to ascertain the specific details of the operation. Bai Zhongliang removed his sunglasses and lit a cigar. This particular cigar was custom-made, reserved exclusively for Li Mochuan. The man's eyes brightened instantly, and he stood up, nodding slightly. He then opened the suitcase, laying several documents before Bai Zhongliang. The personnel list and contact points for the intelligence station in Shanghai, as well as a secret training base, were all clearly delineated. This was the preparation made by Boss Dai for him to take over the Shanghai intelligence station. Director Bai, the contact points and personnel list for Shanghai are all here. Everything is at your disposal. The cigar served as a signal of communication between Li Mochuan and him. This man was none other than Su Sanqing, the newly appointed deputy station chief who had just defected to Shanghai. May our collaboration be fruitful. Wu Sibao, go notify everyone in the operations department to assemble. Tonight, Captain Su will lead us to apprehend targets. Bai Zhongliang nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Li Mochuan's influence had certainly grown, having successfully swayed the deputy station chief of the Shanghai intelligence station. This time, the Shanghai intelligence station would be thoroughly eradicated. Yes, Director. Wu Sibao, elated, immediately set out to make phone calls. Half an hour later, 2 team leaders from the operations department hurriedly arrived at number 76. Chen Shen exchanged glances with the newly arrived team leader, Tang Shanhai. Captain Chen, this is an urgent mission. Do you know who we are to apprehend? I have just received the news. I am unclear as well. I have a foreboding feeling, so do I. The two exchanged concerns. The operatives from the operations department, clad in raincoats and armed with submachine guns, began to line up, each face exuding a sense of murderous intent, eager to achieve merit. Creaking, a jeep burst into the courtyard, and Bai Zhongliang emerged from the vehicle, followed closely by the recently defected Su Sanqing and Wu Sibao. Noticing that the personnel had gathered, Bai Zhongliang nodded at Su Sanqing. All present. The target is the Jujing No. 2 compound, depart. Su Sanqing immediately stepped forward, issuing commands to the crowd. Chen Shen and Tang Shanhai approached, intending to inquire about the identity of this person, only to see Bai Zhongliang shake his head. Do not ask anything. Tonight, all operations are under his command. Your task is to capture and eliminate. Understood. The two immediately bowed their heads slightly. Su is well protected. I shall await your good news here. Bai Zhongliang directed Wu Sibao, who had just disembarked from the jeep. Wu Sibao nodded, promptly leading several gunmen onto the vehicle. Su Sanqing sat in the passenger seat, a faint cold smile playing on his lips, his gaze turning icy. The jeep roared off towards No. 76, trailing behind two trucks, racing towards their destination. Bai Zhongliang watched the vehicles disappear into the distance, taking a deep breath as he wrapped his coat tighter around himself and ascended to the office on the upper floor. Just off work, Li Changfeng witnessed the scene, his heart sinking. He had yet to discuss the rescue of Shen Chuxia with Chen Shen, and now No. 76 was facing another significant upheaval. He had heard everything that transpired outside quite clearly. This Su Sanqing was a traitor who had betrayed the entire Shanghai intelligence station. Boss Dai must be blind to have sent such a person to Shanghai. The fate of the Shanghai intelligence station hung in the balance tonight. Li Changfeng's thoughts raced. The operations team was headed to Jujing, a secret training base for the military intelligence in Shanghai. Next in line was the headquarters of the Shanghai intelligence station. Immediate notification could still mitigate some losses. With Zhonghai having sacrificed himself, Li Changfeng had lost contact with the mountain city. However, just yesterday, he had received a signal from the Viper for a meeting scheduled for tonight. Li Changfeng donned a raincoat, watching Bai Zhongliang enter the office, before hastily descending the stairs. Moments ago, he had bound Chen Shen using tracking techniques. The operatives were still en route, and it would take 40 minutes to reach Jujing, leaving Li Changfeng with some time. He jumped into the jeep, flooring the accelerator as he sped away from No. 76. The guard, Old Hu, had already fallen asleep, and No. 76 once again melded into the darkness. His target was a foreign firm on Qingpu Road, where the Viper awaited his arrival. Time was of the essence. Li Changfeng pressed the accelerator as if it were a lifeline. In just 20 minutes, he arrived at the firm's premises. A man in a raincoat leaned against a pillar, smoking. His heart raced with excitement, for the person he was about to meet was none other than the military intelligence's ace agent, the Viper. The door to the firm was still ajar, with several foreigners working inside. Li Changfeng, clutching a briefcase, approached the entrance, a hint of exhilaration illuminating his face. Chapter 44, The Scapegoat. What? Vice Station Chief Su has betrayed us. As the two met and confirmed their identities, Li Changfeng immediately relayed the grim news to the Viper. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, his mouth agape in shock. Absolutely true. You must find a way to notify the intelligence station in Shanghai at once. At this time, they are nearing Jujing. Any later, and it will be too late. Glancing at his watch, Li Changfeng spoke with urgency. The Viper had not anticipated receiving such vital information so soon after their meeting. He nodded contemplatively. Boss Dai instructed me to inquire about Ishikawa Shiru and Kimura Shouter. Also, the details of your contact with Zhonghai. At this point, it seems we have no time to waste. I must hurry to deliver the news. Seeing the troubled expression on Li Changfeng's face, the Viper recounted his purpose for the rendezvous. I hope it's not too late. Li Changfeng sighed in relief, his heart slightly eased. If the Shanghai intelligence station suffers a complete defeat, I will personally execute the traitor Su Sanqing. As he departed, the Viper uttered those words with venom, turning to board a jeep. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng's gaze hardened. Eliminating Su Sanqing appeared to be a prudent course of action. This man, eager for accolades, would undoubtedly divulge the locations and identities of the contacts. With the Viper already on his way to deliver the warning, Su Sanqing's demise could grant the Shanghai intelligence station precious time for evacuation. Operation 76 could not simultaneously strike all contact points. They require time. With this thought, Li Changfeng swiftly climbed into the jeep and retrieved his death notebook. Su Sanqing, cramping during the operation, shot dead in a hail of bullets. Upon completing his entry, a glow emanated from the black notebook, siphoning a sliver of life from Li Changfeng. In the next moment, the shadow of death drifted from the vehicle, vanishing swiftly from sight. At Jujing No. 2, 2 military intelligence agents stood guard at the entrance. In the courtyard, dozens of agents, freshly completed with their physical training, entered the dormitory, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Several instructors watched the group with satisfied smiles, nodding approvingly. This batch of trainees is impressive. They can be integrated into the action team. Once they are deployed, they will surely instill terror in those traitors and the personnel from Operation 76. The lead instructor spoke with confidence, and others nodded in agreement. Boss, I heard a vice station chief is coming here. It seems he is to succeed Chief Chen. Is there any truth to this? One instructor suddenly asked, his tone tinged with seriousness. These individuals were loyal to Chen Gongju, deeply concerned for their futures. Why all the questions? Whoever arrives is here to fight against the Japanese and eliminate traitors. Unless he turns traitor, as those words fell, the crowd lowered their heads. Just then, a jeep abruptly halted outside the gates. With a honk, the guards immediately sprang into action to intercept. Please present your identification. The guard shouted, and Su Sanqing produced his credentials. Vice Station Chief, let him through immediately. I will inform the chief instructor. The guard squad leader commanded, and the heavy iron gates were pushed open by several guards. The vehicle slowly entered the courtyard. At that moment, as the car approached the entrance, the window slid down, and 4 submachine guns erupted in gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat, the 10 or so guards. Su Sanqing exited the vehicle, observing the squad leader who had sprinted a few meters away. He promptly drew his Browning pistol, disengaging the safety. Bang, 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 the squad leader, hearing the gunfire and in a frantic dash, was struck in the back by bullets. He propelled forward several meters, collapsing into the snow. The guards have been neutralized, now it's your turn. Su Sanqing smiled faintly at Wu Sibao, who had just stepped out of the vehicle. Wu Sibao nodded, then brandished a flashlight to scan the area. Following closely, a large contingent of agents charged into the courtyard. Enemy attack, enemy attack. It's the people from Operation 76. The lookout in the courtyard immediately sounded the alarm, dialing the operations room. As the sirens blared, the military training instructors and officers swiftly assembled. Observing this scene, Su Sanqing furrowed his brow. Seal the courtyard and head immediately to the trainees' dormitory. As soon as he spoke, a group of agents armed with guns swiftly secured the courtyard entrance, while another group rushed alongside Su Sanqing towards the academy dormitory. As dozens of trainees witnessed the horde of armed agents rushing in, tension filled the air. Stay calm. If they rush in, shoot one down each time. Even if we die, we must track these traitors down with us. An instructor drew his Browning pistol, loading it with bullets, his expression grave. The others readied their rifles, crouching by the dormitory windows. Someone pulled the power switch, plunging the entire base into darkness. Bang, bang, bang. Rat-a-tat-tat, submachine guns and rifles fired in unison. Several trainees fell at the dormitory entrance as the agents charged in. 2 agents were also gunned down by the trainees' rifles. Capture the instructors inside alive. Su Sanqing rushed in, gun drawn, with several agents following closely behind. To hell with you all, I will fight back, Su. Wu Sibao shouted, pushing 2 agents in front of him. He then threw himself onto Su Sanqing, knocking him to the ground. Boom, 2 agents from Operation 76 were instantly obliterated, smoke filling the corridor. The surrounding agents retreated in haste. Wu Sibao rose, pulling Su Sanqing along as they sprinted toward the staircase. Just then, Su Sanqing felt a jolt, a shadow invading his mind. His legs suddenly lost their strength. Mr. Su, hurry! Wu Sibao shouted, pulling hard, but discovered Su Sanqing stood frozen in place. As he watched a dozen trainees armed with guns burst from the dormitory, Wu Sibao clenched his teeth and ran toward the staircase. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Seeing the figures standing at the staircase, the trainees unhesitatingly pulled their triggers. A volley of bullets instantly pierced through Su Sanqing's body. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as an overwhelming pain surged through him. He gazed at the fleeing Wu Xibao, slowly uttering a phrase. Then, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Where is Mr.Su? Tang Shanghai had just arrived with his men, spotting Wu Xibao emerging from the building, and inquired. Wu Xibao was taken aback. He had heard gunfire in the corridor just before escaping. The likelihood that Su Sanqing was dead was high. Captain Tang, we encountered an ambush while charging in. Mr. Su was shot dead in the crossfire. Wu Xibao's complexion paled slightly as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Hey, Mr.Su is dead. Why are you still alive? Tang Shanhai's gaze turned icy. He had not anticipated that this traitor who had betrayed the military intelligence would meet his end so easily. Before him, Wu Xibao was perfectly positioned to serve as a scapegoat. Chapter 45, Intelligence Analysis. Number 13 Shefei Road, Chen Gongju's bedroom. Ring, ring. The abrupt and urgent sound of the telephone jolted the slumbering Chen Gongju awake with a start. Grasping the receiver, an inexplicable fury surged within him. Is it too much to ask for some peace at this hour? Yet, the subsequent message he received sent a chilling wave of dread coursing through him. Chief, we have just received alarming news from the Viper. Deputy Chief Su Sanqing has betrayed us. He is currently leading the forces of Unit 76 to obliterate our training base. Their next target is the headquarters of the Shanghai Intelligence Station. The urgency in the voice of the telecommunications officer resonated through the line. Chen Gongju was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for this warning, he would have been captured in his dreams by the agents of Unit 76. His residence lay directly opposite the Shanghai Intelligence Station headquarters. In the event of a confrontation, escape would be utterly impossible. Quickly, notify all liaison points to relocate. Inform the operations department to incinerate all files and critical documents, and destroy all radio stations. All personnel at the Shanghai Intelligence Station must be prepared for sacrifice at any moment if captured. Chen Gongju's mind raced as he issued a flurry of commands. He then forcefully shoved his secretary, Wen Yuchan, off the bed and began to dress. Wen Yuchan, roused from her slumber, glanced at the clock and saw it was already 11 o'clock at night. Witnessing Chen Gongju hastily getting dressed, drenched in sweat, she immediately sat up in alarm. Old Chen, what on earth is happening? Chen Gongju retrieved a suitcase, hastily packing in numerous gold bars and cash, along with a few articles of clothing. As he gathered his belongings, he explained, "There's no time to waste. Deputy Chief Su, sent by Boss Dai, has turned traitor. He has defected with all our intelligence to Unit 76. Our secret base and liaison points have been compromised. We must leave Shanghai at once." Upon hearing this, Wen Yuchan's expression shifted dramatically, her body trembling with trepidation. The thought of Su Sanqing's betrayal ignited her fury. That scoundrel Su Sanqing deserves a terrible fate. We have only just rebuilt the Shanghai Intelligence Station, and it is being destroyed by such a traitor. If I catch him, I will feed him to the dogs. Observing his secretary and lover still venting her frustrations, Chen Gongju frowned. He yanked her from the bed. "My dear, enough of that. Preserving our lives takes precedence. I had just booked 2 tickets for a ship to the mountain city to report to the boss. This situation is fortuitous. We can abandon this mess and let Su Sanqing bear the blame." With that, Chen Gongju exited the room with his suitcase in hand. Wen Yuchan snapped back to reality and began to gather her belongings. Half an hour later, the two hastened to the dock in a vehicle. Thus, the most formidable intelligence chief in Shanghai fled under the cover of night. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating the traitor Su Sansheng. You have gained 30 years of life, acquired the skill, intelligence analysis, and received 10 Thompson submachine guns along with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Intelligence analysis, you are capable of extracting vital information from subtle clues and existing evidence. As Li Changfeng returned home, pouring himself a cup of hot tea, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Su Sansheng was dead, and not only had he obtained the skill of intelligence analysis, but he had also acquired a cache of weaponry. In the corner of his space, alongside the sniper rifle from before, there now rested a large box. Inside were 10 American Thompson submachine guns and a plethora of ammunition. Li Changfeng activated his tracking technique to check on the situation. Chen Shen and his team had already cleared the secret base at Jujing No. 2. A significant number of patrol officers and military police had surrounded the area. Over an hour had passed since Chen Gongzhu sent the warning. Key personnel and secret radio stations from the intelligence headquarters had been relocated. 2 operational teams remained behind to finalize their tasks. They had set explosives inside and placed the detonator before the team leader, Zhu Tong. Captain, the explosives are in place. All personnel and critical documents have been evacuated. Are we ready to withdraw? The members of the action team looked to Zhu Tong for guidance. Zhu Tong lifted the curtain, surveying the Japanese military police and spies below, before shaking his head resolutely. Brothers, we cannot leave now. Our orders from above are to destroy this building, leaving no trace behind. In addition to crucial documents, there are also files on hundreds of peripheral members, and a substantial amount of logistical information and transport lists. He understood that if he charged out with these brothers, perhaps 1 or 2 might survive, yet, the loss of the intelligence headquarters documents would spell disaster for the entire Shanghai intelligence organization. There was no choice. Captain, we will follow your lead. Ever since we arrived in Shanghai to battle the Japanese, we have not contemplated returning alive. We shall either sacrifice ourselves or embrace the dawn. We cannot find peace while the Japanese remain, even if we survive by hiding. An older member of the action team raised his weapon, his blood boiling with fervor. The surrounding comrades were immediately inspired, raising their own arms in solidarity. Brothers, let us fight these Japanese devils. Zhu Tong gazed at the steadfast comrades who stood with him, none of whom flinched, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. You are all exemplary. There are no cowards in our League of Action. When the explosion occurs, stay close to me, Zhu Tong cautioned the group, glancing at the time before pulling back a corner of the curtain. Bathed in moonlight, he beheld throngs of Unit 76 spies and Japanese military police charging toward the 3-story building. Lowering his gaze to the 3 detonators before him, Zhu Tong's expression hardened, and he began the countdown. Minutes later, as dozens of Unit 76 spies surged forward, a squad of Japanese soldiers entered the building. Zhu Tong unhesitatingly pressed the detonation button. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated from the first floor, collapsing the entrance door at the staircase. Following that, the second detonator was triggered. Boom! Several load-bearing columns were instantly obliterated. The entire structure began to tremble violently. Quickly, these League of Act, realizing something was amiss, he shouted to the others, "Jump out the window, there's no time." Chen Shen yelled, leaping from the second-floor window alongside his squad leader, Tang Shanhai. Wu Sibao and several spies followed suit. Just as they landed, a third explosion erupted, the entire building lurched forward, collapsing in an instant. Zhu Tong and the others had already ignited the document room, and fierce flames rapidly engulfed the entire 3rd floor. A dozen individuals slid down the staircase, aiming their weapons at the Japanese military police below. Rat-tat-tat, the submachine guns unleashed a hail of bullets, instantly taking down several Japanese soldiers. 2 heavy machine guns stationed at a vantage point began to fire, bullets rained down like a torrential storm, swiftly enveloping Zhu Tong and his comrades. Chapter 46. Bai Zhongliang captured. The snow was stained crimson with blood, and Zhu Tong's body was shredded by the hail of bullets, as members of his action team fell one after another. Until the very last moment, they did not cease their relentless charge. In a mere few minutes, no living soul could be seen before Jibentaro. He slightly raised his hand, and the heavy machine gun fell silent. Then he gazed into the distance, his brow furrowing slightly. Boom! Several hundred meters away, the building of the Shanghai intelligence headquarters collapsed with a thunderous roar. The dozen or so Japanese soldiers and agents from Unit 76 who had rushed inside were instantly entombed. Snowflakes danced in the air, and a thick cloud of smoke swiftly enveloped the area. Cough, cough, what has happened? Came the voice of Nantian Yangzi, inquiring of the team leader, Jibentaro. Jibentaro turned around and bowed slightly. He, Chief Nantian, your intelligence has been compromised. The military intelligence personnel planted a bomb inside the building, obliterating the entire structure. My squad of Imperial soldiers, along with 2 action teams from your Unit 76, have been buried within. The remaining military intelligence agents launched a suicidal assault against us. Upon hearing this, Nantian Yangzi's expression shifted as she glanced at Bai Zhongliang, who had just alerted her to inform the gendarmerie to coordinate the operation to destroy the Shanghai intelligence headquarters. Little did she expect it to be a trap. Bai Zhongliang, how do you explain all of this? At this moment, Bai Zhongliang, hearing Jibentaro's words, trembled in fear. Damn Su Sansheng, he had been shot dead during the assault on the secret base. Sensing that something was amiss, he immediately sought assistance from Nantian Yangzi, only to find himself in this predicament. Chief Nantian, do you suspect me? Both of my action teams are inside. The intelligence was provided by Su Sansheng. We indeed destroyed the military intelligence's secret training base. The information cannot possibly be false. Bai Zhongliang momentarily froze, his expression turning grim. He then bowed his head, trying to explain. Each statement caused Bai Zhongliang's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Bai Zhongliang had long known that Nantian Yangzi was highly suspicious, yet he never anticipated her to be this paranoid. Chief Nantian, I personally betrayed the Jinling intelligence station to gain Director Li's trust. There is no motive for me to be a traitor. Please, let me explain. Bai Zhongliang's eyes widened in desperation as he took a few steps back. Before him, Nantian Yangzi had already drawn her service pistol, pressing it against his. Just then, several figures emerged from the mist. Chen Shen, Tang Shanhai, and Wu Sibao, accompanied by a few escaped agents from the action department, made their entrance. Wu Sibao limped noticeably, they are from the action department. Upon seeing them, Jibentaro immediately addressed Nantian Yangzi. Arrest them all and take them back for interrogation. Anyone involved in the capture operation is a suspect. With a wave of her hand, Nantian Yangzi ordered the gendarmes to surround and apprehend the group. Notify the police to clean up this area. Let Wang Manchun from the intelligence department take charge of the remaining capture operation. As she watched the group being escorted to the vehicles, Nantian Yangzi instructed the members of the Toko. Hurry! Several Japanese spies from the Toko immediately sprang into action. Wang Manchun entered the car, glancing around at the retreating Japanese gendarmes. Proceed to the city hall, I wish to meet Mr. Fujita. The driving spy nodded and promptly started the vehicle. Ring, ring. Meanwhile, at the Huangshan residence of Shancheng. Boss Dai was startled awake by the urgent ringing of the telephone. Hello, what is it? Groggily, Boss Dai picked up the phone from his bedside. Secretary Xie Zhonglin, trembling and clutching a recently received telegram, replied, Boss, something has happened. Su Sansheng has defected and allied with the Japanese. The training base in Shanghai has been bloodily purged, and Station Chief Chen Gongju has fled. The intelligence headquarters has already been surrounded by the Japanese. Hearing this, Boss Dai was instantly taken aback, fully alert. He glanced at the wall clock in his bedroom, which indicated it was already 4 in the morning, and a chill washed over him. Su Sansheng. Immediately send someone to kill him. At all costs. Gritting his teeth, Boss Dai responded vehemently upon hearing Xie Zhonglin's words. The deputy station chief he had sent to the Shanghai intelligence station had turned out to be a traitor. If his superiors found out, it would be a severe blow to his reputation. Boss, please calm down. Before Chen Gongju left, he notified the intelligence headquarters and liaison points to relocate. The information was delivered by Ducey. The personnel losses are not substantial, we only lost a significant amount of important data and radio equipment. Fearing that Boss Dai might suffer a heart attack from his anger, Xie Zhonglin hurriedly reassured him, though his words did alleviate some of Boss Dai's wrath. Good, very good. If all the intelligence agents of the Lixing Society were as capable as Ducey, we wouldn't be so easily manipulated by the Japanese. Immediately inform Shi Snake to take over the Shanghai intelligence station. Also, notify all responsible parties to convene for an urgent meeting. Taking a deep breath, Boss Dai ordered. He then donned a coat and silently lit a cigarette. As his words fell, one phone call after another was made, and all key personnel of the Lixing Society hurriedly made their way to Wangshan. Vehicles lined up outside the Huangshan villa, with many individuals exchanging puzzled glances. Old Guan, what is happening? It's almost dawn, and the boss suddenly calls for a meeting. Something feels off. The leader, Shinzui, exited the vehicle and surveyed the crowd. He inquired of the secretary at the entrance, Guan Yongshan. Guan Yongshan glanced around and whispered in his ear, a grave matter has arisen, Su Sansheng has defected, and the Shanghai intelligence station has suffered catastrophic losses. Boss Dai is furious. Upon hearing this, Shinzui's expression shifted, and he immediately turned to enter. The others, noticing this, furrowed their brows and followed suit. In the conference room, one could hear a pin drop. Armed guards surrounded the room with an air of lethal intent, preparing to scrutinize anyone who had been in contact with Su Sansheng that night. Chapter 47. Inquiring into news the following day, as Li Changfeng arrived at the entrance of Gate 76, he was met with the sight of 2 military police trucks stationed outside. Several operatives from the logistics department were busily unloading lifeless bodies on stretchers from the vehicles. The corpses, now stiffened, were caked with thick layers of mud. Judging by their attire, they were all personnel from the 76th. Liu Aisin and a few agents from the intelligence department stood at the gate, their expressions devoid of emotion as they observed the grim scene. Many averted their gaze in solemn silence. Aisin, what has transpired? How could so many have died? Are they from your intelligence department? Li Changfeng produced a few cigarettes, offering one to the nearby operative and tossing another to Liu Aisin. He then stepped out of the vehicle, inquiring further. Chief Li, you may not be aware yet, Liu Aisin replied. These individuals are not from our intelligence division. They are from the operations department. Director Bai conducted a capture operation last night and was ambushed by the military intelligence. I heard that over a dozen Japanese military police were killed and more than 40 from the operations department perished as well. Those military intelligence operatives are ruthless. I heard they detonated an entire building, with not a single soul escaping alive. And they took so many down with them. Liu Aisin lit a cigarette, covering his mouth with one hand as he whispered into Li Changfeng's ear. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng's demeanor grew serious, and he felt a profound respect for the fallen heroes. He had tracked Shenshin's movements the previous night, witnessing only the destruction of the building while Shenshin and Tang Shanhai managed to escape. He remained unaware of the fate that befell the military intelligence personnel left behind. As for the traitors of the 76th, Li Changfeng felt no sympathy, only a sense of sorrow. Serving the Japanese would inevitably lead to such a fate. Enough of this, come with me to the office for a cup of tea. Let us discuss the specifics. Li Changfeng cast a glance at the logistics personnel handling the bodies and spoke softly to Liu Aisin. Liu Aisin nodded and followed suit. Upon entering the office, Li Changfeng closed the door and listened intently to the commotion within the 76th. He then picked up a kettle and began to brew tea. How is Director Bai faring? The Japanese haven't made things difficult for him, have they? With so many from the 76th lost, along with a number of Japanese, Bai Zhongliang was bound to face repercussions. Har, Director Bai has certainly fallen this time. Last night, we took the investigation team and executed several capture missions without any success. I heard that an informant who had defected to the 76th was shot down during the operation. The Japanese suspect a leak from the operations department and have apprehended both Director Bai and Captain Chen. Director Li was also summoned early this morning by that old devil, Fujita. This is quite a stir. It seems the operations department is in for a rough time, Liu Aisin remarked with a cold chuckle, relishing the misfortune. The intelligence department had always been at odds with the operations department, and many within the intelligence ranks were keenly observing the unfolding drama. Hearing this, Li Changfeng merely smiled faintly. With Su Sanqing dead and the operations department's capture failing, it would be surprising if the Japanese did not suspect Bai Zhongliang. Now that even Li Morchuan was involved, it was likely that Wang Manchun would have little time to create trouble for him. Those who enter the military police seldom emerge alive. Be more cautious in the future, and don't merely observe the spectacle. Wang Manchun is a formidable character. Do not let her set her sights on you. Li Changfeng poured hot tea into the cup and looked at Liu Aisin. Liu Aisin picked up the cup and smiled. Brother Li, it was you who saved my mother's life. I, Liu Aisin, have vowed to follow you henceforth. Back when there was a cholera outbreak in the city, I knelt before Wang Manchun, pleading for her help. That woman has no compassion whatsoever. In this life, I have chosen to stand by you, Brother Li. Liu Aisin took a sip of tea, his eyes reddening slightly. After the fall of Shanghai, the city had faced an epidemic, with many succumbing to cholera. Without antibiotics, they were left to await their demise. The Japanese quarantined the sick, yet not a single one returned alive. When Liu Aisin discovered his mother had fallen ill, he sought help everywhere. Li Changfeng, while assisting Liang Zhongchuan, managed to procure 2 boxes of penicillin, ultimately saving Liu Aisin's mother. Little did he know that such an act of kindness would earn him unwavering loyalty from the young man. Enough of this, let us not dwell on the past. I merely wish to remind you to be cautious. With that, Li Changfeng retrieved a handful of silver dollars from a drawer and placed them on the table. Take this and treat the brothers in the intelligence department to a drink. I have matters to attend to, so I shan't keep you. Upon seeing the silver dollars on the table, Liu Aisin's eyes lit up. Without Li Changfeng's support, he would never have attained the position of team leader in the intelligence department. In these times, only money could sway the operatives of the intelligence division. Thank you, Brother Li. Liu Aisin pocketed the silver dollars, feeling warmth in his heart. Li Changfeng shot him a stern look. Yes, thank you, Chief Li. I will be cautious. Liu Aisin quickly realized the importance of being circumspect at the 76th, lest he attract unwanted attention. Once Liu Aisin departed, Li Changfeng prepared to visit the secretariat to request a few copies of today's newspapers. Before he could step out, the telephone on the desk rang. Li Sang, Chief Nandian requests your presence. You are to report to the military police immediately. After witnessing Li Changfeng's interrogation of Ryuta Kazuichi, he had learned much. The investigation department of the military police had just been established and required someone of Li Changfeng's caliber. This was to be a test of his abilities. Thank you, Colonel Takeda, for taking the trouble to call personally. I will make haste and arrive shortly. Li Changfeng replied enthusiastically over the phone. He then set down his briefcase, summoned a driver, and had him take him to the military police headquarters. In the holding cells of the military police, in the underground interrogation room, Bai Zhongliang had been beaten to a pulp yet stubbornly maintained that he had not leaked any information. Nandian Yoko was conducting separate interrogations of Wu Sibao, Chen Shen, and Tang Shanhai. However, the case showed no signs of progress. Outside the interrogation room, Captain Takeda Ichiro and Harada Aki, of the Black Dragon Society, were sipping tea. Miss Aki, I never expected General to appoint you as the head of the investigation department at the military police. However, are you truly willing to let Lee Sang, a member of the 76th, handle the interrogation? Takeda Ichiro inquired, puzzled. Logically, given the case's ties to the 76th, Lee Changfeng should recuse himself, yet, just moments ago, Harada Aki had insisted that Takeda personally call Lee Changfeng to participate in the interrogation. Takeda-kun, Lee Sang's capabilities are beyond question. Chief Nandian has been at it for 4 hours with no breakthroughs. I suggest we let Lee Sang give it a try. He may yield unexpected results. Harada Aki stated, warming herself by the fire in the adjacent room. Takeda Ichiro nodded, about to respond, when he noticed Harada Aki pull out a form. Chapter 48, The Double Agent. Indeed, Miss Akiko, you speak the truth. Such a talent as Lee Sang is wasted at number 76. A genius in interrogation should contribute more to the empire, Takeda Ichiro asserted with unwavering confidence. Lee Changfeng was, after all, his golden goose, often bringing small gifts to his home. Such thoughtfulness is rare, and he certainly had no objections. Thank you, Takeda-kun. Harada Akiko rose and bowed slightly. As their conversation concluded, Nandian Yoko emerged from the interrogation room, her expression far from pleasant. Colonel Takeda, I have just completed the interrogation. These individuals, except for Wu Sibao, are quite resilient. Currently, the clues we have do not reveal who leaked the information. Does Miss Akiko truly have confidence in this? Nandian Yoko removed her blooded gloves and bowed slightly to Takeda Ichiro, her brow furrowed. Director Nandian, I have already requested Colonel Takeda to summon Lee Changfeng in your name. This case is of great importance to Mr. Fujita. We are preparing for our investigation department to take over. Your role will be to assist from the sidelines. Before Takeda Ichiro could respond, Harada Akiko stood and spoke up. Following the recent events, both were aware that this woman had the backing of General Tohira. The emergence of the investigation department was a result of the power struggle between the UM and Take agencies. It seemed that Harada Akiko aimed to establish her authority by targeting the Special High Police. Director Nandian, this is also my intention, Takeda Ichiro stated solemnly as he rose. Very well. Since it is Mr. Fujita's arrangement, I shall comply. Nandian Yoko gritted her teeth and stepped aside. At that moment, Captain Bing Tai entered, accompanied by Lee Changfeng. Lee Sang, allow me to brief you on the situation. Harada Akiko immediately stepped forward upon seeing Lee Changfeng's arrival. Takeda Ichiro and Nandian Yoko exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Meanwhile, in a safe house of the Shanghai Intelligence Station, Director Li Shan met with the Viper. The room also housed 2 men and a woman, who were heads of the Operations, General Affairs, and Communications departments, respectively. Old Lee, is everyone here? Viper began, scanning the group. Rest assured, everyone has arrived. Li Shan nodded and carefully closed the door. The recent betrayal by Su Sanqing had left everyone on edge, making this meeting exceedingly cautious. This is a confidential telegram from Yamashiro. The boss has appointed me to temporarily lead the Shanghai Intelligence Station. Please share your updates. As everyone took their seats, Viper placed a telegram on the table and began to speak. After reviewing the telegram's contents, the group immediately stood in unison. Welcome, Mr. Ming, as the new head of the Shanghai Intelligence Station. We have ordered all liaison units to evacuate urgently, and personnel and radio stations are in silent mode. The training base has been blooded by number 76, and the intelligence headquarters has been destroyed. We need time to re-establish contact. Director Li Shan bowed slightly and spoke first. The others exchanged glances and also bowed slightly. Please, sit down, I have good news to share. Traitor Su Sanqing was shot dead during last night's operation. You evacuated just in time. The remaining operational team dealt a heavy blow to the gendarmerie and number 76. Such performance deserves commendation. Viper waved his hand, injecting a dose of excitement into the group. Upon hearing of Su Sanqing's demise, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That treacherous dog got what he deserved. However, there is something peculiar. Upon hearing this, Viper suddenly recalled the poison sting. The information about Su Sanqing's betrayal had originated from him, suggesting that poison sting was aware of Su Sanqing's movements. Could it have been his doing? Nevertheless, this required personal verification. Viper refrained from delving further into his thoughts and slammed his hand on the table. Regardless of how that treacherous dog met his end, we have eliminated a nuisance. Our subsequent tasks will be considerably smoother. As these words were spoken, the group nodded in agreement. Mr. Ming, just how much did Su Sanqing know? If the personnel list and contact methods fell into the hands of number 76, his death would be meaningless. The Japanese will conduct a citywide manhunt, and none of us will escape. Just as the atmosphere began to lighten, He Bing, the head of the communications department, stood up and spoke. His words instantly cast a shadow over the surroundings. He Bing, you are correct. Su Sanqing possessed the personnel list and our contact methods. Boss Dai is furious. However, we are still unaware whether this intelligence has fallen into Japanese hands. If the information were to land in Japanese possession, the Shanghai intelligence station would become a ticking time bomb. Mr. Ming, following last night's operation, the Japanese did not initiate a citywide manhunt. I believe something must have gone awry at number 76. I recommend that we have a few undercover agents over there inquire about the situation. There may yet be a turn of events. Director Li Shan mused. If Su Sanqing had withheld the list and contact information out of selfishness, it would be a stroke of luck for the entire Shanghai intelligence station. Very well, you may arrange this matter. Until we receive definitive news, no one is to act recklessly. This is the darkness before dawn. We must wait. Viper surveyed the group and ultimately agreed with Li Shan's proposal. Subsequently, they took stock of their losses and established the next means of communication before quietly dispersing. Viper navigated through several streets and, moments later, arrived at a dead letter box nestled in a narrow alley. Ensuring no one was around, he tossed an envelope into it. He then approached a jeep, opened the door, and slid inside. Boss Dai has dumped this mess on you. What do you plan to do? The underling in the driver's seat observed Viper's grim expression and inquired. Mind your own business and drive properly. The situation remains unclear. Do not act impulsively. Take me to the city hall, then send out the list of undercover agents. Captain Liang is still awaiting news. With that, Viper adjusted his glasses and slowly closed his eyes. The vehicle began to move, heading toward the city hall. The list of undercover agents was firmly etched in his mind. However, the individual who provided this list was none other than Sparrow. Additionally, he needed to secure a plane ticket swiftly to send a woman to the northwest. This task had been specifically entrusted to him by Sparrow. Indeed, Viper was a double agent, the top figure in the underground transportation network operating in Shanghai. Chapter 49 Different Identities. On the other side, in the underground interrogation room of the gendarmerie, Li Changfeng had already commenced the interrogation. Miss Aki, all three of them claim they did not leak any information. Then we shall start our investigation with Su Sanfeng. Li Changfeng entered the interrogation room and addressed Harada Aki, who stood to the side. Upon hearing this, Harada Aki turned around and smiled at him. Share your thoughts. Li Changfeng slightly bowed. Miss Aki, Su Sanfeng arrived with intelligence. The individuals he interacted with are quite limited. Although this fellow is deceased, it cannot be ruled out that someone is deliberately framing him. The corners of Li Changfeng's mouth curled upwards as he spoke from the doorway of the interrogation room. In the glass room adjacent to the interrogation chamber, Gendarmerie Captain Takeda Ichiro and Nanator Yoko nodded slightly upon hearing this. Lee's analysis is not incorrect. The source of the intelligence and Su Sanfeng's death are both crucial openings. Your prior individual interrogations yielded no results. Nanator Yoko's eyes brightened instantly, and she lowered her head respectfully. Colonel, I have learned much. As soon as the words left their lips, Harada Aki waved her hand. Lee, proceed as you see fit. We only require results, not the process. Upon hearing this, Lee Changfeng immediately nodded and gestured to the gendarmerie squad leader, Yoshimoto Taro. Captain Yoshimoto, lead me to the cell whereby Zhongliang is detained. Yoshimoto Taro was momentarily taken aback. Lee, isn't the interrogation taking place here? Lee Changfeng shook his head. When did I ever state that it must occur here? Moreover, this time I do not intend to employ torture. Lee Changfeng smiled slightly as he looked at Yoshimoto Taro. Upon hearing this, Harada Aki, Takeda Ichiro, and Nanator Yoko were all taken aback. They had all assumed that Lee Changfeng would resort to his previous methods to extract confessions from the three. They did not expect that he had no intention of using torture. Har, you never play by the rules. Captain Yoshimoto, act according to Lee's wishes. Gendarmerie Captain Takeda Ichiro smiled slightly as he walked out of the glass room. The other two followed him to the doorway of the interrogation room. Harai. Yoshimoto Taro immediately nodded and led Lee Changfeng toward the cell whereby Zhongliang was incarcerated. Creak. A few minutes later, at Yoshimoto Taro's signal, the iron door of a cell swung open. Two gendarmes at the entrance slightly bowed to the crowd. Lee, Bai Zhongliang is inside. You may enter. As the words fell, Lee Changfeng stepped into the cell. He saw Bai Zhongliang in a prison uniform, covered in blood, lying in the corner of the cell. There was no bed in the cell, only some straw laid near the corner. The air was thick with a foul stench. Li Changfeng covered his nose and waved his hand, speaking briefly to the gendarmes at the door. The Japanese gendarmes pulled Bai Zhongliang up and brought in 2 chairs. Director Bai, I am here on the orders of Section Chief Nanator and Miss Aki to interrogate you. Do not be anxious. Feel free to voice any grievances. Lee Changfeng observed Bai Zhongliang, who was bound to the chair, and spoke slowly. Director Lee, I did not expect it to be you. It truly is a turn of fortune. Upon seeing Lee, Bai Zhongliang was taken aback for a moment, then expressed some surprise. He could never have imagined that Lee Changfeng would be the one interrogating him at the gendarmerie. Director Bai, Section Chief Nanator subjected you to severe punishment, yet you did not utter a word. But I am different. If I cannot extract anything from you, he then stared at him intently, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness. These words immediately caused Bai Zhongliang to tremble, wishing he could kill the man before him. However, the next moment, he slowly lowered his head and spoke in a pleading tone, could I have a cigarette? I will tell you everything I know. Initially, he had planned to say nothing until he met Lee Morchuan or Fujita Yoshimasu to seek justice for himself. However, upon hearing Lee Changfeng's words, Bai Zhongliang realized he could not wait for that day. If he could not clear his name, this man would surely have him killed. The Japanese only desired results. Very well. Lee Changfeng retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it for Bai Zhongliang, and said with great satisfaction. He then stood up, contemplating for a few seconds. Director Bai, how did you come to know Su Sanfeng? It was Director Lee who recommended me to meet him at the Broadway Theatre. Who else was present at that time besides? The next moment, Lee Changfeng turned to look at Bai Zhongliang, who had finished his cigarette. So, Wu Sibao is aware of this matter. Bai Zhongliang gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes, he knows. Chen Shen and Tang Shanhai were completely unaware of any news prior to the operation. Now, only Wu Sibao could help him clear his name. Hearing Bai Zhongliang's words, Lee Changfeng nodded. Someone must take the blame for the Su Sanfeng incident, for the true leaker was none other than he himself. However, these individuals would never guess that he had been eavesdropping on the entirety of number 76. I have finished my questioning. Next, Tang Shanhai. Seeing that Harada Aki had already recorded the conversation, Li Changfeng gestured to Yoshimoto Taro. The group then proceeded to the next cell. Captain Tang, you and Captain Chen both participated in the bloodbath at Jujing No. 2, during which Su Sanfeng was shot dead in the chaos. What are your thoughts on this matter? Li Changfeng asked seriously as he regarded Tang Shanhai. This fellow had just arrived at No. 76 with Xu Biqing, and Li Changfeng had already discerned that he was an undercover agent from Shancheng. Each of the prisoners bore different identities. Director Li, are you testing me? Tang Shanhai appeared youthful yet possessed a sharp mind. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's, I am offering you an opportunity. If we cannot uncover the traitor hiding in No. 76, you will all face dire consequences. You know the Japanese way of doing things. Better to wrongfully execute 1,000 than to let one escape. Li Changfeng regarded Tang Shanhai and smirked. This fellow was not a fool, he simply did not wish to offend Bai Zhongliang, for his true mission, like Chenshin's, was to obtain the reset plan. Chapter 50, The Mouse in the Boiling Oil. I harbor suspicions regarding Wu Sibao, Tang Shanhai murmured, lowering his head upon hearing Li Changfeng's words. Go on. Li Changfeng's expression remained impassive. He was aware that this individual must have witnessed something noteworthy. Last night, we acted separately. Wu Sibao and Su Sansheng led a team to the dormitory at the training base. I was in the courtyard, intercepting fleeing agents from the military commission, when I suddenly heard an explosion. When I managed to gather my men and reach the scene, I only saw Wu Sibao and 2 operatives fleeing. After securing the dormitory building, we discovered that Su Sansheng had been shot dead amidst the chaos. I inquired with the 2 agents who escaped, and they claimed to have seen Wu Sibao push Su Sansheng. Tang Shanhai summarized his account in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng's eyes brightened with realization. So, you encountered an ambush during your apprehension. Wu Sibao seized this opportunity to use Su Sansheng as a shield, leading to his untimely demise in the crossfire. Tang Shanhai did not contest Li Changfeng's assertion. I cannot say for certain. I only know that Wu Sibao's task was to safeguard Su Sansheng. Even in death, Su Sansheng must not come to harm. Li Changfeng nodded slightly and exited the cell where Tang Shanhai was confined. Harada Akiko cast a glance at the conversation log, a smile gracing her lips. Li-san, your efficiency is truly commendable. It is clear to everyone now that Wu Sibao is the one responsible for Su Sansheng's demise. Once we ascertain how he transmitted the information, this case will be resolved. Upon hearing this, both Takeda Ichiro and Nanada Yoko nodded in agreement. However, Li Changfeng waved his hand and shook his head slightly. No, I believe the matter is not so straightforward. Wu Sibao is merely a squad leader, he lacks the audacity to murder Su Sansheng. It could either be an accident or the result of someone orchestrating events. The individual who had the earliest contact with Su Sansheng was not Bai Zhongliang, Li Changfeng asserted vehemently. His target was not simply a minor squad leader like Wu Sibao. He possessed ample means to eliminate a mere team leader from the operations division. Li Changfeng intended to leverage this incident to sow doubts regarding Li Morchuan among the Japanese. Are you implying, Li-san, that Su Sansheng's death is connected to Li Morchuan? Harada Akiko blinked in surprise, her mouth agape. Li-san, at his words, Takeda Ichiro, the garrison commander, nodded resolutely. Indeed, Li-san is truly the Empire's most loyal ally. Harada Akiko stepped forward, adjusting Li Changfeng's attire. Li-san, I shall convey your sentiments to General Toho. I have already conferred with Takeda Koen regarding your integration into the Military Police Investigation Division, specifically for interrogation duties. I have faith in your loyalty to the Empire. Harada Akiko regarded Li Changfeng with a smile. She had initially intended to relay this news after the interrogation concluded, but Li Changfeng's recent declarations had moved several individuals, painting him as a genius wholly devoted to the Empire. Very well, Li-san, continue your interrogation of Wu Sibao and Captain Chen. I shall consult Mr. Fujita regarding matters concerning Li Morchuan. To arrest him, we require Mr. Inoue's personal approval. Nanator Yoko turned on her heel and addressed the group. Once suspicions had been cast upon Lee Mortuan, an investigation must be sought. This matter had garnered the attention of General Toho and could not be swept under the rug. Several hours later, a contingent of Japanese military police apprehended Lee Mortuan at his residence in Yuxiangyuan. Li Chanfeng's interrogation was nearing its climax. Li-san, Captain Chen has been rather evasive, claiming to suspect everyone. However, Wu Sibao remains obstinately silent, refusing to admit to killing Su Sansheng. Harada Akiko frowned as she perused the conversation log. Li Chanfeng smiled slightly. Bring in the instruments, I shall conduct the interrogation myself. As he spoke, Wu Sibao was ushered into the interrogation room by several Japanese military police officers. Upon seeing Li Chanfeng enter, Wu Sibao immediately erupted into curses. Li, do not attempt to frame me. I did not kill Su Sansheng, nor did I leak any information. If you dare wrongfully accuse me, I swear I'll put a bullet in you once I'm free. As Wu Sibao struggled, he cast a menacing glare at Li Chanfeng. The preceding questioning had not gone smoothly. The moment Su Sansheng's death was mentioned, Wu Sibao vehemently denied any involvement. In contrast, Chen Shen had been quite cooperative, highlighting the suspicions surrounding each individual. Very well. But you must ensure your own survival first. I, Li Chanfeng, have no vendetta against you. Think carefully before you speak. Li Chanfeng nodded repeatedly, observing Wu Sibao's demeanor. This individual, emboldened by Bai Zhongliang's backing, regarded all others in Unit 76 with disdain. The number of anti-Japanese acts. Should Chen Shen reveal any vulnerability, Li Chanfeng would be in jeopardy. Thus he had no intention of showing Wu Sibao any mercy. He intended to render this man a complete scapegoat. Captain Gibbon, prepare a large pot filled with boiling oil on this furnace. I wish to ascertain just how resolute Wu Sibao's tongue truly is. Li Chanfeng turned to the military police. Upon hearing this, Gibbon Taro regarded Wu Sibao with a gleeful expression. Understood, I shall attend to it immediately. He promptly led several Japanese military policemen to retrieve 2 barrels of oil from the storeroom and set a large pot atop the furnace. Li Chanfeng, standing by the furnace, smoked a cigarette while cradling a cup of tea, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Wu Sibao, however, began to panic, his eyes darting nervously, his entire body trembling. As he watched the oil temperature steadily rise, Li Chanfeng cast a glance at the corner of the interrogation room, where several mice and venomous snakes, recent captures, were housed. Donning gloves, he approached the corner, opened the cage, and extracted a mouse. In full view of Wu Sibao, he tossed it into the pot of oil. Captain Wu, let us test the oil temperature with this mouse. In due time, it shall be your turn. Li Chanfeng regarded Wu Sibao with a cold smirk. This man lacked any convictions, living solely for money and women. Breaking through his psychological defenses would be remarkably simple. Sizzle, as the oil began to bubble, the mouse, freshly dropped into the pot, thrashed about in agony. Within 3 minutes, it flipped onto its back and sank beneath the surface. When it resurfaced, its body was charred and golden brown, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Sibao's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, his psyche crumbling in an instant. Li Kazhang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have cursed you earlier. Please, remove this thing. I will tell you everything. Whatever you wish for me to reveal, I shall disclose. As long as I do not end up in the boiling oil, Wu Sibao stammered, his words becoming increasingly incoherent. As his plea concluded, Li Chanfeng smiled faintly. He approached the bound Wu Sibao and initiated his psychological manipulation. Chapter 51, The Identity of Harada Akiko. As a surge of consciousness flooded into Wu Sibao's mind, Li Chanfeng immediately began his interrogation. Speak, did you cause Su Sansheng's death? If he had not died, the intelligence station in Shanghai would have been utterly compromised. Who instructed you to do this? It was Li Mortuan. He did not wish for the Shanghai intelligence station to vanish, as he had dealings with Chen Gongzhu. How did you leak the information to the military intelligence? I did not leak any information. It was all orchestrated by director Li. After extracting Wu Xibao's memories, Li Changfeng gleaned some insights into the inner workings of Unit 76. Li Morchuan and Chen Gongju frequently engaged in clandestine dealings involving arms, supplies, and contraband for profit. He then urged Wu Xibao to expose this matter, while Harada Akiko diligently recorded the proceedings. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Li Changfeng was drenched in sweat. Observing Wu Xibao's confession, he swiftly withdrew his consciousness from the man's mind. However, this time, he merely felt a sense of weakness, without collapsing to the ground. It seemed that as time passed and his lifespan extended, his body had grown stronger. Wu Xibao has confessed, the evidence points to Li Morchuan. This situation is quite precarious. Li Changfeng remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he glanced at Harada Akiko. Noticing Li Changfeng's exhaustion, Akiko promptly supported him. Do not worry, Mr. Li, the following matters will be handled by me and Chief Nandian. I will immediately arrange for Captain Jibeng to escort you home to rest, she said with great concern. The young man before her appeared to be in poor health, requiring rest after each interrogation. Thank you, Miss Akiko, Li Changfeng replied with a slight bow of gratitude. He was then assisted by several Japanese soldiers into a jeep. Half an hour later, they arrived back at the rented apartment on Baoshan Road. Upon reaching the alleyway, he spotted a familiar mark at the entrance of the lane. It was the signal he had agreed upon with the Viper, a dead letterbox communication signal. Dragging his weary body, Li Changfeng made his way to the dead letterbox on Sherfei Road, retrieving a letter. Upon reading its contents, he was taken aback. A personnel list and contact information. Just moments ago, while exerting mental control over Wu Xibao, he had obtained fragments of memory. When Su Sanqing met with Bai Zhongliang, he had already handed over the personnel list and contact details of the military. However, due to the military police's significant blow to Unit 76, the Action Department had not yet managed to apprehend anyone. This information must still reside in Bai Zhongliang's office or be hidden in some secret corner. He resolved to secure this list before Bai Zhongliang returned from the military police. With this thought, Li Changfeng stepped outside and hailed a rickshaw, heading towards the headquarters of Unit 76. At this moment, Unit 76 was engulfed in anxiety. The news of Li Morchuan's arrest had been leaked, though it remained unclear by whom. The entire intelligence and logistics departments were abuzz with rumors. Chief Li, you have returned. Have you heard? Director Li has been captured by the Japanese. Director Wang was just summoned by the military police. It seems Unit 76 has landed in a predicament. As Li Changfeng approached the entrance of Unit 76, the doorman, Old Hu, cautiously approached him. The old man wore a aid of worry, yet reveled in the chaos. Old Hu, do not speak carelessly. Even if Unit 76 were to fall, you could easily find work guarding somewhere else. Though the salary would not be as high, Li Changfeng chuckled softly, patting Old Hu's shoulder. This elderly man was rather loquacious, often probing those around him, suggesting that his identity might not be simple. After bidding farewell to Old Hu, Li Changfeng ascended to the second-floor office, listening intently to the happenings within Unit 76. He soon discovered that the remaining personnel in the intelligence and action departments had gone out for lunch, allowing him to proceed toward the secretariat. All the office keys on the second floor were held by Liu Maynor in the secretariat. Securing her cooperation would grant him access to the coveted documents. Chief Li, what brings you here? Liu Maynor, preparing to head downstairs for lunch, asked with a hint of confusion upon seeing him at the door. Secretary Liu, I would like to invite you to dinner, Li Changfeng replied with a gentle smile, lowering his gaze in a seemingly bashful manner. Chief Li, I heard you've caught the attention of the Japanese and are about to be promoted. Everyone is eager to ingratiate themselves with you. What prompts you to invite me to dinner? Liu Maynor observed him, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks, unable to resist tugging at his arm. This woman had recently taken a liking to Tang Shanhai, yet Tang, merely a small team leader in the action department, could not compare to Li Changfeng. Furthermore, Li Changfeng appeared younger than Tang. Isn't dating merely about dining together and watching films? I lack expertise in anything beyond that. Seeing Liu Meiner's reaction, Li Changfeng raised his head. This woman was quite attractive, and more importantly, she was infatuated with romance. Securing her would mean having a devoted admirer by his side. Chief Li, you seem like a bashful young boy. As someone with experience, let me teach you the ways of romance, she declared, pulling him along toward the stairs. She was quite fond of Li Changfeng's innocent demeanor. Although she had already reviewed his file, Liu Meiner remained undeterred. Once they descended the stairs, they headed to the nearest Western restaurant. Upon arrival, they spotted several Japanese ruffians dining inside. One of the ruffians, while eating, reached out to grope a waitress at her waist. "Ah, pervert, don't touch me." The waitress, sensing the inappropriate gaze, immediately swatted away the offending hand, letting out a startled scream and falling to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Liu Meiner stomped over in a fit of anger. Smack! Liu Meiner delivered a resounding slap to the face of the Japanese ruffian, leaving Li Changfeng momentarily stunned. Was this woman always so fierce? In a place like Unit 76, one would expect people to shy away from the Japanese. "Beast, remove your filthy hands. Get out of here." Liu Meiner glared at the group of Japanese ruffians, her demeanor commanding. The ruffians exchanged glances, all breaking into smiles. The one who had been struck caressed his face and then leered at Liu Meiner, licking his lips. "Flower girl, you are extraordinarily beautiful. You dare to strike a warrior of the Black Dragon Society. You are quite bold. However, I like it." With that, the ruffians rose, surrounding Liu Meiner. Li Changfeng stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of her. "Are you members of the Black Dragon Society? Do you know Harada Akiko?" Li Changfeng asked the group of Japanese men with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the ruffians exchanged glances, and the leader, sporting a small mustache, nodded. "Harada Akiko, are you referring to General Tohei's youngest daughter, the princess of the Harada family?" The revelation momentarily stunned Li. So, Harada Akiko was indeed of remarkable standing, being the daughter of General Tohei and the princess of the Harada clan. This flower girl struck Saito. "What is your relationship with her?" The mustached leader inquired, casting a glance at Li Changfeng. "She is my fiancée. And I am Miss Akiko's subordinate," Li Changfeng declared resolutely, meeting the gaze of the Japanese ruffians. Chapter 52, The Poisoning of Li Morchuan. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, several Japanese ronin exchanged glances. The one named Saito, sporting a small mustache, attempted to seize Liu Meiner, but was halted by the Japanese man who had just spoken, gripping his shoulder firmly. "Saito, are you seeking death? You know very well the temperament of Miss Aki." Upon hearing this, the speaking Japanese man offered a slight smile towards Li Changfeng and gestured to a lean ronin nearby. "Sasaki, escort this man to the front desk to make a phone call. Verify his identity. If they lie, the man will be killed, and the woman shall be left to Saito Koen's discretion." Sasaki immediately stepped forward, nodding in compliance. "Hi. Kiita Koen, I shall go at once." Having said that, he turned to Li Changfeng, extending his hand. "Come along, sir." Li Changfeng nodded and, taking Liu Meiner's hand, proceeded towards the front of the restaurant. "This woman must remain here," spoke the lead ronin, Kiita, as two others swiftly approached, their hands reaching for their holstered pistols. Li Changfeng's expression hardened, and he placed both hands on Liu Meiner's shoulders, gently urging her to sit in a chair. "Wait for me here." Liu Meiner's eyes revealed a hint of worry, yet she nodded in acquiescence. Following the lead of Sasaki, Li Changfeng arrived at the front desk. The latter proceeded to dial several numbers before finally connecting with the gendarmerie. "Miss Aki, Kiita-san instructed me to call for confirmation. You have a subordinate who is Chinese. At this juncture, Sasaki glanced at Li Changfeng. What is your name? Chief of General Affairs number 76, Li Changfeng, he replied with remarkable composure. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's voice, Akiharada nodded. Inform Kiita-kun that he is one of mine. Regardless of whom he has offended, do not trouble him. Otherwise, I shall ensure his demise is most unpleasant. Akiharada's voice was raised, causing Sasaki to shudder. He nodded vigorously. Hi, Miss Aki, I understand. I will certainly relay this to Kiita-kun. Just as he was about to hang up, Li Changfeng snatched the phone from him. Miss Aki, thank you. Hearing Li Changfeng's voice, Akiharada smiled slightly. Their expressions immediately darkened. HMPH, today, in light of Miss Aki's favor, we shall spare you. The Ronin named Saito snorted disdainfully, casting a glance at Li Changfeng. I shall remember you, Changfeng-kun. Kiita then approached Li Changfeng, who had just hung up the phone. The group departed the restaurant with evident disappointment. Li Changfeng noted their names meticulously, intending to locate Liu Maynard once more. Just then, he felt warmth envelop him from behind. Liu Maynard had embraced him directly. Changfeng, thank you. I had a few words exchanged. Do not be so impulsive in the future. Shall we dine? Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Liu Maynard realized he must owe a favor to Miss Aki. After the recent events, she found herself devoid of appetite. Forget it. Let us go to my house. I will prepare a meal for you myself. I wish for you to accompany me tonight. Liu Maynard pouted, her expression one of feigned grievance. Li Changfeng smiled slightly. The fish had finally taken the bait. A few minutes later, he led Liu Maynard out of the restaurant. The previous waitress cast a grateful glance at the pair. Hikaru, tidy up. You need not return here for work. Those Japanese will not let it go easily. I fear they may come looking for you. The restaurant owner remarked to the waitress, observing the couple's retreating figures. But I have only just started a few days ago. I have not received my wages. The waitress was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of dismay. I will settle your wages for these days right away. The owner shook his head at her plight. An hour later, Li Changfeng enjoyed a lavish dinner at Liu Maynard's home. While she busied herself in the kitchen, he discreetly made imprints of all the keys in her bag. He then opened the death note and began to write Satsumili Li Mortuan, poisoned while dining at the Bai mansion, body decayed, rescue unsuccessful, deceased. As he concluded his writing, the death note emanated a radiant glow, extracting a sliver of Li Changfeng's vitality. The shadow of the Grim Reaper drifted out through the window. Eliminating Li Mortuan was also part of the plan. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Bai mansion, within a spacious office, a hearth crackled with warmth. The head of the Mai agency, Inoue Yoshikazu, stood flanked by two Japanese officers clad in traditional attire. The trio gazed out the window, observing a contingent of Japanese gendarmes escorting a captured individual from a prison vehicle. It was none other than Li Mortuan, who had just been apprehended by the gendarmes. Li Mortuan is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. While assisting us Japanese, he is simultaneously in contact with the people of Yamashiro. Not a trace of loyalty, Inoue Yoshikazu remarked coldly, cradling a teacup. Inoue Yoshikazu waved his hand dismissively. No, he still has his uses. Today's capture is merely a warning. We wish to remind him who his true master is. As he spoke, Inoue Yoshikazu slowly turned and seated himself at a long table. As footsteps echoed, Li Mortuan was brought forth by several gendarmes. Inoue General. Li Mortuan, shackled, paused momentarily upon seeing Inoue Yoshikazu, then immediately bent at a 90-degree angle. He presumed the gendarmes had brought him here for a secret interrogation, not expecting to be face-to-face with his superior. He then pointed to a cushion across the table. Li Mortuan rubbed his sore wrists and cautiously seated himself opposite Inoue Yoshikazu, while the two Japanese officers took their places on either side of the table. Lee-san, the reason for your summons to sushi, sake, and squid sashimi were promptly laid out before them. Inoue Yoshikazu smiled slightly, raising his cup towards the women. Please, thank you for your hospitality, General. Li Mochuan lifted his cup with both hands, clinking it with those of the Japanese officers before downing the contents in one gulp. He then picked up the remaining utensils and began to eat. Chapter 53, The Theft of Intelligence. Li Sang, I have heard that ancient emperors would bestow poisoned wine upon their treasonous ministers. Are you not afraid that I might poison your drink? As Ying's Wujingjiao casually savored his sushi, he cast a sidelong glance at Li. Upon hearing this, Li Mochuan's complexion shifted dramatically, and he immediately sank to his knees, his legs trembling. Your Excellency, I do not wish to die. The matter concerning Su Sansheng has nothing to do with me. I am loyal to the Empire, and to your Excellency. Observing Li Mochuan's pitiful demeanor, Ying's Wujingjiao merely curled his lip in disdain. At that moment, a Japanese officer rose to his feet and activated a nearby recording device. The recording featured Wu Saibao's confession. Tell me, who instructed you to do this? It was Li Mochuan. He did not want the intelligence station in Shanghai to vanish because he had dealings with Chen Gongju. How did you leak the information to the military intelligence? I did not leak any information. It was all arranged by Director Li. The recording continued with the dialogue between Li Changfeng and Wu Saibao. Upon hearing this, Li Mochuan felt his entire body go limp. Your Excellency, this is all a fabrication. Someone is attempting to frame me. I am innocent. In that moment, Li Mochuan finally understood why the Japanese had apprehended him. The voices in the recording were all too familiar. One belonged to Wu Saibao, while the other seemed to be Li Changfeng from the General Affairs Department. These two appeared intent on condemning him to death. Barker, this recording is from the military police's interrogation. Furthermore, according to our leads, it was this Wu Saibao who caused Su Sansheng's demise. He has already confessed, and you are the mastermind behind it all. How dare you deny it? The Japanese officer operating the recording device turned icy, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Mochuan. Another officer rose, drawing his katana, prepared to execute Li Mochuan at a mere command from Ying's Wuzhingjiao. Li Mochuan, it seems you are only moved to tears when faced with the grave. We have just received a call from General Tofiyuan. An undercover agent from the Black Dragon Society has provided new intelligence regarding the Shanghai intelligence station. Just before the military police surrounded the station, someone made a call to Chen Gongju's residence. It was this call that thwarted our capture plan. We have verified that this call originated from your residence. Rising from his seat, Ying's Wujingjiao fixed his gaze upon Li Mochuan. No. That cannot be. These words sent beads of cold sweat cascading down Li Mochuan's back. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently, overtaken by a shadow, his eyes glazed over, and he began to froth at the mouth. Your Excellency, it appears he may be poisoned. A nearby Japanese officer rushed forward to check, his expression grim. Narni. The wine was not poisoned. I merely intended to frighten this fellow. Quick, summon a doctor. Immediate assistance is required. Ying's Wujingjiao paused momentarily, then instructed someone to fetch a doctor. Minutes later, a Japanese physician arrived with a medical kit, administering a stimulant to Li Mochuan. He also took the food Li Mochuan had consumed and the wine for examination. Your Excellency, the wine is free of poison. However, we discovered amoebic bacteria in the sushi that Li Mochuan ingested. Yet another officer regarded him with a derisive smile. Okada, cease your pretense. You were the only one who visited the kitchen prior to the meal. I suspect you are the traitor. As the two began to argue, Ying's Wujingjiao's expression darkened. He turned away and dialed a number. Inuyarma-kun, bring a team to the White Mansion. As he spoke, Li Mochuan lay convulsing on the ground, yet he had not succumbed to death. However, his skin had begun to decay, and his body curled up, resembling a wretched dog. Your Excellency, we have no antidote for the poison that Mr.Li has ingested. He will experience bodily atrophy and decay within 24 hours, and then he will perish. What is your recommendation? The doctor observed Li Mochuan's symptoms, seeking guidance from Ying's Wujingjiao. Taking a deep breath, the general gestured to the Japanese military police at the door. Take him away, this matter ends here. Additionally, notify the military police to seal off the White Mansion immediately. Not a single soul is to be permitted to leave. The military police promptly procured a stretcher and carried Lee Mortuan away. Subsequently, a significant number of Japanese soldiers surrounded the White Mansion. As time trickled by, Lee Chang-fong and Liu Maynard indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. Eventually, they watched as the woman succumbed to a deep slumber. Seizing the cover of night, they made their way to the 76th Special Agent Headquarters. At this hour, the 76th had already concluded work, with only a few agents remaining in the stairwell, drinking. Rather than using the front entrance, Lee Chang-fong opted to scale the building from the window, directly entering Bai Zhongliang's office. According to Wu Saibao's recollections, Bai Zhongliang had not returned home during the operation. He had merely visited the upstairs office and awaited further information. Upon receiving a notification from Chen Shen about Su Sansheng's untimely demise, he then placed a call to Nandian Yangzi. The materials that Su Sansheng had brought from the mountain city were likely stored in his office. Such sensitive documents would never be left in the archives or the confidential department, as this old fox trusted no one. Using a key, Lee Chang-fong unlocked Bai Zhongliang's office door and entered the secret chamber with practiced ease. There he spotted the safe mounted on the wall. This safe featured a dual password lock, but to Lee Chang-fong, it posed little challenge. After observing the 10-digit combination lock, he tentatively entered a 4-digit code, simultaneously twisting the handles on either side of the safe. He heard the internal gears shift and entered another code. Click, the safe opened to reveal 3 file bags. Lee Chang-fong carefully extracted them, pulling out a flashlight to examine their contents one by one. 2 of them contained a spy training manual, while the third held some ledgers. After a brief glance, he returned them to their place. Opening the third file bag, he discovered exactly what he sought: the Shanghai Intelligence Station's top-secret files, including personnel lists, contact methods, and radio locations. Boss, I truly underestimated the situation, entrusting such materials to Su Sansheng. Lee Chang-fong scoffed inwardly, then secured the file bag, placing it into the system's storage. He swiftly erased any traces of his presence, closed the secret chamber door, and pushed the bookshelf back into its original position. Chapter 54, A Nosebleed. The following day, at Revival Park, beside the artificial hill. Lee Chang-fong, wearing sunglasses, had already been waiting here for over an hour when he finally spotted a middle-aged woman slowly approaching along the shaded path. The serpent has been compromised. I've come to rendezvous with you. Here is what you requested. The woman was heavily cloaked, yet Lee Chang-fong recognized her immediately. She was none other than Mr. Ming's sister, the chairwoman of a pharmaceutical company. She retrieved 2 syringes from her bag and handed them directly to Lee Chang-fong. These are sedatives. They can temporarily halt breathing and heartbeat, inducing a state of suspended animation. However, if it exceeds 8 hours, the person will truly perish. Thus, I have also brought a cardiac stimulant to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The woman spoke softly as she stood behind the artificial hill. This medication was precisely what Lee Chang-fong had solicited from the serpent through the dead letterbox 2 days prior. The woman was exceedingly meticulous, even preparing a stimulant. Thank you. Inform the serpent that I have acquired what he requested. I will hand it over in 3 days. After expressing his gratitude, Lee Chang-fong turned to leave. The middle-aged woman paused for a moment, then shook her head. This individual before her was far too cautious. He clearly had something to deliver to the serpent, but did not trust her. An hour later, at the headquarters of Agent 76. Nandian Yangzi sat in the third-floor conference room as a dozen key members rose to their feet. In light of Director Lee's grave illness, he is unable to preside over operations. From now on, Deputy Director Ding will assume his duties. I hope everyone will cooperate fully. As her words concluded, applause erupted. Deputy Director Ding Shitsuan stood up, offering a slight smile to the assembly. He had joined Agent 76 alongside Li MQN, and while they appeared amicable on the surface, they were engaged in a fierce internal struggle. The incident involving someone calling Chen Ji NGZH had been reported to the Japanese by him now. He had finally achieved his ambition, taking over as the head of Agent 76. Additionally, the matter of the leak during the last capture mission has been resolved. Mr. Fujita has decided to hand over Wu Xibao to you at Agent 76 for execution. This affair will be personally supervised by Director Bai. As the applause subsided, Nandian Yangzi continued. The operations director, Bai Zhongliang, rose and nodded slightly. Rest assured, Section Chief Nandian and Mr. Fujita, I will personally carry out the execution of this traitor. Bai Zhongliang's gaze was frigid, laced with hatred. He instinctively sensed a conspiracy behind this matter, but the Japanese had already condemned Wu Xibao. Li Mqn had even been poisoned and was visibly deteriorating. Bai Zhongliang had no choice but to comply. Captain Tang, Captain Chen. The police department will soon supplement your operation team with new recruits. You must expedite their training so they can serve the Empire. After arranging Wu Xibao's execution, Nandian Yangzi addressed Chen Shen and Tang Shanhai. Upon hearing that new recruits would be added to the operation team, both men immediately bowed slightly. Thank you, Section Chief Nandian, we will ensure the training is completed in the shortest time possible. This is our chance to redeem ourselves for the previous incident. Squad leader Chen Shen spoke with an expressionless demeanor. So do I. Chen Shen cast a glance at Li Changfeng beside him and lowered his head. After finalizing these arrangements, Nandian Yangzi waved to Wang Manchun and exited the conference room. The others congratulated Ding Shizun profusely. Section Chief Li, in addition to Wu Xibao, there are several communist elements scheduled for execution at noon today. You will execute them personally. This is your trial. Just as Li Changfeng stood up to exchange a few words with Ding Shizun, Bai Zhongliang approached with his hands in his pockets. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Director Bai. Li Changfeng nodded slightly, his gaze locking onto the impassive Bai Zhongliang, clenching his fists tightly. The inevitable had come to pass. It seemed that Nandian Yangzi had deliberately assigned the execution task to Bai Zhongliang, intending to have him carry it out personally. This mark of loyalty could not be evaded. Li Changfeng nodded to Chen Shen, then abandoned any thoughts of ingratiating himself with Ding Shizun, heading directly toward the office downstairs. The operation squad leader, Chen Shen, promptly followed suit. Section Chief Li, the Japanese have already condemned Wu Xibao. We were released yesterday afternoon. However, Director Bai secretly visited Director Li's home last night. Upon reaching the office, Chen Shen closed the door and leaned closer to Li Changfeng's ear. Bai Zhongliang was a close ally of Li Mqn, and they likely had some scheme in place. Hearing this, Li Changfeng nodded slightly, placing his index finger to his lips, signaling Chen Shen to remain silent for the moment. After monitoring the entire Agent 76 for any unusual activity, he leaned closer to Chen Shen again. Captain Chen, let us not mince words. I have procured 2 vials of medication that can induce a temporary state of suspended animation. Bai Zhongliang will soon insist that I personally carry out the execution. There is no escaping this. I am entrusting you with these 2 vials. When you interrogate the prisoners, administer one to Shinxiuxia. The other is the antidote, which I have already marked. Li Changfeng produced the medication the serpent had given him from his pocket and placed it into Chen Shen's hands, speaking rapidly. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Chen Shen's heart raced with anxiety. Shinxiuxia had been gravely injured and sent to anti-hospital after her last interrogation. He had even prepared a mercury explosive to eliminate the guards and rescue her. Yet, he had not anticipated that Nandian Yangzi would act so swiftly to execute the prisoners. He was momentarily overwhelmed. Seeing the 2 vials of medication, he felt a surge of hope. However, recalling Li Changfeng's plan, his expression grew solemn. Section Chief Li, I entrust this matter to you. If your shot misses, my sister-in-law will truly be lost. Chen Shen grasped Li Changfeng's hand, his voice quivering. Li Changfeng understood his feelings for Shen Qiuxia and offered a reassuring smile, patting his shoulder. Rest assured, my aim is unerring. Do not act rashly, be cautious not to raise Bai Zhongliang's suspicions. With that, Li Changfeng adjusted his attire and began inspecting his sidearm. Though the cunning old fox Bai Zhongliang might not allow him to use his own weapon, it was best to be prepared in advance. Ding, congratulations, host, for eliminating the traitor Li Mqn. You have gained an additional 2 years of life, the skill X-ray vision, and 10 gold bars. X-ray vision, you can see through objects within a radius of 300 meters for a duration of 3 minutes. Just as Li Changfeng felt the weight of tension in his heart, the system notification chimed in. As the notification concluded, a warmth surged through Li Changfeng's eyes, allowing him to see through the wall to the woman standing at the door, Liu Maynard, and everything in the corridor was crystal clear. The woman outside was rendered devoid of any secrets before Li Changfeng, however. Merely 3 minutes later, Li Changfeng's nose began to bleed profusely, compelling him to close his eyes involuntarily. Chapter 55, Sending them on their way. Director Li, why are you bleeding from your nose? Liu Maynard pushed open the door, observing Chen Shen's departure. She then entered, holding a food container, and with genuine concern, addressed Li Changfeng. It's nothing serious. I've just been a bit irritable lately, Li Changfeng replied, quickly taking out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head, watching Liu Maynard open the food container and ladle. Liu Maynard truly was a good woman, concerned about his well-being, even going so far as to bring him soup. Thank you, Miss Liu, you are indeed thoughtful, Li Changfeng said as he took a sip of the soup, his satisfaction evident. However, Liu Maynard pouted, looking at Chen Shen with a sulky expression. Director Li still treats me with such formality, calling me Miss Liu feels distant. As he observed the woman's playful demeanor, Li Changfeng smiled gently and pulled her into his embrace. Then how should I address you? With one arm draped around Li Changfeng's neck, Liu Maynard tilted her head and said, last night, you called me little darling. Taken aback by her words, Li Changfeng paused for a moment. When no one else is around, it can be whatever you like. Liu Maynard nodded understandingly and then began to feed Li Changfeng the chicken soup herself. A few minutes later, in Tang Shanhai's office, Xu Biqing seized the opportunity of delivering documents to enter. Shanhai, I just saw Liu Maynard enter Director Li's office. When did their relationship become so close? Upon hearing Xu Biqing's inquiry, Tang Shanhai shook his head. How would I know? Perhaps they have grown fond of each other during these past few days of turmoil in the action department. Tang Shanhai sipped his tea nonchalantly, but Xu Biqing was visibly agitated. You. Director Guan sent you to 76 to pass the time, didn't he? Our objective is to obtain the reset plan. Without you trying to charm Liu Maynard, how could we find an opportunity? All the keys to the offices on the second floor are in her possession. Xu Biqing lowered her voice and firmly grasped Tang Shanhai's ear. The two had been in Shanghai for half a month, with no progress in intelligence work, yet their relationship had grown more harmonious. Lower your voice, be careful not to draw attention. You suggest that your husband should pursue other women. How can you even say that? We've just arrived at 76, Bai Zhongliang is no ordinary person, this matter requires careful deliberation. Tang Shanhai grimaced as Xu Biqing tugged at his ear. However, he lowered his voice and firmly grasped her arm. This woman, despite her facade as a senior agent, lacked any real combat experience. Could such matters truly be discussed in the office? All right, I won't rush you. Since I still need to train the newcomers. We can discuss things tonight. Tang Shanhai looked at her with a hint of exasperation, nodding repeatedly in a perfunctory manner. Xu Biqing rolled her eyes and stormed out of the office in a huff. Half an hour later, Bai Zhongliang glanced at the time in his office. He then beckoned Li Ergu, the newly appointed head of the guard team replacing Wu Sibao. Deliver this list to Captain Chen and have him bring the prisoners from the jail to Kaishaku. I'll call for Section Chief Nanshans. The execution will commence in 1 hour. Li Ergu nodded, accepting the list from Bai Zhongliang's hand and bowing slightly. Yes, Director. A few minutes later, in the interrogation cell of 76, Chenshin entered with a team of over a dozen operatives, holding the list. Li Ergu attempted to follow but was stopped by Chenshin. "Captain Li, these prisoners are about to meet their end, there's no need for you to go inside. Better to avoid any extreme actions they might take before their demise." Upon hearing this, Li Ergu instinctively covered his neck and took a few steps back. "Then I shall leave it to you, Captain Chen." Chenshin chuckled, taking a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handing it to Li Ergu. "Captain Li, just smoke a couple of cigarettes here. I'll be out shortly." With that, Chenshin gestured to his operatives behind him. "I'll personally handle cell number 2, the rest of you take one cell each. Bring the prisoners out within 5 minutes." Chenshin then stepped forward, heading towards the cell where Shinchuxier was held. Shinchuxier had just been brought back from the hospital by the operatives, her body still wrapped in bandages, sitting in a wheelchair. Even so, her limbs were shackled with iron chains, her eyes filled with despair. 2 operatives guarding the cell opened the door, and Chenshin waved them out. "Wait outside, I need to speak with her for a moment." Noticing Shinchuxier's injuries, Chenshin's eyes shimmered with compassion. He pushed the wheelchair to the corner and took an injection from his pocket. "Sister-in-law, don't make a sound, I'm giving you an injection. It will be over quickly. When you open your eyes again, you will be saved." Chenshin crouched before Shinchuxier, diluting the medication as he lowered his voice. Hearing his words, Shinchuxier paused, then shook her head. "Chenshin, you can't do this. If I escape, you will be suspected. Moreover, we have yet to secure the reset plan, what you are doing is not worth it." Clenching her teeth, Shinchuxier spoke resolutely. She had already prepared for sacrifice, willing to forfeit her own life for Chenshin's safety. "Listen to me, sister-in-law, I have obtained the list for the reset plan. The one who will save you isn't me, but another comrade of ours. This is a meticulously planned faked death scheme. It won't be discovered. All you need to do is cooperate. Once you get out, take Pipi away, he needs you as his mother. I will continue to remain undercover and complete the new task." Seeing the determination in Shinchuxier's eyes, Chenshin leaned closer to whisper in her ear. Then he stood up and injected the medication into her arm. "All right, I promise you." Hearing that she would once again see her son after escaping, and knowing that the task assigned to him was complete, Shinchuxier promptly complied, closing her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she refrained from making a sound. Click. A minute later, the iron door of the cell opened, and Chenshin wheeled Shinchuxier out. Both wore calm expressions, their eyes glinting with a spark of hope. "Captain, everyone is accounted for." Just as Chenshin emerged with Shinchuxier, he saw 7 or 8 death row inmates being escorted out. The deputy captain stepped forward to report. "Good, get everyone onto the vehicle. Send them on their way." As the words fell, at the entrance, guard Captain Li Ergu, cigarette in mouth, counted the heads. Soon, a dozen operatives from the action department ushered everyone onto a large truck. Chapter 56, The Act of Murder. A few minutes later, the director of operations, Bai Zhongliang, adjusted his collar and beckoned to Li Ergu, who had just exited the Li Ergu nodded promptly and rode off on a bicycle towards number 76. Bai Zhongliang's ace in the hole was a top-tier sniper known as Lao Wu. This individual had executed numerous assassination missions, yet was not affiliated with number 76, typically liaising directly with Wu Zibao. Now, this task had been entrusted to Li Ergu. As their conversation concluded, Li Changfeng descended the stairs with a solemn expression. Today's operation involved not only Wu Zibao and Shinchuxier but also many anti-Japanese militants. A weight pressed upon his heart. Apart from the wrongfully accused Wu Zibao, the others were men of unwavering conviction. They had endured the tortures of number 76 and were prepared to sacrifice their lives for their beliefs. Such individuals deserved respect. Section Chief Li, it's time to get in the vehicle. It's merely a matter of taking a few lives, there is no need for such trepidation. Countless anti-Japanese fighters have perished at the hands of number 76, at least several hundred. To earn the trust of the Japanese, your hands must surely be stained with blood. Bai Zhongliang observed Li Changfeng's demeanor and approached, patting his shoulder. Though his words seemed comforting, they only deepened Li Changfeng's despondency. Perhaps, after today, he would irrevocably bear the label of a traitor, a burden impossible to explain away. It seems Director Bai has quite the history of bloodshed. I look forward to your guidance shortly. Li Changfeng opened the car door, forcing a smile before climbing into Bai Zhongliang's jeep. This vehicle was bulletproof, belonging to Li Mokun. It appeared that after Li Morchuan's demise, this fellow had reaped considerable benefits. Drive. Bai Zhongliang nodded slightly and took a seat beside Li Changfeng. With a command from the driver, the vehicle rumbled to life, gradually departing from number 76. Navigating through the bustling city center, they headed straight for Kaishaku. At this moment, Kaishaku was teeming with people. The Japanese were publicly executing a batch of prisoners for the first time, intending to intimidate anti-Japanese activists. Many citizens lingered to watch, including informants from the traffic station and military intelligence. Step back, move away. Be careful, or you might get splattered with blood. Officers from the police station, armed and alert, swiftly cordoned off the execution site. As a truck rolled in, 8 prisoners were escorted out by Chenshin. Kneel. The agents removed the hoods from the prisoners and forced them to the ground. Stay alert. Chenshin raised his hand and shouted to the crowd. A dozen operatives from the action department promptly drew their firearms, disengaging the safeties. With the roar of a jeep echoing in the background, the crowd gradually dispersed. Director Bai Zhongliang opened the car door and stepped out with Li Changfeng, casting an impassive gaze upon the kneeling prisoners. He produced a Browning pistol and handed it to Chenshin. Use this gun, it is fully loaded. Your weapon has never taken a life, its accuracy is lacking. Noticing Li Changfeng had drawn his own firearm, Bai Zhongliang snatched it from him. Li Changfeng accepted the weapon, and Bai Zhongliang surveyed the onlookers, then offered a faint smile. Let it be clear to all, this is the fate that befalls those who oppose number 76 and the Imperial Army. Commence the execution. As soon as the words fell, Li Changfeng was flanked by 2 agents, advancing toward the center of the execution ground. Bang! Bang 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 bang! Li Changfeng raised his hand and pulled the trigger at several prisoners, yet, in the next instant, everyone stood frozen. The bullets struck the ground, sending sparks flying. From a distance of 20 to 30 meters, all 7 shots missed their intended targets. Section Chief Li, your marksmanship. Bai Zhongliang was left speechless at Li Changfeng's performance. He swiftly seized the weapon, replaced the magazine, and approached one of the prisoners from behind, aiming at the back of his head. Bang! The bullet exited through the back of the skull, shattering the cranium, a gruesome mixture of red and white scattering across the ground. The lifeless body crumpled, prompting gasps of horror from the surrounding citizens, some even retching at the sight. This bloody method of execution strangely exhilarated Bai Zhongliang. Section Chief Li, do you see clearly now? Li Changfeng remained silent as Bai Zhongliang aimed at the next prisoner. Bang! The bullet pierced the back of the head this time, but did not obliterate the skull. It merely left a gruesome exit wound on the forehead. The remaining prisoners trembled visibly, with one younger individual unable to contain himself, wetting his pants in abject terror. Before death, true horror penetrated the soul. If your shooting is inadequate, then approach for a closer shot. Like this, a single bullet to the head. Bai Zhongliang handed the gun back to Li Changfeng, gesturing to his own head. Li Changfeng took the weapon and stepped forward 2 paces. He raised his hand once more, now aiming at the last prisoner, Wu Sibao. Bang! A bullet struck his back, traversing the ribs and lodging directly in the heart. Wu Sibao let out a soft grunt before slowly collapsing to the ground. Bai Zhongliang approached to inspect the body. Quite precise, a shot to the heart. Continue. In the next moment, Li Changfeng aimed at Shen Qiuxia. Bang! Bang bang! 3 bullets were fired, 2 piercing the lungs and lodging in the ribs. The last one came perilously close, just 2 centimeters from the heart. Shen Qiuxia's body shuddered, blood spilling from her mouth as she gradually fell to the ground. 3 shots fired. Section Chief Li, your aim is rather harsh, considering she is a woman. Bai Zhongliang inspected the wounds. The bullet nearest to the heart had penetrated her chest cavity. Nodding in approval, he gave Li Changfeng a thumbs-up. At that moment, the trawler had fully activated the drugs within Shinchuxia, and she had succumbed, her breath extinguished. Having killed 2 individuals, only 1 bullet remains in the chamber. What a waste. Allow me to take over. Observing Li Changfeng preparing to aim at another prisoner, Bai Zhongliang seized the gun from him. He replaced the magazine and aimed at the remaining prisoners. Bang, 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 bang. Each shot found its mark, the heads of 4 individuals exploding in a gruesome display. Witnessing this, Chen Shen could not help but clench his fists. Li Changfeng had fired 3 shots, uncertain whether Shinchuxia would survive. At this moment, Li Changfeng's face was etched with fear as he collapsed to the ground. His actions were deliberate, designed to convince Bai Zhongliang that this was his first experience with murder. Fall back, transport the bodies to the mass grave. You two, escort Section Chief Li back to rest. Seeing Li Changfeng sprawled on the ground, Bai Zhongliang nodded in satisfaction and waved to the others. The operatives of the action department sprang into action, beginning to manage the bodies. The 2 agents designated by Bai Zhongliang assisted Li Changfeng into the jeep outside. Leave the body disposal to me. Team leader Chen Shen stepped forward to request Bai Zhongliang's permission. Fine, remember to return early. Come to my house for drinks tonight. Bai Zhongliang patted his good friend Chen Shen on the shoulder, wiping the blood from his hands with a handkerchief as he spoke. Chen Shen clenched his fist and took his place in the passenger seat of the large truck. Chapter 57 Remember the mass grave. Just as Li Changfeng fired his weapon, on the 2nd floor of a hotel near Kaishaku, the chief of the Special High Command, Nandian Yangzi, stood at the window with Wang Manchun. Nandian Yangzi, equipped with binoculars, observed the grim details of Li Changfeng's murderous act with clarity. Wang Manchun, do you still harbor doubts about Li Changfeng? You instructed me to command Bai Zhongliang to test this fellow, yet he has indeed shot and killed 2 prisoners. Moreover, he shares a good rapport with Colonel Takeda. I cannot consider him a traitor hidden in number 76. Nandian Yangzi lowered the binoculars and addressed Wang Manchun. Wang Manchun furrowed his brow by the window, then slightly bowed his head. Chief Nandian, perhaps I was mistaken. But please trust that I am loyal to the Empire. If you intend to promote Li Changfeng, it is imperative to ascertain his loyalty. Wang Manchun spoke with a mixture of emotions, his face a portrait of dejection. Nandian Yangzi patted his shoulder. Wang Manchun, the recent failure of the operations department has inflicted severe losses on number 76. Your intelligence department cannot afford to disappoint Mr. Fujita any longer. I now have a secret mission for you. She then regarded Wang Manchun with utmost seriousness. Har Yi. I am willing to serve the Empire. Upon hearing of the mission, Wang Manchun immediately perked up, bowing deeply to Nandian Yangzi. The documents contain your operational code and rendezvous method. Your task is to discreetly lead a team to Shancheng and meet with an agent from the White Mansion codenamed Sakura. Assist him in executing an assassination plan, then return with a classified document. Nandian Yangzi pointed at the materials on the table, advising Wang Manchun. She then poured herself a cup of tea, awaiting Wang Manchun's review of the documents. After a few minutes, Wang Manchun finished reading and nodded. Chief Nandian, I have memorized it. As soon as he spoke, watching the papers consumed by flames until they were entirely reduced to ashes, she slowly raised her gaze. Wang Manchun, this plan is of utmost secrecy. Should it fail, you need not return alive. Upon hearing this, Wang Manchun trembled, his countenance turning pale. However, he soon clenched his fists and bowed slightly to Nandian Yangzi. I assure you, I will complete the mission. At the mass grave, the agents of number 76 were discarding corpses from the vehicle into a pit. This was Chen Shen's first visit to such a place, and he was immediately struck with horror. Beside him, Bian Chu pulled him over and offered a cigarette. Captain, do not look any further. This pit was dug during the Japanese occupation of Shanghai. The anti-Japanese fighters executed in the city, as well as the cholera patients quarantined months ago, lie here. There are at least 10,000 corpses inside. Every time we come to dispose of bodies, we dare not approach. The ground is littered with heads, each corpse more tragic than the last. Chen Shun, upon hearing Bian Chu's words, could not help but clench his fists. His hand holding the cigarette trembled incessantly. Having merely cast a glance, he felt a shiver run through his soul. Among the remains were not only adults but also women and children. The accumulated bones and lifeless bodies resembled a city of the dead. I heard that during the plague in Shanghai, tens of thousands were quarantined and all perished here. They were merely ill, unable to afford treatment. Damn the Japanese. How many of our compatriots have they killed? Watching the agents dispose of bodies, Chen Shun turned his back to Bian Chu and spoke in a hushed tone. His eyes were filled with anger, sorrow, and helplessness. Captain, do not speak further. If the Japanese hear such words, it would cost us our heads. It is said that Jinling is even worse. Hundreds of thousands have been slaughtered by the Japanese, with numerous mass graves beyond the city. Bian Chu turned and covered Chen Shun's mouth, unable to contain himself. Bian Chu, we have witnessed this. The Japanese seek not only to occupy our land but to annihilate our nation. Chen Shun forcefully removed his hand, pointing at the mass grave behind them. Hearing this, Bian Chu was deeply moved, his eyes reddening. Captain, what shall we do? I will follow your lead from now on. The squad leader Chen Shun glanced at Bian Chu, his fists tightening resolutely. The cold wind howled, and snow fell in flurries as the two stood in silence. After a while, Chen Shun patted Bian Chu's shoulder. In a moment, you will help me with the task. I need to personally go down and count the bodies. Counting the corpses essentially meant administering a coup de grâce. After all, some prisoners who had been shot were not yet dead. The agents would deliver a final shot to their heads. Upon hearing this, Bian Chu frowned. Captain, be cautious. This place is quite sinister. A brother who returned last time got infected with the plague. They were truly afraid that Bian Chu would call upon them to descend into that terrifying mass grave. Once the others had moved away, Chen Shun covered his face with a scarf and walked toward the mass grave before him. He had already spotted Shenxiuxia's body, discarded behind a stone at the edge of the pit. Despite being at the periphery, the area was still littered with a multitude of corpses. Beneath the mass grave lay a heap of bones covered in snow. Chen Shun walked cautiously, fearful of stepping on a bone. After several minutes, he finally reached Shenxiuxia's side. Touching her body, he found it still bore a trace of warmth, and his heart surged with excitement. He immediately took out the stimulant that Li Changfeng had provided and administered an injection to Shenxiuxia. Time ticked away as Chen Shun squatted beside her, removing his coat and covering her with it. After about 5 minutes, Shenxiuxia slowly regained consciousness, her eyes opening to the sight of the mass grave amidst the falling snow. Feeling a semblance of warmth enveloping her, she attempted to raise her hand, only to be overcome by weakness. Chen Shun, I am still alive. Shenxiuxia resigned herself to inaction, gazing at the familiar face before her. Sister-in-law, he succeeded. The bullet did not strike a vital area. The guerrillas will come for you shortly. I must take my leave. Seeing Shenxiuxia awaken filled Chen Shun with warmth, and he lowered his head to speak. He had already delayed for half an hour and could no longer remain with her. Go, please thank the one who fired the shot on my behalf. The little devils can hardly believe I am still alive. As Shenxiuxia looked at Chen Shun, her eyes filled with reluctance. Yet, soon her resolve solidified. Chen Shun, remember this mass grave, and leave swiftly. With that, she exerted all her strength to push Chen Shun away, collapsing into the snow. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng returned to his office, his gaze sharpened with intensity. Recalling the moment he had just taken alive, he felt a lingering tension. Had it not been for his ability to see through Shenxiuxia's condition, he might have believed he had failed. Despite the precision of his marksmanship enhanced by the system, a mere tremor could have rendered the entire charade futile. In that instant, he truly grasped the insignificance of human life. Bai Zhongliang's ruthless decisiveness instilled within him an instinctual sense of danger. Chapter 58. A stray lock of hair. As Li Changfeng pondered, he heard a commotion of footsteps echoing in the corridor. Is Section Chief Li in? Come in. A knock sounded at the door. An old Zhang from the logistics department entered with a beaming smile, carrying a few local delicacies which he placed on Li Changfeng's desk. Section Chief Lee, I have heard that you are to be promoted. This is a selection of local specialties I brought from my hometown a few days ago. Please take them home and enjoy. Our family is small, and they would only gather dust. Old Zhang, a seasoned hand in logistics, had recently been appointed as the team leader of the transport division just 2 months prior. The young driver who had been assigned to Li Changfeng was arranged by him, however, with whispers of the General Affairs Department undergoing a split and the management of black market dealings. Old Zhang's mind began to race with possibilities. Old Zhang, you are being overly polite. Just speak your mind. Li Changfeng glanced at the items on the table, all of which were in high demand. Besides cigarettes and liquor, there were 2 pounds of white sugar and a jar of cured meat. In these times, white sugar was a strategic commodity, scarce and highly valued. Old Zhang was undoubtedly seeking a favor, and Li Changfeng waved his hand dismissively. Nothing escapes Section Chief Li's notice. I've heard that the General Affairs Department is expanding, and I have a nephew eager to secure a position at number 76. We don't engage in illicit activities, but managing accounts is certainly within our realm. What do you think? Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Old Zhang grinned widely and clasped his fists in gratitude. Conducting espionage and illicit activities was the purview of the Intelligence and Operations divisions. This fellow was quite astute. With the General Affairs Department in expansion mode, it was indeed the right time to bring in new personnel. Li Changfeng had no reliable allies by his side and nodded in agreement. Very well, have him come to see me tomorrow. However, the Intelligence Department must conduct a routine vetting to verify his identity. Let us not jeopardize our relationship. As Li Changfeng spoke, he retrieved a form from his drawer and handed it to Old Zhang, adding with utmost seriousness that everyone entering number 76, even those merely running errands, must be verified. This was no extraordinary request. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Old Zhang's face lit up with joy, and he repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Section Chief Li. Please examine the items closely. I shall take my leave now. With that, he left the room, beaming as he exited, carefully shutting the door behind him. Li Changfeng opened the items on his desk and was immediately amused. While the other items were unremarkable, he discovered 2 gold bars hidden within the jar of cured meat. It seemed Old Zhang had come bearing gifts for him. Just as he stored the items in his system space, Liu Maynard entered the room. Section Chief Li, Section Chief Nandian is looking for you. He is downstairs. After saying this, she took a moment to scrutinize him from head to toe, visibly relieved. I heard you had an altercation at the vegetable market and fainted just moments ago. Later, after work, come to my place. I will make you some rib soup to help you recuperate. I'll also prepare a brazier to ward off any ill fortune. Liu Maynard, holding Li Changfeng's hand, spoke with genuine concern. Li Changfeng smiled slightly, adjusting his attire. Thank you, my dear beauty. I must first meet with Section Chief Nandian. I will seek you out afterwards. With that, Li Changfeng turned and headed downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted Nandian Yoko standing before a jeep, engaged in conversation with the operations director, Bai Zhongliang. Director Bai, I am quite pleased with your performance today. However, you must expedite the investigation into the Shanghai intelligence station. The intelligence brought by Su Sanqing should be with you, correct? Do not let me down. Nandian Yoko's expression was grave as she regarded Bai Zhongliang. Upon hearing her words, Bai Zhongliang immediately bowed his head in submission. Yes, Section Chief Nandian. Su Sanqing has provided me with the list of personnel and their contact information. However, time is of the essence, and I have yet to execute the arrests. I will arrange it immediately. As Nandian Yoko waved her hand dismissively, Bai Zhongliang hastily ascended the stairs. Li Changfeng observed this scene with a slight smile. Soon, this individual would discover the missing documents, and his frustration would be palpable. Li Sang, congratulations on passing the test. From now on, you shall be the director of the General Affairs Office at number 76. Here are the expansion documents and personnel lists for the General Affairs Office. Certain key positions are to be filled at your discretion. As Li Changfeng approached, Nandian Yoko retrieved a briefcase from the jeep and handed him a document, stepping forward to speak. Li Changfeng glanced at the contents, confirming that they were indeed the documents for the General Affairs Office along with the list arranged by the Japanese. However, several crucial roles were left vacant for him to fill. How many spies lay hidden within that list? Thank you, Section Chief Nandian. I assure you I will perform admirably and not betray your trust. After briefly perusing the materials, Li Changfeng bowed respectfully to Nandian Yoko. Do not be so formal with me. Mr. Fujita holds you in high regard and looks forward to your contributions. I have official matters to attend to, so I shall not prolong this conversation. I invite you to tea at the Special High Command on another occasion. Seeing Li Changfeng's deference, Nandian Yoko smiled gently and nodded. Li Changfeng inclined his head slightly, holding the car door open for her. With a soft click, the door closed, and Nandian Yoko departed from number 76. As Li Changfeng ascended the stairs, he encountered Li Ergu from the Operations Division, accompanied by 7 or 8 agents, rushing up in haste. Captain Li, what has transpired? Liu Maynard, standing at the office door, furrowed her brow and inquired. Secretary Liu, do not ask. A grave incident has occurred. Director Bai's office has been robbed, and vital documents are missing. I need to notify everyone to assemble in the conference room. Upon hearing this, Liu Maynard's anxiety heightened. She held the keys to all the offices on the second floor. With this debacle, Bai Zhongliang would likely target her first. Do not fear, I can vouch for you. Director Bai would not act against you. Let us head to the conference room. Seeing the concern etched on Liu Maynard's face, Li Changfeng took her hand reassuringly, and together they ascended the stairs. At that moment, Bai Zhongliang was examining a long strand of hair under a magnifying glass. This was the only clue discovered in the office. Aside from this hair, not a single footprint or fingerprint had been left behind. Number 76 was an intelligence agency, with personnel on duty around the clock, making unauthorized access nearly impossible. He suspected that this individual was an insider, someone who possessed the clearance to ascend to the second floor, indicating a formidable identity. Director, everyone has gathered in the conference room. Except for Director Wang from the Intelligence Department, all others are present. A few minutes later, team leader Li Ergu entered the office to report to Bai Zhongliang. Upon hearing that all were accounted for, Bai Zhongliang put away the magnifying glass and rose to leave. Wang Manchun, having just been summoned by Nandian Yoko, must be engaged in some secret mission. However, Bai Zhongliang had already pinpointed his suspect in his mind. Chapter 59, Ishida Yoshiko, esteemed colleagues, please gather everyone, I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss. Our Unit 76 has discovered an infiltrator. While a situation arose within the operations department, someone stealthily entered my office and absconded with a critical document. This document pertains to the very survival of our operations department, so I implore you all to cooperate. In the office, Bai Zhongliang regarded the assembly, speaking with firm conviction. Beside him stood Ding Shitsuan, the head of Unit 76. No sooner had he finished speaking than the agents of the operations department swiftly drew their firearms, encircling the entire conference room. The expressions of the 20 or so individuals within the room shifted dramatically, anxiety overtaking them. If we do not unearth the traitor today, none shall leave here alive, declared squad leader Li Ergu, surveying the crowd with a fierce countenance. Director Ding, is it truly wise to train your weapons on your own comrades, protested Huang Yuliang, the recently returned logistics director, his face ashen. Director Huang, kindly silence yourself. During the period that Director Bai is being interrogated by the military police, all are suspect. Unless you can provide an alibi, we shall treat everyone equally, Ding Shitsuan retorted coldly, gesturing towards Huang Yuliang. In an instant, several agents advanced, forcefully subduing Huang Yuliang into his seat, a gun pressed against the back of his head. Witnessing this, the others lowered their gazes, fearful of uttering another word. Director Bai, I spent the entirety of yesterday at the military police station, assisting the Special High Command. This you may verify. The conference room fell silent as Li Changfeng stood and addressed Bai Zhongliang. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhongliang's face flushed with embarrassment. Was this fellow attempting to humiliate him? While he had been detained at the military police station, Li Changfeng had indeed been absent from Unit 76, tasked with interrogating several prisoners. I have some evidence I would like you to review. Bai Zhongliang coughed lightly, raising his hand. Li Changfeng curled his lip before approaching Bai Zhongliang, eager to ascertain what he had discovered. Upon the table before Bai Zhongliang lay a sheet of paper, upon which rested a single hair. He chuckled softly. Is this the evidence you speak of, Director? Bai, a single hair. It appears to belong to a woman. Men do not possess such lengthy locks, and it is evidently malnourished, exhibiting a yellowish hue. This woman is likely around 30 years of age, accustomed to late-night work. Li Changfeng analyzed the hair on the table. His words illuminated the faces of Bai Zhongliang and Ding Shitsuan. Director Li, no, your insights align perfectly with mine. However, I had not deduced so much from merely this hair. All I knew was that it belonged to a woman. It seems that the esteem in which Section Chief Nantian and Mr. Fujita hold Director Li is well-deserved. Bai Zhongliang smiled slightly, turning to Li Changfeng with utmost respect. Director Bai. He too regarded Li Changfeng with newfound admiration, recognizing his ties to the Japanese. However, we cannot conclude that anyone is the traitor based solely on a single hair, unless we can identify its owner. Since Director Li and I share the same sentiments, the suspect must be a woman. Men may step aside. Bai Zhongliang nodded, then addressed the 20 or so individuals in the conference room. The agents promptly acted, ushering the men to one side, leaving only 8 women seated. Speak up, you few. Who among you has entered my office? Was it you, or you? Bai Zhongliang scrutinized the 8 women, pointing at several middle-aged. He was aware that the suspect lay among these women, while the others, younger and with black hair, posed no threat. No. It wasn't me. Nor was it I took leave yesterday and did not come to work. Several women's faces paled, shaking their. Among them was Liu Maynard from the Secretariat. Director Bai, there is another possibility. The individual who pilfered your confidential documents is a man. And one of these 3 women has a close relationship with him, leaving behind this hair. As the women continued to deny involvement, Li Changfeng interjected once more. His words startled both Bai Zhongliang and Ding Shitsuan anew. This man was a veritable devil, capable of inferring so much from but a single hair. Director Li, your analysis is remarkably astute. My office bore no traces, and the safe within was also tampered with. The door lock showed no signs of forced entry, indicating this person was intimately familiar with the office's layout. Were it not for this hair, I might have suspected I had taken the documents myself. And no woman has ever entered my office, Bai Zhongliang exclaimed, astonished. He laid bare all his findings, his admiration for Li Changfeng reaching its zenith. It seems Director Li has already made significant discoveries. The truth is at hand, it would be prudent to reveal it. Ding Shitsuan smiled subtly, gazing at Li Changfeng. They all believed he had identified the perpetrator responsible for the theft of the confidential documents. Though I cannot yet be certain, I do have a suspect in mind. Liu Maynard, head of the Secretariat, possesses the keys to all offices on the 2nd floor. However, she claimed to have had a stomach ache yesterday and spent the night with me. Li Changfeng approached the 3 women, leaning in to speak to Liu Maynard. Upon hearing this, Liu Maynard's face flushed crimson. Everyone knew Li Changfeng had a wife back home, which left Liu Maynard feeling somewhat awkward. Har, Director Li, you are indeed fortunate. Our Unit 76 most beautiful woman has a close relationship with you. I shudder to think how many would envy you. Ding Shitsuan, the head of Unit 76, teased with a slight smile, while several agents enamored with Liu Maynard shot him glances of jealousy. After making this remark, Li Changfeng then turned his attention to Xu Biqing. Xu Biqing, head of the Archives Department, is the wife of Captain Tang, who was detained at the military police station yesterday. Thus, Mrs. Xu lacks a motive for the crime. Xu Biqing clenched her fists, drenched in sweat. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, she exhaled a sigh of relief. That leaves only one individual, Li Fangfang from the confidential department. Everyone is aware she is the mistress of Captain Li from the operations department, who just recently became the head of the security team. He frequently visits Director Bai S.I. Am I correct? Li Changfeng gazed at the last woman, leaning closer to her ear. He had already discerned her true identity as an infiltrator within Unit 76. Her real name was Ashita Yoshiko. Chapter 60, Framing Li Ergu. Li Changfeng, you are spouting baseless accusations. Fangfang is my beloved, yet we did not cross paths even yesterday. I was occupied in the interrogation room, questioning a prisoner. Do not speak nonsense. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, the captain of the guard, Li Ergu, immediately became agitated. He raised his hand and aimed his gun at Li Changfeng, his expression one of indignation. Smack! Bai Zhongliang stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap, leaving Li Ergu momentarily dazed. He then snatched the gun from his hand and gestured to several agents from the operational department. Instantly, the agents pinned Li Ergu against the table. How dare you speak to Director Li in such a manner? Do not think that just because you have been a captain for a few days, you are beyond reproach. Let Director Li finish his words. As the words fell, Li Changfeng turned and approached Li Ergu, plucking a hair from his collar. This strand of hair bore an uncanny resemblance to another resting on the table. Captain Li, you appear rather anxious, do you not? You speak so familiarly, but do you truly know who Li Fangfang is? I shall enlighten you. She is an operative from the Special High Command Intelligence Division, sent to surveil you. And your true identity is that of an agent from the military command at number 76, codenamed Mole. Li Changfeng gazed intently at Li Ergu, speaking with unwavering conviction. This entire scenario had been meticulously orchestrated by him. Like Wu Cyber, this Li Ergu was a staunch traitor of number 76. Eliminating him would simultaneously dispel Bai Zhongliang's suspicions, achieving two objectives with one action. I will kill you. You are slandering me. I know nothing of this Mole. Fangfang is not the intelligence agent you claim her to be. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's assertions, Captain Li Ergu was driven into a frenzy. He violently broke free from the grasp of the operational agents and charged at Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng, having anticipated this, swiftly seized his neck and forcefully slammed Li Ergu back onto the table. He then turned his gaze toward Li Fangfang, who stood a short distance away. Li Fangfang, am I correct? Please answer me. At that moment, as her identity was unveiled, Li Fangfang's complexion shifted dramatically. If Li Ergu was indeed the one responsible for stealing confidential documents, she would be dragged down with him. Reluctantly, she rose to reveal her identity. Director Li is correct, I am indeed. He could not fathom that the woman he cherished was, in fact, a spy for the Special High Command. Seizing the opportunity, Li Changfeng swiftly turned Li Ergu's head and initiated mental control. Li Ergu, do you see the futility of your situation now? Speak, why did you steal the documents from Director Bai's office? This was an order from above, to obtain the list of personnel and contact details for number 76, at any cost. I would rather expose my identity than fail this mission. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhongliang, incensed by these words, felt a surge of rage. Do you have any idea what those documents signify? You intend to ruin me, and I shall ensure your demise. With that, Bai Zhongliang raised his gun and pulled the trigger directly at Li Ergu's forehead. Bang, 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 3 shots rang out, obliterating Li Ergu's head. Blood instantly stained Li Changfeng's clothing, abruptly severing the mental control, and he collapsed to the ground, darkness enveloping him. Director Li, Director Li! Liu Maynor exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to embrace the unconscious Li Changfeng. The operational director, Bai Zhongliang, drenched in cold sweat, also fell to the floor. It is over, everything is over. The capture operation at the Shanghai intelligence station cannot proceed. Captain Nantan will surely kill me. Witnessing this scene, Ding Shizun, the chief of the number 76 agents, shook his head and gestured to the others. Everyone disperse. Please tidy up the conference room. escort Director Li back to his office to rest and change his clothes. With that, he turned away, his expression grim, exiting the third-floor conference room. The other sighed in relief as they cautiously made their way downstairs. Several agents carried Li Changfeng toward the second-floor office, while Liu Maynard anxiously trailed behind. As the onlookers witnessed this, their respect for Li Changfeng deepened. His performance had transcended everyone's expectations, earning him not only the admiration of his peers but also the respect of the agent director, Ding Shizun, who now regarded him with newfound esteem. Ding, congratulations to the host for framing the traitor Li Ergu, rescuing Liu Maynard, and upgrading the mental control skill, now lasting 10 minutes. Reward title: Death Judge. Reward, $5,000, a property deed in the French concession, and an extension of 30 years to your lifespan. As Li Changfeng lay unconscious, the system's notification echoed in his mind. A surge of mental energy flooded his consciousness, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Death Judge, and a property deed, a residence in the French concession, worth a fortune. With this property, Li Changfeng would possess a secret refuge. Elation surged within him as he felt vitality coursing through his limbs. He became invigorated and promptly opened his eyes. Upon checking his life force, after deducting the lifespan taken by the death note, Li Changfeng's lifespan had reached 580 years. At this rate, he began to wonder if he might achieve immortality in this era. The agents carefully transported Li Changfeng to a room before departing cautiously. Liu Maynard watched as he began to regain consciousness and quickly fetched a basin of warm water, preparing to cleanse his body. Observing this woman bustling about to care for him, Li Changfeng seized her small hand. "Maynard, do not trouble yourself. I can manage. Please go outside and find me some clean clothes." This scent of blood is quite unbearable. Seeing Li Changfeng awaken, Liu Maynard was instantly filled with joy and ceased her actions. "Changfeng, thank you. Your testimony cleared my name. You are the first man to treat me with such kindness." Liu Maynard gazed at Li Changfeng, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. After his heroic rescue and this recent act of support, she had completely lowered her guard, regarding Li Changfeng as her own man. Chapter 61, Taken out to feed the dogs. "Go on," he urged. "I'll change clothes shortly and join you for dinner at your house tonight." Observing Liu Maynard's bashful demeanor, Li Changfeng gently caressed her cheek and spoke. "All right, wait for me," Liu Maynard replied with a slight smile before stepping outside. As she departed, Li Changfeng promptly opened the death note and inscribed the name Bai Zhongliang upon its pages. Bai Zhongliang, executed by the enraged chief agent Ding Shizun, his corpse fed to the dogs. Upon completing the writing, Li Changfeng felt a surge of vitality dissipate, and a shadow unfurled from the notebook. The preceding incident had seen Li Changfeng, masquerading as a Shida Yoshiko, frame Li Ergu. Chief Action Officer Bai Zhongliang was a cunning old fox. Once he calmed down, he would swiftly uncover the ruse. Should suspicion fall upon Liu Maynard, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he must perish. After finishing his writing, Li Changfeng poured himself a cup of tea and awaited news in his office. In the third-floor conference room, Chief Agent Ding Shizun glared at Bai Zhongliang, his eyes aflame with menace. "Bai Zhongliang, you shall explain this situation to me. Every individual around you is a traitor," he continued. "First Wu Zibao, now Li Ergu. How do you justify your position as Chief Action Officer?" Faced with Ding Shizun's interrogation, Bai Zhongliang's countenance darkened. He involuntarily took a few steps back, striving to regain his composure. Reflecting on the details of the meeting that had just transpired, he shook his head. "No, Director Ding, something seems amiss today. Those who had access to my office, aside from Li Ergu, included others. Director Li manipulated the situation involving Ishida Yoshiko to mislead our judgment. Li Ergu must have been coerced into confessing to the theft of information. Allow me to consider this further. There is an underlying problem." The Chief Action Officer Bai Zhongliang cradled his head in his hands, gesturing dismissively. He then moved to the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, Ding Shizun's body convulsed as a shadow enveloped him. A glint of murderous intent flickered across his face before he delivered a swift kick to Bai Zhongliang's lower back. The blow elicited a startled cry from Bai Zhongliang as he collapsed to the ground. Director Ding, you." Ding Shizun, seething with rage, pointed at him, his heart ablaze with fury. With such a significant incident at 76, he was at a loss on how to report to Mr. Ju and the Japanese. This man continued to play the fool before him, his eyes narrowed as he pointed at Bai Zhongliang. What do you mean by that? The situation is abundantly clear. You had Li Ergu killed. Director Li discovered the truth behind this matter. Fearing repercussions, you wish to feign innocence. I'll put an end to you right now and present it as a report to the Japanese. With that, Ding Shitsuan drew his firearm, aiming it directly at Bai Zhongliang. Behind him, a dozen agents surrounded the fallen Bai Zhongliang. Director Ding, you are merely a dog for the Japanese. Bai Zhongliang exclaimed in despair at the sight before him. Regret washed over him for betraying his comrades and aligning himself with 76. These individuals were nothing more than fools, consumed by immediate gains. Har Bai Zhongliang, calling me a dog, you are not even fit to be compared to one. Offending the Japanese and still dream on. As he spoke, Ding Shitsuan pulled the trigger, a bullet striking Bai Zhongliang in the chest. Bang! Bai Zhongliang's body jolted. He attempted to utter something more, yet Ding Shitsuan smirked coldly and pulled the trigger once more. Bang! 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 The successive gunfire sent Bai Zhongliang reeling, blood gushing from his mouth as he trembled. The bullets had struck his heart, fading the world around him into a grey haze before vanishing altogether. Slowly, Bai Zhongliang collapsed, slumping against the corner of the conference room. Someone dragged the body away and feed it to the dogs. Observing Bai Zhongliang's obstinacy, Ding Shitsuan holstered his weapon, his expression devoid of emotion. The courtyard of 76 housed a dozen hunting dogs, sustained by human flesh. Any prisoner who refused to confess or resisted unto death would be torn apart by these hounds. Even the corpses of deceased offenders were often fed to the dogs by the action and intelligence departments. Little did Bai Zhongliang know he would meet such a fate. Yes. Several agents swiftly approached, lifting Bai Zhongliang's lifeless body from the third floor. Ding Shitsuan turned and descended the stairs, his expression impassive as he prepared to report the incident to Mr. Ju. He sought to navigate the situation with the Japanese, ensuring his own safety. Woof, woof, the hunting dogs below erupted in excited howls as they began to tear into the corpse. This scene left the agents of 76 trembling in fear. Bai Director is dead. He was killed by Director Ding himself. His body is being fed to the dogs. Are you not going to take a look? Li Changfeng was resting when team leader Chen Shen burst through the door, his face grim. Anticipating this news, Li Changfeng feigned shock and rose to his feet. What? Director Ding killed Director Bai 76 is about to undergo a transformation. Startled, Li Changfeng promptly followed Chen Shen downstairs. He was eager to witness how this traitorous dog met his grisly end. An hour later, in the taco office. Section Chief Nantiang, Bai Zhongliang is dead. Intelligence team leader Meiji entered, her expression troubled. Upon hearing this, Nantiang Yoko paused momentarily before slowly rising to her feet. What transpired? Bai Zhongliang was a trusted confidant of Li Morchuan, yet he was also a highly capable individual. How could he have died so suddenly? Meiji furrowed her brow, then clapped her hands to summon Ishida Yoshiko, who had just been interrogated at 76. She entered, bowing slightly to Nantiang Yoko. There is a traitor at 76, so let Yoshiko personally report to you. Meiji inclined her head respectfully before nodding at Ishida Yoshiko. Section Chief Nantiang, Bai Zhongliang lost crucial documents brought by Su Sansheng. Upon investigation, the traitor was his bodyguard, Li Ergu. However, Director Ding was furious and executed him on the spot. Ishida Yoshiko bowed slightly, her demeanor earnest. Upon hearing this, Nantiang Yoko's expression hardened, and she slammed her palm against the table. Barker, this Bai Zhongliang is utterly incompetent. His death is inconsequential. The Empire has never lacked such dogs. However, the planned capture mission is likely to be thwarted. Nantiang Yoko regarded Ishida Yoshiko with a serious expression. As the Chief Action Officer of 76, Bai Zhongliang's death was not mourned. Yet, he had possessed several important documents, resulting in a significant loss for 76. By the way, Li Morchuan possesses a plan for zeroing out, allegedly hidden in Bai Zhongliang's office. Immediately instruct Wen Manchun to lead a search and recover this document. Nantiang Yoko contemplated for a moment before standing and addressing Meiji. Har Yi. The action team leader, Meiji, promptly bowed her head and began dialing a number. Connect me to 76. Find Intelligence Director Wang Manchun. Chapter 62, The Cherry Blossom Project. The following day, in the mountain city at the Huangshan Villa, Boss Dai breathed a sigh of relief as he perused the telegram just received from the Viper. That traitor, Su Sansheng, has finally met his demise. It seems that entrusting Viper with the use of poison sting was indeed a judicious decision. The personnel list and contact details of the intelligence station in Shanghai have also been acquired by poison sting. His secretary, Xie Zhonglin, nodded vigorously. You are absolutely right, boss. Poison sting is truly our lucky star. Su Sansheng nearly obliterated the entire intelligence network in Shanghai. Good riddance. I propose that we reward both Poison Sting and the Viper team. Xie Zhonglin said with a slight bow, a smile gracing his lips. Boss Dai nodded thoughtfully. I shall adopt your suggestion, allocate additional funds to the Viper team to encourage their continued efforts. As for Poison Sting, I will personally apply for his commendation. However, there is another matter at hand. The Japanese have initiated some sort of cherry blossom project, which has greatly angered our superior. Immediately notify the Shanghai intelligence station to investigate this matter. Rising from his seat, Boss Dai tossed the telegram into the fire and spoke with utmost seriousness. The Cherry Blossom Project had been uncovered by a high-ranking officer of the Anti-War Alliance, yet its specific details remained shrouded in mystery. Understood, I shall dispatch the telegram at once. Xie Zhonglin nodded and swiftly made his way to the secure communications room. Watching him depart, Boss Dai then picked up the telephone on his desk. Summon Guan Yongshan from the confidential office to see me. A few minutes later, Guan Yongshan, the secretary from the confidential office, hurriedly entered Boss Dai's office. Boss, please give your orders. Guan Yongshan bowed slightly, displaying utmost respect. Boss Dai glanced at him and then lit a cigar, gesturing for Guan Yongshan to sit. What progress has been made on the task I assigned you? At the inquiry, Guan Yongshan paused momentarily, then recalled an incident from a few days prior. He promptly shut the door and cautiously spoke, Boss, the pilots dispatched by the Americans have been secretly delivered to Site Number 5. Tasked with guarding them is Zhu Haichao from the Operations Office. They have constructed an underground fortress at Site Number 5, which is exceedingly secure. Guan Yongshan spoke in a hushed tone, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The fact that such an important mission had been entrusted to him indicated immense trust from Boss Dai. This operation was being executed with utmost dedication. Excellent, but keep this matter under wraps. This group of pilots is vital support for the third battlefield. We must ensure they are protected around the clock. If anything goes awry, I will have your entire family eliminated. Boss Dai nodded and then, with a wry smile devoid of warmth, continued. Upon hearing these words, Guan Yongshan trembled slightly, hastily bowing. Understood, boss. Afterward, Boss Dai inquired about the situation concerning the familiar Huang team before sending Guan Yongshan on his way. Outside the city, at a dock along the Jiling River, Wang Manchun, the head of Intelligence Station Number 76, disguised herself and descended from a cargo ship alongside Liu Aisin. After strolling through several streets and confirming they were unobserved, they arrived at a hideout. Inside, a dozen agents from the intelligence station stood up upon seeing them. Director Wang, Captain Liu. We have thoroughly checked the surroundings and found no suspicious individuals. This is an abandoned warehouse arranged by the Japanese, and it is quite secure. The leading agent nodded slightly to the two. Wang Manchun gestured for everyone to take their seats, then produced a topographical map of the mountain city, laying it on the table. Aisin, your task is to lead them in preparing an assault on Site Number 5. The necessary explosives will arrive this afternoon. Here is the location of Site Number 5. Make sure to memorize it. I will provide you with the specific operational plan when I return tonight. Wang Manchun pointed to a specific location on the map. Addressing the group, she then opened a box she carried and handed a radio to Liu Aisin. This is a miniature transmitter. Report back to the White Mansion immediately upon completing your mission. Remember the frequency and the code, just commit it to memory. As she spoke, Wang Manchun leaned into Liu Aisen's ear, whispering a code and frequency. Liu Aisen nodded, mentally repeating it several times. Wang Manchun then reiterated her instructions to the others, cautioning against any unnecessary departures, designating Liu Aisen to oversee vigilance. She then changed into a chapao and donned a wig before stepping outside. Before long, she found herself at a tea stall. Half an hour later, a young man in a top hat sat across from Wang Manchun. After confirming their identities, a smile graced Wang Manchun's face. I never anticipated you would be Sakura. I suspect the military intelligence operatives could never dream that. What do you intend to do? Wang Manchun sipped her tea, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise as she spoke. The man across from her removed his hat, revealing a set of blueprints. These are the architectural plans for the underground fortress at Site Number 5. Imperial aircraft will assault this location at noon tomorrow. The agents at Site Number 5 will undoubtedly transfer the pilots to a safe house. I need your people to place explosives in the safe house and the innermost air raid shelter. Once the personnel have been successfully relocated, detonate the explosives and send them to the heavens. The man, codenamed Sakura, spoke in a lowered voice, confiding in Wang Manchun. Wang Manchun promptly tucked away the blueprints, nodding with utmost seriousness. At the tea stall, several Japanese ronin kept watch in the vicinity. Only after Wang Manchun exited the tea house did one of them make a phone call. Arakakuan, they have made contact. Everything is proceeding smoothly. The lead Japanese ronin spoke into the phone, a smile playing on his lips. Excellent. After the operation, send them as a gift to Guanyongshan. In exchange for the fortress blueprints of the mountain city. Have the members of the Black Dragon Society closely monitor them. Let not a single person escape. A deep, resonant voice with a Tokyo accent echoed from the phone. The Japanese ronin immediately bowed deeply, nodding respectfully. Yes, sir. Rest assured, Major Araki, Miss Aki has made all the arrangements. I have already sent Saito to keep watch. They won't get away. As he finished speaking, the Japanese ronin hung up the phone, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. If Li Changfeng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as Chichen, the very person he and Liu Maynard had encountered at the restaurant. Inform Guanyongshan to have his subordinates act immediately. Ensure that poison is discreetly added to the pilot's food, leaving no room for error. Otherwise, news of his betrayal of Susansheng will swiftly reach Boss Dai. Chichin turned to a nearby Japanese ronin who had been keeping watch. The ronin nodded and promptly made his way towards the vicinity of Huangshan Villa, where a dead letter drop served as their communication link with Guanyongshan. Chapter 63. Was it truly his doing? Meanwhile, in Shanghai, at the Revival Park. Li Changfeng had donned a new disguise, masquerading as a shoeshiner, and had already been waiting here for half an hour. During this time, he had polished the shoes of two men. To the onlookers, this young man appeared filthy, clad in tattered clothing, with disheveled hair, yet his shoe-shining technique was remarkably adept, resembling that of a man down on his luck, striving to make a living. This disguise evoked considerable admiration from the serpent, who had been observing him for quite some time. Young comrade, shine my shoes, will you? Be generous with the shoe polish, don't shortchange yourself. A few minutes later, the serpent approached Li Changfeng, extending a foot. Li Changfeng curled his lip, casting a glance at the fellow. Aren't you being overly cautious? You've been watching me for over 10 minutes, hoping I'd wait until dusk. Li Changfeng exclaimed in irritation. This fellow had previously sent a woman, and now he was deliberately keeping his guard up against him. Truly, he had eyes in the back of his head. Oh dear, the little one is upset. Their higher-ups have sent word. You are being rewarded. I've come today to bring you money. The serpent squatted down, taking a small stool in front of Li Changfeng, and smiled slightly as he spoke. He then produced a small cloth bag from his pocket and tossed it in front of him. Li Changfeng opened it and discovered 5 gold bars inside. At least you're perceptive. In a moment, remove the newspaper to my right. The roster and contact details are concealed within. I've already destroyed the original. Furthermore, let me inform you that your expenditure was not in vain. I orchestrated the demise of Su Sanqing. Li Changfeng tucked the bag away and, while continuing to polish the serpent's shoes, remarked. Upon hearing this, the serpent's expression turned icy. Do not take undue credit. The intelligence from the insider indicated that Su Sanqing was gunned down in a hail of bullets. The traitor was Director Li Morchuan of Agent 76. Have you lost your mind over money? The serpent looked at Li Changfeng, his gaze frigid. This young man was commendable in many aspects, but his greed for money was troubling. He dared to claim credit. Li Morchuan is merely a scapegoat. That Wu Sibao was also ensnared by my machinations. To be frank, Su Sanqing was crippled by cramps that day and could not escape. I had someone spike his drink. Upon hearing this, the serpent was momentarily taken aback. Enough with the boasting. By your account, you've slain 3 major traitors in one go. The boss ought to award you the Blue Sky and White Sun medal. Young man, do not be overly arrogant. The serpent waved his hand, indicating he no longer wished to hear Li Changfeng's continued embellishments. If he kept on, one might as well believe that the young man had a hand in the Japanese emperor's demise. You are mistaken, it was 5. I just eliminated another by Zhongliang, along with the captain of the guard, Li Ergu. Agent 76 is in disarray. The Japanese military police have been mobilized. Had I not had some connections, you would not be seeing me today. Li Changfeng shook his head, somewhat exasperated. Just an hour ago, the Special High Command had dispatched military police to seal off Agent 76, taking over the case of Bai Zhongliang. Li Changfeng had managed to extricate himself with Liu Maynard under the pretense of feeling unwell. All right, there's no time to indulge in your nonsense. Their higher-ups have instructed us to investigate. The Japanese have a cherry blossom plan. The boss suspects this plan targets Shan Cheng. Keep your eyes peeled. The serpent extended another foot, picking up the newspaper from the ground. Li Changfeng diligently finished polishing the other shoe before curling his lip. Understood. When you return, inform Boss Dai that henceforth, I require payment upfront for my services. If he continues to be so miserly, I shall no longer accommodate him. With that, Li Changfeng gathered his belongings and slung the shoe-shining box over his shoulder. Without sparing the serpent a glance, he strode briskly towards the park's exit. Damn it, the killing had become so rampant that even the serpent no longer trusted him. However, upon contemplating the cherry blossom plan, Li Changfeng promptly checked the itineraries of Chen Shen and Wang Manchun. His eyes lit up as he hurried towards the rental house on Baoshan Road. The serpent watched Li Changfeng depart, then tucked the newspaper into his coat and boarded a jeep. The subordinate in the passenger's seat glanced over and was instantly impressed. Brother, your shoes are shining brilliantly. Do introduce me, I'd like to try it out too. Hearing his subordinate, the serpent scoffed, his expression one of disdain. You. Spare me. I just polished shoes, spent 5 gold bars, and was lectured by that kid. This little thorn is growing increasingly irritable. The serpent remarked, exasperation evident on his face. This subordinate was his partner, and also his younger brother. The burdens he bore could only be shared with him. Har, who can blame him for being so capable? He can gather intelligence and eliminate foes. Boss Dai is practically treating him like a son, having rewarded him with 10 gold bars at once. Upon hearing this, the serpent's expression shifted abruptly. Mind your tongue, do not speak carelessly. The funds I withheld were to support Captain Liang and his team, were they not? The front lines are in turmoil, and the soldiers can't even secure winter clothing. Do you think everyone is like those traitors, only concerned with money? Remembering his comrades on the situation was dire at the front, and this harsh winter would undoubtedly claim many lives. All right, brother. I have good news to share. I just received a telegram from the intelligence. What a relief. Upon hearing his brother's words, the serpent suddenly recalled Li Changfeng's earlier statements. He gazed out the window, a faint smile creeping upon his lips. Could it be, was it truly his doing? Yet, as this thought surfaced, the serpent shook his head. How could one kill so many right under the noses of Agent 76 and remain unscathed? Before long, the vehicle arrived at the puppet government's City Hall. Good day, Mr. Ming. Mr. Ming, Mr. Fujita requests your presence. Upon entering, a female secretary approached, bowing slightly in respect. The serpent nodded and handed a newspaper to his younger brother. I will meet with Fujita first. You verify this newspaper and destroy it immediately. He whispered in his brother's ear before turning to head outside. The younger brother took the newspaper and ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the office, he poured a bottle of developing solution into a basin and placed the newspaper within. Seeing the densely packed roster and contact details, the newspaper visibly began to dissolve into a mass of white foam, rendering any text illegible. Without hesitation, he discarded it into the trash bin. Chapter 64, Tracking the itinerary in a rented room on Baoshan Road, Li Changfeng poured himself a cup of hot tea and began to examine Wang Manchuan's schedule for the day. 2000 p.m., accompanied by Liu Aisin to the abandoned warehouse, meeting with 12 members of the intelligence team. 3:30 p.m., at the tea house on Fuhai Road, exchanging intelligence with the Japanese spy codenamed Sakura. 2000 p.m., renting a room on Wincy Road, resting for an hour. The itinerary recorded through tracking techniques displayed the movements of the person being followed. This skill was akin to a navigation system from a future era, yet far more intricate. Upon reviewing these records, Li Changfeng furrowed his brow. The serpent had mentioned that the Sakura plan was aimed at Shancheng. Wang Manchun had been dispatched on a covert mission to Shancheng under the orders of Nantianshi Yangzi, likely to initiate the Sakura plan. The spy codenamed Sakura was presumably a high-ranking infiltrator within Shancheng. Once the two met again, Li Changfeng could ascertain the identity of this individual through Wang Manchun's perspective. As Li Changfeng pondered this, the tracking map in his mind suddenly illuminated. The red dot representing Wang Manchun began to move once more. He immediately merged his consciousness with the map, entering Wang Manchun's viewpoint. In the abandoned warehouse of Shancheng, she then produced a topographical map of their fifth station, laying it on the table. This is the underground bunker, and here is the safe house. 500 meters from the safe house lies the supply warehouse. There is a bomb shelter within the warehouse, which serves as their final retreat point. She then marked the two locations for the explosives on the map. Liu Aisin and the others, while eating, nodded in agreement. Understood, we will act tonight. Liu Aisin replied, there will be someone to pick you up. Just wait for my notification. Wang Manchun smiled slightly, patting Liu Aisin on the shoulder. Before her arrival, she had received word that these 13 individuals were to be sacrificed. To fulfill the mission, Wang Manchun could not divulge a single detail. After finalizing these arrangements, she picked up the food box and turned away. Everyone, the success or failure hinges on this operation. If all goes smoothly, each of you will receive double the bonus, you may rest assured. Wang Manchun stated with conviction, and as her words fell, the dozen or so agents immediately became animated. Double bonuses, triple allowances. That means this operation could yield each of us hundreds of dollars. Brothers, let us give it our all. Upon hearing Wang Manchun's words, the other agents of the intelligence department, invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline, promptly began to mobilize upon Wang Manchun's departure. Half an hour later, Wang Manchun delivered a piece of intelligence to the Fuyuan tea house. She then hailed a vehicle to the Tire residence, situated 2 kilometers away from the Huangshan Villa, the abode of the Secretary of the Confidentiality Department, Guan Yongshan. I am here to see Mrs. Guan. I am her distant cousin. After a few knocks, Wang Manchun was greeted by the housemaid, to whom she spoke. Tap tap, the maid hurried inside, knocking on the door of Guan Yongshan's bedroom. Startled, Guan Yongshan, who was engaged in a game of cards with his wife, inquired, "What is it?" "Sir, there is a woman claiming to be the distant cousin of the madam who wishes to meet her," the maid reported cautiously from the doorway. This time of day was traditionally reserved for Guan Yongshan and his wife's intimate moments, and interruptions were strictly forbidden. However, Guan Yongshan had previously instructed that if someone were to come seeking the madam tonight, it must be reported. The maid felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Old Guan, do I have any distant cousins? What sort of woman is this outside? Could she be your mistress? Hearing the maid's words, Mrs. Guan abruptly sat up in bed, tugging at Guan Yongshan's ear, yet, rather than indulging her as he typically would, Guan Yongshan's expression turned cold, and he shrugged her off. From this moment on, she is indeed your distant cousin. Do not ask anything further. Otherwise, our entire family is at stake. Behave yourself, I will go out to meet her. With a stern expression, Guan Yongshan quickly donned his clothes and exited. Mrs. Guan, left in the room, stared blankly for a moment before bursting into tears beneath the covers. A few minutes later, Wang Manchun was led into the parlor by the maid. Secretary Guan, it has been a long time. Noticing Guan Yongshan's disheveled appearance, Wang Manchun smirked slightly before greeting him. A few years prior in Shancheng, it was Guan Yongshan who had assigned Wang Manchun to the intelligence office there, appointing her as a cipher clerk. Little did he anticipate that this woman would betray him and align herself with the Japanese, becoming a pawn of the 76th unit. Guan Yongshan seethed with resentment. I never imagined you would dare to come see me. Are you not afraid I might shoot you on the spot? Guan Yongshan glared at Wang Manchun, reaching for the pistol at his waist. However, Wang Manchun remained remarkably composed, gesturing toward her own head. Secretary Guan, feel free to shoot right here. But I must inform you, I was sent by the Japanese. I will not leave without obtaining the city defense plans. At her words, Guan Yongshan froze momentarily, halting his actions. He personally brewed a pot of tea and set it on the table. So the envoy from Shanghai that the Japanese mentioned is indeed you. What a twist of fate. I never thought I would be outmaneuvered by a woman, Guan Yongshan muttered as he poured the tea. The White Mansion had already notified him that an envoy would be dispatched to his home to collect something. However, he could never have fathomed that the visitor would be Wang Manchun. Years ago, my father was captured by the Japanese, and I had no choice but to align. Her words sent a shiver down Guan Yongshan's spine, prompting him to resist the urge to draw his weapon against her. Ultimately, he shook his head, abandoning that thought. Once I receive the call from my reliable contact confirming that the pilot has been killed, I will obtain the city defense plans. I do not wish for outsiders to overhear such matters. Otherwise, we will part ways, and I have no qualms about turning you over to Boss Dai. Guan Yongshan walked to the door and glanced outside, his expression turning chilly. The maid had gone out to rest. Should she overhear Wang Manchun's words, the consequences would be dire. Li Changfeng, listening to their conversation, felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated that such a significant player was lurking beside Boss Dai. It seemed the Sakura plan had already been set in motion, and he needed to send out the message immediately. With this thought in mind, Li Changfeng swiftly donned a coat and made his way downstairs under the cover of night. Chapter 65, Encountering a Crisis. What did you say? You've learned of the Sakura plan. Just as he was leaving work, the serpent received a public phone call. Upon hearing the voice and content on the line, he was taken aback. Yes, it's urgent. I need to meet you immediately, Li Changfeng said, suppressing his voice and covering the receiver with a piece of paper. The Japanese and the 76th section routinely monitor all phone calls, and this was merely a guise. Let's meet at the usual place in half an hour. The serpent glanced at his watch and replied cautiously. He then hung up the phone and hurried outside. Meanwhile, in the Special High Police's telecommunications room. Chief Naniter, we have intercepted a public phone call that mentioned the Sakura plan. Ishida Yoshiko. One party's voice was very low, seemingly disguised. The other party's voice was also faint, and it is not one we recognize. Ishida Yoshiko pondered thoughtfully. Nanita Yoko immediately opened a map, searching for the location of the intercepted public phone. She circled several suspicious spots with a red pen. Around number 18 Huaihai Road, there are 2 tea houses and a theater. There is also a foreign trading company. Immediately notify the action team and the 76th section to conduct a search. Setting down her red pen, Nanita Yoko, touching her chin, Nanita Yoko glanced at the map once more. Suddenly alert, she swiftly picked up the telephone on her desk. Hello, is this the military police? Connect me to Colonel Tokater. Soon, a low voice echoed on the other end. Moshi Moshi, this is Ichiro Tokater. Colonel Tokater, this is Nanita Yoko. Immediately secure Huaihai Road and the vicinity of Fushing Park. Upon recognizing Nanita Yoko's voice, Military Police Chief Ichiro Tokater became serious. Understood, I will dispatch personnel at once. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng had been waiting at Fushing Park for half an hour. The sky had begun to snow heavily again, and the temperature was dropping. He tightened the collar of his coat and soon saw a shadow approaching him. Speak, what urgent news do you have? The newcomer was indeed the serpent, whose face was grim. He had ventured out late at night, making himself vulnerable to surveillance. Had it not been for the mention of the Sakura plan, he would have already been cursing. Weinman Chun, the head of the 76th Intelligence Division, has been dispatched by Nanita Yoko to Shancheng on a secret mission. She is responsible for meeting with a Japanese spy codenamed Sakura. My informant told me they plan to assassinate a group of pilots in exchange for the city's defensive blueprints from a traitor. This information is worth your risk, isn't it? Li Changfeng lowered his head, speaking in an urgent tone. Upon hearing this news, the serpent became visibly agitated. Why didn't you say this sooner? The Japanese have already initiated their operation. If they succeed, the consequences will be dire. Quickly, what is the name of that traitor? The serpent grasped Li Changfeng's hand, his voice trembling with urgency. This information was far too critical. If it reached Shancheng in time, it might save dozens of lives. I do not know his specific identity, I only know others refer to him as Secretary Guan. He is relatively young, resides at Taishan residence, and is close to Boss Dai. Li Changfeng observed the serpent's growing anxiety and continued, Secretary Guan, I understand. You must leave here immediately. I will find a way to send a message to Shancheng. The serpent nodded and turned to depart. Just as Li Changfeng was about to leave, he instinctively sensed a looming danger. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in his ear. Ding ding, the host has been surrounded, please seek an opportunity to escape immediately. Hearing the system's alert, Li Changfeng knew his instincts were correct. Upon reaching the intersection of Huaihai Road, he spotted a large contingent of Japanese military police sealing off the area. Leading the squad, Captain Yoshimoto Taro brandished a katana, inspecting passers-by. Report, we have identified a suspicious male near Fushing Park. The Special High Police has already followed him. Li Changfeng and Yoshimoto Taro were somewhat acquainted. The soldier reported directly to Yoshimoto Taro. Hearing this, Li Changfeng's heart sank. This suspicious male was almost certainly the serpent. The Japanese must have intercepted their conversation and were lying in wait here. He had entered through the back gate of the park, while the serpent had scaled the wall at the front. It was inevitable they would cross paths with the Special High Police's agents. If that agent was captured, not only would the intelligence fail to reach its destination, but Li Changfeng would also be in peril. Observing the squad leader Yoshimoto Taro at the intersection, Li Changfeng's expression hardened. He then opened his death note and began to write. Yoshimoto Taro, sudden angina, dies mysteriously. Moments later, a spark of vitality was extracted, and a shadow approached Captain Yoshimoto Taro. While inspecting several passers-by, Yoshimoto Taro suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed straight down. His heart experienced a violent spasm, rendering him breathless. His eyes widened before swiftly losing consciousness. Captain Yoshimoto, Captain Yoshimoto. Quick, fetch a doctor. Captain Yoshimoto seems to have no pulse. The surrounding Japanese soldiers became agitated, gathering around Yoshimoto Taro's lifeless body. A few passers-by witnessing this scene immediately fled. Stop, if you run, I will shoot, a Japanese sergeant shouted, aiming his weapon at one of the escapees. Yet, in the next second, he felt darkness enveloping him and was knocked unconscious. Li Changfeng seized the sergeant's pistol and swiftly made his way towards the serpent's location. Bang bang bang. In an alleyway, the fleeing serpent was being pursued by two agents of the Special High Police, who were firing incessantly. These two individuals were exceptionally skilled marksmen. The serpent vaulted over a wall into a courtyard, desperately seeking an escape. However, 5 or 6 Japanese agents appeared in the courtyard, led by a Japanese woman. Barker. Remove your hat, or face immediate execution. The leading agent sneered at the serpent, confident that this resistance fighter would not escape. Just then, one of the agents was shot in the back of the head and fell slowly to the ground. Kitator has been killed, nearby are his accomplices. Capture him, intelligence team leader Michiko shouted, quickly locking onto a large tree outside the courtyard. But when everyone looked, the tree was already devoid of any figure. In the next moment, another agent was shot through the chest and collapsed. The assailant seemed like a reaper lurking in the shadows, systematically hunting down the Special High Police's action team. In Li Changfeng's eyes, these individuals had nowhere to hide. Within 300 meters, he could spot their positions with a mere glance, and he was constantly on the move, firing from different locations. Coward! If you have the guts, come out and fight us to the death. Hiding and shooting from the shadows is no skill. Michiko could no longer contain her frustration, shouting from within a room. Bang bang bang, the gunfire continued to erupt. No matter where the Japanese agents hid, they would inevitably be found.